yeah, of us going to other planets, or you know, I think if those things would really exist up there in the sky, we would be having dreams about them. We will be dreaming them at night, but we don't. And there is a thing like you, we can program what we will dream, at certain levels. It's not precise thing, but yeah. So many seen on TV, Neil's. They know. They saw it on the radio. They saw Neil Armstrong walking on the moon. Vast majority, and they say, "Oh, I saw it on TV." So funny. Like all these dreams about walking on the moon or going to other planets, they are usually lucid dreams. They are people imagining things when they are awake, in daytime, not when they are sleeping. So, not even this realm of dreaming doesn't help the heliocentric model. It doesn't support it. Do you hear me all right? Do I sound good? Mic check.
I can hear you,
I
Gabby.
can
Yeah.
hear, I can hear you. My mic's probably not working.
Okay,
You're
cool.
good too, Dave.
Thank you. Wow, how nice. I saw a shooting star. Amazing. Through the trees. Imagine that while driving, and I saw it. It's so interesting how many things are happening around us that we are not aware of. and how the way they happen affect are is affected by our special attention. If we observe them happening, they provide more details. But if we do not observe them, then they don't provide that much detail, but they're still happening. It's fascinating.
Kaloira is back. Kaloira, you are unmuted. Feel free to say hello. Get the conversation started, ask a question, learn something new. Could be Kaloira, it could be Kaloira, Caloria. No, not Caloria. Caloira. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to pronounce that. Oh, on Tuesday. It's lots of. Wait, they're talking about. Wouldn't that have been last month though? Flat flobe. Wouldn't the 222 all the twos be? Yeah. It wasn't a Tuesday though, right? That would be weird. Let's see. Oh, it was a Tuesday. It was a Tuesday. Whoa. That's just too much. See what he did there? He said it was too much. Callow era. Just a hello. That's all it takes. It's nothing scary. It's really low pressure. Speaking of pressure, imagine how much money you could make if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Imagine the implications of such a discovery. To be capable of defying natural law would be quite the head scratcher. I find it interesting, Kaloira. It says you're new to Discord to say hello to you. So I'm saying hello. Hi, Kaloira. You're new to Discord and you're in this server and Jim Panda's server, which makes me think you might not be new to the subject of flat Earth. But I'm just guessing here. I don't know. Is E Pro Gamma Crew. Oh, they talk about great stuff. I visited over there the other day. They talk about great stuff. They were talking about how water in your cup is curved. They were talking about how water in your bathtub is curved. They said everything is curved always. You have to remember everything is always curved.
There's no
And
such thing as straight lines or flatness or level stuff. That's right.
I thought that their conversation was not indoctrinating in the slightest. But
It's a new medical condition called balls on the brain.
it's a little bit of a medical condition. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I went over to Jim Panda's a few times, and I couldn't keep up. Those guys are just way too innovative, way too. They stay right on topic, and they are completely honest.
Right on topic. Oh, they were arguing about some of the funniest things. I mean, we have our own share of interesting conversations, but
Yeah.
Peanut butter sticking to the jar kind of stuff going on over there.
No, and that's gravity.
Yeah, cohesion
No.
and stuff.
Oh,
Definitely
good.
gravity.
Your brain wouldn't have been able to start thinking about stuff if it weren't for gravity, dude.
Yeah. Well, now we got people saying that we don't even like that our thoughts are the consequence of some type of quantum algorithm that happens before we even have the opportunity to respond to stimuli, that our thoughts are predeterminate before stimuli.
Yeah.
And these are the kinds of things I'm hearing nowadays. And I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. It's okay. You say everything. They say everything came from an explosion or a was it maybe a concentration of stuff that just couldn't handle being so close with its next thing and right, something like that. I have no idea. But how does something like deliberate, like consciousness, decision making and stuff, how does that develop out of nowhere? That's the question I pose for evolutionists and atheists.
Absolutely. I asked that question back in the 90s when I was in high school, and I was like, why is there a desire for existing in the first place? And by desire, I mean, why is it that everything seems to strive to continue to exist? There seems to be this,
There's an urge.
or yeah, urge is a nice word for it. I like that word. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Because otherwise, it stands to reason that everything should be spontaneous, random, arbitrary. But again, most of us know the answer as to why, and it's order from chaos, order ab cal.
Mm-hmm.
It's a religious belief, or some people might suggest a doctrine of demons, or mystery school teaching handed down through the ages.
You know what I think it is? They're going to make people think that chaos is natural, i.e., order from chaos is natural, i.e., phoenix rising from the ashes. But first you have to have ashes, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to burn it down and build it back up their way. Well, that's what they want anyway, right? And you can't have, peacetime without war, and here's your war first. I promise peacetime's later is just as long as you give up your, this right and that right. Oh, and then this right here. Oh, and then this one here too. And then you're going to be safe from the things that we created, but you don't know about.
Pondering on the fact that 1984 was not a futurist dystopian novel, but rather a commentary on the present state of affairs in 1948, is something that I don't think very many people that reference 1984 fully understand or appreciate. the implications of.
Yeah, I haven't read the book enough or studied the mindset of the author enough to even get an opinion. But that's why I defer to you.
He may or may not have been in a special club of people, but
well, just think about.
Regardless, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, think about the phrase from 1984, where the society says war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, that's
We
why I
pretty
was
much live
referencing
by
it.
that. Yeah, we pretty much live by that in our society currently.
My wife, very smart woman, was watching for kicks and giggles, but it turned into something else. The Princess Bride. Again, we've seen it a handful of times. She started it for kicks and giggles, but then got out her notepad and started taking notes, because there's these suggestions of all the undertones of quote unquote geopolitical commentary and so on. But there's some interesting ties to what I think might be Hegelian dialectic in the film, and back to the what were those three components you just mentioned from 1984?
War is peace, freedom is slavery,
freedom,
ignorance is strength.
Okay, ignorance. There were three foes that were defeated in the film: brawn, brights, or intelligence. So strength, intelligence, and she's the one that was taking notes, and we just had a conversation about it. But I'm trying to remember the third. Remember, there was the big guy, Andre the Giant. There's the brawn. There's the wits, the annoying voice guy. I can't remember his name, but everybody knows probably who I'm talking about. That the feat of the wit, where they did the poison thing, and then the third one was skill. Skill was the third, so it was skill, bronze, and brights. But there was an interesting correlation to modern happenings that I can't help find their common denominator in the Hegelian dialectic, because I would never make a suggestion that a film like Princess Bride is some type of prophecy. I think it's more guilty by association to something like the Hegelian dialectic, but maybe there's another common denominator.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that any of those truth drops, I guess you could say, in movies are necessarily prophetic.
Yeah.
They're just foretelling an already set in place agenda. Not necessarily. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. And I agree. Toby. Welcome, Toby. Let me unmute you. Hi, Toby. No, I unmute you and you leave. It's always suspect. That seems to be the common behavior today. You think your name gets mentioned and you just freak out and leave the voice chat. It's really awkward. Karsten, you've been here before. You have the ability to say hello, I see.
Hello.
Hi, Karsten. So, Karsten, just for the sake of the topic at hand, do you have any evidence of Earth curve?
The Earth is observably and measurably a sphere.
Okay. Yep. Do you have any evidence to support that claim?
No.
All right, I'm here.
So why?
Oh, hey man, I'm cleaning my house and here this guy. It's observably and measurably a sphere. What?
Yeah, I was going to say, why would you use that terminology, observably and measurably, and then when asked for any observations or measurements, you just say nope?
Because I wasn't being serious. That's why.
Oh,
Come on,
you
man.
were
You
just
got adrenaline going. You got to at least pretend to be a Glober. Nobody
Earth
wants
is
to play
globe.
with
Earth is globe.
Earth this globe.
Earth is globe.
No, I mean, I'm
Earth is
cool,
globe.
but, you know.
so
That,
Karsten, you were just pulling my leg, as they say.
Yeah.
Okay,
You know.
Why
it
are we
happened.
not speaking like this? Earth is globe.
what's up, Justin?
I was just trying to, mimic them. I did a poor job. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
There were.
you go ahead, Gospel. I'm going to get back to cleaning. I think Carson,
It's
as
fine.
you
There
were.
were. Sorry, I think I heard actual Glober tears last night when somebody posted a picture of what they were like. Huey asked them for the globe model, and they posted a picture, like a little cartoon thing of the globe, and they were like, "Here."
Yeah, man.
And
Confidence in the globe is my love language. That's what I'm. that's music to my ears. Keep
they
singing, right? Like,
were like, "What do you mean it's not the globe? Look, it's a picture." They were subsequently educated on what a model is,
I
and then
just,
for yeah.
I just like the confidence though. Like the ones that we used to hear back in the day, man. That was like a year ago or so. I
Hmm.
think it really started to dwindle the confidence, but it went out with the, the staunchies, the staunch lobers, the guys that are like the Gem Panda clones. I call them
Hmm.
clones because they were pretty dug in. But ever since they stayed to their server and they don't really come in here anymore, um,
Hmm.
you don't get the real confidence anymore. You get the ones that are don't want to even mention the globe. They're like, I'm not talking about the globe. I'm not mentioning it. I'm just talking about this topic. And you're like, well,
Yeah,
you're a flat Earth server, dude. Like, why wouldn't you want to talk about the topic? It's what we're talking about. That's why the server exists, for the very topic of the shape of the Earth. Not to talk about baked goods or something. Like when there's topic about the shape of the Earth in here, let's talk about it. Like I don't know, but then you get them talking about like how the things that they're trying to talk about are evidences or proofs of something, and you try to get them on what it is. They don't want to. They don't want to tell you. It's all good
yeah.
though.
Or like an entomologist researched ladybug dots on their back, and as a result, like this is one of the many evidences of curvature. Because if you look at the back of a ladybug's back, you see that it's quite curved. Therefore,
I'm
that's
telling you.
about as relevant as when they're talking about things in the sky.
Yeah. Or they're using sextants to prove curvature or whatever. And I'm just like, really? I'd like to hear more. I like to
I
hear
want to
more
hear
how.
all of it.
I
Yeah.
like to
I
hear
want to,
more
you know what
how.
I mean? I want to hear all the stuff that I can write children's books about and comic books and all kinds of stuff. I want to hear it.
Yeah,
I want to know.
they start talking about how right angles with the sextant, and you're just like on a curved surface. When what does that make? How does that make sense to you? Like you're using this formula that has a right angle on a curved surface. Now, isn't that kind of funny that you're trying to do math on a curved surface? It's weird. It's all kinds of weird. Not only that, but you'd have to raise up off the ground in order for that to even be something. And how are you even going to get any distance to anything by doing that? Everything's going to be off. And by what measurement? Like it's all wacky. They can use some kind of formula that they would in certain mathematic ideas in order for them to come up with that. No way you're going to get a precise measurement to the distance of something. Craziness. Crazy talk.
Crazy dog.
But I do like the confidence. I like when they come in here and they're boasting about how they know certain things. At least that gets us to a point where we're digging into the psyche, right?
Here's a scientific model, Miggy, of 90 degrees on a curved surface.
All right, let me. You got some cook up something good.
I need everybody in the YouTube chat that is listening to check out. We found your workup about how a 90-degree angle can be found on a curved surface.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Thank you.
Let me go to.
Well, it's by definition, right? So if you say it's so, then that makes it so.
Exactly.
Oh, that's perfect. I like that.
Dude, that's it. That's my new album cover.
Say
No,
it
really,
so makes it so.
It's perfect.
that's
It's
good.
perfect. See, if you zoom in real close, it's a perfect 90.
Yeah. The devil's in the details, huh?
That's right.
It's not a 90-degree angle, but you can think of it as a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, that old chestnut. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. Some of the things that they, and the thing about getting into the weeds with these guys when they bring up these arguments, and like I said, always talk about when you try to be logically consistent on your side, you can bring up the most profound knowledge logically, and the thing is, it won't make any sense to them. But you have to point out the obvious because that's the elephant in the room, right? How are you going to get a right angle on a curved surface, doofus? Like, how is that possible? Have that ever been done? Because there's no way it's going to happen on the way you're proposing. The formula's not going to work, dude. And so, if that's not mentioned, then it's just the whole thing's gonna you're gonna be in the weeds the whole time you're talking to that person because they're not gonna see that. They're gonna look past that because it should already work. That's how it works. Well, no, it don't. Not on a curved surface, it don't. It never will. You know, like
Yeah. We're talking about lines here. Straight line could ever be curved. That's it.
well, and these definitions, man. If you look certain definitions up, they kind of. I'm thinking that these globers, man, like they're all about changing what things mean. So now stuff means like level is curved and like it's just craziness, man.
Yeah.
Craziness. It's there. Go
I
look it up.
miss when ketchup actually tasted like ketchup. It just tastes like mustard now. What the fuck?
Well, actually, according to Globers, the Earth is flat because to them, flat is curved. That's what Matthew Learns was explaining last night. So he agrees it's flat. He just disagrees on what flat means.
Oh man. Now we're gonna get them to agree with us because they're on what they're thinking is already.
Yeah,
Great.
That's what he was saying last night. Well, if you're a Glober, flat means something other than what it means if you're a flat earther.
Yep.
Oh wow.
I can understand.
I mean,
Everything is relative in their framework, so yeah, that is logically consistent with their illogical proceedings.
Yeah, he's talking about the flat abyssal planes, and he says, well, flat is actually curved.
oh yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
speaking of planes, the other word like plate, they're not bowls, they're plates. Because, plates are curved.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Everything is curved.
So they're morphing into like agreeing with us and then just changing what the terminology means. Yeah, it's flat. Of course it is. Because flat is curved. Duh.
Total double speak. It's out of control.
Yes. Yeah.
Man, that's hard body trolling of the highest order, man. Like if you ask me. Damn. Now that you see you guys got another assignment, man. You gotta start stopping these pretender clown guys that come in here and act like they're flat earthers. Of course, the earth is flat, dude. I agree with you. Yeah, of course. Because I know flat means curved, right? Oh goodness. Now you're gonna have to be hyper specific on everything. Like that's ridiculous.
Well, just for kicks and giggles, I like to post words. So in contrast to curve, bent, or crooked, straight is an antonym.
I guess it's all the same now.
It's the opposite of curved.
Meh, opposite, same diff.
Yeah,
Wow.
same, but different.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen or heard of anybody coming in with those arguments. Like, there hasn't really been a hardcore sophist that's come in here lately. Not that I know of, anyways. The ones who've passed through here recently, since I've been back, are just ill-informed people about what they know.
Yeah, I kind of miss the days. It was a year and a half ago or plus. Prior to that was you guys just in here constantly having to like mute 5 Globers because 7 of them wanted to talk to you or yell at you. Those were the days, man. Shit.
Hey, you remember that, Glatt?
Yeah, I do. I was here for it.
Good stuff.
It was before you came up with when you developed the 3-point plan.
Yeah.
It was months before that I really started taking an interest in listening, and I do miss some of those moments. I mean, obviously, it was not. It's never fun when you have to, mute almost an entire lobby just to get a point out. But at the same time, there was so much action going on back then. There was so much flat smacking, dude. It was crazy.
You remember the arena?
Yep.
Yeah,
lots of fun, dude. I feel like we or this server has like seen the concentrated days, the days of so much concentration of people coming in and trying to yell at us, and now it's at a different stage, which, in my opinion, is good because people are really starting to come in and they want to learn and listen instead of just yell at us. But like I said, those are the good old days, I guess, is what I'm talking about.
No doubt.
I've definitely noticed the concentration or frequency of trolls is way less.
Yeah.
I'm finding myself just unmuting people and it being just normal. Like, when's the last time somebody's done like a ear rapey thing or any other
Gospel?
Go ahead.
What's been established is that they don't want to speak to you. They run away every time you unmute them. So
That's true.
It's personal.
Here's the thing I've been noticing is that the trolls don't have trolling to do, and when they do come in here to maybe perhaps troll or something like that, we're becoming so good at this, at talking to any kind of person, and getting right into the nitty gritty and not letting things devolve, if that's a word, into non-adult stuff. And so we're having better conversations now. So while I don't turn it on and it's Miggy muting 2 people and talking to the other 3 while they're cursing but flat smacking the lot of them. It's refreshing to see that like a lot of the hardcore trolls they're not coming here anymore because they know we're taking this seriously and they know we might have a point.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm loving it, man. This is kind of what in the beginning days I wanted it to be like.
Right.
That we are a fearless group that doesn't care if people want to come in here and ask any questions they want, that they will be confronted with truth and at least challenged. But the beginning was getting used to it all, man. Like,
yeah,
the arguments, the style, the everything. That's what you were hearing back in the day. Like, that's what we were doing with the argument. We're getting used to what the argument would sound like, and this is like, I hate to use that word, but it's evolved into what it has today because of that. Like, it's transformed from where it was just like a chaos mess, and from the chaos mess we'd pick out the good parts, and yeah, that was a good conversation, over the 3 hours that we spent with that guy or whatever. But now it's like it's so precise, like surgical, that
Yeah.
we don't have to. We already cut the fat, so there is no fat. It's just lean, and it's right to the point, and it's That's
I
what I
mean,
really.
we're kind of becoming, and I'm only going to say this is my opinion solely. No one else has told me this or said this to me or anything like it, but we're kind of becoming the rock stars of the truth community because like all we have to do is ask three simple or one simple question depending, and then it's like, okay, well then is it a globe? No. Okay, can we move on then, please? Instead of like,
Yeah,
building 7 and
yeah, I
you know what I
remember.
mean? You remember what?
I remember that, man. Like people would, it
Yeah.
was just being like, you give them like 7 theories and like see which one stuck. It's like throwing stuff at the wall. It's like, oh, did that stick? That spaghetti fell down. Like you didn't. Everything was like trial and error. Now it's like asking them a question. Okay, do you know that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, then tell me how you know. Give me all the
Right.
ways that you know the globe, and let's go through every one of those. First, let's tackle one by one. And if you don't know one of these, then you're off. And like it's simple. Now they can tell you like, well, I don't know. Okay, then.
Well, now it's getting to the point where it's basically like a teacher, framing the information so that you ask the right questions. The teacher we are the teachers and we know so much now about both sides, about reality and the globe lie, and so much other stuff. It's like all we have to do is frame the questions in a polite manner, in a way that it backs them into a corner where they have to be honest, but not in like you're backing a dog into a corner, right? It's like they back themselves into the corner without you having to push it on. They're like, holy shit, it is flat. Whoa.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't matter. Sometimes they get upset and they'll start shouting obscenities, but I see that when they resort to that, it's because they have no more argument. There's nothing left in the tank. That's all that they got.
And I got frustrated on the playground too when I, didn't have something to say back, right?
Yeah.
But that's also when I first started actually learning something.
Yep. And it's interesting to me because I do want to engage that person, even though they're that way. I like, yeah, you can really learn something if you just calm down. But you're not gonna do anything with a hothead. So yeah, that's the thing. You get them to a state where you're able to have a conversation, and then they start to realize maybe they could be wrong.
And the second you get them laughing about any of it, right? This is one of my favorite things that has happened in talking to people about this is, I can be funny sometimes, okay? Every once in a while. And I'll get people thinking about this, and I can see in their face that they're like uncomfortable, and they don't want to tell me I'm right about any of this stuff, and they look like they're about to get up and go away, or walk away or something. And then I kind of rein it back in and start talking about things not so truthy, and then mix in something funny, and then I'll say, and that's the same thing they're doing with the moon landings and the blah blah blah, and while they're laughing and like getting over that last joke, I can tell them, you know what I mean? Like you gotta make their. It's not convincing somebody to do something. It's almost the opposite. It's convincing them to be unconvinced of something and to go out and check for themselves. There we go.
It's a great way you put that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, and that's how now is different from then, because then was our arguments were more of like, you're not listening to me. You're just a buffoon. Like it was more ad homs, and you know what I mean? Like it was more geared towards the person and attacking characters and such. And that's the way it was back and forth.
Well, that's all they do in the YouTube chat now, and that's all they have. Like, there's Gem Panda server, there's YouTube chat, and then what? Like, the cafeteria at work, where you say that, hey, I was making fun of those flat earthers last night. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Where were you? The wife.
Yeah, there's nothing. Those guys they got no content. There's nothing left for those guys. The only content they got is when one of us straggles on over there and decides to have a conversation with them, and then they got.
Well, I'm just glad that at the very least these YouTubers have something to do every day. It's the same names, same people. So I'm glad that I hope they're getting paid enough to really get something done here with what they're doing.
Yeah.
So when I start to nail things on the head, they start talking shit about me in the YouTube chat. They quoted me. Remember when I just said we are the rock stars of the truth-seeking community, or something? I said something like that.
Yeah.
Well, and then someone says, "Failed rock star, Glad Flobe said he's a rock star. The truth." Oh man!
Triggered
So they
nuts.
think that they're digging under my skin by mentioning that I spent 20 years in the music business and don't do that anymore.
Yeah, why don't you come in here and say that to his face, eh? Y'all are back there talking like a keyboard warrior. Get out those keyboard warrior mentality. Come in here and say it to him on the voice, man.
That's right. Can you even let me hear your real voice and have you disrespect me like that, man?
Fair. You keep muting me.
It's so funny.
You could sit there behind the keyboard and soil your diapers, or come in here and speak like a man. What about that?
I'll tell you what, 3-letter agencies, y'all have to know where I live by now. The T is on. And that's all I'm going to say.
This guy has a commercial here for like a dealership. And he says, come by and the coffee's always on. It's weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, well. Hey, instead of coming after people and their personalities and their pasts and the whatever, do you want to address the information at any point, Globers? Or do you want to stay doing anything but? Let us know.
That's no fun. It's more fun to just give you guys a hard time.
Yeah.
They want to yell from the bleachers.
How do y'all like the word I found? Weltanschauung.
Whoa. Let me see.
Weltanschauung. It means world perception.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, wow.
I thought that was kind of neat.
World,
like a worldview.
The world, or as in whirling around like on a swing set?
No, that's it. No. Those words are not related.
Well,
I'm sorry, rookie, but
are you
no.
sure?
Yes. Yeah. Here. I always apologize and correct myself if I am wrong, but here's the deal. All right, here. There's that. Yeah. So, no. Yeah, it's not got any relationship etymologically at all. Alrighty. But then welter was the other word I was like, oh, this is a fun word. To describe people's behavior, twisting things around. You had used the word devolved, and I was trying to find a really good synonym. And welter seemed to have some really interesting meaning along the lines of that. And I thought it was funny in its noun form. It means confusion or confused mass. Kind of interesting. What is behind that guy's head?
Almost looks like the moon.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. Hi, Shane. Welcome back. Were you saying that that's the face you make when I talk about etymology?
No, you're talking about confusion. That's
Okay,
somebody looking for the curvature with the moon in the background.
Checks out.
I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily related to flat Earth, but it is a question that I think we should all ask ourselves. Why is it that every sport involves a pole and a hole? Can somebody explain that to me?
Not every sport. Soccer,
Oh, no.
there's no pole and a hole.
What about the poles that hold up the goal? Come on now.
But where's the hole? The goal? Is the
Inside
hole?
the goal? You're scoring, right? And does scoring have to do with sorcery, or does it have to do with something else? Food for thought.
What about this one? Not a
Golf
sport?
requires you to hit a ball with a pole, right, into a hole. Why is
Is poker not a sport?
I would not call it a
No, I
sport,
would
no.
say that'd be called gambling, but okay.
How loose are you trying to take pole? Like, what about like target practice, shooting as a sport? Would that be
Yeah,
would the
archery,
gun
you have
itself?
the pole, which is your arrow, and
Uh,
then you have the target, which is the hole, right? Why
uh,
are you not getting it? Come
I don't
on,
know.
think about it.
I am. I just wondered
It's
how
just a little bit
liberal you were
odd, right?
being.
Well, no, I'm kind of using it in a loose figure of speech, but I'm saying, isn't it kind of odd that way? It is kind of weird, right? I'm curious,
There's
like
no
what
hole in
scoring means.
baseball. There's no
Oh
hole in
no,
baseball.
oh no.
The
There's a
catcher's mitt,
hole.
man. Catcher's mitt.
There's the pitching
Brian in
box.
baseball.
I mean, but how do you score? You hit the ball over the fence, right? You're hitting a goal. Come on now.
No, you
And the
run around
poles
the
are there.
bases.
The poles are there. The poles are at the each corner of the
But what
damn
about the
foul zone.
hole?
Give me a break.
Where's the hole?
I said you're still scoring, right? You're
You
still
you
hitting
t-
the ball through something into something in order to score.
You said poles and holes. There's no holes
I
in
know.
baseball.
All right, let's get technical now.
Well,
Smart ass motherfucker.
There's a left and a right pole.
yeah, hole H.
Mhm.
what do you consider auto sports?
I think scoring
Driving
has to do with
like
schooling.
NASCAR.
Yeah, like NASCAR, rally racing, Formula One, GT.
Manual gear shift pole. Pole position in Formula One.
Mm-hmm.
There's your
Yep.
pole.
Where's the hole?
In the gas tank. Let's not be a smart ass.
I
You
feel
could
like
say
you were
that
meaning this as if the hole and the pole were definite
No,
objects or objectives within the game.
I'm trying to make a statement here. I'm not trying to be too technical. I just was thinking about it last night, and I was writing on a piece of paper, and I was thinking about all the different sports, and I was like, that is kind of odd, isn't it?
yeah.
Like, and I started just going over all the different sports and thinking to myself, wow, there really is kind of like something to that.
But then you could even say that eating involves a pole and a hole, and
Yeah, right. It's kind of
procreation,
like everything does,
and
right?
just about everything. Oh,
There's
the
a ton of
electrical
track and
socket.
field
Yes.
Um,
Sine wave,
track
your
track
heartbeat,
and field
everything
events.
has to do with jumping over a pole, right? Think about
Running a 400-meter dash has
it.
nothing to do with the pole.
No? You're running around in a circuit, aren't you? Okay, whatever.
Is that a pole or a
I'm
hole?
wrong, obviously.
This is very
Metaphor.
Dr. Seussy right now.
I know, I love it. Just anything to get the monotony in here to change. Gosh.
What, were you here for the helium
I'm always
conversation that lasted nearly 4
Oh
hours?
no, I think I slept through that one.
Yeah.
You guys kept me up too late last night. I was up till like 4. Why is it every time I come up with some crazy idea, everybody always got to shoot it down?
Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you,
I hear
Dave.
you.
Have we tried to talk to Disby Shanyo?
Yep. Hey, go ahead, or Shane.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Howdy. Welcome back.
Oh, he's been here before. My bad.
What's going on?
Yeah, it was yesterday or the day before. Well, today's Tuesday, so it would have been yesterday, I suppose. Is that right, Shane, or was it last week?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah. Cool.
Sorry, guys, I'm at work. I'm just kind of listening in, man.
Oh, that's okay.
It's good. I didn't mean to call you out. Your only name I didn't recognize. So continue with poles and holes. Anybody said sex yet?
I'll just shut up now.
Has anyone said sex yet? Is that a sport? It involves poles and holes, right?
I vaguely
balls.
mentioned it with a different word, but yeah. I try to filter my language. I use the word procreation.
Cups being filled.
Gospel, have you done that? Have you done etymology on the word etymology?
You know what's really funny about that is it's one of the top searched words on etymology or etymonline.com. The trending here, I'll post the trending words list. I like to watch the trending words list because it's fascinating. But etymology is almost always one of the top trending words on the etymology website. It's just kind of funny. To answer your question, yes, I have. But so have many other people, and it continues to be one of the top trending searched words for. Yeah.
I like what you posted. It's etymology. So these are the trending words, right? Etymology, insult, harm, bedroom, sorcerer.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah.
That's the word I'd like to say etymology on is the word W-O-R-D. Where's that come from?
Yeah, some of the most simple words are quite fascinating in how. I posted world and the word whirl up above.
It's funny, score doesn't mean what you think it does.
It comes from a word that would have sounded something like ver, which just means to speak or to say.
Scare.
No, not scare.
S-K-E-R, to cut.
Oh, you're looking at
Means
something
20.
else.
Means 20. Score means 20. An Old Norse score, mark, notch, incision. A rift in rock. Also in Icelandic, 20. Proto-Germanic skur, S-K-U-R. From P-I-E root, S-K-E-R, to cut. Tally, let's see, what else does it say? Connecting, notion, probability. Probably is counting large numbers of sheep, blah, 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 blah. Scoring. Counting means to count. Well, that's the main one. Then there's also, cut a person, open, all the other ones, but number or letter indicating quality.
Wait, so counting means to count. You should look up the etymology of count then. Right?
Yeah.
You never want the word in the definition of the word that you're looking up.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a good point.
It's a distortion of the word from computation. That's where count comes from.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was going to say it probably has to do with that. But... Bint. 20 is bint. B-I-N-T. A multiple of it could be used as a base. Bint et dos. Bint et dos. Dos fins et dis. Veganism is on.
The paid NASA shill. That's your actual
Interesting.
that's your actual screen name, and you got server muted because you were probably being annoying. Let's see. Go ahead.
He's from
Yeah, I get server
Doom's
muted because you
Place. He
cowards
just
don't want to hear anything besides your little echo chamber thing.
Echo
no,
chamber.
that's
Yeah,
not
echo
the
chamber.
case.
Echo.
You got muted because you just came in talking all over people and demanding something about Micktoon. Nobody cares about Micktoon.
I got talked over? No, that's not how it worked. I got muted because you asked me questions, and then you muted me. And QE, the able scientist he is, muted me too.
All right. Evidence of curvature. Paid NASA
I
shill.
want evidence of. How about evidence of the flat Earth? This is the flat Earth server. Come on, let's do the echo chamber.
No. That's not how we roll. Sorry,
That's
Paid.
not how you roll. You
Sorry,
don't prove
no.
that the
Nope,
Earth
it's
is
not.
flat.
This is our house. You answer our
You don't
questions.
prove the Earth is flat. Got it.
So we're not going to talk to you if you're going to be like that.
Somebody's triggered.
That's pretty bullshit that you would do that to us. It's pretty bullshit. Yeah. We don't need to talk to any of you. This is Flat Earth Discord. You came in here to learn Flat Earth, okay? We didn't come here to learn fucking globe, okay? We already learned it. It's bullshit. That's why we're here, okay? We're not here to speak about space and spacecrafts that you think are out in space. So stop it, okay? Because we want you to learn Flat Earth. That's why we're here. 24/7 Flat Earth. Where's the fucking curve? You still haven't proved it.
You still here?
Yeah, paid NASA shill is still here. So the way I understand it is paid NASA shill wants us to prove that Santa Claus does not exist. Is that the right analogy?
No, that's exactly what he wants us to do. Prove that the globe doesn't exist, even though it doesn't exist.
Well, first of all, you can't prove something doesn't exist. You can prove what does exist. So, hold
on. In the positive, right? He said prove the flat Earth. So in reality, he wants me to prove that parents put presents underneath the Christmas tree. For the ones that do that, I know not everybody does that, but for the ones that do that thing, he wants me to prove that parents put presents underneath the Christmas tree.
Even if you did, how would that change the?
Well, here's the thing. That's the default option. There's a claim that Santa Claus exists. I'm just saying the default option is parents put presents under the tree. He wants me to prove that parents put presents under the tree, or analogically to the whole proving the flat Earth versus disproving the curve.
Why did I get muted? Because I asked you for evidence of the flat Earth? I'm here, and I didn't say about the globe. You're talking about the globe. I want evidence of the flat Earth.
You want proof that parents put presents under.
I want evidence of the flat Earth. Come on, what's your evidence? You say the Earth is flat.
That's not how this works, Peyton. That's the show. If you've been around this conversation, you already know that the burden of proof lies for those who have the claim. Now, the claim is, sir, that the Earth is a globe. The claim is not that the Earth is flat. We already can see that. The claim is, however, that our eyes are seeing flat, but it's actually a globe. So the claim, sir, is that it is a globe. That's the claim. Now we're examining the claim. So getting back to the point, what you're in here for is to find out evidence if it is a globe and then we can have a conversation about flat Earth. But you have to answer the claim. We're not going to just let you come in here, say anything you want, ask any questions you want. That's not how this works. If you want to be educated on what we know, you're going to have to go through that first and then examine the claim. I'll say it again. We have
So
to
hold on a second.
examine the claim.
You're the one talking about the globe. I'm here trying to learn about the flat Earth.
Okay, you can't learn about flat Earth until you answer about the claim first. That's step number one. That's where you start. That's our foundation. We answer that question first before we get to anything about the flat Earth. You want to know why? Because if you don't understand if the Earth is a globe or not, you won't be open-minded to learn anything about the flat Earth, and it will be a useless pursuit for us to educate you on that. Understand this.
So,
This is why we
so
we tell
you have
I would say
evidence of
be
the flat
useful
Earth, but
because
you
of, like,
won't tell me the evidence of the flat
Okay.
Earth.
Did you hear anything that
Bill,
I've
say that
told?
again and you're gone because that's bullshit.
Did you hear
Well,
anything?
No one
come
said
on,
anything
tell me
about
the
that.
evidence.
Chill, stop it right
Hang on.
now.
You're
Listen.
talking about the globe. I'm talking about the
He's
flat.
muted.
Listen.
There's no talking to him.
Yeah, just leave him.
There's
Leave him
no
muted.
fucking talking to him.
Leave him muted for just a second, Justin.
He's such a fucking idiot.
Listen, Pay Not to Shill. You have to understand that your types have gone by the wayside already. We don't have to indulge your conversations of what you want to talk about. When you come into this server, it's what we're telling you how we're going to go in order of how you're going to learn. Now, if you don't want to abide by that, there's the door. But if you do, then we examine the claim that the Earth is a globe or not. And if you don't want to answer that and you want to skip over what I just said and go straight to asking me a question about flat Earth, then you are not here to listen or learn or anything. And you're wasting everybody's time. So you might as well go back where you came from to your little echo chamber with the rest of your thugs and go hang out with those guys because we don't want to hang out with you. We want you to be honest in this conversation. When you step foot in here, it's all about honesty and truth. And if that's not
Excellent.
what you're here for, then you're
I'm
wasting
here for honesty and truth.
time.
Now, tell me about the flat Earth.
Step one. What is step one? Repeat after me. The burden of proof lies for those who make the claim. The Earth
Right.
is a globe. That is the claim. Now, your turn. What is the claim? What is the claim?
Wait,
What
you
is
tell
the
me?
claim?
You're telling me what the claim is?
Yes. What is the claim?
No, the claim is the Earth is flat.
No. The claim is the Earth is a globe, sir.
I thought this was about the flat Earth.
It is. It
Okay, fine.
absolutely is.
So what's your proof?
Say it one more time. Say one more time. Prove flat Earth, and you're gone. Say it one more time. I dare you. I'm going to unmute. Say it one more time.
So this is not about that.
Say it one more time.
Yes, it is. It is about flat Earth.
And let's go. Come on, do it.
If you can't get to that first step, then what you're telling everybody right now is that you're being dishonest. You
I'm
don't
not being
want
dishonest.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you
You're
are.
being
No, I'm
dishonest.
not. I'm here.
Yes,
I'm here because this is
I
supposed to be
being an
here.
a
asshole.
flat Earth Discord.
No,
Please,
sir.
please.
No, you're in
This
here
is
being
flat Earth
dishonest,
Discord?
and
You're being
everybody's
dishonest.
listening to you right now on the live stream. They're hearing you say, "I
I'm
don't
not
want
being
to talk about the
dishonest.
claim." Yes, you are.
No, I want the.
You're
Come on, let's
absolutely
see.
being dishonest right now because
I'm not being dishonest.
if you really wanted to talk about flat Earth, you would answer the question. The question is the Earth a globe? Yes or no? Is it a globe?
Not. You say it's not a globe.
No. I'm asking you a question. Is it a globe? NASA shill. Is it a globe?
I don't know.
Oh, thank you very much. Honesty.
answer.
We're getting somewhere now. Thank you.
So
This is all we wanted. See, here's the thing. Before we get into flat Earth and all that, this is where we want to get everybody to a point. For them to be honest in this conversation, if they wanted to proceed forward. Now, that you said, I don't know, there should be no bias in your mind. The only thing you should be here for is to listen to everything we got to propose to you. And
okay. So where's this evidence?
Okay. So because you don't know whether the Earth is a globe or not, then we can proceed forward. And the evidence, my friend, is everywhere.
Oh, please tell me. I'm open-minded.
All right. So everybody's talking about that the Earth has curvature, but their curvature cannot be measured.
Okay.
So if the Earth was a curvature, it had curvature, was a globe, then we'd be able to find a measurement of the said curvature. But because there is no curvature to be measured, if something's not curving, what is the opposite of curve?
Well, I don't know.
There's only one thing it can be.
Well, no,
I
it could
don't
be.
know.
It could
Well,
be.
critically, what can it be? Tell me.
I don't know.
What
It could
can it
be
be?
a. I don't know. What could it be? It could be anything. It was.
I don't know.
Now we
You
know.
tell me.
So we know what the
You
Earth
tell
is
me
not.
if it's not. If we can't measure
So we
curvature,
don't
sir.
know. So we don't know what the Earth is, but we know what the Earth is not. Right?
Yeah, we know that it's not a curving ball
Okay.
because if it was curved, curvature can be measured.
hmm
And this is important, right? For this is like step one of understanding the Earth as a globe. Now they give us the metrics. I'm pretty sure you've been around this argument, so you already know everything I'm going to say. But they give us the metrics for the radius, the circumference. All these things have been given to us. So using all these measurements, we can go and test this out in reality. We can go outside, go somewhere, find a long distance. You know, maybe if you live near a body of water, you can even test this. And if there's any curvature to be measured, you'd find it over these types of distances. Point A to point B. You know, set yourself up and find a good distance, and you could do a laser test. You can do tests with the sun reflecting on a mirror, and your friend could be on the other side of point B. And if the light hits them at a certain angle, then if it hits them straight across, then you have to understand that their light can only travel in a direct path. And if there was a bulge of Earth in between, you know, then that wouldn't be the case. You'd have Earth curvature being in the way. So there's many ways we understand how water, when at rest, large bodies of water, when at rest, are flat on the surface. Now, if there's any curvature to those bodies of water when they're at rest, then we can understand there might be some credence to the idea that the Earth may have some curvature to it. Now, if you go to the meniscus or you go to the smallest amounts of water, you can see what the properties of water and how they bond together. That could give you an understanding that water does bond to itself, and it can create like small little puddles. And you might think that by using that it'll lend more credence to the idea that the Earth is a globe, but that doesn't work when you actually start pouring more water. And as the surface tension goes across the surface, it expands and it gets flat on the surface. There's no way that idea that people use when you talk about water, that water's curving at the smallest droplet form, that once you expand to a large area, that it's going to remain that way, because it doesn't. It actually on the surface will
Just
remain
because something,
flat.
when it's in free fall, looks round
Go
doesn't
ahead.
mean that everything else in the world turns around just because.
Right. So we're getting into it, right? So there's ways that we're examining, because the claim is that the Earth is a globe, and like you said, I don't know. It's good because now we can understand, because of your knowledge of not knowing whether the Earth is a globe or not. Then we're able to move forward and say, okay, so these are the things that they have been doing that are telling us that it is a globe, and that's why. So I'm going to go ahead and kick back a little bit. Does anybody else want to chime in on curvature before we get into like axial rotation or? Because Paid Master's show, I'm pretty sure, has heard the argument, but it's really not for him, it's for the audience. So if anybody else wants to chime in, I got to do something. That's why I'm stepping back.
Yeah.
I mean,
think this is interesting. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't mind hearing him go through at any point in time, you know, people that have measured curvature or if it's ever been measured or anything like that.
Well, remember,
If
he
he had
came in
any
here
insight.
only wanting to hear about how flat the Earth is. So, are you by chance blind, Paid Master Show?
I'm sorry. I'm not speaking. I'm just listening. Well, so the Earth looks flat. That's your evidence today.
Well, I'm just curious. Are you by chance blind?
No.
So you can use your eyes.
So the Earth looks flat. Okay.
That's a yes or no question. You can use your eyes. They're good to go.
You know, if somebody asked me what the shape of my tire was on my vehicle, I could certainly use my eyes to deduce what the shape of the tire was, right? Eyes are pretty good at
and the features. And the features, yep.
Yep. Eyes are pretty good at discerning things. We use them all the time. They help us survive, right? So are you saying
Well, they're never fooled, right? There's no such thing as optical illusions or anything, right?
Oh, you can certainly perceive things incorrectly, for sure.
Okay.
And
That's why.
then, did anybody watch that movie? And then.
Hello.
Right. So if the claim is, we all observe the Earth to be flat, right? That's our observation. Then any claim to the contrary would need substantive evidence, right? Would that be acceptable, or at least
I think
a
it's
necessity?
I think it's actually really cute how you're doing that paid NASA shill. You're like, so you're saying it's flat? like
Your
like
eyes can be
like
deceived.
so you're really saying it looks flat? Are you saying it doesn't look flat, NASA shill?
Well, if that's your only evidence I've heard so far, is it looks flat.
That'd be the
No, well,
default.
That's the
So
default.
there needs to be right. There needs to be evidence to the in contradiction to what it appears to be. Right. In order for us to prove that it isn't what it appears to be, there would need to be evidence of the contradiction to what we observe. What else is needed?
Oh,
Hang on, I had to
mean,
step back
a
because
measurement or something,
hang on. I had to step back because I thought I was very clear on my point. But didn't I just say that water measures flat? I don't know. Maybe I was not very clear on that
You
point.
said it clearly.
But I feel like
wasn't
that
listening.
show is just saying that it looks flat, and I didn't say that. I said it measures flat. Water measures flat.
You've measured it?
Water, large bodies of water, when at rest, they measure flat.
You've measured them?
Does that make any
personally?
sense?
You've done it this personally, or?
Yeah, you can do it
I
on
have,
any body.
yes.
Put it in a swimming pool. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows this. This isn't some hidden knowledge that nobody can do. Anybody and everybody can go somewhere when it's a calm. Have you ever seen a calm lake? Ever? Does it look like a sheet of glass? Well, I wonder why that is. That's because the water surface is flat. It measures flat too. Wow.
And they call it sea level. I wonder why they call it.
How can I be even saying these things? Is this incorrect? Can somebody please fact check me on that? Oh, but you can. That's the interesting thing. Have you done it, Peyton NASA Shill? Have you ever seen a flat surface on a lake? Is that possible? Do you live on Earth with us? I wonder. But yes, it measures flat. And I have done it, and everybody else can do it too. I'm actually challenging you.
How did you measure it? Might I inquire?
You put
Okay.
a level up to the damn
What kind of
horizon.
level?
It's not.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Are you
how'd
really?
you do this? How did you do this? I'm interested. I have to go repeat your experiment because that's the essence of science is repeatability, right?
No, sir. You don't repeat an
think he might be,
experiment. This isn't an experiment you're repeating. It's a test. You're testing to see if.
But I can test it then, right? Yeah, I can repeat your
Of
test.
course. Listen, not only
Hello?
you can. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to everybody. Anybody can do this.
So how did you test it?
Does somebody want to come in here? Somebody say hello?
Let's not do the hello in the middle of people.
Sorry.
I was talking. Let's not say hello in the middle of people's sentences. That's not how things work here.
All right. So where are we getting this miscommunication, Peyton Shill? Because it seems
I want your method of measuring level
no,
water.
no, sir. No, you don't. No, you really don't. Because if no, you don't. Because listen,
I don't want to repeat this experiment for myself and do my own research.
Once again, this isn't an experiment. Okay.
Oh, it's okay. It's a
You
measurement.
don't do experiments on what is questions. What is the Earth? Or you don't do it on what is questions. But you should already know this because obviously you've been around the Earth.
There's no way to confirm this knowledge of ours. I mean, no measurement to take.
If I said that something measures flat, what can you do to measure something? What tools are there in this whole
I'm asking you your method of measuring level. I don't have a level waterometer.
A level waterometer?
Yeah. How do you
Are
measure
people?
real water?
Hopefully, you know what?
You
Hopefully,
moron.
people listen to you because you sound so ridiculous right now. You
Well,
are
no.
about the
What's
most
your method?
ridiculous person because you want to
What's your
cling to
method?
the. Listen, hang on. Let me get to this rant because it's important. It's important for your own cognitive dissonance at the moment for you to understand how foolish you sound right now, and to everybody else that's listening to you. There isn't a tool on this earth, in this whole wide world, that could measure. Is that what you're saying? Because your claim is right now
I'm
there
asking
isn't a
you.
tool that we.
You
Oh, what?
you
What?
you. Hold on. You ask a question. Do I
He's
get to
simply
answer the
just
question
spouting
if
off
you ask it or
any
no?
random
Would
ignorance
you
that
tell?
he
Okay, I'll
got.
tell you what. I will be quiet until you tell me I can speak.
You can't
I
speak.
haven't stopped you.
So I ask you your method of measuring water, and you go off on this rant about.
Isn't that just fluid statics? One is resting water not level.
Listen, I even mentioned at the very beginning when I was talking about how water is level. I mentioned a laser test. I mentioned you can use the sun over the surface and seeing your friend on the other side, point A to point B, over large distances. I'm doing a lot of things where you can actually use your own mind. I'm giving you things. I'm spoon feeding you like a child. I shouldn't be doing these things because you sound like a decent, intelligent human, which I shouldn't be doing this. But right now, you're doing this little tantrum because you want to sound like you're right, and you're not. Your globe idea been defeated, and there is no way you can come back from understanding that water, and that's the only thing that I need. I don't even need to go any farther. I
So
can just
water
talk about water all day long and
water is
defeat
level
myself.
by definition.
Listen, you're getting into this little spiral right now where we're talking about large bodies of water when at rest. If you pay very close attention to what I'm saying, you can measure flatness. So
How?
I even
I've
told you
asked you how
like,
3 times now, and you seem to negate. You seem to go off on how stupid I
You
am
take
because I asked that
the
question.
Nikon 5. You take the Nikon camera P1000. You go to the beach. You put the camera 1 feet above the sea, and then you look how much distance you can see. If you are on the globe, you cannot see more than 1 point, let's say 4 miles. If you see more than that, then
yeah.
you measure how much you can see. That's the measurement.
Yeah, he can
Okay.
do that, or he can do any of the things that I told him, or anybody can actually go. This isn't something that's hidden from. I don't understand. Like here's where I'm getting kind of like with your guys. You guys are like went by the wayside about a year and a half ago. I don't know why you even exist. You should be in the server with your troll friends, enjoying a nice cannibalism where you're eating each other. You know what I mean? Just like destroying each other. This place here is people who want to know about the earth, and your guys and what you're trying to do right now in this server is not helpful. It's very toxic actually, because the
It's
things that
toxic
should
to ask questions on
it's no it's
how you do
toxic.
things.
It's toxic how uh you're being very childlike in this conversation, and the methods in which every decent human being who has a scrap of intelligence would be able to piece together how you could measure something would be so very obvious to anybody, that you're making it sound like, oh, I don't know how things are, you tell me how. Like this, it's ridiculous.
Well, I
It's
just
really,
want to repeat the experiment. So
no,
far I've
you
got.
no,
I
you
need a
don't. You
P. I need
sound
a
like a fool.
P1000 to take
No,
pictures
no,
of
no. Listen,
a
you see,
foot. So
you see what
I like that idea. I might actually do that.
no, you see what you see what you just did with the information. The
What?
information was sound. It was sound. It was
Yeah,
logically consistent.
I'm gonna repeat it. Yes.
Yeah, but you haven't done it, and you're
No,
the
I
kind
don't actually live that near a
you're
big
the
body of
kind
water. But
who interrupts people, and you're also the kind of guy who doesn't do anything that has been shown to you in any of these conversations. You know how I know? Because everything that's been given to you right now, you're just saying it like, "What do I need? A waterometer?"
well,
Like this is
I ask
it's.
you. I apologize. That was a smart ass remark. But I asked
I,
how to measure flat water, and you didn't tell me. And so
laser.
far, I've
Dude, I just finished saying laser test.
laser
Didn't I?
test.
Laser test?
How's a
Laser
laser?
test. Laser test. You can do a
So
laser test. Point A to
how do
point
I do this laser test?
distance of like, let's say 10 miles or something. Like, let's get real here. If there was curvature over that amount of span of water, you'd be able to measure that curvature. A bulge of water would be obstructing the laser from hitting its target. Or, like the gentleman just told you right now, of using a high powered camera, you can see over large distances where possibly, and point B, you would be able to see the target. But obviously, you can with a long distance camera. You'd be able to see a long distance where curvature should be obstructing the view. You could still see it. So there's a lot of ways you can actually see if there should be a bulge of water interfering the measurement where you're actually looking from a specific distance or using laser tests. All these things can be done by anyone. And this is the thing. When you are not realizing that and you're sticking to like saying these comments, like it's not very helpful, man. That's why it's toxic. So now you know, and these things are very simple. So we actually start with step one. And now with this conversation, I would say let's stay with that, because we can't get any farther and talk about axial rotation or if space is even something we can realize to be true. Because if we start getting off into those areas, we're going to leave everybody and we're not going to let you actually absorb this information and go and do those tests and then come back with your results and then talk to us about those results. Now that's important. You got to go do the work. And when you come back, you let us know how it went.
You've done the laser test? You've personally done the laser test?
I have.
Yeah. So does everybody need to do a laser test or just me?
Listen. You were asking for methods in which this can be done, and there's multiple methods in which this can be done.
They told me 2. That's why I guess.
But we want to see what other people did.
What do you want? 100,000 method? Like, come on, guy. Like, what do you really need here? Like, what do you? Well, that's what I'm saying. Now you're saying it's fine. Before it was like, well, I need more. Like,
you don't.
Mickey, how many methods has he presented to us for proving curvature?
I'm not here to talk about the globe. This
Go ahead,
Lou. Server.
Yeah, no. Oh, you don't talk about the globe?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, no. How many methods can you provide us with for how you would measure curvature of the Earth? How would you do that?
Are we talking about the globe now? I thought we were talking about the flat Earth.
We're talking all the time about globe, man.
The flat Earth argument is entirely about the globe. It's about putting the globe to the test and seeing if it's true or not, and it's not.
Yep.
So we're not flat earthers, we're anti-globers.
Yeah, basically.
So I had a question for
isn't going anywhere, guys. It really isn't.
I have a simple question for Mr. Shill. So
I'm sorry, I got muted again by some coward.
So how just
you're
using
about to
your
get
brain
too?
All right, Napalm was trying to talk.
I've been very nice. I mean,
we don't deserve this from you. No, you have not been nice at all.
Hold on. Napalm, I'm pretty sure, was the one that was talking, and somebody was like interrupting with some kind of weird "it hurts" comments. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Paid NASA Shill if he had a question about whether water is flat and level or if it's curving. How would he propose some type of test to prove whether it is or is not curving? What would be your suggestion as to how we can prove whether water is curving, like on a lake or the ocean, or if it's flat?
Well, I don't know. That's not my claim. I came here to use your claim.
No, I'm just asking if the question is proposed, right? Either curving or flat, right? Those are kind of the two different options. What would you suggest a sufficient test would be to disprove one claim or the other?
I don't know.
All right, because you don't know, then why did you insinuate that laser tests were insufficient?
I didn't do that. I asked if there were more tests. I mean, you gave me 2 methods.
You haven't even tested one.
Well,
how many methods are you looking for there?
I don't know. How many methods do you have?
Would 14 million methods be sufficient?
Sure.
Probably not.
What about one method? Would one method be sufficient?
Well, one method might be insufficient, actually.
Why not?
You want to test it using at least two different methods. I
Why?
got 2.
Why 2?
Well, I don't know. Maybe someone will find a reason that number 1, that the first one doesn't work. So you have to have. You test things multiple ways and come up with the same answer.
How many different ways do you measure a 2x4?
Oh, you can measure 2x4 lots of different ways, I suppose.
How many do you
idiot.
How many ways do you practically measure a 2x4?
Well, we know that we 2x4. We generally accept that measuring with it.
Do you calculate it based off of presuppositions?
Well, I mean, you can have a tape measure, you could have a laser measure, you could get a big caliper, I suppose. There'd be lots of different ways to measure 2x4.
Hey, Lou, has any carpenter ever used a laser measure in order to find out how long their 2x4 is?
I'm sure some idiots tried to do that. It's it's not how we typically do it.
Anything is possible.
Globe logic way.
I'm sure.
Hey,
can you imagine that on-the-job training, Lou? All right, guys, get your lasers out.
All right, you have your lasers and your pass, guys. Come on.
Pull out your LiDAR, your iPhones, and activate your LiDAR. We're going to do augmented reality measurements now.
Well,
So
for a distance measurement, you need a rebound surface, and a 2x4 doesn't have one. Right?
So Peyton asked the show, I know you're buddies with McToon. Are you under the same belief that a tape measure is actually a calculation and not a direct measurement, as MC Toon claims?
I don't think you guys probably quoted him out of context, but okay. I don't think so. But
it's 100%
He sounds like
in
MC
context.
Toon, man. This
yeah,
guy
it's
sounds like
pretty
MC
much
Toon.
it's pretty much a direct measurement. Yeah.
Okay. So at least we can establish that a tape measure would be a direct measurement. That's good.
That is good.
So back to water. Would you say even testing something like a known measured flat surface and the reflection off of that surface not being distorted, and then the reflection distorted when you curve that surface, would we say that we could deduce something similar based on by testing surfaces that we can easily manipulate?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that one. Like what? Like the water surface?
Like the mirrors you see at a fun house, right? They're curved.
Yeah, those are quite curved, though. Those are very
and
curved.
they distort images, right?
Yeah, those are very, very curved, though.
Yeah. But even a slight curve will distort an image, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Have you ever experienced anything in nature where you see a distorted image over a surface of water?
I don't know what you're going for.
Well, it was a yes or no question, actually.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I have not seen that, no.
You've never. I've seen a distorted image when you have ripples in a lake.
Oh, you're talking that kind of distortion. I suppose that's distortion.
Oh boy.
That would be a distorted image, right? Now, if that lake was perfectly still and miles and miles and miles of lake, and the image that's reflected off of it when it's still is not distorted at all, would we say that that surface is curving? Or would we deduce that it's flat?
But if you had a flat mirror and tilted it some, would you still get a good image off, even though it's not flat? It's tilted. I mean, flat is a surface thing, right?
Tilted isn't what?
Well, I mean, if something is flat, but I mean, say you put it at a 45-degree angle, is it still like you know what I mean? I don't.
No, yeah, you're jumping through a whole bunch of hoops right now because you have nothing to save you from what he just said.
I don't know.
You're tilting the water right now, man. That's basically what you're doing, trying to save yourself, but you still have a flat level surface tilted. So that doesn't help your argument.
So flat
He was trying too hard to anticipate where it was going, and now he's trying to deflect before even really getting into it. Just focus on answering the questions. Like, be honest. You don't have to make shit up to try to win an argument, dude.
Yeah, I find it very difficult. Even when I do go over into Jim Panda's server and I try to have just conversations, people tend to try to figure out where you're going as opposed to listening where you're at. And it's very hard to have any sort of constructive conversation if all you're doing is trying to anticipate where the person you're having a conversation with is ultimately going within the conversation.
Most
You
people
get
don't like to be led
you
like a
get
dog
lost.
with yes or no questions. I mean, it sounds very prosecutor, like you're a prosecutor rather than talking about.
Yeah, this is a trial. It's a trial of truth, and truth is on the
Know
stand.
that, Mickey, though. He still doesn't understand that it's a trial.
Yeah, it is, dude. Like, truth is on the stand. And right now, what we're doing is getting to the heart of the matter. And right now, it seems like, as the gentlemen have been talking to you, you are evading instead of, like he said, be in the moment, just answer the question. And it seems like you go to things like, well, I don't want to be led like a dog. Well, then how do you ever get to truth if you don't answer questions when somebody's asking you? Just say yes or no. If you know or if you don't, or just be honest. That's all we're asking in this conversation. Not very hard.
That's a neat one that I just posted. I've never seen that one before. But the camera is actually upside down.
But the sun is
What are
setting.
you guys posting?
So if I take a flat mirror,
What are you guys posting?
Specular
tagged you many
reflection
times.
examples. Specular reflection examples.
It's the voice, the live stream voice text. It's right up above the live stream.
Live stream voice text. I don't see it.
your question that you had about the 45-degree angle, though, I think you can answer this for yourself. I'm going to walk you through it. If I take a flat mirror and I look at it at 90 degrees, is it flat? You don't want to answer?
I
It's a
mean, by
yes or no
definition,
question.
it has to be. You should just say
Yeah,
yes.
because I've already given the premise. It's a flat mirror, right?
This isn't hard.
So if I put that at a 30-degree angle, is it still a flat mirror? If I put it at a 45-degree angle, is it still a flat mirror?
I feel like the riddle of, like, if you have a pound of a brick,
feathers.
Yeah, it's gonna confuse. He probably wouldn't know which one's heavier. It's simple, really. You didn't ask him. Wow.
Earth's biggest mirror. Yeah. Nice.
I did, however, it was kind of cool in the conversation when he was talking about that. Like, well, what if you tilted it 45 degrees and he stopped? Like, oh, that doesn't help.
Well, it wouldn't be level, would it? But it would still be flat. So, I mean, you're determining it's flat, but not necessarily level, right?
No, yeah, flat and level are two different things. Something could be both flat and level.
Yeah.
Something could be flat and plumb. Something could be sloping.
Don't
right?
we use water for leveling anyways in levelers? Thanks.
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Posting these words for everybody, just so everybody remembers. Level, noun, tool to indicate a horizontal line. A balanced
line.
level,
What's a
balanced
line?
scale.
Do lines curve?
A curvy line does.
Curvy lines do, yeah. An S curve.
What's the definition of a line?
Not
The
curved.
shortest distance between 2
Shortest
points.
distance between 2 points. There you go.
They're gonna say great circle course if he says that. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose it. Because that's
You
their
still
short.
need a pole in the center in order to hold the rope on in order to draw that circle, don't you?
Horizontal horizon.
Pole. All you need is a string.
All you need. No.
I didn't even know there was. These guys still wander in here. I thought they got Wow. And we were just talking about that earlier. Man, I haven't seen those guys come in here. Lo and behold.
You know, I kind of miss like these arguments because it reminds me of like 2020 when I first joined.
Yeah, you remember that? Like these
I
guys.
do.
These guys were all common. Like they would come in here like every 2 or 3 hours. You get one coming in here being a sophist, and
They
Yeah,
ran
I
out of.
call them hamster. They still are, man. They're like on a hamster wheel. They can't get off of it. They're just spinning around. They don't go anywhere.
I mean, if history repeats itself, Miggy, then this summer we should hear people talk about Occam's razor again.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's benefit. It's only beneficial to the ones who are listening on the outside because it really gets them to listen. Do I sound like that? Do I sound like this guy that's up there that's saying that? Wow, I need to change my ways. Repent. That guy sounds like a doofus. You know, like why would anybody? Why would anybody with common sense be speaking like this? I don't. That the logic, man. Like somebody.
And somehow they can never apply Occam's razor when we're saying you experience a flat and stationary realm, that there's no presumption required. It is your natural experience. Then they say, no, but Occam's razor, we have to be on a spinning ball and apply this mathematical formula and assume this R value and assume a tangent plane. And all of that's far simpler than just the Occam's razor of you experience it flat and stationary.
Yeah, paid NASA shill was just trying to bulk up his content, I guess. He's gonna cut out snippets of him sounding like a champion and then present it to the other group, possibly. Or take it to his leader, McToon.
Sounding like a champion.
That's why I renamed him to Level Waterometer.
Level Waterometer, dude. That is.
Oh, is that his name now? I was wondering where he went. Is he still in here?
Like,
No.
No.
How can you argue that?
He got
used
server
water
muted.
and levels. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he got server muted last night because he came in trying to basically pimp for McToon's quote-unquote challenge.
Yeah. Can you spell it, that, Miggy? I want to write that. I want to remember that word. Can you spell that?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Water. Okay.
I posted it in the chat. It's right there. Level Waterometer, trademarked by NASA.
I loved his answer though. Like, I'm not here to talk about the globe. Well, what the fuck? Get out there.
Dude, I said that at the beginning. I was like, that's what they come in here for. They say, hey, man, I'm not speaking of the globe. He's like that one guy with the funny hair, you know? Hey, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens, you know, like that guy. But it was not talking about the globe, but I'm talking about the globe.
Yeah.
And if he was truly
I will not
seasoned,
answer any questions about the globe, but it's true.
But it's true.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So he did concede that he only needed 2 methods to prove the flatness, and he would be satisfied.
That's what he said. Yeah, 2 methods.
That's what he said. He also said that he would appreciate 14 million methods.
He also said at the very beginning that he doesn't know. His claim was, I got him to admit that at least. I don't know. Okay, then. We know that you don't know if the Earth is a globe. Got him to. That's on tape, dude. You can go rewind that sucker. We'll find it.
But it sounded like at least it hit home that the level and flat, that you have to put those two together. Because you can say like a door is level, or a surface that's slanted is level, or is flat, but it's not level unless it's horizontal. And when they say flat and level, then they can't assume that level is curved, because you can't have flat and curved. It can only be flat.
Solar. He was being a weasel and trying to, be cunning in the argument. Like, he's trying to do something new. Like he's gonna outwit us or something. I don't know what these guys. They're trying to do something in here. It's weird.
They always try. Sorry, I was just gonna say they always try to find some type of semantical argument that they can start to pick at. Right? Any type of slight misspoken terminology or something like that they can pick that scab over and over and over again.
He's like, what if I tilted at a 45-degree angle? And then, got you there. It's funny, dude.
And that anti-glober, Miggy, I think that is like, because we are starting to speak that we have anti-flat earther, and we are pointing out why, who they are. And now No, we have like if we don't answer some question, we are anti-glober. You know.
Yeah, but he does, and they always. It's been their tactic, man. They bulldoze
Exactly. Yeah.
bulldoze the conversation to the point where they don't want to hear what you got to say about them answering the claim. I don't want to talk about that. What do you know about the Earth being flat? Come on, tell me everything.
Yeah.
Tell me. And they do this, man. It's a little weasel. They don't want to answer the claim. It's like they have to talk about the claim whether they know it is or not. You tell me right now if you're in here boasting about it, then tell me if you know. And then he finally, I don't know. Okay, then.
When they call you when they call you anti-glober, just say no. I'm anti-liar.
Yeah.
Or pro-truth.
But like, let's not speak about globe. It's everything about globe because of this service. It's because of globe. It's not because it is called flat Earth, of course, but it's about
But
globe. Everything.
was it lunatic that said that they're always trying to answer where you're going with the question? I think that's also very telling because same thing in
Always trying to
gems.
anticipate.
You'll say to them like, "How do you have a tangent to a horizon?" Then they'll say, "Oh, so what you're actually trying to say is," and then they start repeating some QE argument, and then they say, "Oh, you're some QE parrot," and you say, "No, I was asking, how do you get a tangent plane to your horizon?" Completely different question, but they're trying to answer where you're going with it. They don't want to answer what you're actually asking.
Yeah, because if they did that, then it would prove that they're wrong.
All it is just this constant cycle of strawman fallacies and reversal of burden of proof. And the best part is, with the reversal of burden of proof, first of all, we don't even really have to prove our side. We just have to debunk theirs because it's built on a foundation of lies and an organization that makes like what, 50, 60 million a day? And the best part is, even if we're shoved into that corner, we can still prove our side, even though we don't have to. It's very obvious. We can observe it. They can't observe their claim.
Good point, C. And you know how within that most recent conversation, he was trying to imply that your eyes can fool you, right? So if we observe something to be flat and stationary, then the claim of it being something other than flat and stationary needs some sort of substantive evidence to be able to support that claim.
Yeah, they also always try to strawman you in the moment, like with that one trying to say, "Oh, so there's no optical illusions then," and you gotta kind of to disarm that and all that shit because they just keep stuffing those small insinuations into it.
Yeah, you can tell what optical illusions are, but you can also tell what aren't optical illusions. So there's that, right? So, and you also test things out to make sure that, you know, the validity of the thing that you're seeing is not, you know, a mirage, let's say. So there's really no way around that. I mean, obviously they think that that's some kind of out or an easy way for them to kind of capitalize on the moment in that argument, but it's not. It's really not. Them saying that you can see illusions, that yeah, you can, but you can also see things that are not illusions, and you can also test things out, which there's no escape from what we were just talking about. You can test it, so you can find out if it's, you know, a pool of water or it's just a mirage.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to go along the lines of you can test a reflective surface and bending it and distorting it, and you'll see the image that that surface presents to you is distorted if it's bent. If it's not bent, if it's flat surface, then you get a perfect reflected image. It's testable, right? So if we see something in nature like a lake that's 17 miles wide and you see a perfect reflection off of that still calm lake, based on what we can test with reflective surfaces, we would have to assume that that is a flat surface. because we know when we distort any type of reflective surface, we get distortions in the reflection. We get distorted images.
Yep, you said like a funhouse mirror, but you don't get that with when water's lying flat and still. So it's really a knockdown win. Like you don't have to go any farther than that to actually have that evidence for them to anyone can look at, and like anybody can test. So it doesn't really take. It's not some kind of thing where you're saying, well, you got to get on a rocket, right, and go all the way to Mars and make a left. And you don't have to do any of that stupid stuff. It's something you can go out and do yourself and make it very plain and easy. And that's the way the truth is. It's very simple. So they're just avoiding it. So you gotta get around that psychology, you know?
I think kind of a good real life analogy with the, Napalm's argument about how you'd have to assume that the water is flat is actually just mirrors in general. Like most people know that, like good mirrors that are actually flat that give you a good reflection are a pretty modern like invention. We didn't really have methods for getting our glass that perfectly flat. Like you a mirror that did a halfway decent job of like showing like an accurate reflection was a highly prized possession that the rich, like the rich wives would it had them, like and even they weren't that good. Like it's not easy making something so flat to where it gives you a good reflection like that. So when you see it, a good reflection, a good it's flat, or at least very, very close.
You know what concept is used to make flat mirrors?
The concept that water finds its own level.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That just blew my mind. Like, really?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how it's used for floors as well. If you're doing concrete and you want to do tile work.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yes.
I figured it out, guys. I have a whole new term. They're flatheists.
What the fuck? What's that mean?
They don't believe in flat. They're flatheists.
Flatheists.
No, I only got like one laugh out of that. I didn't know.
It sounded like he was just laughing, even though he doesn't get it. Too, you're gonna have to explain it.
Flat atheist or fallacious atheist.
They don't believe in flat, so they're flatheists. Okay, I guess the theist part messes everything.
I get it now. I get it. For some reason, maybe I don't have headphones in. It sounded like you said flatheist, like with a P there. I was like, what the fuck is that?
I wrote it in the chat. The problem is it's terrible etymology, and I've got to figure a different. It's a funny pun, but it's horrible as far as etymology goes. So I've got to do better, especially because I'm the etymology tyrant. Let me figure it out.
I thought it was at least moderately funny.
You said it, I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, it is, but it took explaining, and anything that takes explaining loses points automatically.
Anti-straightologist is kind of, I guess, not funny at all, but more accurate.
I like the term flat earth denier, kind of like science denier. Because you either are flat earther or you're a flat earth denier, because flat earth is truth. And you're either denying the truth or you've accepted the truth.
That's pretty good. I'm going to use that.
Yeah, I like that.
Those are the two options at this point.
I found it interesting that he came in here using the term anti-globers, which is basically just taking what we've been starting to use the term anti-flat earther and just flipping it around. Like they have zero imagination, right?
Well, that's
And
the
no
same with all the
thought,
arguments.
yeah, and no thought or reason applied to it.
Yeah, we told them back in 2016 and 2015 that refraction is real and can sometimes obscure things, and they told us no. The horizon is a geometric sphere edge. It's completely, there's no refraction. And then we showed them they're wrong, and now they just say refraction as if it's an argument.
An argument which we haven't heard yet, being the ones who originated the argument.
Pretty much.
Same with perspective. They used to call us flurspectives, us flat earth perspective people. Now they're saying, oh yes, stuff does shrink in the distance. Oh yes, things do disappear in the distance due to other optical reasons and not only the curvature, which they asserted was the only possible reason.
I also like the flat phobic from Adam Unsalted. That's pretty funny, because they do have a little bit of a phobia of it. Some of them do. Some of them don't. You can see the flat phobic ones who just run away and don't come back.
Yeah, that makes me think that I've also seen the term where they say terra firma phobia. People who are scared of the terra firma, the firm
Xenophobia
terra.
is the fear of flat.
Find it amusing. Somebody takes somebody down the line of questioning and tries to get them to just admit that something can be flat. Like if it's not curved, what is it? And people just can't even say the word flat, even if it's a perfect description. Like they're so anti or so opposed to this concept that they can't even say the word flat to describe something.
Yeah.
I think it'd be epipetophobia. I don't know. This seems to be the Greek word for flat, epipetos.
Well, I found something funny. You guys like this? Claterismenophobia. Claterismenophobia. It's the fear of a flat tire. That's funny.
That's
You don't
actually
get it.
sad. That's sad that there were enough people that had that fear for them to classify it.
It's funny that we have something called phobias, although none of us are scared of anything, right?
I've known somebody with what would be classified as a mental disorder of phobia, but it is actually, as often as people talk about it, it's very rare.
I don't know. I know quite a few people who are terrified of spiders.
Yeah,
I don't know
but
why
a
that seems
phobia
weird.
is a different.
But
it's a different thing altogether. It's a classification of a mental disorder.
well,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
also a rabbit hole that you should go and look down. In terms of the classifications of mental illnesses post 1930 or 1940, there was an explosion, and they realized that by classifying all these different common everyday things as illnesses, they then required treatment and a product or a medication to be used alongside the treatment. So once again, with a profit
In
motive,
reality.
they've kind of unpacked a normal human experience, but classified them as mental illnesses or disorders. Or so, for example, every human being has the self-preservation instinct. So therefore, you will have a natural, inherent fear of an animal that can kill you. So if you have a fear of a snake or a spider, it is a natural, God-given gift of instinct that you look at the animal and think, shit, don't put my hand there.
That thing can bite me, yeah.
But then on an extreme level, if someone wakes up every morning thinking that the alligators are going to come and get them and they've got this phobia that they can't leave their house.
But they don't live in Florida, right?
Yeah, exactly. When they don't live in Florida, they've watched it on their television. They've been programmed into a fear of a certain type of animal and are now exhibiting extreme reaction to a mental decision because they've now decided to have that fear. The same way that often when people start getting OCD about cleaning or putting things in order, it's a choice in your brain. The first few times you do it, you're seeing the thing, it annoys you slightly, and then you go and do something because you chose to do it. And then the more you choose to do it, the more habitual it becomes. And after a while, that habit gets seen as OCD, gets classified as a mental illness. You need to take these 6 products to try and calm it down. And then the more you reinforce that you have a mental illness, the more you start to believe it yourself. But it's one of those conspiracies as well in terms of, I think they said they took 2 or 3 standard human traits and turned them into 1,000 mental illnesses so that they could treat each one individually, requiring lots of other professionals and lots of new medications to be developed. And a lot of the time it's centers on a really fundamental human instinct, like like people have fear of heights. If you go and fall from a high place, you're going to die. That's called trusting your senses. So don't go and put yourself in precarious places really high. But then that gets exaggerated to people who, once they take the first step on a ladder, they're suddenly frozen, paralytic in fear. That fear that they're experiencing is only in their minds. So they've almost chosen to accept that reaction to something. It's really peculiar.
Climbing, for instance, something really high is a rational fear of something that is likely to cause harm. A phobia is an irrational fear of something that is unlikely to cause harm. So a spider or a snake is normal to be have some sort of fear. Being paralyzed by that fear, however, is putting it a little bit on a higher level, but that's different.
Exactly. And it's like that, to have a phobia of having a flat tire. So imagine you're paralyzed for the potential outcome of having a flat tire. It's just ludicrous. But like you said, it's an irrational fear. And we should never treat irrationality in a rational means. If it's irrational, it's irrational. That's the mental illness.
Exactly. Like you were saying earlier, they have really taken this and ran with it pretty far because it suits their needs to be able to classify people within certain parameters so that you don't have to listen to them. They're crazy.
Yeah. And in like a society now where children are often doing whatever they like with very few consequences, it can develop a fear of when those consequences will take effect, leads to anxiety. And then you see that most of the youth these days are diagnosed with some anxiety disorder and therefore either need some kind of Xanax or, some kind of a suppressant just to calm them down, just to handle the anxiety. Yes, we live in a crazy world.
Go
ahead.
I was going to say, do you ever think that maybe that was put in there on purpose?
What was put in there?
You know what I mean? The like, isn't that how they confuse us? Isn't that how they use things against us? Is by making us afraid of certain things and then keep feeding our fear of it, right? And over time, it builds up a psychological barrier, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, did I just walk in the...
No, I'm just trying to understand what I said that led to that, but it's exactly right that the fear component is something they actually want to heighten, because the more fearful you are, the more controllable you'll be. So potentially that's also a big drive for why they want this over proportionate anxiety disorder in all the youth, or the stress, this fear of. And to be anxious just means to be uncertain of. So if you're unsure of something, you have anxiety. The moment you have knowing, anxiety ceases. Like if you know your job, doesn't matter what they throw at you tomorrow, you're going to do it because you know what to do.
You
But
know
if you're
you're right.
just starting at a new job and you're anxious because you don't know what's going to be thrown at you, it's just the fear of the unknown. And I think growing up being told you're on a ball is also part of to completely destabilize you, make you not trust your own senses. You must trust the powers or the authority above you and just accept. But like, have you ever had a conversation with anyone else on any other topic where they skirt around the issue or try and answer where you're going with your question, or, just some of the
Yeah,
stuff that
usually
we
when I
experience in
accuse
this room?
someone of stealing from me or something like that, that's usually when I get that response. But in no other place do I really ever see that. No, it's usually involved with religious arguments or political or something like that. But yeah, generally, it's usually because of a bias, a conditioning bias, like simply having heard something said 1,000 times or seen it in conversation 1,000 times seems to be reality to people. Sometimes. And they're trying to teach us to be afraid of our emotion. I don't know why they're pushing that, but it seems to me like it's another thread in this woven fabric of to see it, mind.
Expecting somebody, expecting what somebody is going to say, what you think they're going to say, is also a phenomenon of cognitive ease. So it's not always a bad thing. It could just be the nature of having so many similar conversations and being under the assumption that somebody is going to say what you think they're going to say, which oftentimes in this conversation is usually the case.
But very one-sided. So, for example, if a baller comes in and says, "Oh, but gravity," then we know what they're going to imply: mass attracting mass, blah blah blah.
Yeah, exactly.
But yet, with a flat earther, and them presuming to know where we're going with our point, when they lack the ability to understand even the point in the first instance, let alone where we're trying to apply that point.
Yeah.
That's the part that I battle with, is that I'm trying to ask them something that they probably have never heard before, but they think they know what I'm asking. And they jump prematurely ahead before the question's even been asked. And they're demonstrating their lack of understanding of what's even being discussed in the first place. And then the point that I'm asking is really something not as common as what they're thinking I'm going to ask. And that's where it's very one-sided, that we do almost know what they're going to ask, and therefore it is justly, or it could be seen as rightly applied when we assume to know what they're going to say, because 9 out of 10 times we could actually say it better than they can. But in our instance, I've never heard them word it in the way that it would have been said by a flat earther.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. I always try to give folks benefit of the doubt, but yeah, you're right.
Some things are just true. I mean,
they're not very articulate most of the time.
I heard an example of an experiment. Yeah, I was researching how do you prove anything? Like how do you prove something, right? How do you prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt, scientifically or however you want to call it? How do you prove something, right? And so in the process of that, I came across a few interesting things, and I thought to myself, why is it every time I investigate something that seems like it's obviously logically just not that way, I always find evidence that something's not right about it? It's like, why does it seem like everything has a bit of conspiracy involved in it, right? Maybe it's there on purpose. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, I mean, somebody said something about identifying things and how they teach us in the, through the media and through television shows, they teach us that standing out is wrong, right? They teach us that you should just go along with the flow and all this and all that. It's not really said, but it's more like implied, right?
There's not much of a conspiracy behind natural law, though.
Right. So where does the line get drawn, right? Where do we go from science fact to science theory, and what's the difference? Like really, what does it really mean? Because I think anytime they say theory, then they're talking about something that they don't know, right? And if we don't know anything for sure, then how can we really conceive what really is, right?
Well, here's the problem. I think maybe this is a line. Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I finished what I was going to say. I'm just,
okay.
I was just trying to make sure you were on the right,
Yeah, man. Listen, the line drawn is when it's actually a line that disappears between the definition of theory and the definition of fact. All too often, the Globe camp blurs that line and removes it completely. Theories are now facts, but there's a reason they're two different words. So, anyway. That's one of them, for me at least.
But this is why QE always asks them, is that a scientific theory or a layman's theory, just an idea?
Yeah, I mean, I might just be doing even more layman when I say, is it a theory or is it a fact? Am I wrong about asking that question?
No, not at all.
No,
and there's your words. The word prove.
More people should ask questions. That's the
And
problem.
theory and
nice.
fact.
Sorry, I needed.
Yeah, way different words. And they're 60 years apart. I mean, given the quote-unquote history of them.
Mm-hmm.
So fact came first, then theory. I don't know if that means anything or not.
No, not necessarily, because, well, unless the concept of theory literally originated, but usually etymology is just in relation to how far back we can track a specific word and its origins.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know of a resource that exists that actually provides the history of a concept. That wouldn't be called etymology. That would be something completely different.
Yeah, very hard to, at least for me to accept as, 100% fact.
Basically impossible.
What did I just hear you say, Glad? Fact came first, then theory?
Yeah, well, that's what so Gospel Bearer posted in the Livestream voice text. There's a 60-year disparity between fact and theory. Apparently, the word fact came first in the timeline, then theory 60 years later.
I would agree.
As far as the earliest known occurrence of that word is kind of what when they provide those years, they're referring
this is still best guess, but it's it's better than my guess, right?
I mean, if I was to work this out, if I was just to work this out, like I was going to kind of disagree with you, but I didn't realize it was just you're talking about like the order of which these definitions came out, right?
Yeah, it's
So
just from
that's
what
a little
Gospel Bear
different.
posted.
But
This is like official narratives. This is not what I think or believe or anything. I'm just
But yeah, I thought maybe it was somebody's argument. Like some Globey was like, fact came first, then you know, like
no,
I
I
was
was
gonna be
just
like,
bringing up the you
I'll give
know
him any ideas.
because theory and fact to me are very, very different. Not necessarily polar opposites because they have a good relationship in a way. But anyway, so that's why I just wanted to see the difference between the two. Because what the end game on this whole thing was that Globers are saying theory is the same thing as fact. So like the theory of gravity. Fuck it, it's fact. No, it's a theory. No, you know what? It's fact at this point. We've said the word gravity so many times, it might as well just be fact. We're going to change it from theory to fact because of the way we've talked about it. Anyway, go ahead.
the definition of fact, which I should read through before I even say this, but without reading it, just offhand, my understanding of facts and stuff like that, like, I would say that like the truth is already like there's an objective truth. Whether anybody understands it or not, that's a whole nother conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So the truth is there. Facts and truth are not the same thing. It's after it goes through this idea of like a theory and it becomes like accepted, then it becomes a fact, and that's with like, you know, air quotes and shit. Then it becomes
it's used as fact.
To back up what to back up what you're saying in the origin of the meaning of the words, fact is that which is, theory is that which is perceived.
There you go.
In its most generalized possible meaning.
I love it. That's great. That's layman's terms,
But
man.
on a philosophical level, they've never quite addressed this, that when you're a sovereign being created by the creator, then your theories have merit because you're a sovereign being and you're a co-creator.
Yeah, right.
But if you evolved from soup and your brain is just a combination of cells that randomly coalesced, what gives them any right to assume their hypothesis has any merit?
Yep.
Wait, what was
It's
the question again? I want to answer it.
It's devaluing human life.
Okay, go ahead.
In summary, basically, if you believe you evolved from soup, then your brain is nothing special and your hypothesis means jack shit. But if you were created and you're a sovereign being, then your mind is the mind of the creator, so therefore your hypothesis had merit and your philosophy had a point.
That's only if it has merit to our perception of what merit is.
That's a big if on that statement too. The meaning of sovereignty is important because, sorry if that was Elijah, but sovereignty is related to preeminence or that which exists in and of itself. It's a pretty heavy word to be applying to. I know I didn't create myself, so to apply the concept of preeminence to my own being is peculiar to me, but I guess everybody has different philosophical understandings of reality.
Can you unpack that for just a minute?
The meaning of the word sovereign?
You kind of alluding to somebody claiming that they have some sort of sovereignty was backwards to you, right?
Yes.
Is that kind of what you were saying?
Yes.
Is this meaning that you don't necessarily have sovereignty because you were a created being, right?
Yeah.
Meaning
goes into
God
the realm
is
of
the sovereign.
Yeah,
Or the
I would say
creator
that
is the sovereign. Sorry.
Creator, not to get caught up in people's terms, but yeah, now in regards to free will and all that, I think that sovereignty and free will are separate, but I'm also a person that's against the word liberty. So these are just, really deep words. There's a lot of meaning behind liberty, for instance, which I think implies anarchy, and then sovereignty, which to me implies, well, it says preeminence, but yeah, it's a weird supreme, great, superior, highest, chief, over. I don't consider myself any connotation of that, except in regards to what I personally believe I was provided dominion over, which would be like the field, the animals, you know, lower aspects of creation. But I don't think that I'm over all. But some people do think that they're over all. So, like I said, different philosophical understandings of reality.
Can we go back a couple of beats?
Do
to
it.
Fact and theory.
Yeah, fact and theory.
So what's a fact?
So etymologically, it comes from the root to set or to put. So that's why I said that which is. So fact isn't some type of idea. It's fact is directly correlated to reality. Whatever it is that is what fact is related to. Theory is at best the perception. At least in a general sense, it's at best perception. In a more
Let's back up.
Okay.
Let's back up for a second. Now,
have you heard Indio's on this?
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to take more than like 5 minutes beyond me about to make this point. Let's wait. So theory, what is it?
Well, its two origin roots are theater and a prefix which stands for were, which just means to perceive. So theory comes from these two root words, one where we get our word theater from, and the other word which is just were, which is that if you're looking at the middle of the word theory, the part of the theory or whatever, that part, that just means perceive. The th is alluding to the root of theater, which is to show and perceive.
Okay, let me come at it from a different angle. That's fair enough.
Yeah, it's just etymology. It can get a little hairy.
The etymology aside, the two uses for the word theory today is either a hypothetical idea, I would guess, and the kind of theory that comes after scientific experimentation. Are there any others outside of these two?
The two colloquial understandings would be the misunderstanding of theory as a hypothesis, as opposed to it being an actual theory. It gets used in place of hypothesis, and then otherwise an accepted and or agreed upon concept would be the other colloquial meaning. As far as that's how I would phrase it.
So there's I have a theory or a hypothesis, and then there's
exactly.
So for the first thing, you got a fact just is exactly what you said. There's no other way to describe what it is.
A equals A. The fact is basically in everything that collides with the law of non-contradiction, or not collides with, but coincides with the law of non-contradiction.
So when it comes to the word theory, people commit the fallacy of equivocation between the hypothesis being a theory and the theory that comes after you have established facts.
Or rather, the equivocation fallacy is that they treat the theory like it's a fact. Because I don't think that.
Right, and they call it scientific, and then you ask for the science, and they don't produce. Yes, that's what I'm. Yes, that's equivocation.
Yeah.
Because actually, a fact and a scientific, like fact is what you said. A scientific theory is made up of facts. If you're talking about it in the sense of a theory that comes behind a hypothesis that has been tested.
Yeah, so the facts like related to boiling water at sea level, and
it becomes a theory in that sense. There's no other way for that to happen.
You have to narrow everything down by definition. So you've got water, and that's defined, and you have sea level, that's defined, and you have 100 Celsius, and that's defined, and those things, because of how they're defined, become known as that which is not what's perceived, prone to error, but that which actually is. Just like when you could measure a 2x4 and it is 8 foot long, or whatever. That's a fact because it's not something that's even capable of having. I mean, then you could, well, your measurement could be wrong, but that's kind of besides the point.
That's right. Like because if you establish under those parameters that a certain level of heat causes it to boil, that's a fact.
And I don't think. Well, let me ask this: does fact answer why? Or something along those lines. Maybe I didn't ask that question correctly.
Well, maybe the why will be the self-evident thing based on how you ask the question. Because
Can why have
is
facts is what I think I meant to say. If you ask a question starting with the word why, can the answer involve facts?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
Why does water boil? The fact is that water boils. And then when you do the scientific experiment, this is where you get the scientific theory that establishes the why.
Does that answer why water boils? Just that it does? I feel like why is almost...
because it details the process, I suppose.
I feel like why is maybe philosophical, and why is in the world of theory, and why is not in the... But maybe somebody else or you, maybe there's another example. I don't know. I wouldn't be satisfied with that as an answer for why water boils. That it boils. That doesn't explain to me why. An explanation for why.
It boils because you applied a specific amount of heat based on the altitude and all of that. Everything that you had outlined previously. The why is when you introduce the heat, the independent variable. That's the cause.
Yeah. But couldn't I be really stubborn and be like, yeah, but that still doesn't tell me why?
Well, I don't know, because it does.
Yeah, just because it does is the only
like your
reasonable
question.
answer.
But it did.
I'm just suggesting that maybe questions of why don't have factual answers, only theoretical ones. But I could be wrong. I just can't. Well, because the molecules move so fast that they are no longer able to retain their state, and they change from the state of liquid to the.
You can't really you like saying all of that is probably like poetry because nobody actually sees that, you know? So I mean, the best thing we can do is describe what we see. And
Correct.
this is where we get back into fact. What is a fact? Something that is. You ask, can a fact be in um, in the form of a why question? And I said, yeah. And I said, well, why does water boil? Because the water, it's a fact that water boils. And you say, why? Well, okay, why? When you apply heat to it at a specific
That's
pressure,
how, though.
it
Really,
boils.
that's the how. That's how it boils. To me, maybe I'm
Well,
confused.
is how and why synonymous or
No,
no?
no, no. The why.
Mm,
I think why is a philosophical question. Why does it do that? Why does paper burn?
you
Right?
might be right. You might be right.
Why?
When you put it like that, especially when you said why does
What?
paper burn? I'm thinking like because you can say why is water wet, and it's like I I don't
I
know
don't
why.
like that.
Like,
It's the middle school. The why it's water wet. It's the middle school stuff. That I don't like that one. But why does paper burn? Right? Well, because it's destructible. Why is it? You could play the why game to the end of the world. It seems. Well, why is it
that's
destructible? Well, because things are destructible. Why are things destructible? Um, because there's no. You can't go
It's
anywhere, right?
phlogiston.
What's that?
That might be entropy. I would just
Okay.
say
It's
entropy.
phlogiston. Things burn. Okay.
I can't distinguish the words you're trying to say.
because you can't ask. Okay, so
Phlogiston.
here's a fact. Yeah, phlogiston is like I can't even.
I
I
don't
it,
I don't know that
I
word.
can't.
Sorry.
It's what. Well, I guess somebody else could explain.
It's fine.
It was before we. It's before they had the. Anyway, I don't know. Forget it. But I suppose you're right because if I measure something and it's a fact that the table is 8 inches, I can't ask why is the table 8 inches, other than to say because someone cut it to be 8 inches. You know, like that's why. I don't know, but that's also how. Well, someone cut it to 8 inches. You know. Well, how
Okay.
did no? Because how they do it is actually cutting it and measuring it, and how you boil the water is applying heat to it. I don't know. I don't know.
The
I
argument
I think
the
it's
argument
pedantic.
the argument right in there too, where they start trying to claim, well, it's not. How do you know it's 8 inches? Like they're starting to be like, they're saying, how do you know it's not 8 inches? And I mean, you can see on like a machinist ruler, down to like the 64th. You might even be able to go 120th. You could use, it depends on how you scale it down. That's that argument. But like, so yeah, you might be a fraction off, but that's not the argument, is it? No, like how precise do you want to be? How good are your tools? Is 8 inches? Does this fit? Did you measured 8 and it's cut at 8 and it fits? Okay, 8 inches. That's what it is.
I love that image. How to confuse gravity. Oh man. That's fun. So to correct my statement, Elijah, are you still there? I see that you're still in the VC.
I'm here.
You asked if it was synonymous, how and why, and I was slightly wrong. Apparently, it kind of is. It says practically a doublet of why, the word how. So m- it's mostly synonymous. Obviously, you don't say why many chickens are there in the barn, so it's not a perfect synonym. But apparently, the origin or
It,
the root question behind how and why is cause. What's the
it's
reason and or explanation or cause of the thing? That's what why and how mean.
it's hangnailingly related
Yeah. Yeah.
loosely. That, no, that's such a terrible. Anyway,
So I back down from my stance that it's purely philosophical. I think that you can answer the cause of certain things as a matter of fact. So
now, if there are two causes for one phenomena,
yeah,
are they?
There can be, right?
There definitely can be.
Yeah.
And then
Boiling water is one of them, guys. Heat, right? So temperature as well as pressure. So
pressure, yeah.
Exactly. That's why I brought it up, because Lemon actually pointed it out, and I was like, "Yeah, that's true."
Well, wouldn't you say that maybe truly it's? I mean, yeah, in an atmosphere or whatever, in the air, both do need to be considered. Like, if you're at the top of a mountain, boiling temperature is probably actually, it's different than 212. It's not what we expect. So, like, it's really pressure. Pressure is the thing that does it. If you put it in a vacuum, it boils. Like, I think pressure.
Its temperature doesn't change, though, as far as I understand it. That's what's peculiar about it.
Yes, that is kind of.
So I don't even know if it's because so it boils, quote unquote, and it does state change. It'll vaporize, but I don't think that the same thing is happening. So and of course water. Hey, where's Dave? Where's Dallas
Air
Dave?
gas.
We're talking about
Are you gonna
water.
do the air gas thing? Water gas. That's what it is. Water gas.
Dallas Dave should be coming out of the woodwork. All this water talk.
Y'all talking about water gas?
You know, we're just fish, right? We're breathing water gas constant.
Y'all, y'all in here talking about water gas?
Oh my gosh. Anyway,
we love you, Dave.
yeah, I mean,
I
feel like
we got to stay away from the arguments where one thing encompasses multiple things or all things, even though we have different classifications for said things.
Dude, I gotta defend him on that one.
Happens all the time.
I gotta defend our buddy Dave on that one. He was just trying to say the word vapor, but it didn't work.
Oh yeah, I know.
That was fun. That was great. Sorry.
Is vapor a gas?
I don't know what it is.
Yes.
It's the water gas. It's the same water gas you're always talking about.
See, I think there's merit there.
It's
Yes,
the water.
Water vapor is synonymous with.
I don't know.
Gas.
I'm not. I think gaseous or gas-like behavior in gas.
Yes, water
I think
vapor
that is different.
water vapor is gas. Is gas. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
so. It's gaseous.
Because, like, guys, it's not just a binary thing. There's a process between going from gas to liquid or vapor, or you know what I mean. There's like an in between there as well. What is it when it's in between?
It's humid as fuck, and you sweat a lot. Then it's humid.
yeah, something.
Good old Action Lab.
There we go. Nice.
How cold does he get it? Oh my gosh, yeah, he gets it like super cold. Whoa.
Wow. Is a motive a physical object?
A motive? No. It's a concept.
Is it an electrical current?
No. It might be a result of interacting electrical activity in the brain, physiologically in the body, perhaps.
Or is that a result of the motive?
So, well, okay. So motive would almost be considered supernatural at that point. Is that kind of the conversation?
There you go. So the difference between why and how is the proof of the supernatural metaphysical entity.
Which is just assumed, too, by the way. It's just assumed.
Well, no. Might be by you, but that would only be if you're an NPC, which if you were, you couldn't be assuming anything anyway.
Well, that's true. An apple can't assume anything about a tree. I get it.
How do you know? I happen to make great company with apples.
That's cool.
Weird
I like
flex.
that, man. I dig it. Apple a day, right? Shit.
Weird flex, but okay. Yeah, so why is Bob dead? Well, his wife killed him. Why did she kill him? Right?
All right. I love you guys. It's food time. I'll be back later.
See ya. She killed him because she was angry with him for a reason. That reason itself has nothing to do with any how. It's mutually exclusive. You could talk about how, well, she, got a knife or got some poison and lottie. Okay. Why she did it is always going to be metaphysical. Gotcha. Reason is the key word.
I was gonna jump in earlier when you guys were talking about level. I had posted like a bunch of pictures or screenshots. Let me pull them back up. They should be in there somewhere.
Dude, you might have to be more specific. We talk an awful lot about level.
Right. So so definition of level, at least the first one from Oxford. A horizontal plane or line with respect to a distance above or below a given point. Okay. So then I said, okay, let's keep digging. What is a plane then? Oh no, the second thing, horizontal plane. A plane parallel to the horizon upon which it is assumed that objects are projected. Not sure what they mean by the second one, but the second sentence or the second part of that.
Say that last part again.
Right. Descriptive geometry, a plane parallel to the horizon upon which it is assumed that objects are projected. Forget that second part. The bottom line is whenever we see a horizon.
So I wanna dive into that second part though.
Okay, we can Google it and read the rest of it. But my point is, obviously when we look at the horizon, it's flat. So when they say parallel to that thing that we see and can describe as flat, anything that we're doing in reference to that has to be parallel with that standard. So anyway, so I Googled plane. Geography. In geography, a plain is a flat expanse of land that generally does not change much in elevation. Is primarily treeless. Why do they keep? Okay, great. But anyway, a flat expanse of land. So digging into all these things, you're beginning to see like how and why is loosely related. Flat and level is also loosely related.
Yeah, dude, but all these definitions go way, 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 way back. Like for the most part, that's where they start anyway. Yeah, definitions change slightly here and there. But essentially, in real life on Earth, the way we experience it, all these definitions are describing a plane, basically. Like, it's not until you start talking about space that you start thinking about balls. And that's probably why they got the fucking name about space balls, right? Like, it's.
Yep. Oh, there's more. I forgot. So, yeah, true indeed, Lou. True indeed. So then I posted this image of a celestial sphere surrounding the horizon, which is that the line of position? Not here, it's not. But anyway, you can see what this is depicting. It's depicting, see that little, I believe that's a little boat right there.
Right. Did
What
you
is
post
that?
something?
Yeah, back in the day, it was 5:18 or 18 minutes past the last hour.
Oh yeah, okay.
And so obviously here they're showing you the surface that you're going to be traveling along. That red line on the bottom, that would be the radius that you're trying to determine when you're taking the angle measurement. With the reference being the horizontal plane. So then the next figure, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, in its geographical position on Earth. So that plane that they're talking about is got to be level, right? Flat, right? In order for any of this math to work.
Well, yeah, but if you believe that everything's relative, then anything can be anything, and you don't need to use rules to justify your argument. That's why I drew the picture of the straight vertical line with the curved bottom line and pointed an arrow at it and said 90 degrees.
Yeah, I don't. Man.
You can just
Like,
pretend, and it's good enough.
right. Like in the figure that I posted, it's like you have the right triangle, and then you have like they got the globe under it, but the very tippy top of the ball is like coming over this straight line at the bottom, and then they're like, look, here's the right triangle, but remember you live on this curved surface though. Like, that's insane. I don't know how we got here, honestly. Like, I thought in the beginning things were confused because there was obviously someone who told us lies, so they were obviously out to confuse. But I figured once everything settled and people, saw enough, it'd be like, oh shit, whose ass we got to whoop? Oh, this is definitely definite. But here we are, allowing them to, maybe not allowing them to suppress us, but we live in a time where we are suppressed. It's most definitely provably not a sphere, and most definitely provably considered to be a flat plane by the way we utilize the surface. Most definitely. As a matter of fact, if you look 18 minutes past the last hour again, from Earthly, Andrew Hill, Darwin Rules. Okay. 12th of July, page 127 says, even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality, which is pretty much what we were just talking about. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth, and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere, and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Yeah, I know what you
Damn, that's
learned
a
in
good one.
school, but in order to survive, bruh, they're moving around you, and you have to take angle measurements, which require two lines to a vertex. Get to it. Don't worry about the ball stuff. That's the complicated. Listen, you don't need that when you're first starting out. Just do what I'm telling you. Worry about that stuff later. That's for the advanced kids. So they make you feel like, oh yeah, that's the advanced stuff, and then you back engineer some shit. I don't know how they come to the. I don't know. Like if I would have applied, if I was a navigator and I'd seen this shit, I think I would have seen it. See how you can't see it. You want to know what I think about anti-flat earthers? Damn, can I even hear the chat? Somebody give me a mic check.
What do you think about them rascals? What do you think about? What was it?
I think that they're nostalgic. I think at some point, and I can see it being genuine, that they genuinely came out to argue against flat Earth, and again, at one point, it was very genuine. And I just think that because, so let me not get into the psychology of all that, but I truly do think that they just miss that moment in time. Like, yeah, we as people know when we miss a moment in time, like when somebody doesn't want to let go of the disco era. I'm old, so that's what I'm referencing, right? Hey, I'm old. Like somebody could say that
like
so
the fantasy, like the fantasy of space is nostalgic for them, and that's it.
No. The way we used to debate for hours round and round with no end because it was designed that way, because of the level of understanding we had about logic and certain concepts. Like the fact that it went on for hours and we would stay up for 48 hours at a time because it was interesting. Your adrenaline is pumping. You're fucking Google warrioring. Like, it's just trying to learn as much as you can. I think they missed that because at some point it went from that to, oh shit, we're losing. They're not allowing us to play this game where, well, I say this and you say that. Well, I say this and you say that. No, we kind of just pointing out things that just are, and we're getting more concise and they're getting more confused.
I don't think most. Yeah, you're talking specifically about the anti-flat earthers, the guys who are like deep in this game, But like, yeah, most people have no idea that they're losing so bad. That's the thing, though. So that's part of how they're able to get away with so much. Still, that's why they're able to recycle these old, beat up arguments. You're right, though. They're just clinging to them.
It's a lot of them in his closet.
Oh shit! I thought I was off mute. But yeah, it's like I remember a time where a baller could make me believe or make me think about for 2 or 3 hours after I've come from, you know, feverish debate somewhere. Now it's like, all right, now I'm reflecting. Here's what I didn't know. Here's where I look stupid. Here's what I got right. But during those times, early on, I really did wonder if I was suffering like Dunning Kruger, if I was actually the one going insane. Because I could entertain the idea that if the earth wasn't flat and it was a globe, but I thought it was flat the way I did, that's even that's the exact kind of crazy that we think they are. But I was like, it would make it even worse for me because I already think that that's what's happening for them, but it's actually happening for me. That'd be crazy. So there was a time where things were unsure. They were, I mean, you were sure, you know, water is level and this, that, and the third, but it's just certain things like the moon. When you first start looking at that, it's like it definitely does look moony. Moon does look like a sphere. Let's face it, kind of looks like it.
Dude, I
Like
still
like like
can't
like
get.
if you draw the moon on a piece of paper, I could also say that looks like a sphere. I'm not saying that the moon in the sky is on a flat piece of paper. I'm saying that like on a flat piece of paper, there are certain properties that a sphere in three-dimensional space would have that is not on that paper. Is just like
a
the
little.
things that are
I got
lacking for the moon.
a little constructive criticism about this argument, which I know you're big in, like ideas about the moon and sun and moon. But
I haven't made an
when
argument.
you like, it sounds like you're defending like a flat moon theory or something when you talk about this, and I
Why
don't
does
know
it,
why.
why does it
Like,
sound
what's
like that?
wrong?
Why does it sound like that? Immediately I said, not like the thing in the sky is a flat piece of paper, and then to clarify my position, I said, like on a flat piece of paper, you can point out how the thing on the piece of paper doesn't have sphere-like properties in 3D space because we know what spheres are. That's my point. That when you look at the moon, you really look at it, it doesn't have 3D properties like a sphere in 3D space, even though it
Right. So, no,
looks like
you're
it.
trying to you're trying to argue that the moon is also flat, right?
Gospel Bearer, are you there? I'm pointing out an instance where you can make something appear to be 3D, but it's not. And I'm like, on a piece of paper is one instance. And then I'm saying, well, actual spheres like a basketball have certain properties. The moon doesn't have those.
I
Like
don't know.
seeing the
You,
same,
I
like
know, I
seeing
know
the
you
same
understand.
face,
Look, Elijah, I
like
know you.
like a like a full moon.
I know you know the argument, like that. Whatever the moon is, whether it's a sphere or flat or concave or a freaking hologram, like none of that matters to what we're on. I know you know that. So, like, I just don't understand
Yeah.
why it's important to you to try to make the arguments that the moon, though it looks
I wasn't
spherical, is
making
not.
I wasn't making an argument. This is just how the conversation evolved, and the moon happened to be a topic or an example of an overall arching point.
All right.
Now I kind of can't remember why I brought the moon up specifically because I don't think the conversation was about the moon itself.
No, I know I interrupted where you were headed with it. I might have taken you off of your idea,
Right.
but
There was a time where I knew the Earth. Well, I thought the Earth was flat. Did I know the Earth was flat? No, because I hadn't done anything at the time. I didn't make too many observations. I just pretty much saw other people's stuff at the time, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, however long it was. And one of the things that used to really confuse me, because at the time I just knew it was flat, was looking at the moon and seeing how spherical it looked. Although now thinking about it, even though it looks like a sphere, it doesn't have sphere-like properties like a 3D object would if it were a sphere, is what I was saying. And I said, for example, you can draw what looks like a sphere on a piece of paper, but that wouldn't be a sphere. That's why I said what I said about that. Not saying that the moon is flat. I'm not saying that it's anything. I'm just saying what it doesn't look like. But that's off the back of just understanding that during that time where a baller really could still trip you up, it must have been fun for them to have the conversation. Because now it's like they come in and we're like, well, actually, no, I can't entertain your question for an hour because it's fallacious. There's no rhyme or reason as to why I should answer your question. So it's no longer fun. It's very fun if somebody comes in here and says, explain seasons, and then you have three different people with three different versions of how that works, versus saying, well, why is the question important? Isn't the more important question if there's curvature? Well, there's not. Here's the
Right, but
evidence.
over that development of the arguments changing, who was actually the enemy in that instance?
It's an enemy? That's a strong verbiage. They were, I would say they were in the way of truth being
Nope.
propagated.
No, the enemy was
No?
other flat earthers.
Why do you say that?
Because they didn't want to accept the logical contingencies. They wanted to argue all the points. That's why the Globers were entertained with all the points coming at them.
Oh, you're fucking right. Because I'm always cursing about that. Yes. Yeah. You're right.
So
Absolutely.
It took this long to teach the flat earthers to be secure in their positions with logic and reason.
That's 100% a fact.
Yeah, it's still an ongoing thing.
Hey, Drace.
Hey, Elijah. I mean, we get new flat earthers in here all the time, and it's not like they're up on the arguments or have gone through the same experiences that we have. So it's you constantly have to teach everybody everything.
Can I just add something to what Elijah was saying about the flat appearance of those celestial objects in the sky?
No, I did not say they appear flat. What the fuck?
No, but I'm about to say that they are, because when you go and look at the leaked papers from the government where they studied the firmament, that document also refers to studying the distortion of the disk of the celestial moon and sun, and the distortion of the disk of the sun. And as it goes throughout the paragraphs, it constantly refers to the disk of the moon and the disk of the sun. And it doesn't refer to orb or sphere.
I've pointed that out a number of times. I didn't think. I mean, that is pretty interesting. It's just as interesting as the document saying, for all intents and purposes, you can think of things as a level playing with the celestial bodies, moving overhead. So it's yes. 3 years ago or so, there was this video of a, what do you call them? Was he a meteorologist or was he I don't know, but I do know he was on the Hill, and they were taking a break from the presidential coverage, and they had this guy on, and he was providing them with images of the sun from some new telescope or some new technology or whatever it was. And he referred to it as a disk on that segment.
Yeah, and when you read some of the literature about the moon as well, they often refer to it being equally lit across the surface of the disk. And the disk,
Now let me
just
ask.
the word disk is very puzzling because disk, like triangle, can only be a two-dimensional, or at least in my head, a disk.
Let me be fair and logically consistent. Is sphere and disk loosely related in the way how and why is sort of related? I don't know if you were here for that conversation. It might not make sense me saying that. I don't know.
I was, yeah, but
Yeah.
I
Could we
didn't
say that
think that
a
how
sphere
and
and a
why.
disk is loosely related?
I don't think that how and why are necessarily related at all.
They are. The disk and a
Yeah.
sphere are related in 2D representations because if you're photographing a sphere or a disk at certain angles, then they'll appear like an ellipse rather than a circle. And that can
Yeah.
help you determine shape sometimes.
But that's what they were studying in those leaked government documents, was the distortion of the disk at sunrise and sunset, as well as various times throughout the day, constantly referring to the disk of the sun and the disk of the moon. Which,
I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead, Joyce.
I just wanted to add. I thought it was interesting that all of the ancients also referred to it as the solar disk or the lunar disk. It's a disk for them.
You know what? I mean,
And I
everybody
don't think
knows what you mean when you say disk because we have disks. That was a bad joke, but I was thinking of Krillin and his destructo disc. So it's not even a joke. It's just me mentioning the destructo disc. It's a disc. It's not. You would never say disc, but mean sphere. I don't see, other than in this conversation, that you believe these are spheres, but you're using the word disc for some mathematical reason.
they're as loosely related.
If you're only able to view something in 2D, like you don't have stereoscopic vision, like with a telescope, then you might refer to it as a disk and leaving it open to whether it's a disk or a sphere or whatever else, because you don't have that third dimension. That's what AI was kind of getting to.
Wait, when you look through a telescope, why do people say that? Am I going to see something different if I look through a telescope versus looking through binoculars? Like, is
Yeah,
the
you're
depth
gonna get
perception?
you have depth perception. You can see just with a little bit of parallax, you're able to get another layer of definition, basically.
Okay, so that being said,
but you can't get depth perception with one eye. It has to be monocular.
right. That being
Two
said, if something looks the same with binoculars and a monocular device,
Hold on.
wait, no,
You got an
what?
inaccurate statement, man. You got an
Okay,
inaccurate statement. You can get depth perception with one eye.
okay, then
How?
there it is. Never mind.
How?
Because you've already been trained by other cues that your brain picks up on, and the render, which is
No,
in your
dude,
mind.
cover one eye and just start walking around the house. You find that you start bobbing your head left and right. Your brain will make up for it, but you're going to try to get two different views.
Yeah, but you can
He's
do it
also
with
right that
you can do it with
shading,
just perspective cues as well. Your brain already
shading.
been trained your whole life to know that. Now, if you only had one eye in the beginning, you'd have to do that left and right shift to get those cues to train your brain. Because let's be clear. Let's be clear. When you see, you experience it in your mind. You don't see on your eye, right? You don't see in your retina. You see in your mind.
Which is trippy.
But you know,
That's
it's
trippy as hell.
talking about something familiar versus something unfamiliar. When something's familiar, we can know depth perception because we've seen it with two eyes, and then when we close one, now we can remember what the depth was there prior. But looking up at an object in the sky that no one has any perception of, to presuppose that that has depth while looking through one eye, I think is maybe a little bit of a stretch at that distance. Then you do get binocular telescopes where it does create a slight parallax and then does say that it can give you a bit of depth, but it's still such a tiny angle. It's not going to give you a lot of perception change.
Hey, something interesting on that idea with one eye. I used to have some rabbits, and if I had, like, a rabbit was trying to hop from couch to couch, it would turn its head, and it would bob its head, like, lift it up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. What the hell is it doing? And then I realized that's what it was doing. It was building its own 3D frame of reference by bobbing its head up and down to know if he was close enough to be able to make the jump.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That makes sense to me.
How does a one-eyed rabbit know to do that?
Well, the rabbits, their eyes are off to the side, so really it's seen kind of behind it and to the side. It had two eyes. It's just to be able to see straight ahead of where it was going, it would have to turn its head to the side. And how it knew to do it though, how it knew to do it, I have no clue. But that's what it was doing. That's the only time it did that was if it was trying to clear a jump to make sure that it was, it was near enough to be able to do that.
Mm. Yeah, I guess that's what my little lizard does too.
In fact,
Dude, like I said, that's what people do. Like you can see something from straight on, and most of the time recognize it. Your brain interprets it. You're like, I recognize that thing. I know what it is, and your brain does the rest. But like, if it's something you're unfamiliar with, what do? You look in a little closer. You check it out from another angle. That's just what we do.
Hello, everyone.
Dude, we're actually designed to operate on a perspective visual map. That's how we can gauge depth, height, whether something's rising or falling, like a plane, whether it's going up or down, all kinds of things that we do, and our eyes do it too to help us.
Yeah.
So we have that faculty and brain ingrained in our, subset of thinking. So that's why, like, our brain fills it in for us. If we're missing information, it does its best.
Yeah, it does that especially
There's
much
certain
with memory. When you think back to things and you try to remember things, each time we access the memory, we have a chance to edit it, so we can fill in the blanks. And therefore, this is how narcissists can get off track and just they're not following the actual conversation, because in their brain they've edited the information and they only remember the edited information.
I want to interrupt you on the phone, but there is a couple of VC verifies in here. Just letting you know.
Existentialist is one of them. Who's the other?
Tasmane.
Sorry, I'm just listening. Yeah, just want to, hear y'all. That's it.
Okay. So yeah, they say that if you
go
ahead,
ahead,
bro.
I was just gonna ask him if he want to hear him talk about ice flat Earth. Go ahead, Hank. Whatever you're gonna say.
I was gonna piggyback off of what he said. So they say if you tell a lie enough times, it becomes the truth. Like this is the easiest way to brainwash someone. And when the psychopath or sociopath is telling the lie over and over again, they eventually start to believe it, right? And this is like the psychosis, right? That they're causing on themselves and others. And at the moment where you have the psychotic break, you think that it would be like something very serious, but it's actually kind of a good thing for the person who's having the break in a way. Not that they're losing touch with reality, but it's easier for them to avoid the trauma of the truth, because sometimes the truth is very traumatic in our everyday life experiences. So yeah, the people lie so much they start to believe it. And I think we're all witnessing mass formation psychosis, like a lot. There's so much, especially in the past couple of years.
Yeah, I agree.
And anyone who doesn't know about mass formation psychosis, think about the witch hunts, right? For like 300 years, they killed like millions of women, right? And it was like based on a psychosis, because what is a witch, right? Can you define a witch? Like, and death penalty without a trial, that's a little weird, right? So that's what
Yeah,
it is.
it was more of, like, oh, they did something new, that can't be allowed. Yeah, that's mainly what they went off of. The fear of the unknown. And I love to explore that thought. Do you know the author H.P. Lovecraft?
Yeah, of course. He's the one that came up with cosmic horror, which is kind of a new genre of horror. He's a really interesting guy. Really interesting.
Yeah, very interesting, actually. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that fear that Lovecraft generated when you read his novels. It's that same ideal, the fear of the unknown. What we're scared of the truth. The unknown.
Hey, Hank, how are you doing tonight?
Good. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing good. Hey, I do want to ask you: do you not believe that witchcraft is actually a thing that exists?
It is, but how do you put someone in the death penalty without a trial for witchcraft?
No, I'm not going to put that. I'm not putting that into question. I'm not talking about back in the day. I think you're right. Like there were people using herbs to heal people and do certain things. I'm not necessarily saying that those women were wrong in what they were doing. But today in our society, there is definitely witchcraft going on.
Wait, you mean magic? What's the word? Not people giving you a different perception of reality, but actual magic where people manipulate matter, literally.
I that's exactly what I'm talking about. I do believe there are people that have been trained in such a way that they can manipulate situations, and I think it's completely evil. So yes, I do believe that.
Let me
Well,
give you an example.
situations that are okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Should I
just want to say,
mute?
like,
Should I mute? I'll mute.
no, it's fine. I just wanted to say something real fast. Like today, a form of witchcraft, right? If the counterculture known as anti-flat earther ever became like mainstream, and they said anybody caught using, QE's scientific method as witchcraft, and they should be punished. And it could be like anybody who's using natural herbs and collecting medicine from the forest, right? And this is all like, what ifs. It's a big speculation. I'm sorry for jumping
I
in. Go
I
ahead,
totally
Elijah.
get where you're coming from. I totally get where you're coming from, brother. I totally disagree with that. That's not what I'm talking about. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. You completely out of everybody here should know that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so basically, in for lack of a better example, you're talking about Harry Potter stuff. Because either you're talking about manipulating how people behave by manipulating their perception, which sounds like what you said, because you said they manipulate situations, or people who can literally manipulate matter, like create fire from their fingertips or something like that.
Well, what I'm talking about is like linguistic manipulation. Like I can't remember who it was that had their concert, and they actually called upon the people in the concert to do a specific thing, and they just went mad. The whole concert, everybody in the everybody that was there at that live concert went mad, and did all kinds of crazy stuff because he used the linguistics to call upon those people to be basically in his spell. I can't remember who it was, man. I'm sorry. But I think people can be put under spells to be manipulated.
No, no. Well, let me not say no. I agree with that. For instance, somebody was given an example of some cult leader that was that he had them doing rituals of of suicide, but it wasn't really suicide until one time it actually was, where he had laced their drink with like some poison, some whatever. Well, they were mentally manipulated into doing that the same way today people were mentally manipulated into taking a substance from their not even from their primary care physicians, because I could take that substance right at the train station.
Yeah, exactly,
So
brother. There's stations set up all over the place. You want to get on here? Let's give you a jab from no medical person whatsoever. Let's just get in you. Yeah, people being manipulated left and right, and this is a whole different. You know, the term witchcraft actually derives from pharmakia, which is just using medicinal purposes for a religious reason. Somewhat. I'm sorry about the wind. That's why I keep muting.
I think witchcraft is another form or part of witchcraft is when you tell someone it's okay, or teach someone that it's okay for them to think illogically, so that you can then plant illogical details into their mind. That's the
You
only
mean
way
like
you can do that, if they accept
This is
that
why
like a
they can
globe,
think.
this is why
like a globe?
and the Amish people have something to offer us in a sense of how they live, because they try to live without all of this, the things that we do. You know, they don't have media constantly bombarding them with how you should think, you know, and I'm not saying the Amish guy is 100% right, but they're close. They're close to how you should live. Y'all hear that Texas wind blowing?
Yeah, no, we had the cold front come through Texas last night. It was bad. It was really bad.
It's really bad, man. I was in my bikini like 2 days ago, and then today I'm like, ah.
Yeah. Oh man, we had like 3 tornado warnings in our area. It was bad. Like,
Oh,
really
you down
bad.
by Houston?
College Station.
Okay, my
Jesus,
niece
multiply.
lives down there, and she's like out of that. I can't pronounce it. It's like Elaine or something. And they had a tornado go through there, and that's where she lives. And her and her husband were outside. They're like, it's super calm. And I texted her. I was like, that's when you got to be careful when it's super calm. That's when the shit's fixing to hit the fan.
Yeah.
Because she's young, she don't know.
Yeah.
But back to the subject of witchcraftery. I understand that many people were. Is the wind so bad that I should probably just not be talking, you guys?
Fine. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay. Well, back in the day when they like burn, and truthfully, nowadays some people call this Mandela effect, but they actually didn't burn witches at the stake. They threw them in a river, or whatever. They threw them in the body of water, and if they drown, they drown. So, I don't think this was proper because all these women were doing was trying to use natural herbal remedies to heal people. And these are our God-given remedies to help fight against whatever the devil might throw at us. So I think that these women that were labeled witches were bad. But what pharmakia these days does, they blend things with synthetic things and this and that to try to heal people, and all it does is mask their symptoms, and yet their problems still exist. That's what I call witchcraft in my day. I'll mute at that.
I think there's a difference between witchcraft, like talking to spirits, communing with spirits, and then like shamanism, where you crush berries, put ingredients together to treat someone. I guess shamanism also chats with spirits, but using herbs and plants to heal, I think that's been around since the beginning of time. And I wouldn't classify all of that per se as witchcraft. But I agree exactly what you were saying in terms of the pharmakia and the roots of that whole thing.
I think it's more of what might actually be happening with people like that are actually in tune with what they should be doing naturally. Like they're looking for alternatives, and in these alternatives they make lifestyle changes, right? So like there are people like the people in the ISS, they drink like doo-doo coffee. There's some people that drink urine, right? And they end up being more healthy. Well, of course, they've cut out all the other things also in their lifestyle that got them sick in the first place. But now you have a healthier outlook. You're making more conscious decisions about what you put in your body, when you exercise, being in tune with nature within your own personal experience, when you'd like to wake up, how much sleep you get, how mentally rested you are. Like these are things you do when you become ill. It's not just this one thing where somebody gives you something and then all of a sudden, oh, I'm healed. You're actually trying to survive by making aggressive changes.
Yeah, like stopping eating at McD's, there's so many people that have stopped eating fast food restaurants in our community that have noticed a significant difference in their health. And this is like, okay.
Well,
I did want to talk about, it is very important to learn your minerals and when I say minerals, I'm talking about your salt intake, your iodine intake, your boron intake. There's so many different things that fight against all of these things that we're bombarded with through the sky things, the sky trails. I'll say I don't want to get this channel any banners, so there are many things we can do ourselves to I'm so sorry. That wind just really picked up. Woo! I hope they got these fires under control around me because, dude, you know that like 60,000 acres have burnt up around me? 60,000. That's like over 75 square miles.
I was unaware of that. But I want to give my definition of like witchcraft, and this is my personal. So I'm the source. Okay. So if someone
I'm
has
on
poison
mute.
ivy,
I'm on mute, brother.
thank you. So if someone has poison ivy, and I say, oh, that's caused by poison ivy, so I give them like a small dose of something that causes the effect that we're seeing. And it's like, wait a minute, that's not natural, that's not normal, right? So maybe if I were to say, okay, here's some aloe vera plant, I see that you burnt your hand, right? Go ahead and squeeze it out and rub it on there and let it set, for as long as you possibly can. That's not witchcraft, right? So it's natural to rub aloe vera on you. It's not natural to give somebody something that's poisonous that causes the thing that you're trying to stop, which I think if anybody's done a little research, they know what I'm talking about. I think it's really obvious that what is natural and what isn't. Like you normally wouldn't eat the, eyes of a newt, right? So it's kind of unnatural. But I wanted to say that that's a small correction. Shanna said that they didn't burn people at the stakes. They absolutely burned people at the stakes, especially after the Spanish Inquisition.
I don't want to be wrong. I just wanted to say they only didn't burn people at the stake. They also threw people into rivers, hoping they would drown. If they didn't, they were witches. You know what I'm saying? They also it wasn't just burning people. All I was saying, Hank, was that they weren't only burning people at the stakes. They were also throwing them then to water. And if they couldn't come out of the water, that meant they were okay. And if they came out of the water, that meant they were a witch. What was the point of all of those things? Because the reason they burn them at the stakes, man, this goes pretty deep, but I don't want to get into it. But they did both things. They burn them and they drown them. It was both ways. They did burn them.
Remember, these are still
that's not even
these are still the
important.
same textbooks. But these are still the same textbooks that lied about many other things, including timelines, including the persecution of the church. When you go and look at it as well, it's quite a biased narrative in terms of how the state needed to break away from being under the church so that the state could stand alone from the church, because the church was so domineering and doing so much injustice in the name of religion. It's just as fake as telling us
100% flat earth solar. The Spanish Inquisition and all that kind of bullshit. The Spanish Inquisition is just one of the things that our history tells us about. The fact that the church was doing so many horrific things, and when I say the church, I'm not talking about the church, I'm talking about the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church did horrific things in the name of Yah that they should have never done. Period. It was horrific. Horrific.
But I'm questioning the source of that information, because pretty much everything we were taught, when you go and look at Isaac Newton and Copernicus and Aristotle, and all these people who appeared in certain timelines. Those timelines are questionable. The carbon dating of things in between is all questionable. We know that the printing press was invented in the 1600s, and a lot of things were changed. A lot of books were reprinted and new editions or new versions released. There's been so much manipulation that it's very difficult to know with certainty that all of that which we're told occurred did in fact occur.
And I have to agree with you 100%. I do agree with you 100%. Is that everything we're told that happened, did it actually happen? We have
What's
the
the litmus test to prove that?
diagrams of the maiden, what is it, the cast iron maiden, where you get put in this torture device with the pins all against you. We have all these things that tell us these are the things that the Catholic Church uses torture devices to convert people. I don't know that these things didn't happen, and I can't prove they did. That's a fact. I cannot prove it one way or another. I don't trust history. We're supposed to be able to learn from our history, but how can we learn from our history if we don't even know if it's true? This is a huge problematic thing for me.
How can you know it's not true without knowing the truth?
Exactly. How can I prove it's not true without knowing the truth? This is a
So that's my
huge
question.
This is a
About the
huge
claim-
dilemma.
About the claim that there's multiple timelines or that there's a different timeline, how do you make that claim without knowing the truth?
Well, as I would say, none of us can actually make that claim because none of us lived then. None of us can say what happened because we all know that history is told by the victories, and we can't actually know what happened. And I hate that. It pisses me off, you guys. It super pisses me off that I can't actually know what happened 100 years ago. Why can't we know what happened 100 years ago?
Well, the reason that I brought that up is because I don't know if you've looked into Tartaria, but there's a lot of research being done into the 1700s and a lot of information that's
All
been
right, man,
deliberately covered.
you're going back like over 300, 400 years ago. We can't even
Correct.
depict and talk about what happened 100 years ago.
But
How can we even go back that far? Like, for real.
that further exaggerates the point that I'm trying to make, is that 300 years ago in the 1700s, there was this mighty Tartarian empire which spanned most of Eurasia, and there are like at least 12 or 15 maps that are starting to become uncovered of this territory and the technology which they possessed, including electricity and various other things, which were completely erased from our history. And that's simply 300 years ago. So the stuff that is still included, the stuff that
very
we still
familiar
have.
with this information that is coming forth. But can you actually 100% depend on this information that is coming forth now with the knowledge that we've been lied to about so much stuff? Are they just trying to give us a new narrative, go down a new rabbit hole? I mean, I'm just saying.
Good point. Fair point.
This is the hard point I'm at, is that is so difficult, brother, to like, when any new information comes to me, I have to question it super hard because I'm like, well, we've already been lied to. This new information that has been recently happening in our life, who am I to trust what has been put forth to me that happened 300 years ago? I mean, this is a super difficult trap we're in. It's like, what am I supposed to do with this information?
Yeah, fortunately, there are some books or old school references that can be referenced. And that's what's happened in this instance, is that some people found a breadcrumb called Tartaria. Then they started to dig a little bit further and they found the mud flood that also occurred in the 1800s that's not documented in any of the history books. And there's certain instances now which you can find in slightly dated records that potentially they completely forgot to erase, or because it's not digital, it's not as easy to erase every copy that could be out there. So certain pieces of evidence are starting to come forward. You're right that we should question all information. My point was that the information we are presented, that they did burn them at the stake and they set them on fire between cities to light the streets. And that whole story that we've been told is a story they've chosen for us to know. Because
And
there are lots of
that's
stories
where
they've
my
chosen for us
questions
not
come
to
up.
know.
That this is the story they've chosen for us to know that is being put forth right now. Okay, think about this from a person that lives 100 years in our lifetime, past our lifetime. What will the story be put forth to those people, and how much lies will be in there? This is how I try to look at everything. Super skeptic. This whole Tartarian thing. And mind you, let me tell you this because I don't want you to think I'm some kind of person that thinks people were stupid back in the day. I think that most of mankind were way smarter than us. Way smarter. Way, way, way smarter. And they had and used technology beyond way belief of what we even can imagine. But this idea that we are being presented with, I think, still is a lie, because this is what the mainstream media is putting out there for us to believe. And I wholeheartedly believe that. I wholeheartedly believe that they are wanting us to think these things and push these things.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a couple of VC verified people. Just wanted to
And I
make
apologize for
sure.
being so
No,
outspoken.
no, you're fine. I just need to get this out the way. You're fine. You can speak as much as you like and all that. I just want to address the new people in the room. Existentialist. Hello. Who's the other
You
guy?
want
Did
to
he?
unmute
Johannes
Will?
Midgard.
What about
Who's
Will
Will?
down here at the bottom?
Oh, okay. Is
Will,
he? Yeah, may as
say
well.
hello. I see that you muted yourself. Unmute yourself and say hello to everybody. I saw you unmute yourself. That was halfway there.
Yeah. Existentialist. Would you like to say anything? Ask any questions? Johannes Midgard. Midgarder. Midgard Doctor. I don't know.
Midgard is the it's fine. Seriously though, Will, don't be shy.
Midgard Doctor.
I don't know. I'm tired.
I'm tired too. I'm always tired, brother, because I'm being slammed left, right, and yonder with just everything, and I'm just trying to carry through. I got my spinach. I got 4 little spinach plants coming up. My peas are not looking so good. My potatoes I'm gonna plant tomorrow. Uh, but left, right, and yonder, we're being bombarded about different things. And I encourage everybody, if you got, I don't care if you've got like 3 feet of a balcony, get you some planter containers. There's those stackable things you could get at Dollar General and grow you a stackable planter that you can grow spinach and strawberries, you put all kinds of stuff in there, grow your own food. Just do it. Do it.
So I think I've been
Yeah, yeah.
telling people they need to be radically compliant with food and water, and they need to stock up on food. I've been telling you guys this since the Trump administration. So right now, I'd imagine I'm looking like a prophet, but it's only because I recognize patterns.
Dude, Hank,
Anytime,
you've been talking about stocking up for like 10 years. I swear you have, and that's a
well,
beautiful thing because because you
yeah.
see.
Every time there's a Democrat in office, gas goes up to like $4 a gallon. So I kind of knew what was going on. After Obama, I stocked up on ammunition, and then after Trump, I started stocking up on food. Which food equals ammunition if you know what you're doing.
Dude, in these,
What if
I don't know if you're familiar with these Texas fires that have been going on in Eastland County, but that's where I live. And all of my neighbors and everybody has been going to everybody's houses. And you know what the number one and two things they were getting out of everybody's houses? Guns and ammo. Guns and ammo. Everybody was like, get my guns and ammo and take it. Get my guns and ammo. Everybody was like, just get my guns and ammo. And the third thing, they're like, they needed cattle people to come in with their cattle trailers and come load up their
Rescue the
cattle.
horses and cattle.
Yeah, and there I went to town when this first started, and there was tons and tons of cattle trailers. Doolies pulling their cattle trailers coming off the interstate to come rescue all the cattle in Texas because that's what neighbors do. And it was beautiful. These people were coming from Kansas to come take people's cattle off their ranches. It was beautiful. This is what brotherhood is about. This is what mankind is about, is to be your neighbor's keeper and help your friends. It was beautiful.
I agree.
All right.
It really touched my heart to see how many people came out from across the country to come get all these rangers cattle out of these burning places. It was beautiful and it made me want to cry. And I'm just telling you right now, that don't exist all across our plane. It don't exist all across our plane.
Welcome to the server, Jamie. Or Jamie. And also
I'll mute now, but I just want to tell you how beautiful it was. It was beautiful.
and also egg. And also echo. Welcome. I heard J May say something. Here, Echo. I'll give you a chance to say hello.
Hello.
Oh, that's Egg. Hi, Egg, and hi, Echo. You guys are new to the server, apparently?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, cool. Well,
welcome.
Do you have questions about the topic of this server, Flat Earth?
Not at the moment, no.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, come on. Hit us with something. Don't you want to know if the Earth is a flat or globe thing? Or what is your measurements of the Earth? Or some simpler question. There may be a simpler question you might have.
Do any of the new guys believe in aliens?
Two of them left already. Egg is still here, though.
That's a funny topic amongst flat earthers. Me personally, no. I have no reason to. I've never seen anything that led me to believe in aliens. But, like, it's another one of those questions. It's like, well, but they could exist, so prove that they couldn't. Like, I'm not going there. Fuck that. Like, some people like the idea, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I have no reason to believe that it does.
Yeah, I think due to our social conditioning, it's a very acceptable topic with people and can sometimes just get someone started. So I just wanted to hear if they're at least into the whole mindset that, we've got septillion planets out there. We've got all these different planets revolving around suns. So there must be life and must be advanced, must be able to cross galaxies and then crash on our little rock so that we can study them.
Or a different way to ask the question is, do you believe that Star Trek could be our reality in the future?
Well, what's crazy, I was watching a Joe Rogan podcast, and he interviewed a guy who worked at Area 51. And he was saying that what they were studying in terms of this advanced tech was actually dug up in an archaeological dig, and it was dated to be 10,000 years old in the surrounding soil layer. But this tech was still way too advanced, and then they would bring it out every 10 or 15 years to see if our scientists had caught up to anything to do with this technology. And then as they discovered little bits off of it, but the idea of this advanced tech being ancient, whereas they normally attribute that advanced tech towards alien life, I think was quite a really interesting discussion.
You know why they call it technology? Is it tech? No.
Nah. It's a little bit knowledgey. Maybe there's something to that. It's not like knowledge. It's knowledgey. It's just like it's almost knowledge. So sometimes it's just a working knowledge. We don't fully understand it, but it works for us. So it's knowledgey.
But yeah, I mean, seriously, any Globers out there that just ask a question, man. You guys act like you're afraid to come in here and ask a question. Whether or not it can be answered is a totally different thing.
Yeah, JMA is back. These guys have left and come back. Every time you leave and come back, you get remuted. We need to get to know you a little bit before you're going to get a role. But I've unmuted you, Echo and Jamie or Jamae.
Oh. They use.
Good enough for me. Give that man a value, bro.
And
Winner,
DJ
winner.
roll. What else can we give them?
Winner, chicken dinner.
Direct realist. Authentic.
Seems sincere.
It's a funny way to go. We should look more at those roles. We got so many of them. There's something that fits everybody.
Yeah. But Echo, do you have like a generic curiosity about the Earth question?
No, not really. I was just listening to you guys.
Like, just remember, you're on the internet. Nobody can actually punch you in the eye or anything. Like, it's
Yeah, I know,
it's not dangerous to just ask a question.
I know.
Okay.
Welcome to the server. I don't know, something about your tone I like.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hello.
Welcome.
Good to be here.
I got one of those bones in my body when it can tell that someone is sincere. My knee bone is for when it's raining, but
So
yeah.
Eli, what's your elevator pitch on flat Earth? If you had 30 seconds to a minute to break down flat Earth to these new guys, how would you do it?
Okay. Flat Earth, and listen very carefully because it might sound weird, but it will be all factual. You'll be able to replay this. Flat Earth is actually a concept given to you by the internet. If you Google Flat Earth, everything that it says on there is pretty much not where we're coming from. So, simple enough to get you started. There are certain things that I believe to be just true statements. So, like one of those were that the horizon is the visible boundary between the Earth and sky. It's also the curvature of the Earth, the point at which the ground curves away from you, so that you can see no more land. Now, that's a calculable distance based on the size of the Earth that we live. You Google it, distance to the horizon. There's a formula for it and everything. So, that being the case, when you actually go out, say you're at the beach having a good, fun, relaxed day, you look out into the distance, you see the horizon. It is not where the formula dictates it should be. It's much further. That's how I know that the Earth is not a sphere.
And that's something that we can each do ourselves, right?
All the time, every day.
And it's once you've done it for yourself that you suddenly realize.
So it's just one of those things. Sorry. It's just one of those things that if you're really a normie and you Google something like the distance to the horizon and there's an answer there, as a normie, I'm expecting that to be true. I'm expecting it to be law. You know what I mean?
I apologize for putting that under your comment, Gospel
It
Bear.
doesn't matter. I didn't take it
I meant
personal.
to point at it. Horizontal means looking at a flat plane. That's the definition of horizontal. This is a flat plane, and I clicked the wrong button, which made Sadie face, but I meant to point up. This is right. This is
There.
what the definition is.
There, I fixed it for you.
Thank you. Thank you for deleting that for me. I don't know how to do that.
That's fine.
But yeah.
Oh God.
I remember when I was a child, my dad was super into.
Before you go into that, I'm sorry, because you guys, that was my elevator pitch about flat Earth. The truth is that flat Earth, when you reset, refocus, restart the conversation, it's really just the realization that all of the claims that are concrete about the globe are actually not falsifiable or verifiable. Mathematical constructs, I mean, you can do math, add 1 + 1 is 2, yeah, blah, 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 blah. But when it comes to how we experience things, there's no way to verify that we live on a globe. No way to verify that we're moving. No way to verify that space is a medium that we can travel to or even exists to tell us. There's no way to validate that there's curvature because every time we go to measure for it using a straight standard like a laser or a long distance observation, there should be obstruction there, and there is no obstruction every single time.
You said there's no way to verify it, but just to be clear, it is falsifiable because we've been doing that every day, all day long for years. Maybe not literally every day, all day long, but it is falsifiable, right?
Are you talking about the curve?
Yeah, the curve actually is falsifiable. Yes.
It's falsifiable, not verified, but that doesn't mean that it's not verifiable either.
Yeah, it is verifiable. That's how we verified that it's false. You're right.
Yeah.
Versus space, that's something that's unfalsifiable. The the concept of the bending of warping in space time
Correct.
with 4D geometry, that's not verifiable. Mass attracting mass, that's not verifiable. I mean, there's the experience of seeing heavy things and solid things drop to the ground, but that's very different from saying, here's one mass and here's another mass, and here I am detecting the attraction in between. That would be the force of gravity. Here, that is. No one's done that. So,
Well, I've got to tell y'all my story. I got to tell y'all my story about my father. He would say, it's time to get horizontal when he'd get me up to wake up for the day. And we just lay there. And he'd go and he had these ball bearings, little ball bearings that he had. Not little, I would say they're like half-inch ball bearings. And that he kept in the freezer, and he'd pour them into bed with you. You know, that way they'd follow you everywhere you go in the bed. He said, it's time to get horizontal, which meant he said, it's time to get out of horizontal, which means I got to get up. And he'd pour these ball bearings in our beds so we get up. These freezing ass ball bearings. And that stuck with me for a long time until I realized what he actually was talking about. Horizontal. Horizontal means get out of bed because you're not horizontal no more. And I know this is a stupid reference. It's a stupid reference. It's a horrible, stupid reference. But it stuck in my head from my dad telling me to do that. And he gets ball bearings and pour them in bed with us. Like these cold marbles, basically, you guys, if you don't know what a ball bearing is. And he talked a lot about different words. He'd be like, I see you laying in bed with your proboscis showing. And we'd be like, oh, what? I got some naked part of my body showing. Was my nose, you know? Like, my dad was really weird about, like, us educating us in weird ways about words. He was a weirdo, okay? My dad was a weirdo. But I love him. I love him that he did what he did because he brought me to this point. Anyway, I'll shut up. I'm just curious if anybody other's parents did weird things to them that made them wake up to what you may not even know it now. You may not even think about it.
Got
But
water
think about it.
on
Do
me.
any
If
of
I
your
wouldn't get out of
parents
bed,
did something weird to you that now you think back and think, wow, maybe they were trying to tell me something that they didn't want to really tell me?
Yeah, I used to have to kneel on rice grains for like an hour and a half, and like I couldn't budge. So basically, like the rice grains dig into your knees, and it causes you excruciating pain that like shoots from your knees up to your top of your head. But it builds discipline because my father knows how long before it starts hurting, right? And basically, he's watching if I can take it a little bit longer. But a willful kid will not budge. I'm gonna literally mentally crack him to the point like he's got to be in pain now. See what I mean? So it's like a mental battle between
So was your
father
dad?
and son.
You may have thought it was ill will to you,
No, it
but
wasn't at will. No.
now do you think back and think my father was just teaching me to be a
Well, of
stronger
course. Well, of
man,
course. Of
a
course. Of course.
stronger individual with a very
Of course.
stronger mind?
Of
And
course. That
that's
makes
why I
sense.
think it's
Makes sense.
beautiful for most of us, not all of us, but most of us can think back to things our parents did to us. Actually, were teaching us to be stronger individuals.
Well, hopefully so, right? Hopefully so.
I mean, that's how I look back at it, is that my father was trying to teach me to think critically. He taught me new words every day.
Well, it seems like you did a good job. Well, welcome to the server. Nice to meet you.
But my father is a total globy at this point. He was, I mean, him and my mother got married in 1969, okay? So they were super indoctrinated by the moon landings and stuff. They just can't break away from that. But my father is a super intellectual individual, and I just can't understand how he doesn't get it. I mean, Lockheed Martin came to my dad as a farmer. He was a farmer, and they came to him because of his engineering ideas, and they tried to recruit him, and he said, no, I don't want to do that because I want to raise my family on a farm. So he denied them. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. So my dad is a very smart person, but he still can't see the fact that we're being lied to about the globe. It totally pisses me off.
Well, that's a waste of energy right there.
Yeah, it's a totally waste of energy. I know, and then that's
so
why.
Stop wasting it.
Man,
we got new people entering. I just gave some. I just verified someone that may potentially have questions.
Welcome, Uncle Triplets.
I just want to say to my friend, I hate that my father never got past that point.
Ma'am, we're trying to get a flow going. Please, I beg you. Thank you. Uncle, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing, man? Welcome to the server again, I suppose.
I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
All right, good. How'd you find out about the server in the first place?
I was just looking for a platform, or more specifically, a Discord server that shared views that I could maybe learn a little bit from.
Okay. Well,
so
as you know, this is a flat Earth server.
Of course.
Have you learned any of the views of anyone here so
of
far?
course. Well, no, not here, but I've been through the whole process myself. I've been a believer in the truth for 3 years now, and just now again, I've been starting to talk to more people about it, and now, I was just trying to find a platform where other people shared ideas. That's really it.
Do you are you in a single story, or actually, do you have a garage at all?
Me?
Yeah.
No, but I will in a week.
Okay, cool. Does that garage have a single car garage, double car garage?
It'll be a 2.5, so a double.
Awesome. So you know that, right? Or do you believe that?
I know that very well. It's very well documented, actually.
Yeah. And many here will say that they know certain facts about why the surface of Earth is not curved, and they know how it is flat.
Right.
So the word belief is a trigger word around here. Just FYI.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah.
Belief.
It's a tricky word, because you could believe anything. You could believe in unicorns, and it's meaningless. But if you know why something is and how it is, that, like a garage, for instance, I know it's a 2.5 or whatever. It's different, as opposed to, I believe the house has a garage. You know what I mean? Like, it's different.
Right, and in the same exact aspect, when you go to talk to somebody about this, it's harder to take the stance of or you were enlightened above them. It's easier to talk to them in the sense, hey, this is what I think, this is what I believe, when you're trying to talk to somebody else about it.
So maybe you're just not aware of some of the facts. Go ahead, Elijah.
Right. No, I was just gonna throw you a layup because I was gonna say that depends. Gospel bearer, if you were talking to someone when they asked you how do you know the Earth is flat, I'm pretty sure you throw up the example that you've been giving over the past couple of days about that Lookout Mountain. Mm-hmm. And all you as the listener would need to know is the properties of the globe you already believe you live on. Once you're equipped with that knowledge, then based on what gospel is saying, you could say, well he definitely knows
Yeah, right,
what he's
right,
telling you.
right.
Yeah, I can confidently tell people I know that the details that they are communicating about the alleged sphere are not accurate as a starting point, and then we can, roll our sleeves up and get into the details as to the implications of that, and and go on and on about the things that we know. But anyway,
Right.
it's an interesting topic.
I understand that. Okay, yeah.
Cool.
I see what you mean.
Cool.
So you guys ever looked into a mapping of the abyssal planes?
A little bit.
I have been looking into that. I
Yeah,
see
it's
a
a
little
trip.
90-degree action going on there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's horizontal adjacent to the continents or landmass, right? So it's pretty self-explanatory, huh?
Yep.
Well, it's interesting because I was talking to some zealots earlier, Rumpus included, but dude, it's
Before
a
we get
trip.
through there, congrats, man. I didn't get to say it. Congrats very much on your newlywed status, man.
Thank you,
Super
brother.
happy for you.
Thank you, man. Much
All right,
love.
please continue. Sorry.
No, that was it. I was wondering because I was looking into it earlier, and I got a lot of like quote unquote credible sources on it or whatever. But I don't know. It's kind of it's an interesting dig.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking into abyssal plains, but more specifically, like the ocean itself. Like, I heard something Dave had said, and I was like, basin. And then you Google like the definition to make sure it is what you think it is, and it's like, okay, yeah, a basin is like a bowl, basically, like a container for liquid, basically. And and then you look at the modeling for the ocean floor. Yeah, it's the oceanic basin model. What the fuck are you? What do you mean basin model? How does that work? Where you have a basin and then you have one continent and then another continent, and for intents and purposes of the example or graphic that they're showing you, those two continents on the left and right side of your computer screen are level. Why don't you put some curve on that profile? Stop confusing us Globers. You know what I'm saying?
You guys are just missing the tectonic plate action and the subduction process whereby one tectonic plate eats another one. So even though it says plane, it's actually like still a curve. Like the flat becomes curved, level.
Yeah, they try to say flat means curve, but whatever. So if you read right here, are abyssal plains perfectly flat? Flat is almost an understatement. The abyssal plains are some of the flattest features on the plane. Some drop in elevation less than a foot for every 1,000 feet in distance. Sometimes there are small hills called abyssal hills, but generally abyssal plains are as flat as a tabletop.
And it's silly when they say, so you believe the earth is flat, so there's no hills or no, and it's like, you do know that when we're not talking about flat earth, and in every other context when people talk about the flatness of an area, it's the topography. It's like devoid of all the elevation is basically damn near even, generally speaking, over the entire surface of that plane that you're studying. Like they'll talk about drop offs for water, and they'll be like the runoff is like centimeters or some shit like that, right? Am I right? I know Hank can help me out.
I missed it. I like the change is always averaged, right? So it's just always average. That's all the data I'm getting. I don't know.
Yeah, and they're talking about slope. They're not talking about. They don't even really When you look at all the articles about the abyssal plains, they don't even talk about curvature at all. And when they're talking about change over distance, they're only referring to slope, not curvature.
Correct, and of course that's a diagonal slope off the horizontal.
Yeah.
See, the profile is flat, meaning there's a baseline. Like
Yeah, I'm about
there is no curved profile. But yeah, that's one of the more interesting topics that I've been looking into. How they map the ocean floor, like
Yeah, it's really
I don't know.
crazy. They use like
Have,
interferometry. A lot of the studies are just about like the vegetation life, but all of them utilize like horizontal spectroscopy, not spectroscopy as much, but interferometry. There's a couple studies with spectroscopy. They talk about everything, and they've got some X-rays, horizontal X-ray propagation. So I'm about to grab my laptop. I found a bunch of stuff. It's very interesting though. And then so basically the mainstream narrative is, so even though you go horizontal adjacent to the continent, and it's horizontal relative to sea level, of course, both that level and that relative horizontal is relative to the curve and the center of the earth or whatever nonsense, which is completely useless in real life. So you just treat it like it's horizontal. But anyway, so sediment layers build up on the floor and give it that horizontal adjacent to continent. Basically, they're trying to figure out a theory to explain why the further, so funny, dude, the further you go away from the landmass or the continent, the more sediment built up, which of course is what it would be, right? Because the Earth's going to keep dropping down beneath you. So when they have these long stretches of like flat horizontal topography, then they're saying that the sediment is building up to make it that way.
Coming to rest at a level.
Oh my god!
It's insane. It's insane. I'll send you guys some stuff.
Well, it sounds like they understand specific gravity.
It's just ridiculous because, like, for sediment to do something like that, there'd have to be a terrace. It'd have to be terraces in the fucking ocean for sediment to just build up. That's ridiculous.
So they're saying the horizontalness, the flatness, because it's horizontal, must be a slope. Is that what? Is that what? Is that? That's not what you said. What did you say, Gospel?
No. The only thing that they never say curvature, they only talk about a slope. Like they talk about the plains, the abyssal hills, like the very small bumps on the plains, and then there's slopes. There's like these giant diagonal slopes, and then they come back up diagonal, like making a V or a valley. Basically, they measure the slopes, which are obviously measured off a horizontal.
Yes.
Which when you say abyssal plain, are you talking about that documentary where I think he was a doctor, he was a submariner who he found on the bottom of the ocean floor a jello-like substance that was transparent and he couldn't get through it. It was really hard.
No, I think we're just talking about the profile. I don't think
Yeah,
it's
that sounds
about like
interesting.
Yeah, just the ocean floor is what we're on.
Okay, but you guys saw that
the
documentary about
flatness
the
of
ocean
it.
floor. It was like a jello. You couldn't get through it.
I saw that. Yes.
Well, yeah.
I'd like to confirm that with some other people.
I don't know what the hell that is. You talking about when the brine
You
at
can
the
only
bottom
confirm it with them. The ocean, the so-called what do you call? Damn, what?
yeah, where that salt
What do you
water was
call it?
more
The
brine
beach or
than the
whatever it
other
is. They
water.
said it was a beach or something. Like a
it's
beach,
gotta be the
a lake.
brine.
There
Like
you go, a lake under the water.
yeah,
A lake
it's
at the
brine.
bottom
Like
of the ocean.
basically, it's like when you desalinate the ocean. What happens is when they desalinate the ocean, it spits back brine into the ocean, and it doesn't mix with the ocean. It becomes its own fluid, right? So that's supposed to be at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, and nothing can. Well, you can go in it, but you probably won't be able to. Your vehicle probably won't be able to function because it's concentrated salt in a liquid form that won't mix with the ocean. You know, so it's just fucking crazy.
So here's physical and hydrodynamic properties of deep sea mining generated abysmal sediment plumes. So deep sea mining, of course, they're using horizontal propagated technology. Dude, it's a rabbit hole, man, because it's actually very fascinating. Like the bottom of the ocean, yeah.
Yep.
What's it in fishing? They just call it a depth finder, and most small fishing vessels have one. And
Yeah,
it just
side
pings
view.
down.
It's like side scan or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, but it's effectively also in the air. They use a LiDAR technology where it also bounces thousands of signals per second, and then it can pick up like any subtle difference in the actual topography of the floor. But like a basic depth finder just constantly pings and tells you the depth of the ocean floor below you, which is also projected on a horizontal map or a horizontal grid.
Well, I mean that would only make sense because they're extending the if we're talking about the same thing, side scanning sonar, I think it's called. They project a beam or whatever it is to the surface of the floor, and then it goes out horizontally from there at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, so like I mean, I just had all the globe zealots this morning basically saying, well, flat means curved. And I was like,
No, it
okay,
doesn't.
so I was like, so what's the antonym of curved? And then I said, okay, so there's no opposite of curved, and flat means curved. So how would a surveyor measure something that was flat? And no answer. So that's honestly the best I got after like 2 hours or something.
Yeah, they don't believe in flat.
Yeah, it just doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
Dude, like an hour ago, we just got done with a guy where that's pretty much where I got him to rage quit. He didn't want to talk about the ball, but
So look at
yeah,
this. This is why.
we started talking about whether curved was level, and all of a sudden he was gone. Like he knew not to fight that fight. Is that something that's coming back? Like, are they bringing that level
No.
is curved
Well, just when
nonsense
you
to it?
force them,
That's why.
in a corner.
Yeah, that's why I posted the stuff I posted when you were having that conversation. So I looked up level. It says a horizontal plane. And then I'm like, okay, well, fine. Then what's a plane? Or a horizontal plane? A plane parallel to the horizon. Okay. So a plane is a flat expanse of land. So level is a horizontal plane, which is a flat expanse of land, but in their mind is not flat or level at all.
Yeah, like level is curved is bad, but flat is curved is like next level. That's next level, dude. You know, like
That is next level.
because like literally, what is the opposite of curved then?
Yeah, straight is actually the antonym of curved.
Yeah, I do like that that argument. That's pretty clever the way that you're wording that.
I mean, it's insane because you can't find any citation that discusses the abyssal planes without using the word flat. I mean, that's what it means. So, it's hilarious. It's so funny. I mean, Rumpus, holding true to his name, was literally just imploding and screaming and interrupting everyone. He literally, not even being asked, said flat is curved like 20 times. Like, not even being, he said it. He was just saying it over and over. Like, they just don't even understand it. They just don't get it. Flat is curved. It's interesting. I think it's interesting because I watched, I was actually telling them that anyone that can understand some of these basic principles, disengagement is the most appropriate avenue. Entirely just disengaging, you know. But I was watching this interview with this guy from Wu-Tang Clan, and Dave Weiss was on there. They actually asked me to jump on that thing, so I should be on the show in the next couple of weeks or whatever. But anyway, the guy's like, I get, of course, the water's level. Of course, the surface of the water's level. It's called sea level. He's like, but the floor of the ocean is curving like a ball. And I just think it's funny because you can take someone that's new to the information from sea level down to the floor, and those are parallel to each other. The abyssal plane is parallel to the surface of the water, right? So just really explaining that to someone has a pretty good chance of breaking their cognitus, I would think. Most people don't know that 70% of the ocean floor is abyssal plane.
So I have something to run past you guys.
And then before you do, sorry,
Okay,
I
no
know you
problem.
were first, but also conveniently with what you're saying, if somebody Googles it, I guess they couldn't be bothered to show you from one continent to another continent with a curved profile because when you Google it with anything with the ocean in it, it's one continent and the other continent is on the same level. Um, at least if you're looking at the picture or the illustrations, it's just showing you that the surface is level with the floor. Like that's
Yeah,
you don't
simple.
even get a different depiction. Like that's what you get.
Yeah,
Anyway, sorry.
it's getting so bad that I think they had to rush out the jabs. Anyway, what's your question you wanted to run by us?
So, in the sense of gravity, right? Whether it exists or not, we should be able to test that.
Yeah.
I understand there's been no proper test to prove that it exists. Now, I've been thinking, shouldn't we be able to fly up and weigh something against the calculation of gravity, right? So we
It
should
depends on it.
see.
Good.
Yes, so we should see a certain amount of loss. So say, for example, at 35,000 feet, you should see a 0.4% weight loss at that altitude. And that's a measurable amount. Like, does anybody know if this has been done?
Well, they'll argue that because the weights the scale has to be calibrated. Like when you take it onto a plane, if you could, it would come out of calibration. So they would say, well, there you go. There's that difference that you think is, I don't know. Or
Wait,
Yeah, well, the only thing they claim to
actually that
deny
goes
that is
against
atomic
that
clock.
actually helps them, right? My
out
bad.
of calibration?
Well, they talk about atomic clocks. So they look at the degradation rate of cesium atoms, just the oscillation rate, the vibration rate with the degradation of cesium atoms, and then they try to say that time is slowing down. When it comes to the weight distribution, the entire globe's map is off, even on the surface. So of course, they haven't ventured to altitude tests. The map of the surface is off, with the gravity assumption.
Huh.
Yeah, like Canada, for example, there are huge portions of Canada that don't match the gravity prediction at all.
Okay,
Are
so
entirely
then,
anomalous.
what if you weighed it as a control before takeoff and then weighed it up high? If gravity was correct, you would see a drop off no matter what, correct? Or is a non-calibration thing makes that completely refutable?
That would be a grasp at straws from them, but you'd actually have to properly define weights. So
Right.
I see what you're saying, like if gravity was real, but I mean, if Tinkerbell was real, I could fly at midnight. I don't it's not real. is nothing more than the pressure mediated based on the density of an object relative to its surroundings. The real question is, what's the cause of density? And that would be the electrostatic bonding of all the molecules. So the strength of that would cause various densities, which would cause various distributions, which would cause various pressure mediation and or what we call weight. So you would have to properly understand the phenomenon, you'd have to factor in a variance of factors. But from a gravity perspective, I mean, even if there was a weight change, it wouldn't improve gravity, you know? I mean, but they have endless excuses to hand wave dismiss that. And to be fair, what they're claiming gravity is so minute on the terrestrial scale, on the local scale, that the sensitivity of the mechanism actually would throw it off because they're looking for something that's basically negligible, even if the theory was true. I hope that made sense.
Well, say for example, you had a 10 kilogram weight. The change of that would be 0.4%. That would be 20 grams or 200 grams. That's a measurable amount at that altitude.
Right, but the effect of gravity on that small of a mass relative to the Earth would be very minute, and so any vibrational disturbance or hip mishap in calibration would throw off any possibility of detecting the minute difference. That would be their argument. I mean, it's just an unfalsifiable grasp at straws argument, but that's what they will say. I mean, because I've looked into this, because I was confused as to how everyone can think gravity's real and they can't even map it on the surface. Yeah. So I've never seen anything go beyond that because they can't even get the surface right.
Okay. Final thing. Do you know if anything like that has been tested or documented?
The only thing I know like that is atomic clocks, which is easily debunked. You know, conflation of correlation and causation, oscillation rate of cesium atoms.
There's a whole bunch of people that claim to have done this. The problem is that their readings are completely off the charts. They don't match any of the predictions. Maybe at one time they do, but in different areas they don't. In fact,
I've heard Glovers on the internet talk about doing it.
Yeah, they took some gnomes around and weighed them. And it's supposed to be like a consistent part, but instead you get it looks like an EKG when you chart it. It doesn't match at all.
Yeah. Of course, gravity is just it's literally just completely made up. Because even if gravity was real, you wouldn't be able to detect it on the Earth because there's a downward electric current on the Earth. There's an electric, what they would call atmospheric electricity, goes up 100 volts per meter. That pressure is being mediated down from the positive to the negative, which is the surface. So we have a downward current of electricity way stronger than gravity claims to be. And even though it's way stronger, it's still incredibly weak to such an extent that butterflies and helium balloons don't seem particularly concerned with it. So the stupidity of all of it's actually pretty overwhelming. Even if gravity was real, you couldn't isolate it on the Earth.
Okay. Okay, I hear that. I know someone who's taking a flight at 38,000 feet. We are going to conduct this experiment just for fun, basically. And do you know of anything I can do to make this test more accurate?
Fully account for the electrostatic resonance of the object that you're weighing and the scale and the environment.
So you're talking about discharging it in a way?
To be honest, I can't even give you. I don't see how it's even feasible to do that. Okay. So, you can try to ground something that will help minimize it, but that will not eliminate the intrinsic electrostatic resonance. So, again, that's
ground something that's flying in the air.
Yeah, you can't. But just in general, like even on the Earth not moving, you couldn't account for it. So
I would say
Faraday
use your
cage?
phone gyro.
Faraday cage, yeah. Faraday cage still wouldn't account for it, yeah. Or like no matter what you do.
And you're eliminating a lot of variables that are necessary for that experiment. First of all, if you're going to be in an encapsulated environment with pressure controls and all that shit, you're not doing a true experiment of what you're trying to find out. Okay, you have to be outside of the vessel and conduct your experiment, not inside.
Well, you also have to fully account for the environment, right? Because if we drop a ping pong ball in the air and then we drop it in the water, it's different. And so, obviously, what we call weight, which has actually been conflated with acceleration effectively, right? Gravitas means weight. So, that's going to change relative to the environment. If you're trying to measure these minute changes, you're going to have to fully account for all the variables in the environment. And that would include the electromagnetic field, the proportionate strength as you increase altitude, how close you are to the central point of the field. None of these things will ever be accounted for in any experiment, I would imagine.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy. I hate to be the guy that's like, well, I'm just telling you. In my opinion, it's a futile pursuit. You'd have to account for variables pretty much not possible to do. So.
Yeah, I think you should just do the gyro thing.
Oh yeah, seeing the gyro
That's
change in degree as you go up.
I wanted to ask you guys: do any of you ever go to the religious room? Because I just tried my hardest to invite people to the religious room, and I got a hard time. I got a super hard time.
The answer is yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but religion is a touchy topic. That's why people don't like going there.
Well, that's why I don't want to have any discussion about that at this point here, because this place is meant for flat Earth alone. This is not some people having to spill out their philosophies and bullshit. This is a place for us to put out facts about flat Earth. That is what this platform is about. But they also have many rooms we can go into and talk about different kind of philosophies. And I have been trying to put out.
Shanna, just to answer your question, on average, I have to wait about 3 or 4 hours for somebody to join. I just sit there all day. Sometimes it's 30 minutes, sometimes it's 3 hours. Whatever. It just kind of depends. But
No, dude, I couldn't even post link. It said can't post link, can't post link. I was
okay,
like,
well, you've made the
trying to.
announcement now, so if anybody wants to go have that kind of conversation, they will follow you down there.
So my question though,
Yeah, because I was trying to post links
Shanna,
and it was
we're
like, can't do it,
definitely in
can't
the
do it.
middle.
It's giving me
Definitely,
hard.
Shanna. Hello, we're definitely in the middle of a conversation.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
So my question for the guy that was thinking about doing the experiment. All right, so if you think about it, and I can send you like a Richard Feynman lecture or whatever, Richard Bro, but there's an atmospheric electricity, an electric nature to the Earth's, right? So it has a downward current. If it's way stronger than gravity, my question is, if you don't account for that, if you don't factor that in, how could you ever differentiate an effect of gravity from the downward current if you don't even account for it? Because it's stronger, right? It's stronger than gravity claims to be.
Okay, you got a bigger problem though. How are you going to differentiate downward from inward?
On a ball, yeah, touche.
Exactly. Shabam.
True that. Really, my question, I guess, is for the people that understand the down and up thing, which excludes the baller.
But that's for the kid
They
that's trying to do
have
this
down and up
test,
in
right?
reality.
If you go up, if you find out that things go down, okay, and then you go over there and things go down, and then you go over there and things go down, the only way that you could assume they're going inward is if you wrap them around a model in your mind. Because all you've experienced is things going down and up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a trip.
Then you'll say, oh, but hold on, sir. I've got you there because they've got an equation that has an R in it. Well, that equation was made ad hoc. It presupposed a bunch of presuppositions, and it's just based on things falling down in the first instance. And then you might say, oh, but it explains the orbital motions and stuff. Well, how so? Those are all scalar. They just changed the mass based on their equation that they already have. They didn't go out and measure or test anything. So yeah, things go down, right? And they go down over there and they go down over there. You know what that proves? That down is down everywhere. And down is perpendicular to horizontal. So there, flat earth proven. Thank you. I rest my case.
Yeah, I think what trips me out is even if you follow the lunacy of reifying down being this diagonal relative to center direction, like as ridiculous as that is, even if you do that, and I'm genuinely confused about this as how this was passed by on a mainstream level, but they don't factor in the electric current. So I genuinely don't even understand it. I like don't understand how they were able to get away with it. I don't know. You're like honestly, what you just intel or described is clearly the biggest thing that's insane they got away with. But just in general, I think it's insane that like because like you'll get Globe Earth mainstream universities, you name it, saying that the electric current's there. I don't know. I must be missing something. I don't.
No, Whitsett, it's like the Van Allen radiation belts. If you don't know they're there, they can't hurt you. You know,
Yeah,
so
exactly. It's literally like that, dude. It's so crazy.
That was a claim made by an astronaut. I don't know if I believe him.
Yeah, I honestly think they only got it through because they got it through into the schools, and then they taught the children, and the children grew up.
Yeah, fair enough. But how is it that people that believe the Earth's a ball that look into gravity, which is one of the most sought after fields in the normie mainstream pseudoscience world, right? Because that's like the cutting edge of understanding of where we live. Because there's this massive need, this mechanism of movement to be explained. So that's Nobel Prize infamous category, right? And so all these people that would ever try to make a name for themselves, that's where they would look. How is it that none of them, in any of their papers or 2-decade studies of gravity, have seemed to figure out they need to account for the electric downward current that's much stronger if you were ever going to isolate some other downward motion? I guess I'm just confused. I've yet to find an answer. I've tried to read a lot of stuff, but it just seems to actually been thrown in the wind, you know?
Yeah, I think it's just a bias because they have this belief of gravity and all that, and just inherently want to look past anything that seems to go against it.
Well, you see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even necessarily go. It just like I get that, but like, how do you not account for it? Even if gravity's real, you would have to account for it. Like, if gravity's real, you have to.
Nope.
That would still be stronger. I'm so confused.
Nope, don't need to. It's not how it works, Holmes. How it works is you don't need a synthetic theory, which by that I mean everything synthesized into one explanation. You just need ad hoc theories for each particular explanation. That's it. So, like, for example, Newton realized that his theory of gravity means you need an infinite universe. Olber's paradox: if you have an infinite universe, you have infinite stars, which means it's daylight all the time. Oh, I screwed up. Okay, let's make another theory called Einsteinian relativity. And when we need Newtonian, we'll use it. And when we need Einsteinian, we'll use it. Even though there's paradoxes in both. We'll just use one half the time, and we'll use the other one the other half the time. See? Don't need a synthetic theory.
it just blows my mind to this day. 5 years in, dude.
Yeah,
because it was so successful.
I honestly don't think they realize how compartmentalized their thinking is. And I think the schools have something to do with that. And they build up these idols that they believe are so correct that they can't be wrong, and then they just base everything off of that.
Yeah, but you would think if you're going to cast some type of deception, you would have to have the semblance of credibility. And so whatever guy props it up, you would think they'd account. I don't know. I guess the trick was achieved by the fact that even to this day, when I talk to people that even kind of wake up to the deception of the earth, they've never heard of the equipotential electric lines on the earth, right? That go up through the air. So maybe the answer is that the reason it worked is because it was just that topic was excluded in entirety, not just when it pertains to gravity. Just seems people don't even know. But then I read Richard Feynman lectures on it, so it just seems so baffling. I don't know.
Dude, if you put your YouTube on, just to, like, explaining something about the universe, right? Like, let's say guys trying to replicate quote unquote stars on Earth to use as power reactors. And eventually you'll listen to another lecture, which is similar, but a little twisted and going off in a different direction. And then the next lecture, all of a sudden they're talking about eventually we'll evolve into sentient gas clouds that roam around the universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, what if some of these clouds that we see in our telescopes are actually sentient beings that have evolved in the past? Like, it's all fairy tale.
But that's how they get it through. They control the what you see, and so by eliminating the things they don't want you to believe, it's pretty easy to pigeonhole people into a certain belief.
Yeah, but like even when you talk to them too,
That's
it's
what pictures.
good.
I think that's what pictures are for. Like, when it comes to a child, the imagery is like heavily imposed from TV to picture books. It's always having you associate pictures with words in different contexts that may or may not actually be consistent with their reality. But that's how they start us off. Here's some pictures. This is now do some association.
Well, if you tell them about it and how you didn't account for the stronger force, then they'll say, well, you can just ground to control the variable. Like, oh, you grounded the Earth? I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I'm starting to realize that we destroy, it's not a debate at all. So honestly, the weeds is just a detriment to us. Yeah.
Yeah. Who was it? I think it was you, Citation Police. He was asking something to the effect of, whose fault is it that all this time has been wasted? What do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Like, a lot of the argumentation was lost because the flat earthers were the ones defeating themselves and each other, not the globers defeating them.
Oh, right, trying to come up with poetry, basically. When all you had to do is say that's not a good question.
Well, you could go.
Or
I mean,
you're
you could
not
go back
answering.
into some of the debates and stuff from the past. There's a lot of people that got it. They're just like, look, if the water ain't curved, the earth ain't curved, then that means your entire belief system's done. The end. I'm going home to eat a pizza. Yeah, it's like dark matter at the edges of the universe. Oh, water's not curved, so heliocentrism's fault. Who cares? Bye. I'm going to have some orange juice. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's some
exactly.
people that got it.
Yeah. Oh, wait, was I on mute that whole time? I guess so. Yeah. There's a lot of people who, when I'm speaking to you guys on here, they just look and they give this knowing smile and they go, yeah. And that happens a lot. I just think that, like you said, people just go, yeah, of course it is. Well, all right, what's on the itinerary?
Yeah,
All right, water slide. Ooh, big revelation there. Next. Like, That's how most people really treat this thing.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example. I was in that room earlier, and I was explaining that disengagement is the proper avenue, right? And so I posted this picture. I'll have to find it, but it's from NASA, and this is them mapping out the ocean floor. Just and so my point was, so this obviously doesn't look anything like the picture of the Earth that we're all shown as it being some sphere in space, right? It's not even close to the same thing. So if someone can come across that picture and then see that this is what they have to do to try to map out the topography, and then breeze right past it as if they're both simultaneously true, you can't save that person, man. Disengagement is the next step. Like, what can you do for... You can't really do anything for them, right? That's not really about the evidence itself that's been presented. Does that make sense? Like, if I was, when I first heard this, if someone showed me this, I would laugh so hard and been like, okay, obviously they're having to try to flatten out this supposed ball to even pretend to make the topography work. They can't both be true, right? Like, so many simple things. I don't know. I think we follow them.
What does the 60 represent? Is that percent? Is what is that? What does that 20, 40, 60 represent?
It means I'm 60 times more stronger than you guys because I live under so much gravity.
The scale, right? The other one, MGAL. What is that? What is MGAL?
Hold on a second.
Is that anything like Umbop?
A GAL is a unit of acceleration, sometimes called Galileo after Galileo Galilei. Is a unit of acceleration used in gravimetry. The gal is defined as 1 centimeter per second squared. The milligal, or mgal, which is shown here, and microgal, which is the Greek symbol, are respectively 1,000th and 1,000,000th of a gal. So when it says 60 gal or mgal, that's 61,000ths of a centimeter per second squared, which seems to me that according to their chart here, the mgal chart, the difference is extremely slight. And I watched one of those YouTube videos that was making the claim that in Canada it was like a 60% difference, which seems to me like an absurd how to lie with statistics adventure. But in reality, according to their claim and the milligal rating, 61,000ths of a centimeter per second squared.
Yeah, it's nothing. Essentially, they looked at this graph above and just, like I did earlier, just bullshitted something off of that 60 number.
Well, the fact that there's any difference seems arbitrary, and like they're making it look like there's an extreme. Oh my gosh, look, there's blue over there and there's red over there. I bet there's a huge difference. But like, I have a feeling that if you were to actually, like somebody was talking about weighing everything, let's say you could actually weigh things in truth somehow, some way. I feel like the difference would be like 60 pounds, 15 zeros and the number 1 somewhere. Maybe not 15 zeros. We're talking, I don't know. Can somebody do the math on what 61,000ths of a centimeter per second squared actually results in the real world?
Yeah, so this is what this is how they do it. They use the gravimeter. I call it the graveler meter. Because it's built with all kinds of algorithms that account and reify gravity, but it's just interferometry. So they drop like a little bead in a vacuum sealed box, and then they use the cross patterns of the lasers to measure the acceleration difference at different locations. And it's very, very, very minute, like you're saying. That's why they have to use really sensitive interferometry, right? And there are fluctuations in this bead, but they're not consistent at all with a geographical distribution of gravity. So they actually have to put algorithms in it. So, for example, it'll correct if it's as low as like 6 meters per second squared. It'll correct it to be in the ballpark of 9.8. That's how fraudulent it is. The algorithm corrects it. So, I mean, the very mechanism they all use, which is not easily accessible, you would need like some grants to get. I mean, typically, right, they're anywhere from 30 to 100 or 200 grand. You can't even find one. You have to build one yourself that didn't have the algorithms to really get down to it. And you would be measuring electrostatic acceleration, and so you're doing it in a vacuum chamber, and it's not really, I don't know. But anyway, that's how they do this. That's where all these maps come from, Grappler meters. Me and Jaren really deep dove in this, and we started reading all kinds of PDFs. And once you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, they literally just the device is basically useless. They just have algorithms.
Yeah, when I looked into this, and I found a bunch of stuff about gravitational anomalies within this, where they claim flat areas are caused by these gravitational anomalies.
Yeah, it also even says that the even the atmospheric environment, even though it's in a vacuum sealed box, that even the atmospheric pressure can affect it because it's trying to measure such a minute change. So, I mean, it has an algorithm to also account for that, to like fix that, to nullify that.
So I actually found a little calculator. And I threw those conversions in there in regards to the meters. Oh, that's meters per minute. Oh, gee, hold on. Right, because in the 9.8 meters, that's per second. 9.8 meters per second is the normal vernacular.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. Meters per...
It is, to me, I will say, it is actually an intriguing idea for a mechanism. Because I think it would be cool to pull all the algorithms out, just get the acceleration, like the raw data of interferometry, repeat, and then try to map that out with the more accurate proportion of land. And maybe you could figure out, I don't know, any type of effect that the overall field was happening on the Earth, or was happening. But as is, they're useless, and good luck trying to go.
All right. So 60 thousandths of a centimeter per second squared is 6 hundreds, thousands, 10 thousandths of a meter per second squared. So if we're talking about the 9.8 and pretending to operate within that paradigm, even at that 60 mark, the percentage in difference is so minute, you couldn't even. It's impractical to even suggest that there's anything different at all.
That's right, because if you did the same thing at the same location 1,000,000 times, you get a bigger variance than that.
Precisely.
In acceleration. Yeah. It's laughable. And it's even worse, the algorithm corrects for like 3 entire points. So 3 meters per second squared. No, like 3 meters, 3 entire meters per second.
Oh, well, that's a lot.
Ton. Yeah, dude,
That's
you see how stupid it is. It's a Grappler meter.
Well, that's 40%, isn't it?
It's so dumb.
Or 30%?
It's
I
just,
just
it's way
jumped
too
in
much.
here right now. What's up? What's it?
What up?
I love you, brother.
Oh man, I love you too, man.
Yeah, cool. Sorry
We
to
love you
interrupt
back,
you
Murph.
guys. I love you too, Hank. I love the propane. Great deal. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
It's fine.
That's all right. You're very healthy for.
Yeah, that graphic is just disingenuous on its face.
Well, yeah. So they it's just like when the geodetic surveyors, they go make their measurements and then they go take the NDSA model and they compare and they try to see how close they can get to the assumed radius value, a percentage of accuracy. It's the same thing. They do a rough distribution of gravity, reifying the globe, and then they try to fit in the data to reify it. Sometimes it's so drastically off that they'll acknowledge the anomaly. Like Canada just throws a huge wrench in it. But even, now think about how bad that means. Their theory is so bad because we're talking. You see the difference that they're claimed to measure is so negligible, and even that difference is drastically wrong. They can't like. It's just really crazy. It's a really crazy phenomenon. So like, the real question is what's going on, because it's fascinating if you visualize it. You have a vacuum sealed chamber. You have a little BB that you drop, that the mechanism drops, and then there's these super fast, crossing patterns, like these interferometry patterns of lasers just swooping through, measuring the accelerated drop. So, I mean, that it is interesting idea for a mechanism, because if you could factor in like, well, what's the components of the ground underneath? Where's it at within the electromagnetic field? Where's it at on magnetic declination lines? What's the composition of the BB? Stuff like that. You could actually figure out something that really will help you.
Yeah, but how do you isolate the whole mechanism getting charged electrostatically differently in different locations?
That's correct. That's what Bob and I were discussing. Like, I don't really know that you could. I don't even know how you could possibly do it. So, like, you could try to keep all you would ever do is get approximate data where you could try to keep a relatively same, because you could ground the box and, you're not fully eliminating the variable electrostatics, but you could try to measure fluctuation. Like, if you properly acknowledge the phenomena as electrostatic, then you could maybe move forward, and it still would be approximate data, because it's really hard to intricately measure the electrostatic resonance of each piece of matter. So yeah, touche. Really couldn't. I just got excited in the idea. I would love to somehow find a way where we could map out the field a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting. We can charge things, so maybe we could figure out some way to get things neutral.
Yeah, and it would still be approximate, though, right? I mean, and then what's going to change the resting resonance potential, electrostatic potential, is the environment. And I get the vacuum, but I will say the vacuum still will help a lot with that, right? But then you get into, well, if there's a medium in that vacuum sealed box, I don't know. It's really a futile pursuit.
Yeah, and as you're jiggling around the machine, moving it to another location, that bead might be jiggling inside the chamber, hitting the walls and stuff like that.
Right. Like, I'm in the middle where a bunch of flat earthers would just be like, to hell with it. I think it's cool that technology like this is created. I just think we have to keep working on it. Like, I encourage, like, innovative devices. It's the conflation to fact that I take contention with,
Yeah, I agree.
The devices mean of device.
No. No. I just instinctively say no to people. Oh.
That's
I didn't
interesting,
say
though.
what I said earlier for nothing. I know you didn't understand it then, but you will.
Here's the etymology on device, and this time I'm right. The answer is no. That's not a compound word.
My fault.
It's all good.
Hey, it's
I'm
all good. Keep swinging for the fence, bro.
an etymology dude. It's what I do. And I'm here to make everybody's day just the worst. No, I'm here to improve you and to make sure that you're not spouting nonsense. That's what I'm here for.
I appreciate that. You're a good dude, man.
So,
My dude got the definition of device up here so fast.
I kid
Yo,
you not.
wait.
I kid
Did
you
he
not.
say?
Etymology on my Etym Online stays on my screen like 90% of the day. It's the default screen. I have a lot of tabs open, like 40, but Etym Online is the default. I've got multiple screens here in my room here, but on my screen, Etym Online is the default screen.
I'm just a bit wary of all the spelling. We find ourselves in casting spelling everywhere.
Are you just trying to trigger me?
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
For a good reason.
I did tell you.
I didn't mean to derail the conversation. I just jumped in here.
It is crazy though that 5 years later, like because I would have never imagined that we would be here. You know, like because I'm not. It's not in an opinion based conversation. It's not like, oh well, I'm a Republican. Oh well, I'm a Democrat. Oh well, these are my principles. These are my well. You know, like it's not. It's not that. It's this is really true. This is really.
I think you're coming in super tin canny.
Oh, this is a square. This is a cube. This is a measurement. This is a calculation. This is not a globe 5 years later. Yeah, but just because the water on top is flat doesn't mean that the ground underneath is flat. 5 years later, that's where we're at. Like, I don't know.
Some people don't like to make progress.
Oh, I know. I'm about to drop my motion in here. Let me download it to
Hey,
Google Drive.
Richard, how do you know that the ancient his story is accurate? What if we were deceived?
I would almost bet everything I have that the history isn't accurate.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, but I don't think it's all fake, right? I think any holistic determination is typically ignorant.
What if the idea of history itself is fake? History is real because there's obviously a past. Like you did something in the past and it really did happen. But the idea, like the fact that because that's true, here's something labeled history and
Elijah.
labeled something.
Relation of incidents, true or false. That's the meaning of history. It's in the definition. It's in the meaning of the word. It's the relation of incidents, true or false. It's already known by default. Like people try to scapegoat the word history. It's just and it's not a compound word in it either. It's not his story. That's not what that word is. But
that's
people
correct,
try to scapegoat that word over and over again. And the point is, it's the relation of events, true or false. So you have to use other means besides the narrative itself to validate it. So that's already built in and understood. Why people, oh, his story, history's a lie, blah, blah, blah. No, true or false. So you have to find out which. Well, how do you do that? I don't know. These sorts of things annoy me because it's just so specious.
Well,
To,
it's either possible or not possible.
True or false.
But then you have to accept.
Okay, so
certain standards.
If I made a claim that I wrote a bunch of things about my childhood, okay, and I show you what I wrote, okay, and I say that I was born in the 80s, okay, and I wrote this when I was 7 years old, hypothetically, or just go with it, right? And I wrote the whole story on an iPad. Okay.
His story, yeah.
That's a neat story, but it's able to be validated whether or not that's true or false. That's my point. So if, for instance, if somebody wrote a whole story with a ballpoint pen at a time that and the claim is that the thing was written, two things could be happening, right? Like, let's say my grandfather wrote a story with a ballpoint pen, which you would infer that he wrote it with the ballpoint pen after the ballpoint pen was invented, for instance. Here's what you could assume about this story: that on one hand, it wasn't written, like, let's say it was about his boyhood in the 1930s or whatever. What you could say is it wasn't written at the same time as the events took place, and then you would have to validate. But one thing you could know for certain is that it wasn't written at the time, and let's say that the claim is that it was written at the time, that would be invalidated by the fact that the pen didn't exist yet. And I'm only referring to, like, my grandfather, for instance, not any other historical figures that may or may not have written a story with a ballpoint pen. But again, pet peeve when people trash on history or trash on whatever word it is. Like, it's a little snake oil salesman-y to me. That's why I say specious.
If he wrote that with the ballpoint pen, that would be his story. Yeah.
I don't know if we would have been friends growing up, Smurf.
Yeah, I'll take the bait, man.
We might have clashed a little bit, but we wouldn't have necessarily been enemies by any means.
You just saying, bro.
Isn't that like this kid that came in earlier when he was like, yeah, that's all good and well. Yeah, I appreciate all your answers and concerns, but I still didn't get the answer to my question, even though you answered it. I answered it within the question, but I still want an answer from you, and you guys don't have it. So therefore, yeah, Earth's a globe, of course. Goodbye. That's exactly what happened. This is that.
Nah, I remember Smurf from a couple of years ago. It's all good.
Cool. Hey, I remember y'all good people, and keep the fight up, man. Keep up the fight.
Yeah.
Fight the power.
Yeah, just because somebody, lied in part doesn't mean the whole is a lie, too. Like, if Napoleon said that he was 5 foot, I think actually Napoleon was 5'7" or maybe 5'6". He wasn't as short as a lot of people think. But let's say Napoleon said he was 6'1". That doesn't mean that every other thing Napoleon ever said is also a lie just because he lied about the one thing. Like,
That's a great point, but they lied about dinosaurs.
how do you know?
Oh, it's obvious. Do I have to get into this? It's like obvious. The dinosaur thing, totally fake.
The dinosaurs are around now. right now.
No.
Yeah.
Crocodiles are considered dinosaurs. So
No,
are
I don't.
alligators.
Okay, I
Nah,
think
nah,
we
nah,
all
nah,
know what
nah,
he's
nah, 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 nah,
saying.
nah, 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 nah,
We
nah, nah,
all
nah,
know
nah,
what
nah.
he's
That's
saying.
equivocation. I think. I know what you're saying, but
I'm doing the MG
nah.
pillbox. I'm doing the pillbox right
I
I'm
now.
know.
saying
Like,
we all know what Smurf's saying. Dude, give the boy a break, man. Give this man a break. You're right, Smurf. The mainstream story of dinosaurs is BS, bro. Good job.
The mainstream story in regards to evolution, absolutely. But I, yep. I guess I can only say that I have beliefs about reptiles, based on this alleged fact that reptiles grow for the duration of their lifetime and they never stop growing. Now, if that's true, and if creatures lived a lot longer once upon a time in the last 6 or 7,000 years ago, if they lived 1,000 years, for instance, then wouldn't an alligator of 900 years or 1,000 years be a pretty crazy creature, hypothetically?
Yeah. Yeah, of course there were dinosaurs, bro. Are you just now catching up to this, Gospel Bear?
I thought that the claim just seconds ago was that there were no
I'm,
dinosaurs.
I'm trolling you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they were definitely crazy creatures. Just everything they said about them is the lie. Like the
T-Rex.
creatures aren't the lie. Yeah, actually, probably some of the specific creatures are lies, but the fact there were creatures like that's not a lie. The lie came with disguising what it really was.
T-Rex, Bronchiosaurus, 80 tons.
The
Yeah.
coelacanth.
yes. Let's not give them the credit of uh creating a good story. It is most definitely plagiarized somehow and taken from like some other larger body of work. Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Well, even the scriptures say that, but I mean, like all across the whole world, it said. I mean, modern architecture in the U.S. shows you, So they were definitely crazy creatures, bro. Which actually stands to reason because it seems like a lot of things were built to satisfy, big, like higher magnitudes of physical needs, like bigger physical needs.
Sir
So,
Untouchable.
so do you
He's like
think that people also got bigger, dude?
he's a server OG. Do I think people got bigger just by default? I don't know.
Because we don't really see the same with people, right? Like people kind of shrivel up.
Stop growing. Yeah. I wouldn't think
Yeah.
that this is.
milk.
I couldn't understand any of that.
I'm sorry.
Just
And
came in
There would
really
have to be
muffled.
some exterior intervention for there to be big people, I would think.
we have Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, if you
That's
had
true.
less
He's pretty big.
concrete, if you had less concrete and more grass, I think that more hemp, right, growing out in the wild, I think that there would be more oxygen and subsequently people would grow bigger. I think that if you look at the I don't think maybe. I think if you look at the samples of what they drilled out of amber, it had twice as much atmosphere than we have currently, and that twice as much oxygen in the atmosphere. And the award-winning vegetables, you can grow them in a hyperbaric chamber filled with like CO2, and this will cause like gigantic vegetables. So it only makes sense that if you fuel muscle tissue and everything in the body, that it would make sense that it could grow bigger.
So do you
Has
guys
the potential.
agree that you kind of have the two ways where you either I don't want to use the word you either increase in efficiency or you suffer from atrophy? I'm sure there's a very simple word that I need to say right now, but do you guys agree that
Growth
it's
or death.
you go one way or the other, or do you guys think you can just float around the middle ground pretty perpetually? Like, do you guys agree with the sentiment that it goes one way or the other, that you suffer from atrophy or you grow?
I think there's a
I
middle
think so.
ground. It depends on the situation.
Okay, so if you neglect your body and don't work out at all, what'll happen to your muscles?
10% atrophy per decade as a male past 28 years old.
Okay, so we have a lot of evidence of atrophy, right? So now, step with me over here. This is some potential gravy, right? Because say that we went from a form that wasn't as limited to this more limited form that we now know to be normal. Doesn't it stand to reason that atrophy would happen over time? Like to people in general. Like the stature and degradation rate, cell degradation rate.
I think so because it's correlated with our nutrition. We had the tallest people in America in the 1800s. People were malnourished in Europe for the same reasons you just explained. The entire overall environment of the world could have been a factor. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I do agree with that. It's really hard. I'm trying to limit how much speculation it requires, I guess, because yeah, like there could be higher oxygen levels because there seems like there were bigger trees, and so I guess the question is, are we experiencing the process of atrophy in the material world, or I would say fallen state? Right. So
I think very possibly we've got the large petrified tree trunks they call canyons and stuff.
Yeah, I think there's
Let me
a
answer
lot of
with
truth
it.
to big trees. I try to stay in pocket with the claims.
We're degrading, but because of our eggs replicating throughout the generations, I think like Adam was the perfect man. No.
Yeah, so everything from him would have been a step down via atrophy.
Yeah, for like 6,000 years. Yeah.
Right. So then there may have been bigger people just, inherently. Like people may have just been bigger. Like that. For me, that's not even like a leap of logic. They taught us the exact opposite, and we know how they love that opposite thing. That is not evidence for, but it's interesting because, like the hyperlogical deduction based on observation of atrophy, I mean, then then so like a normie would argue with me right now and say, no, life expectancy was so bad in medieval times, Yeah, was it though? So atrophy is something we can experience on a macro and micro level. So I don't know. It's like with everything, like trees.
Work out every day. If I was lifting, I was running, and I stopped and I started, dating females, right? Because that was doing for that. And it's a huge difference not working out.
So you're just breaking up for me?
No, he was breaking up for me too. I was like sitting here going, is anybody going to say anything?
I apologize.
It's all good. You just sound like a transformer, bro. Level Up said needs some actual artifacts, clothing, tools, etc. to go with the speculation. Well, that's actually like the foundation of the speculation is the anthropological evidence of artifacts that are much too big for the size people we have now. Even with megalithic structures, but not even their building, just like not how it was built, much as like what is built.
Do we have any tunics that are like 11 foot long or 13 foot long or?
Tunic?
You know what I mean?
Not that we know of.
Right.
Tunic, robe,
Because we
whatever,
often look
generic
to,
term for clothing.
Okay.
right, because we often look
Yeah, I
to
gotta
like
hang out with Gospel Bear more.
structures.
He's up in my vocab game.
Come on, anybody that's played Legend of Zelda knows what a tunic is.
I was just about to say, yeah, if you want to hang out with the geeks.
I used to play my little seashell.
Ocarina, bruh. Ocarina.
Oh no, I was intentionally butchering
Oh my
it.
god.
Oh,
No,
good
that was my
old.
game.
Now
You could just
let me
get
tell
your
you
horse to
guys.
come.
Okay,
It's all about that Legend
world
of
is flat.
Zelda, bro. The Majora's Mask.
Majora's Mask is the best. Hands
Somebody's
down.
trying to get in. I heard you back there. Who was trying to get in? Oh man, it was your time to shine, brother. So yeah, what if we did? Yeah, here we are. I did understand the context of your point. There's all kinds of artifacts that support bigger people, man. So actually, where I'm from, West Tennessee, there's this area like 45 minutes southeast of me, and there are just these huge mounds. It's called Pinson Mounds, and they're all over the U.S. Just these huge, what look like burial grounds. You can't touch them. And then if you go look at the people that live around there and you talk to them, they'll all tell you that giants used to live there.
Now,
No,
see
that's not
that
proof, but
that's why I saw it. That's why I thought what Gospel Bearer asked was pretty interesting because usually when this conversation comes up, people point to like structures and things like that. But what about culturally, like
Yeah, I'm giving
the
all credit to
clothing?
Level Up.
Oh, okay. Well, like the
But
clothing or even
yes.
tools, even
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, for sure.
What
You
about
need hammers that were at least, a couple of inches longer for gripping purposes and leverage and or whatever.
what
the
about the
next stream I'm gonna
building?
do, actually, I'm covering ancient technology that can't be explained, and one of them is this crazy sword they
What
found in China. You
what
guys
about
ever heard of it?
the big books that have been recorded, and is that
Yep,
something to that? The
but the
That's
really big
another one of the
books?
things I'm gonna cover in my stream. Yeah, like
Hey,
from 3
Ignorant.
to 6 and 10 foot books.
Yep, but the
What
words are
about
the
the
same
buildings
size, aren't
that
they?
have?
Yeah, the
What
words are
about the
for people to
buildings that
read. Maybe
have
the
built
giants.
windows under the mud? The underground buildings with the windows and the doors.
Maybe the Nephilim had really good eyesight. They didn't need contacts.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
All
just
righty
saying, dude.
then.
You tell me why they would build steps that big, bro. I don't. I mean, there's something going
honor,
on, man. Either
honor,
Well,
idolatry. I have
they
a lot
build
of
rockets.
explanations for it.
They build rockets like big phalluses. So
well, what about
it's
Genesis
like
6, bro? Are you? I guess you're acknowledging bigger people, but cutting them off. I guess sub 15 feet or so.
Hey,
Who,
why
me?
did they build
Yeah.
buildings
Genesis 6.
that have windows underground?
that. Let me
I
just
think
say,
40.
I
To
definitely
answer your
do
question,
think.
40
All
is
right,
the
go ahead.
limit for me.
Okay,
Nah,
go ahead. Eli, that's pretty big.
I,
Eli, go ahead.
I I'm thinking about megalithic. I'm talking higher than titans. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking giants that can touch the clouds.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know that's where you're gonna lose gospel right now. I'm all on the fence with that one, man.
Maybe
I think
angels. My bad.
also.
Not giants. Angels. Sorry.
Well, that's a crazy conversation there, but yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's if there were some really really big, like not everyone. I don't want to get too much into but anyway, like in Enoch, it says that the angels were sent to cut down the trees because the giants were going to, and so it's interesting to think there may have been people were bigger overall. There were some exceptions to it, and then there were some that were like, "Whoa, you're like twice my size," meaning someone could have been 15 or 20 foot tall, and then there were people that were 40 feet tall. That's twice their size. Um, as to the miles high and stuff, I'm not excluding it. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around it, I guess.
yep, yep. Because if they're a mile tall, it stands to reason that they're that everything like let's go to the blood cells. I was thinking of other things, but let's say blood cells. Why would you expect their blood cells to be the same size too? Or maybe I don't know. Is it proportional or you know? Um,
That's yeah. I don't know. For me, that part doesn't really sell me either way because we'll never know. Because
their teeth. What about their
I come
teeth?
from it as they say the teeth are almost double rowed, typically. So
Yeah,
like
but
that's what
if
stories
somebody's
say.
a mile tall, how big's their teeth? The size of a
Oh
house?
yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, and then there are interesting stuff if you look at like topography with it does look like giant things. I don't know. I sent you some pictures that look crazy, but it's crazy because they got us in this corner where you can't even talk about this without sounding like you're off your rocker, bro. Like
Uh-huh.
if I send you a picture of a mountain right now that looks like a dude curled up, you're gonna be like you're a crazy person,
Well, a lot of that's
But
artwork. You got to. be careful which pictures you choose because a lot of people have done like art projects and stuff, sculptures.
Right. Yeah. No, yeah, I've thought that too. Like, some people, there's a forest in France that has a bunch of them, and I'm like, maybe people just carved that, bro. But the mountains, I don't know, that's an impressive feat. Like a mountain range. Like, I don't put anything past the creator or the past of this place, like, because it says, for me, it says nothing new under the sun, of course, because it's above us, and that is a pretty big statement, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I'm so super on the fence, but I think that like anyone that's looked into history at all, like as much as you can,
Let me get
anthropological
your hot
evidence,
micing.
anyone that's looked into it at all knows there were people bigger than like the 6 foot, 8 foot people we experience now. There were people much taller than that.
All right, I'll just mute get.
See, 40 feet's a lot, bro. Like the normie's gonna think gospel.
Oh, I know. I said that's my limit for what I can rationally accept, unless I have like a preponderance of evidence or whatever.
Right. So what would be the like minimum that you would say that you think was here, right?
I totally think like Goliath, for instance, had to have been in the 15 to 20 foot range, something that was absurdly ridiculous and not like, oh, he was just as big as Shaquille O'Neal. Like, I think that he was absurd, but I don't think that he was, cartoonish, Jack and the Beanstalk. But
yeah, I don't know. You know what? Yeah. Because I'm on the fence, man. Like, with if there were bigger people naturally, maybe the bigger people that came with when they bucked the system, and the material composition of the system, the vibrational pattern where they morphed all these spectrums of vibration, that we can't see, and then they made babies. Like, I don't know what would happen there physically speaking. I can't even wrap my mind around that. So I don't know if there were super big, then relative to what and how big were normal people. Some say Goliath wasn't even that big. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that, like relative to. So it's interesting stuff. I mean, we were definitely lied about there being bigger people. I mean, David walks over and picks up his sword also. So they say he was like 5'5". So I think people in general were maybe bigger, and that's kind of the big lie, is that we're getting smaller and wrinkling up faster.
Well, in the last 100 years, that chart that I posted, that's what that's showing, is a decrease in average height over the last 100 years.
Right. And did you know how the creator shows us everything in nature? Like the golden ratios in everything in nature. Like, okay, well, look at a grape and then think about how you get a raisin. Now think about what could be shown to us in that natural manifestation that's here for us. I think that everything that exists in nature, like grows in nature and stuff, it has a message where we're supposed to learn something from it. Oh, you're so crazy. But that's what I think. And I don't know, like stuff like grapes and fruits pulled off trees and stuff, it makes you think. It makes you think, man, because what do old people look like? And then it's like, well, they're aging towards merging away from the material vessel. Well, what do you look like when you sit in water for a long time?
You talking about ratio with the grape to the raisin as far as a ratio?
Just that spectrum of change in general.
Because if you think about then the raisin to the grape seed in ratio size.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What if Goliath was a Neanderthal?
I don't believe in Neanderthals.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that word means.
Proto-human, like before.
Oh,
yeah.
I know what the mainstream word means. I mean, I just don't know where you're coming from with it. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, was he naturally derived? I don't know.
Like a different kind of human, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Like, I think that's very possible. I think that it's possible that there was a genetic manipulation.
Bastardization of giants.
Humans are actually monsters that live on a globe.
We're rocks. But also, isn't it funny they tell you like that you come from rocks and like no, we don't revere these mystery school esoteric teachings of the Titans being gods, and then whenever they have remains that are petrified, quote unquote, we don't worship them. But maybe NASA does. Like I'm about to finish up this Google Drive upload, and I'll show you. But I point out in my motion, it's like NASA has an infatuation with the Pantheon. You know what I'm saying? In the Titans. They have an infatuation with it. And so when Michelle Dowler comes out telling you that you should revere the mountains and the rocks when you're looking at them, what is she really saying? You know, I don't know. I think it's... And that's why she looks so crazy. It's not because she's super dumb. It's because she is crazy. She's crazy. She has a religion where she worships the Titans. You know, so
There is a difference between dumb and crazy, I think, because you could be intelligent, but just so under such a worldview that legitimately, like, I can see what you're saying. Like, if somebody just comes out in conversation and they dead ass look at you and go, yeah, you know, we're like complicated rocks, but they're dead serious because of their religion. It's like, that's crazy as fuck. It doesn't mean you're dumb necessarily.
yeah, for sure. I mean, like the most sunken parts of the esoteric worldviews will make you dumb effectively because it attaches you from wisdom so much. But like, and then you get into the technical etymology of dumb. I know I was like maybe Gospelberry got the crazy, maybe you're ready with the dumb, my dude, because these words do mean things. I'm just
Yeah, I knew dumb was unable to speak. Yeah, deaf and dumb. But yeah, there's dumb.
You don't
yeah,
think
like,
you,
but it's
you,
interesting.
you don't think that somebody says they're just a complicated rock in dumb? I like. What's your standard for dumb?
Okay, well, dumb in the sense
Colloquial.
of no, I
Not
just see
you.
this
Colloquially.
too.
Not you, Wetsit. You just got married. You're off limits for right now. I'm talking to Elijah.
I'm just, there are people that are, I don't know, man.
How does it? So you're saying she must be smart in some way because she's not dumb, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying just because you have a religious worldview that has you say really stupid things. Well, no, that makes you say really crazy things doesn't necessarily mean you're dumb.
That's a really dumb thing to say. Not what you said, but she said. Well, what you said too. Yeah.
Well, I mean, because technically I was dumb until I realized that. Oh, wait a minute. When I was yelling at my friend that we weren't created because we came from a big bang, I was actually crazy at that
That's
time.
great. Yeah. Well, to be dumb, you can't critically think. All right.
Well, if that's the case, then I guess it's anonymous in a way.
Yeah. That's what I was getting to. I wanted to get definition of dumb.
Well,
Well,
it means you can't talk or you can't talk, bro. You can't talk or hear. So,
Which
That's not the
isn't
definition of dumb.
what?
well,
They
not
could,
I mean, not colloquially.
they could be mute and deaf, and still they can give you answers on paper, right?
yeah.
They can be
No,
buoyant
colloquially, yeah.
Colloquially, yeah, you got
or
to watch out.
dense.
Okay, what I'm saying is they're just so crazy. Their worldview's so crazy, it renders them dumb. Like they may even have processing speed, right? But their degeneracy renders them dumb.
And pretender clowns, because you got grown adults that don't know what a triangle or a circle is. So we're at that point right now.
We got to pull out the marker and board, bro.
So that's pretender clown fraud. I don't know what you call it. It might be religious zealotry. You could put it under that, but that's just plain fucking stupid to me. How can you not know what a triangle is as a grown adult? Somebody please tell me. I'm all ears. I
It's
can
called a
understand.
reprobate mind.
I can understand not understanding, spontaneous parametric down conversion. Yeah, I got you. You have no education. That's not what I'm talking about. We're just talking about a fucking triangle or a circle. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, doesn't know what a fucking circle is. And Protothad, Mr. Sexton expert, just come out of the weeds. No one knows who he is. He made up McToon's fuckwit challenge because MC Booger Eater, McBooger Eater, can't do anything. He doesn't know what a triangle is. I'm not lying to you. He doesn't fucking know. You guys tell me, what am I to do?
Order some cocoa beans. Very valuable currency replacement.
Yeah, I don't know. They're recorded. I'm not making this up. They're either recorded or pictured text chat. So this isn't hyperbole. I didn't make this up.
I would start sending out emails to all the pseudoscientists. I would ask them, what is a triangle? Okay, what's a right triangle? And celestial navigation is the right triangle formed by the celestial object, the GP and U. Okay, well then how come you believe that there's a curved adjacent?
Yeah, but you're in a category error. You're talking geometry and, science, as in pseudoscience, right?
The pseudoscience is everything other than science.
No, pseudoscience is something.
Trouncing around is science. Sorry.
No, pseudoscience.
I want to tell y'all good night,
Relax.
brothers and sisters.
I don't know. It's the middle of my statement.
Because nobody wanted to come join me in religious room. So I love you guys and good night.
Good night. Thanks for interrupting me. Say good night. Appreciate that. I love to be interrupted. I yearn for it. Now,
I'm really good at interrupting people. What's up?
What the hell was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought.
Pseudoscience.
Thank you. Pseudoscience is something that masquerades as actual science, but is not. Like tennis. That's not pseudoscience because no one's claimed it's science. Follow?
Yeah, I tried to make that clarification there in the end. Something trouncing around as science, but as a...
Yeah. So it's very specific. So geometry, triangles, or circles, that's not science. That's something completely different. I just wanted to point that out. It's just a category error. You got to separate them out. I know where you're going. You're okay. I just want to tighten your shot group a little bit.
Well, I didn't say pseudoscience. I said pseudoscientist.
Yeah. So why would you ask them a geometry question anyway?
Because I want to know if they know what triangles are.
just for general purpose. Okay, that's a good weasel. That was a stick save. Too funny. What's it? Where's your wife at?
20 feet over there on the bed.
You tell her congratulations from me, and I'm just so stoked. Like I said, you guys are rocking, man. Rocking, just rock.
QE said congratulations and know that I'm the one that runs everything. All right, I added the last part. He said congratulations, and we're crushing. We're rocking.
Yeah, you're crushing it, man. You guys are smoking.
Thank you, bro.
You're welcome.
Kai says thank you.
You lucky bastard.
What is luck, bro?
Yeah, good point. I meant it colloquially.
It's that damn quarterback that can't stay healthy and quit like a little girl from the Colts.
What's going on with that? I haven't been keeping up. I just been getting bits and pieces, and they're going crazy, man. People are jumping ship every damn where. If you're watching football, if you like that sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah, I don't really keep up with it now.
I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, your favorite line that I've heard, this is one of my favorites that had me enrolling, is when you were outside, when you're in San Francisco, outside Giant State. Did they change the name? I call it Giant Stadium.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
And you said, how did you fucking say it? You said, does the playoffs make the air clean?
Yeah.
So, what the?
Yeah,
I
like,
need to. Oh, I thought I wrote it down and sent it to you.
I can't remember. Oh, the air's not dangerous anymore because it's the playoffs.
When you said, I was done for the whole night. I was through. I couldn't do anything else.
Dude, no one can say anything. It's super funny.
Got a
They're
newbie
looking
in the,
around. They're like, "That's a good point."
got a newbie in the VC. Oleandar.
Hey there,
Phil,
newbie.
open up your mic and say hello.
No, did the playoffs make the air safe? I had to get that in there, man. That's what it was.
They make it more worth the risk, QE.
What's up, Lou? Where's that third
What's
grade?
up, man?
This guy. He's ready with the normie answer, bro.
Now that Lou's here, could you tell us? Could you repeat what you said? Something about the science of the butterfly effect.
I didn't talk about the butterfly effect. We were talking about the Mandela effect, my nigga.
They just served
Right.
you.
I fucked up the whole joke. Never mind.
I got enough of it.
QE, you want to get into a Mandela effect debate?
Negative.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, hard pass over here as well.
Didn't think you guys wanted to be annihilated by hardcore Mandela effect science.
Why is that in the same sentence? I know why. Why is this in the same sentence?
Dude, that's what I got my degree in, bro.
The fact that there's literally no evidence to me.
I've got a Master of Arts in Mandela effect science. Could you imagine that being the claim? I'd rather have a degree in underwater basket weaving. At least I could make money with that.
Just have a degree named after some other dude that died. Like, yeah, everyone dies, man.
I want to be.
You wrote about it, Hank.
Yeah, like
Damn, we need
I've
Hank in
I've
here,
chosen
man.
to fully tap from that convo publicly.
It's probably wise. Oleandar, do you really not want to say anything at all? I did unmute you. Take the opportunity. You feel good afterwards.
Yeah, don't be nervous.
All right.
All the pressure's on you right now.
Basically.
I will defend the globe with you for roughly 10 minutes to get you started.
Oleandar said something in the lobby 7 minutes ago, so this is somebody that had the capability of saying a 3-letter word in text form.
Okay, there, Eli. So, why is it that the ocean water is all completely level and the floor of the ocean is 70% abyssal plain, which is the flattest part of the entire Earth?
Imagination.
And then the rest
In
of
other
it is
words,
just a
where the
slope.
curve at?
And the rest of it is just a slope up to the beach. When I said I could defend the globe for 10 minutes, I don't think the globe has 10 minutes in it.
No,
Oh,
to
no,
argue.
I wanted 10 seconds, man. I just wanted to. Yeah, can you give me 10 words?
Uh, uh,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't,
a tough one.
I'm lost.
Yeah,
I
tough
refer
one.
you to the guy
Do you
on
please
Killer
just
Priest podcast. The best that I could tell you is somehow the water is level, and
Yeah,
abyssal plane also means curved somehow.
gotcha. Yeah, I'm supposed to jump on that show, bro. Kiwi, if you're still in here, man, you think that the telling people the difference between triangles and circles is bad. What about I had Rumpus amongst other Globers repeatedly say to me today that flat means curved.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
believe it. Did you tape it?
it's taped, yeah. And
Who?
then after,
Where at?
it's
Where
on,
at?
it's on.
Hold on.
I think it's Live Awakenings YouTube. I can send you a link to the channel, but it's a Discord channel.
Please send
Flat
me.
Earth Awakening.
Send me too. Send me too.
You send the link, please, so I can
Yeah,
listen to
yeah,
it. Go ahead, but
yeah.
go on.
Okay, so, and this is actually me not even asking. This is Rumpus imploding, and under his own volition, repeatedly saying that flat means curved.
Yeah.
Really trying to convince us, you know?
Yeah.
And so then I said, okay, so what is the antonym of curved then? Yeah, and then no answer for a crazy long time. But then I'm like, okay, well, the abyssal plane, yeah, it's horizontal adjacent to the continental landmass. And this is like, NOAA.gov. He's like, well, horizontal doesn't actually mean that. Horizontal means curved. So level, horizontal, and flat all mean curved. I asked, what's the antonym of flat? No answer. I said, well, he's like, well, regarding surveying, flat is curved. I'm like, okay, how would a surveyor measure something that is actually flat then? No answer. It's so funny. It's so funny. And then it just goes to repeatedly just saying that you're stupid if you don't understand that flat actually means curved.
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. That's a tough call. Circles, triangles, and then flat is curved. It's a toss up, man. You might win
Right.
it, but
That's a
right by
close
your
one, yeah.
skin of your teeth.
Yeah, it's a crazy because level is curved is bad. Bad. But flat, dude, and then I'm dropping screenshots of different articles that's like flat, talking about the abyssal plains, flat is an understatement. And it describes how it literally just doesn't change at all. It's completely flat. In fact, it could be more accurately described as smoother and flatter than a tabletop.
Yeah.
And that actually means curved.
So the next time you get these crayon munchers, really put the screws to them. I'm going to give you some because I challenge them all the time and ask them to define curvature, and none of them can do it. So I'm going to give you this in chat. So there we go. Let's go ahead and copy that. So it's real simple, right? On what curvature is. None of them know it. So I think I just about put it all into focus at 12 minutes after the hour.
Okay.
So if he said that flat is curved, then the Earth is flat. Get him to say it.
Oh, yeah, touche. All right, I got these pulled aside.
So they don't know what curvature is. But see, curvature, obviously this is from the United States Naval Academy in Penn State, so there's no we is on, oh, your source is a blog. No. Curvature is the rate of change of slope. So it is the second derivative of the elevation surface. So that begs the question, what's slope? Well, from Penn State, slope is a measure of change in elevation. But flat is no change in elevation. Horizontal, no change in elevation. You see where I'm going? They're opposites, like you were saying, essentially.
Right.
Yeah. So you got them right there. They're fucking finished. That's how easy it is to kill these crayon munchers.
Yeah, it's crazy because we were talking and like we couldn't even get to it because I was trying to explain to him. I'm like, dude, calm down, Rumpus. You have a problem, dude. Like, the globe explanation is they're trying to factor in all these sediment layers and figure out a reason why there's a proportionate amount of sediment that layers itself as it gets further away from the continent. All this nonsense to account how it's flat. And then, so all you have is when they try to look at the topography of the ocean floor is the horizontal planes and then slopes, which is an angle taken from horizontal.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like, but there's not a horizontal anywhere though this whole time.
Yeah. I got you. It's pretty bad. Where's that link at?
What's the link for?
Where you and Rumpy the numpy.
Oh yeah. Just a sec.
I haven't heard Rumpy in a long time. He's been more or less banned for being a liar from Nathan's show. So I don't hear that him and Brenda. Where's Brenda been?
I don't know. A really funny thing happened in that same room, and that was the last time I saw him.
Right. And you were in what server?
Flat Earth Awakenings.
Flat Earth Awakenings.
Yeah. And so Brenda came in there, and it was the same thing. Like, she just interrupted, and we were talking about that's what it always comes down to with Glovers is them claiming that antonyms mean the same thing, so that antonyms are synonyms, And she jumps in saying that everything's relative, everything's subjective. There is no such thing as antonyms. I'm like, okay. So
why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she say that?
Right. Well, this is where the
Is
story
man
gets
an
really funny.
antonym of woman?
Okay, that's so funny. So this is
See,
why
I
the
was
story
trying to
gets
be
so funny.
subtle, but
This is why the story gets so funny because I tactically asked her just blatant opposites. She tried to really go to swinging with this philosophical nothing matters thing. And so my third question was, is male and female the same? Because that's how I was asking it. I'm like, so is level and curve the same? She would say yes. I'm like, so is flat and curve the same? She'd say yes. And I'd say, so is off and on the same? Oh, it could be. And I'm like, so is male and female? Dude, started screaming at the top of their lungs. Screaming, then left. Yeah.
how dare you?
Hey, I got a scientific fact. Brenda is an ugly dude. That's 100% fact. It can be demonstrated. It's proven.
That's okay. I like the off and on one. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I remember they were pretty good, and I did it in such a way that the room literally sat there. So the room sat there and argued about whether I did it on purpose. Like I did it that smooth.
Where's that cat?
Say again? Oh yeah, damn, my bad. Okay, I'll send it to you. It's really long. I was trying to kind of look through it to find where it's at. I'm on here a few times today, but I'll just drop the link to the whole thing.
All right.
Like it might also be the one before this, though. So I think it might. I think it actually might be the one before the one that's currently live. So I'll send it to you, and I'll try to find it so you don't have to look through all of it. But I'll just go ahead and send it to you first.
It's good to hear from you, QE. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I respect what you're doing.
Yep. I'll try, man. I try my best.
Cool.
Okay, here we go. Earth Awakenings. Is this from that Geo clown?
No. Actually, yes.
Yes, that's Geo's.
Yeah, that fucking Jane Fonda, little terrorist sympathizer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Me and him gonna have some words.
You want me guys to mediate so you can hold hands and skip off in the sunset?
I don't think that's gonna happen. So, is this the right one?
Let me look. I don't know. Like, I'm on that one, but I think the one from earlier this morning is on the previous one.
Oh my God, I've never seen one. This is like hours and hours. This is like, it's 11 hours.
Yeah. No, yeah, you definitely don't listen to it, right? Like, if you can drag it, it's probably better on a desktop. If you can, like, you just drag the YouTube icon, you'll see the people's names pop up, and when you see my icon pop up, you'll know I'm talking then, dude.
So yeah, you're not going to give me a time hack. I got to drag this thing around.
I'm trying to find it. No, I'll try to find it for you. All right.
Are you Witsit? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
take
yeah.
your time. Take your time. But you're Witsit on here?
Yeah, Witsit gets it, yeah.
And people, there's like no one on the right-hand side over here. Do they have to talk to populate?
What?
You know what I mean? I'm looking at your video, right? And it has Jeremy and the real Bob Dole. What the fuck? Hold on. It doesn't show anyone in there for a long time, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. So, anyway, like I've been there at some points. Usually when I go in there, people are talking. It's a bunch of Kosho today, I think. But I think it's a previous stream. I'll find it in a sec.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see it.
Hey, I'm a Smurf and I live in a mushroom, and I don't really claim to be very smart, but the Earth is obviously flat. And anybody who claims it's a globe is that know nothing, or they're being disingenuous, they're lying, or is obvious to me. But you guys, I respect. Keep doing what you're doing, and fight the globe.
So what I'm
Okay,
seeing
so
here.
I'm on.
Go
I'm
ahead.
on the first, the one I just put. I'm talking at the beginning. I think the very beginning. I'm talking to some dude. I know. I'll find it, but this one is the one I think it is. Yeah.
Okay, I'm at the beginning. I see Rumpus's icon. Bandsaw Bandit.
Man, I'm glad I left that server.
Okay, this is yesterday. This is
Negative 10 hours and 40 minutes. That's where Witsit comes in.
Okay, and the first part of that stream is from freaking last night, so it would be towards the end of this morning's conversation, I guess. 12 hours.
10.
Dude.
Negative
we gonna-
10:45.
Are we going to be listening to it on the live stream? Their live stream?
I mean, I don't care. It is funny. It's just
I
him
don't
screaming
care. I'm
about
just asking.
flat means curved or whatever.
Well, when he finds it, can you play it? There's nothing going on in here.
I don't think you can play a specific timestamp segment, can you?
I don't know. Just give me a second to find it. I can screen record it or whatever, but just give me just a sec. So continue. Mandela effect is science. Go.
He's trying to kick the beehive.
I'll give QE the floor. He can start. I'll after he finishes. What 3 minutes? Is that fair? 3 minutes. QE, you start. Mandela effect. Go.
What the fuck?
The fuck?
He said go.
Opening, whatever, comments, dissertation, whatever.
No, I'm not playing that bullshit.
Well, all right. Somebody else, the popular audience requested it.
Goodness gracious, you got some dumb fucks in here. This is what I was thinking. I'm clicking through this thing, and the icons only pop up from what I'm seeing is when they're talking, not who's in the room.
Watch it. Us dumb fucks are required.
Hey, you don't have to be that smart to see how flat it is. I mean, how smart do you got to be?
He's not talking about this server. He's talking about a different.
Oh, my fault. I'm
QE,
sorry.
remember how the last couple of times we talked, I was sort of trolling you for fun? now they're trolling me for fun against you, and so I'm trolling them back because they're doing a shit job at it. Troll harder.
Okay, so here we go. So it's the first one I sent out. Yeah,
I can do much better.
258. If you go at literally the beginning of this one that's live right now is the conversation with Rumpus. So like if you wanted to hear what happened right before this, it would be at the end of 257, and this is it. It's a headache to listen to. But it's really funny because he was just impulsively saying that flat was curved.
Okay, you just posted 258. Make this simple. Where the fuck are you?
The very beginning.
At the very beginning of 258.
Yeah.
All right. You got the Rumpy.
Do you have a computer you can play it from, QE?
No, it won't play over the Discord.
Yeah, I can play it just a second.
Because I like your commentary to stuff.
This seems like the last. This is all fucked up. I'm not surprised from that Jane Fonda fucking terrorist sympathizer. I'm not shocked. This is stupid. All right, we're waiting on Witsit. Witsit's gonna play it so we can all listen. All right.
Yeah, and so this is a little after he's already said it numerous times, but I'm sure it's still pretty funny. So
Therefore, it would vary from horizontal.
No, 900 miles of flat.
100 miles of flat in geodetic terms is curved. You don't seem to understand that. I'll explain to you again. Flat, and when we talk about geodetics, like the living salt flats, are curved because they have the same elevation.
I thought you were going to be reading. Here's another one. This one has 26 horizontals in it, so catch up. This is an abyssal topographic experiment from a university. 26 times the word horizontal is referenced for the abyssal plane measurements. So enlighten me how it's not horizontal.
Okay.
26 times. And like it's just very obvious because that's what adjacent to content.
Well, they're talking about a vertical and horizontal grid, so that's got nothing to do with it. That's the.
They had to use the grid to measure this area, didn't they?
And then the other one they're talking about what they're doing it in theory here. So they're talking about what they talk about vortex lines in a specific. I think they're doing this this is.
Oh, dude, I don't know what you guys want from me. So I'm about to play, I guess, the one before it, like right or leading up to that, because that's where he says it so many times. But I can't listen to this again. I just want you guys to know I already had to live it once.
Yeah, he said it in the beginning. He literally said flat is curved in the beginning, but we would need to clip it from the other one.
Yeah, because you can tell like he's already said it numerous times. So just a sec.
How does that work? How does curved and flat be the same thing? I don't get it.
Yeah.
If your mind is warped enough to accept everything is relative.
Oh, I'm trying to warp my mind around that one, but I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Well, you're going to have to break first. Sorry, Hank.
I thought for a second that we were all losing our minds. I was like, wait a minute, are we really trying to explain it?
No, it also has to do with their acceptance of Kabbalah and holding two opposites in unity with one another.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance.
Philosophical dissonance, logical dissonance, everything dissonance.
Wow, this is a trip because, yeah, it's like that part isn't recorded.
Oh, did they turn off the stream in between?
Yeah, it's like it happened right in between the stream or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure he says it a few times in that. It'd be kind of funny, but, he said it a lot before that. So
Yeah, don't worry about it. He said some really stupid shit over the years, man. It's just stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine.
They'd have to say to the point, Fuzzy. How else would you have these people? Presuming, like taking for granted, these people probably globers.
Yeah, just forget it. If someone else wants to look through it, they can. He's like, how else would they describe it without using the word horizontal? Like, there is no other way because that's what it is. You know? Yeah, you know the deal. You know the drill.
Yep.
It was so funny though, bro, because he was just impulsively screaming that level, like that flat meant curved. He said like 2 or 3 times, he was like, you're just so dense, you don't understand that flat means curved.
You know, it's scary to think about what's going to happen in the next 10, 15 years as all this starts to settle in, all these crazinesses, or excuse me, all this craziness. You know what I mean? Like if it's this bad now, what's it going to be like in 10, 15 years?
All right, I got some better ones. I got some better ones for you. Here they are from Rumpus. His own lips at 29 minutes after the hour.
Damn, I got the 3, thought I would be able to get through it, but
Save that.
It was nice and warm out here.
So once you get through all of those, then everything's on the table.
yeah, for sure. It's painful, man. It was so stupid, dude. I'm like, bro, like, why would you even? I guess the fact he goes around like absorbing that name says enough, you know. Because he just impulsively interrupts. It doesn't really matter how dumb he is. It's just like unbearable to talk to him.
Yeah, that's why I don't.
Yeah, when he comes in, I'm like, all right, well, it's been real, guys. Just like I talked to him for a second because he interrupted, and he was just saying that, you know, flat mean curved, and I was dumb because I didn't know that.
Flat is curved, soft bread is crunchy.
Bankruptcy really means that I'm wealthy. No, did that hurt too soon?
No, a lot of wealthy people file bankruptcy, man. I'm just saying, though. How dare you?
How dare me?
I put the top 11 from George, and not going to work here anymore. Tatonka, Space Kid Idiot.
Nayin and a Jad. I mastered the pronunciation of that name when I first watched that movie. I was like, oh, it can't be that hard.
Yeah. I just watched that the other night. It's fucking hilarious.
Nah, it's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's classic.
Hey, QE, do you got a YouTube channel? Like, what's it has?
Fuck you think?
I don't know. I've been drinking. I just wanted to ask you. I don't know.
I've had a YouTube channel now for about 3 years. Where you been?
Oh, that's really cool. I've been here sometimes.
Sometimes.
I'm just all I know is the Earth is flat, and I'm sorry. Thank you for answering my question. That's
Yeah,
good to
not a
know. Hey, by the way, I want to ask QE and Witsit. I'll let you know I can be a guest on your show. Either of y'all, anytime.
Duly noted.
You pretentious much?
I don't understand that word. I'm a smart. The word is too big for me.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm free.
Only if Witsit does it first.
I don't need any money. I live in a mushroom.
Only
I'm a
if
graduated
comes
sophomore.
I can only have you on if QE does the show. Us three.
Cool. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm on board. Sign me up.
Makes me a post-grad sophomore.
I've got a lot of really smart things to say.
Okay, give us one.
The Earth is flat.
Okay, two.
Give us your 3 reasons why the Earth is flat.
Because every time I look on top of my mushroom, it's flat. Also,
Wow, a flat mushroom.
Yeah, I live in a mushroom. It's a big one. It's a big mushroom. I love you guys. Please don't
Is
mute
it all
me.
one continuous mushroom, or is it a bunch of mushrooms all
That's a
growing?
big
I'm wondering, is it really a mushroom or is it a dork? You guys know what a dork is, right?
Isn't the
I wasn't gonna go.
whales the thing that the whale has in order to procreate? No,
Yep,
that's what I thought.
it's a whale's mushroom.
All right,
I just
Smurf, I got a
offered to
question
be
for you.
guest. I'll be
Smurf,
guest anytime.
All right, Smurf, I'm gonna vet you. Okay. So here's the question: Who, or let's say this, which group is the most responsible for all the lies?
The Illuminati, Freemasonry, Jesuits, Jewish Mafia.
Damn, I'm about to ask you an either or question, my man. Calm down. All right. So, but touche. Okay, Masonry or Jesuits?
All combined because the Jesuits created all the rites and revived the Masonry at least once.
Okay, you guys gotta pick one though. You just gotta pick one.
All of the above isn't an option. Are you kidding me?
That's right. That's right. I said that's hence the word most responsible, Lou. The word most is an exclusive adjective. Jeez. Now we're done with your interruptions. Smurf.
All right, whatever. Nobody else is talking.
Smurf, my man, which one is most? I boiled it down to 2 for you. Masonry, Jesuits.
Oh, clearly the Jesuits. They created the Masonry as the part of the Counter-Reformation arm of the Vatican.
Okay, you passed the test, man. You can
see.
This guy's golden in my book, fellas.
Good job, Smurf.
Thank you, everybody. That means a lot to me. I love you guys.
So, what do you think life was like pre-Jesuits?
I think it was more peaceful, and we got along together.
Lots of bread eating, I think.
People enjoying the sun and stuff. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about the idea that supposedly all the books in the Vatican Library are worth more than all the assets on the earth, and that's not including the underground.
I would say that was probably not far from true.
I believe
Isn't
it.
that crazy?
Hello.
So do you think they have some like force?
Why else would they be getting rid of all the books?
Well, it just seems very irrational to put them all in one place after if it took that much effort to get it.
Hello, damn, what's that guy's name?
Hey guys.
Richard Dawkins. What's his name? What's his face's name? That face, that guy right there.
Oh, that guy. I'm being sarcastic. I don't know.
The one that was like alive forever with ALS, but looks different like every 2 years. Yeah, that was his name. Man. He said hello. Hi. Are you new?
No, I've been here for about a month.
Sweet.
So, did you hear the vetted question?
No, I didn't.
Okay, who's the most responsible for all the lies cast on the modern world? Either or question. Masons or Jesuits?
Masons.
Okay. You're going to have to go to the back of the line, my man.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Jesuits made those people go.
He's going to the
Back
bottom
of
of
the
the
line.
mushroom.
You can still stand in line, dude. I didn't tell me how to leave.
So then what does that make the Masons?
A byproduct of the Jesuits.
So they're kind of just posers?
Well, I mean, they're like a hired hit squad.
Do you think they actually do like gay rituals and stuff?
Well, yeah, I probably think
I
it's how
wouldn't
they're
put it
super
past
gay.
them. Let's just say that.
They
I
probably
mean, what
don't
else
call
would
it a
super gay
ritual. They
people
probably call it Friday night. You know what I mean?
do? Why would you expect something other than that from people that are so gay?
I don't know. There's a lodge
Touche.
right up the road for me.
Most people,
You
again,
haven't
masonry
noticed?
is far down the ladder. That's actually the reason that I asked the question with some meaning behind it. It's people put way too much emphasis on these Masonic lodges. I mean, the Jesuits have facilitated all the major ancient information around pretty much the entire world, except for select areas in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Nice. High five.
So they do have some knowledge, but not a lot, is what you're saying.
Yeah, like they get the esoteric writings that the Masons are supposed to get. And of course, you get the secret writings from none other than the people who have all the secret writings.
Is this available online?
Whoa.
The secret writings? No. I mean, no. Well, some Masonic literature, not the esoteric writings as much, but the writings of the people that were in the club, you know. But the real value is actually the ancient writings that the Vatican is hiding.
You know, I asked a Mason once. He had it. You know, he was decked out on jewelry in his car, and I asked him. I said, "Are you guys involved with the Illuminati?" And he said, "Don't go around saying that, or a brother might kill you."
Mm. So why do you think all these people have to go show their reverence to the Pope?
It was in a gas station parking lot that happened too.
That's what's up, man. But why do you think everyone with power has to go and show reverence to the Pope?
I don't know.
Because everyone knows that's the area that has all the ancient knowledge. Which means they literally have the most power on the entire earth. Like, knowledge-wise.
Yeah.
Check it out. Knowledge is power.
So why do they make them kiss the ring of the Pope? Because you're basically crawling up to them begging for little glimpses at the knowledge they possess.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's the frontman Pope and then the Black Pope. And you'll never see the basement literature. But they acknowledge the basement literature is there, though.
What if the power and the knowledge is really, it doesn't have words to describe it? It's just, if you know, you know, right?
No, words do describe very simple concepts like pressure mediation, energy distribution, so reciprocation of energy. Simple concepts like this, like if you push, there's a reaction. That pressure that you create mediates the pressure around it. But they understood it in a really simple way, like magnetism and stuff. They were just basic understandings of vibration, like vibration's relationship with matter.
Yeah, it's almost like
But
trippy, kind of.
well, we have access to Hermetic principles.
Psychedelic
What's up?
type.
Just to say this real fast, we have access to Hermetic principles, for example, but not all the uses of the Hermetic principles. And then they say that the Greeks go and burn everything down, right? So the Romans just burned everything down. So the Library of Alexandria burned it down. Oh, 13-day fire in Memphis burned all the literature. They just stole all the information. I mean,
What if they found all that information from like drugs or something, and kind of convinced everybody else?
Yeah, that's
the only
kind
reason
of
the story hit the history books is because at the time, like when you're propagating a lie like this, you have to account for all things, and you're like, wow, we're about to remove like 80-90% of the pivotal knowledge on the earth the best we can. You have to account for maybe people will notice. So they came up with the cover story, right? So they burned it all.
That question sort of sounded sort of baity, like he was baiting for some kind of crazy person answer or something like that.
Lou, I haven't been responding to this guy's questions for like 5 exchanges in a row. I just am presenting it in a way that it's a conversation. But hey, Lou, what do you think about how the Vatican has all this information? What do you think about that?
I don't know if they really have it. Okay. So like if they really do, there's a lot to think about, but I don't know that they really have all this information.
Okay. You do agree they do have a lot of information though, right?
I know that it's told that they have an extensive library.
But
you can like see some of it's accessible.
The Romans knew the Earth was flat. What do you think about that, Lou?
Right.
Okay.
Some. Right.
Yeah, but look, some of it's accessible.
You tell me to chill. I said it
example,
right.
No, not you. So some of it's accessible, and what is accessible is very valuable. So, and this other idea would be that they're showing everything they got to present the idea that they have lots of knowledge. But then there's stories of like this Jewish scholar who goes in the Vatican junk drawer finds a Hebrew version of the gospel, which is basically impossible to find now. And in fact, it's actually said that it was primarily written in Greek. That's the modern understanding. This is a pivotal moment in history, regardless of what anyone thinks. The church has utilized this at least to actually give you the very calendar, like the timeline dates that we use today. So either way, it's a big part in history. And so my point is, it does seem like over and over and over, it's almost like they have so much stuff there that they can't even really keep track of it. I don't know. It's really kind of crazy, but
right. No, but I mean, when it comes to what the Vatican has underground or what was in the Library of Alexandria or all of these things, a lot of us in this community are doubting whether or not our forefathers existed, like 200 years ago. How do I fucking know?
Well, here's what I'm saying. Like, we can tell that we weren't told the truth about history, and so there's major details missing. And I mean, so they were more advanced than we've been told. Like, there are anthropological discoveries of vases that we can't even cut or imitate the angle of now, and there is a lot that we haven't been told. So, where is it at? Where's that information at? Like, is it just, did it never exist? Did it never translate over to other generations?
No, it could just be a tall tale. It could just be a myth. It might have never existed.
But we have the anthropological evidence is what throws a wrench into the whole thing. Like, there was an ancient underground city found like a couple weeks ago. They found like an airport under the ocean, like what looks like an airport. So, anthropological evidence, I actually put a lot of value in. It's one of those things that they have to react to.
It's one of
You
those
don't think
things
so?
I'm not going to put. All I'm saying, you asked me, I'm not exactly sure why, because like maybe I've made it clear now though that it's one of those things like I'm not going to put too much thought in. There's no way I can believe anything that's thrown in front of me. Somebody wants to paint a narrative, like I mean, I just don't think that way anymore. Like I'm going to say, sure, that's a possibility, and so is that, and so is that. And how the fuck am I going to figure it out?
Hey, Lou, can I ask you, What about the ancient Roman cosmology of the flat Earth? What do you think, Lou?
How you gonna prove that that's true, dude? That's what he's trying to say.
Well, that's a good point. Good point there. You know.
Yeah, that's I get the argument, but I'm just saying, like, okay, you know, I actually don't believe the story that it's where they say it is. I think the overall idea is true. They've hidden a lot of. In fact, Tesla said that he had access to ancient writings, and he's considered this very innovative person that can't be imitated to this day. So, and guess where he had access to the writings at? Dojo, you guessed it. Now you're like, oh, Tesla's not real. This tiptoes towards the Mandela effect, where there's a detrimental aspect here. Like if you just throw all information out from the past, then you're not going to learn. You're not going to figure out what's going on. They had to make up stories about the past because people live and pass on information to their ancestry. When truthers just act like all history is a lie, that people pass on info with their ancestry. They have to create cover stories. Are we just going to skip over that part?
That's true. You can't just be like, oh, all history is a lie, blah blah blah. But at the same time, like I've said today, and I think I heard Lou say, I have no way of verifying it, and I don't know if I'm going to put much stock into the methods for ways that other people feel is satisfactorily verifiable information. I don't know.
So when I go talk to some people in the U.S. and their ancestry is all native, and they say that there were giants, and they say that the the Catholic Church, like that the white man's church came and took a lot of their information. So like, are they all like? Is their ancestry just a lie? Like it because they all know it happened, and even the people they're accusing say it happened.
No, it's his story. That's their history. Sorry, bro. Yeah, I was just going to say that, just because somebody's narrative goes against, the Catholic Church official narrative, right, doesn't mean that it's not history. So if you look at what, the Yahoo, Amir Yahoo, I can't really pronounce it. It's a Native American name. It's a YouTube channel that I'm passing around all the time in here. And if you look at this, like the narrative is built right in to the historical documents, like the people that were on boots on the ground in like the 14, 15, 1600s, right? And he'll be reading it and he'll say like dodge the hijack. So there's like truth and lies in history, right? Exaggerations, half truths, right? All sorts of things.
The natives had no idea of ancient Rome, anything like that.
Things
Dude,
can be
all the
logically
natives.
consistent. There can also be consistencies between different references. That's as good as it's gonna get.
Okay, so I know someone who told me their great grandmother told them this. Okay, that where the rain dance came from. Now, great grandmother. So we're talking a good amount of years from now. Experience passed down. This is the most valuable, although typically exaggerated, like you said, or hyperbolic. She said this is what her ancestors were taught. Right, her great grandmother taught her this. So the rain dance, where they dance around and stomp down around a fire to make it rain, came from these giant beings, these much bigger beings that showed them when they'd stomp around a fire, ashes would throw up in the air, and it would agitate the clouds and make it rain. And so they would get a bunch of people to imitate the practice that the bigger man showed them. Now, like, I don't know how real that is, but that's what they hold to be true and have passed down. And now look, what we're told is not true. So do we just literally turn our head? Do we just go play Call of Duty? I mean, do we just ignore it? Like, I don't think so.
I think it's got to do with static electricity and friction, right?
Well, the clouds are, yeah, of course, everything does.
I'm just trying to clarify. I think that's how the rain dance creates a rainstorm.
Dude, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, it's very it's no wonder that any person ever wants to ponder on it, wants to try to understand it and all that. But it's again, like trying to understand heaven, while living here on earth. Like, how the fuck do you do such a thing? Like,
we're just trying to get pieces of what's happened where we live already. That's not the same as a place that's inaccessible to where we live, bro. Like I agree with you in the sense that, yeah, it's not ultimately achievable. You'll never attain the full knowledge of the past. But does that mean that you shouldn't try to get any of it?
You should try.
No, I think you should always be on a quest for knowledge and understanding, no matter what.
Well, what's more? Well, don't you think that our understanding of the current world it's like intrinsically dependent upon how well we understand what came up to this point?
Yeah, no, it's crucially it's the history. Like, if you could trust it, like that, it would be really important. But the fact that you can't trust it means that you might be better off ignoring it for the most part. It's like,
yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
not a
don't
terrible
know.
argument. That's a good argument. I hear you because it's frustrating. I don't know. I think for me, it's I'm growing in the sense that I can have a whole bunch of information, like held at the same time. Because I don't have this. We were trained and basically cast spells over to normalize just believing and holding things to be definitively true. And if you can't do that or you decide not to, then you just throw it away. So I think that a lot of us have woken up from that, and so we're just compiling evidence and we're trying to reserve it, and it can all coexist. And I think that turning your head from the evidence is never the answer. I don't know, like yeah, it's just the detriment would be when you preemptively and impulsively start to believe things as definitive fact. Right. That's the only downside.
Yeah, no, it's a shame, but it's like we really have to start over. Like, we have to, all that stuff that we accepted at one time as being fact that people like us figured out a long, long time ago. No, we're gonna have to dig deeper. We've got better tools now. Like, we're gonna have to relook at some of this stuff. Like, all of it.
I think
For
you're
the most
both
part, needs
speaking
to have
on.
a going over at the
You're
very least.
talking about discernment. You gotta exercise great discernment. Yeah.
Yeah, wisdom and discernment's the key. Have you guys ever heard of this is a good example. Have you guys ever heard of I think it's called Antikythera? Antikythera.
The anti-Cathera mechanism or whatever. Like, it's they said it was like 2000 BC or something like that, but it was
Yeah.
it's a small little yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I don't have all the details, but yeah, I know, I'm familiar. Go ahead. What were you
So
saying?
they say roughly 2,000 years ago, so not 2000 BC, but like 70 AD, based on coins around there. This is the mainstream narrative, of course, but that based on coins, 70 AD been updated to around 230 BC. So anyway, and they say they try to figure out who it is and where it's from and the Greek inscriptions and blah blah blah. But my point is, they thought it was just at first for like 100 years it's been discovered, and they just ignored it for like half a century, and they found out that it was one of the most intricate cyclic like sky cycle predictive mechanisms of the sky to ever exist. And they can't even fully understand how to replicate it to this day.
Oh, you mean I think they found the ocean and then
they found it in a shipwreck, and they found a little piece of a gear at first. Yeah, and it has a certain amount of grooves, and they use these computers they know the angle of the circle. They finish the circle, can easily complete the gears, and they're like 200 and gears. We're not sure even what this would mean, and then that's the lunar eclipses in a cycle of 223, and then the phases in a cycle of like 233. So anyway, they started finding out that this was layered gears and specifically cut degrees of notches in the mechanism to give you all these compounding details. So it was on the ship because it was a navigation tool. Now the Globers will detach from that point because they want to say that we know more than they did because we can predict where the eclipse is. Well, this thing was a navigation tool. It knew exactly where you were. And it would tell you, based on your inputs, when the location was determined. Like when you would see the eclipse. Okay, so when you would see it, all the way down to the minute and beyond, which some people will say hour. And the color of the eclipses, it had a little marble that imitated the phases of the moon throughout it, throughout the moving of the gears. So my point is, and there's the pictures, and it's so crazy. And that's an attempted replication, by the way, because they don't actually know. But it's insane how intricate this thing predicts the cycle of the sky. And it doesn't in any way fit in the mainstream timeline. Like at all. So like there has to be writings conveying this knowledge that helped them build these things. Obviously, they knew the Earth wasn't moving. It was geocentric. That's the fundamental frame of reference this entire mechanism, pun intended, revolves around. Literally, right? So, like, I don't know. I think it's a good example of how clearly we don't know. I think the pursuit of figuring it out is a good thing. It just don't be naive.
What's it is
Well, what's really funny about, especially the way that you ended that, is we're considered to be science deniers, right? But this is literally the antithesis of it's what science is questioning always deeper and
I don't know.
no, yes, science is never settled, correct?
Bro, I don't know what I woke up thinking.
You know what
What?
he's saying.
No, I don't.
Yeah, the idea of trying to find out the truth is without bias. And colloquially, people call and have conflated science to mean the pursuit of knowledge. So,
part of my
colloquially,
English, but the Latin etymology of science
Yeah,
is
we can find out. You can have a general understanding, and this is what happens throughout history. Like, your understanding of the environment around you changes to an extent. Like I think a lot of the stories, we can get into those, are probably bullshit. But you can have a general understanding of something and then gain through study and better tools a better knowledge of that same study and revise what you understood before and all that. That's how science works. So like it's never that it's true when they say the Globers say it, but science is never settled. It doesn't say definitively anything.
That's because it doesn't have a voice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a great point, though. What you just said there was a great way to wrap up what I was trying to say. I wish I would have said it myself, honestly.
Knowledge and science are two different things. As if I understand correctly, knowledge science is Latin etymologically. It means shit. Part of my English. Isn't that what it means? No, seriously, I'm not joking. I'm not joking around here. I thought science is Latin for shit.
The thing, I guess, to wrap up what I was saying is the motivator for like finding the truth, which is really what the idea behind science is. You want to find the truth. It might be unattainable, but you want to get as close to the truth as you can. And nobody would ever, like, if we just always believed the authority or somebody who we thought was smarter, like, what kind of science would that be? No, it requires people to challenge the current consensus constantly. That's a lot of alliteration, by the way. A lot of C's.
I agree with you, but the very
you
word.
have to challenge the consensus, and we have a function in society in doing so.
Can you address the very word science?
That's how you keep them on their toes. That's how you keep science real. That's how you.
Looney,
that's how you
you're
make it
talking
work.
about the scientific method, but you have not addressed the very word science. I mean, I agree with you. You're correct. But the very word itself, science, Latin, is poop.
So there's this thing called ignorance, right? And ignorance is when you're on purpose not knowing because right in the middle of the sentence. So ignorance is like you don't know. The information's out there, but you haven't got a hold of it yet. Then there's this thing called nations, right? And nations is without knowledge because the knowledge isn't out there. Like we don't know what the sun is made out of. So if someone says, I don't know what the sun is made out of, that's nations, not ignorance. If you don't know who the president is, that's ignorance. So nations means without knowledge. So science means knowledge. That's what the Latin word means. I don't know where you heard the word shit. Shit etymologically is store high in transit, because if you store manure below deck and somebody lights a match, kablooey. There goes the shit. So store high in
No, I wasn't joking. I may have misread somewhere, but that's what I thought I've read. I think we've all been played by the Jesuits. I'm not joking, by the way. But very interesting, Propane, man.
Yeah, I thought that the fact that you thought science meant shit was very interesting too, Smartberry man.
Thank you. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Got a great deal on Propane, by the way. Thank you.
I thought Smurfette was hot when I was like 4 years old. Thank you.
Yeah, she's all we got. My point being, I think we've been played by the Jesuits. This goes back to the Vatican archives and knowledge is power. And our language has been hijacked. What do y'all think about that? Well, I didn't want to derail the conversation. I'm talking about language and Latin. I feel bad. It's just me here. But no, seriously, the language. We languish in our language, the spelling, and we get, they cast spells on us, and science.
One more thing, going back to what I was saying a moment ago. It's kind of like the checks and balances system. How the, we have the in the United States. I forget exactly the right terminology to phrase this in, but the You got your three party, your three parts. The judicial, legislature, and what's the other one? Executive branch. And each one kind of oversees the next. It's kind of like that. Like, you always have to have your naysayers. You always have to have somebody who wants to fight against you. That's how you keep each other honest. That's how, that's kind of like our role. That's probably why we're not canceled. Like, look at this cancel culture. Why are we here? We're not canceled because we're serving a function to society somehow.
Oh yeah, I know what that is. If we're arguing about the shape of the Earth, we're not arguing about geopolitics and trying to keep our government in check, right? Because we don't believe in the whole government system is, you know, functional at this point. At this point, the only purpose of the government, as far as most flat earthers see, is to spend as much money as humanly possible and make as much money as humanly possible before they get out of office.
Yeah, my impression is government means mind control in Latin. If you trust the shit, anyway.
Yeah, but I guess my main point was really more about just if you don't ever question the authority, then what will the authority give an inch, take a mile, right? Like, if you give people any breathing room whatsoever, they will lie to you, they will deceive you, they will pull the wool over your eyes. There is no doubt about that within humanity, period. I don't care how fucking good a man you claim you are and how much you fucking love Jesus, okay? Like, you're gonna do that. I know people better than that.
You're right. All they do is that's all they do. All they do is lie. Yes, you're correct.
We have to just always try to question them, always challenge them, always be. It's hard always being the Eeyore with it, but it's required. You got to have the naysayer. You got to have the guy that challenges you. You can't, say, as soon as you start telling people, like, I'm right and you all got to believe me and we all got to think the same, it gets fucking disgusting, dude. It's bad.
I think that time is fast. It's fast approaching that time. Probably gonna get bad. This is one of the last in the back of the internet. One of the last few places we can speak about the truth. I suspect they'll eventually shut this place down, buddy. Do you really think they're just gonna let us talk about the truth forever?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
We're
I think.
serving a purpose right now.
Sorry, what?
Because we're serving a purpose right now because the truth community is divided on this subject, like no other subject. So if you were to, ask the truth people, the truth seekers or the 9/11 truthers, like, do they agree on Kennedy? I'm guessing like 90% agree that the Kennedy assassination was funky or fishy or something like that. Or, go to any other one, right? 9/11, the Titanic. But when it comes to flat Earth, it's a much bigger divide. Would anybody disagree?
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, buddy.
because those conspiracies don't involve all of us, whereas the flat Earth conspiracy does, or the globe Earth conspiracy. So when people hear about other conspiracies, they can kind of logically, or at least unemotionally, look through the information. Whereas this topic is like, before they can even reason anything, they're thinking in their mind, but you're saying my mom lied? You're saying my teachers lied, that my career is a lie? For some people, well, for a lot of people that find themselves very smart at the other end of a hefty debt to becoming maybe an astronomer, maybe a physicist, maybe some other, you know?
That's a great point there, buddy. Yep. This is the umbrella conspiracy. All the other conspiracies fall under this one. I have the people who perpetuate this conspiracy. It's so big, and they kind of wish that we would win. They're not allowed to tell us the truth. They're not allowed to, but they. I think deep down, everybody wants us to succeed. What do you think about that? I'm talking about the Illuminati. There, they know it's flat, but they can't say anything. What do you think about that? I mean, I think that the individual member of the Illuminati, the Freemasonry, Jesuits, etc., I think that they would like us to succeed. What do you think about that? I mean, they can't come out and openly speak. They have their oaths and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a clear observation. The Earth has always been flat, and it is flat, and the dimension that we reside in is flat, like a pizza. So, I think everybody wants to live in truth. Even these people that perpetuate lies. What do y'all think about that? Also, the lie is so big that they just laugh at us. Even the people that know it's flat, their strategy is to laugh at us and ridicule us. So another reason they don't shut us down. But deep down, they want us to win. What do you think about that? I mean, who would want to live in a lie? Even these people that push lies. No, does anybody want to live in a lie? The Earth is clearly flat. So, does anybody have anything to say about this? You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, imagine you're like the Illuminati, and like you have the secret. Go ahead, buddy. Hey, what's up? I'm just saying, imagine you're the Illuminati, and you're like, you have the secret that the Earth is flat. Wouldn't you like hope that other people figure it out, or is that just me thinking here? I mean, they can't outright tell you the Earth is flat, right? Because they took oaths. But the Earth is clearly flat. It's just like saying the Earth is flat. I mean, it's like saying 2 + 2 is 4. They could construct an entire religion that 2 + 2 is 5, But are you going to really persecute the people that say, well, hold on, wait, 2 + 2 is 4? And that's kind of what's going on here. What do y'all think about that?
I think the Illuminati are the illuminated ones that follow natural law to a T and use star charts and everything like that, the alignments of the planets and stuff that, they know the stars are closer and they know we're affected by these things because they're so close. But they want you to think that, it's a bunch of BS and a bunch of hooey, right? That way, when the newspaper says, oh, you're a Virgo, don't take a left on Tuesday, you might break your leg. It's like, that's dumb. It's the dumbest shit. It's like a fortune cookie. It's just dumb as shit. So meanwhile, everybody else is thinking, oh, I don't have to follow natural law. I don't have to follow God's law, right? It was nailed to the cross, or natural law. That's just something that man came up with, right? Meanwhile, they're following natural law and getting you to break it. And when you sin, you suffer the consequences when you miss the target, right? And all day long, they're hitting bullseyes, right? And their family is all inbred, so they're consolidating wealth, power, all this sort of thing. And, everybody else is like just sleeping whoever they can get with, right? And creating a bunch of children that aren't raised with both parents. Meanwhile, they got, both parents in their household, right? And they're teaching their kids, how to operate in a trust, right? How to contract, trust law, contract law. And meanwhile, your kids, they don't even know logic. So thanks.
Oh, whoa, man, that was heavy.
Dude, I totally agree with 100% what he just said. I don't even know if he knows what he just said was 100% factual. So many people say, well, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Because they are contractually in this agreement from birth with people saying, this is how we do shit. This is how we do shit. This is how we do shit. All of them say, this is how we do shit. And we are not in this how we do shit propaganda. We're outside of this spectrum. And so it's so foreign to us. We're saying, well, why would they do that? Because this is how they do that. What Hank just said was a huge, huge, huge spectrum about why it is happening. Huge.
Oh, I agree. Very wise words, Hank.
Very wise words, Hank. And I want to bring to the table George Carlin. George Carlin said, "It's a big club, and we ain't in it. We ain't in it because we're not in it. This is a huge club, and a lot of people don't want to think that that is what actually exists. But this is what we exist upon. This most of the world is hugely satanic in this world that we can't understand. It's all around us 100%, and we don't want to believe it. But that is actually what we exist in."
Oh yeah,
See,
we're immersed in the.
Sorry, I got one caveat. The whole thing is that the Rothschilds are so rich they could just abandon mansions in the UK, right? And meanwhile, they say you want to own nothing and control everything. Well, how do you do that? With a trust, right? Because with a trust, come on, bro, easy with the straw. With the trust, you're the one. Fuck it.
I just gave it another straw. I'm sorry, brother. It was the last of my margarita. I had to slurp it up.
All right, Shannon, no more margaritas tonight, okay?
Hey,
That was
drink it.
that was last margaritas for tonight. I'm sorry.
Drink it.
All right,
I'm
last
drinking it.
margaritas. All right, good. No
I'm
more
drinking right
margaritas.
now. Don't listen to Louis.
But I totally 100% got what Hank was saying. He's saying literally everybody in the world, all the news media, everybody in control 100% around the world, across the plane, they are all against us as mankind. We are literally the nobodies. We're the nobodies trying to fight against these huge bodies that want to desolate us and make us nobodies. We're not nobodies though. It is what is the the cartoon, the ants cartoon, the movie? The ants are like, "Oh, we got to give up all these offerings to the grasshoppers so they don't come destroy us." And the grasshoppers like the
It's a
leader of
bug's
the
life.
grasshoppers like, yeah, the bug's like the grasshoppers like, we can't let one ant stand up against us because if they do, they'll realize we're nobodies and the ants can stand up against us. That's the world we actually live in. We are the ants and they are the grasshoppers. When are we going to stand up and say enough is enough to these fucking grasshoppers?
I think you're more accurate than you might think. They say in the Bible that we are grasshoppers at the footstool of God, the Heavenly Father.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, 100%. The Father looks down upon his footstools and sees the grasshoppers. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But we are the ants in that picture, and we are the ants that need to stand up against the grasshoppers in that picture.
I think you're correct. What do you think about that, Hank?
I don't know the conversation. I was on the phone with the customer.
Hank, we were
I
talking
guess it
about
would
how
make more
but
sense to me if I had seen the movie, but I haven't. So
But
Louis,
at the same
the
time,
movie is
in
about
the
ants and grasshoppers, man. The ants are persecuted by some grasshoppers, and then one day the ants rise up and overthrow the grasshoppers.
Yeah, but Lou didn't see the movie, so he doesn't get it. His child wasn't born yet when that movie came out. So if his child was like 22 years old, yeah, he'd be on board with you.
but at the same time in biblical translations, will we actually be able to stand up against the grasshoppers? Because I truly believe we will be persecuted as the Father was persecuted upon his cross. We will all how much more the
But
servant will
I thought
be
he did that so we
persecuted.
wouldn't be. I thought he did that so we wouldn't be persecuted. I thought that was the whole point.
Well, this is the point. This is the point is that we are not going to be persecuted in eternity, but we will possibly be persecuted here on earth. How much more when the master is persecuted, the servant will be persecuted as well. So you got to take that into consideration is that we might put to a very servitude of persecution here on earth before we get to go live in eternity.
I believe this is so.
I like to think of what we're living in right now as a playing ground of getting to know what you are spirituality and growing yourself in this world. But this is not actually life. Life is when you die. When you actually die, that is when you actually get to live. And so I look at this place that we're in right now as a place to grow your soul, to see what kind of individual you are, and if you're worthy of being a person that will be a good personification in eternity. It's like a sorting ground.
That's a lot of wisdom there. You're making me cry over here. A lot of wisdom.
What do you think? Do you think I personally actually think this is a sorting ground?
No, I think you're spot on.
Maybe. Shanna, can I ask you a personal question?
Absolutely.
And perhaps I shouldn't. Maybe it should be
just
about.
Stop it.
Hey,
I was just going to ask how things are
Go,
going. I'm
please,
going to keep it
please
gentle.
go ahead and ask me a very personal question because
I'm going to be gentle. Just
nobody
how
ever
are things?
asks. Nobody ever likes to ask me a super personal question, so I bring it on. Please bring it on.
This is me to you. How are things going in your day to day, like in your life? Like, how are things going?
Well, do you want me to be brutally honest?
Yes.
Not really. No.
No,
Like, not brutally.
I would like you to be brutally honest. Go ahead.
I'd like to know more in generalizations.
Hey, just be direct.
I don't know how you want me to answer this question.
Very directly and bluntly.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this right now. I live in Eastland County, Texas, and I've had fires surrounding me constantly. I can hardly breathe because the smoke has been so inhalating that I can't breathe. So, and I've been fearful that my house was going to burn to the ground. And I've been worried about my son who lives about 20 miles from me, that his house is going to burn to the ground. My mother lives 25 miles away from me, fearing that her house is being burned to the ground. Right now, I've been in such fear that my family, all of them, would lose their houses. But at the same time, I had this peace of mind because I knew that the Father would save them, because I prayed that these people would be saved from these brutal fires. Yet thousands of people have been decimated out of their homes and all kinds of things. Okay, let's hone it in a bit. Let me ask me this question again.
Well, no, I'm not going to repeat it. It sounds to me though like perhaps you're going through some struggles, and
if I wasn't going through the struggles,
I'm not a stranger to this. I'm drinking beer tonight, but I'm not nearly as tipsy as you are right now. Okay,
if I wasn't going through these struggles, I'd probably answer that question completely different. Is what I'm saying.
I think we should start with getting you a.
And this isn't going to be like a therapy thing. I don't want to turn it into one. I'm just saying, Shanna, it might be wise to like talk less when you are so open to telling all. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to put that governor on yourself when you're drinking.
Isn't that the best time is to tell the truth when you have no govern to tell the truth what you actually speak? What are you talking about?
Hey, Louis, I'm gonna disagree with you here. I think desperate times call for the most noble action.
I'm just saying, like you've come in a couple times tonight, and like it's been, oh gosh, look, we shouldn't talk about it. I don't want to put you on the spot publicly or anything like that. I'm just saying it might be wise to mute your mic.
I'm not going to.
Hey, Louis, I thought that was a great, excellent question you
That's
asked.
your choice. I just wanted to throw it out there.
Thanks for throwing it out there, but man, brother, I want to speak my truth, and I think truth needs to be spoke, no matter how unfiltered it is.
Hey, Louis, I thought you asked an excellent question, but I disagree with you. I think that she's very good to be speaking, but I've been drinking more than you.
Are you guys all drunk?
Hey, what'd you say, dude?
Are you guys all drunk?
Typical taco.
Yes, that's right. I've been drinking. How you doing?
Can I tell a joke? So
we
just need Helio now.
Listen. This has nothing to do with about who's been drinking or not. Like,
I've been drinking.
I will absolutely tell you my truth, the truth, because it's not my truth. Truth is truth. A lot of people like to
Yeah.
say, "This is my truth. That's your truth. This is that truth." No, truth is truth. It's not your truth. Truth is truth. Period.
Correct. You're very wise, Shanna. Do you have an air filter like an HVAC, like a heat pump? Or do you have any sort of air filter?
I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
You gotta filter the smoke out from the fire. You got filter your air like HVAC pump or any kind of air filter.
No, no. All I got is a hundred, a hundred, a hundred. I got 1,005 gallon tank of water just being filtered outside my house. Tank that
Well,
my
that's
water's
good.
filtered.
That's good, but for $150 on Amazon, you can get a HEPA air filter to get the smoke out of your house.
Yeah, dude. My
I
voice
don't
has
know why you'd
gotten.
spend $150 on an air filter. All you got to do is go to Walmart and get like a 19 by 21 and tape it to the back of your box fan. You get an air filter for like $25.
Well, that
That's a
that ain't
great
gonna
idea.
do me. That ain't gonna do me no good since I sit outside most of the time. I sit out.
Like a Texan.
I'm outside most of my time. I'm outside right now. I sit outside. I would say I probably spend 20 hours outside. Maybe like 17 outside and the rest inside when I'm sleeping. But I'm back outside. I'm outside most of the time, you guys. So no filter's gonna help me inside my house.
Well, that's hardcore. I tell you, I respect that. But Louis disappeared. But are you still there, Louis?
And I know most flat earthers are gonna hate me in the stream. Most flat earthers everywhere hate me wherever I go. But I am a true flat earther. I like to spend my days outside, actually watching what's going around me, not watching what's going around me on YouTube. I like to watch what's actually going around me in the world. I watch my sun go up, my moon set. I watch what's going on around me in my life. Literally.
Yeah, that's how we figured out the Earth is flat by paying attention and observing reality. It's very flat. Hey, Louis, are you still there, buddy?
Exactly. That's what I do. I literally observe. Most people they're so busy they don't have time to do that shit. I'm busy. I work, I clean houses, I work for different businesses. I do a lot of shit. But take the time to look up and watch what's going on above me. And I know from watching what's going on above me that I'm been lied about what's going on above me. It's a lie. It's a lie.
God looks down on us. While you're looking up, God looks down on us.
I know that we are the grasshoppers that he looks down upon on his footstool. Or as grasshoppers. And I actually believe the earth is like a footstool to him. It's like a plumpy little thing. He like, well, hey, what's up, you guys? He looks down. Whoa, y'all doing good over there, and y'all not doing so good over there. You know, I really do believe that.
I think that's exactly what's going on here. Yep.
So I'm not
But,
as crazy. I'm not as crazy as my neighbor, huh?
well, the normies are the craziest people. I don't know how to explain that to you, but I'd rather be called crazy than normal.
I would too. I would too.
Louis,
And
how's it going?
I love my neighbors. I love my neighbors, but most of them are totally asleep.
I gotta ask. Hey, I gotta ask Louis Lunatic. What happened to you? Okay, I guess he's gone. Anyway, so the thing is, we should all have a drink, and I'm very happy. Shannon, let me check. Is that your name, Shannon?
No, it's Shanna.
Shanna, you're very wise, Shanna, and welcome here. Never mind. Louis had an excellent question for you, which you did answer. Which I'm concerned that when you do go to sleep, you should have an air filter. You can get one for $100-something on Amazon. You can get one of these air filters.
What was Louis' question to me?
He asked you about your personal life and your struggles. And I tell you, you mentioned the fires in Texas. It
Yeah,
sounds like I just
I
think of
don't
a
know if y'all
smoke. A
are
lot of
I
smoke.
don't know if y'all are aware of this, but Eastland County, that is where I live, is under fire. And
Ooh.
it is the hugest fire on record in the entire state of Texas.
Whoa.
More land has been burned in this fire in the entire recorded history of time in Texas.
Oh my God.
Hey, Shanna, who are you talking to right now? Because I have not been hearing this person. There's somebody that I'm not hearing in this conversation.
Louis, can you hear me? My name is
Hey,
Smurf.
it's Smurf. He did it for me too. It was really weird.
Yeah, I was talking to Smurf.
My name's Smurf. What's up?
Louis,
Hey,
can you hear
Louis, can
Smurf?
you hear me?
No, I cannot. No.
Low, I think you have been smurfed.
Anyway, do y'all know what a 60,000 acres is equivalent to?
What's that?
It's about 75 square miles of fire has destroyed land.
Oh my God.
75 square miles.
Look, all I can think of is smoke, and we've got to get you an air filter. Even though you spend most of your time outside, when you do go to sleep, you should at least regenerate and have an
Yeah,
air
but
filter.
when I'm sitting outside, that smoke is still going over me,
But when you go to sleep, you recover.
Yeah, well.
And Hank mentioned something about getting air filter material at the store, which you could probably just put it in your window or behind a fan or something, like real cheap.
Yeah, I understand the whole filtering out smoke and stuff, but I actually I'm quite a weirdo because I think being bombarded with things like this makes my system stronger to acclimate myself to be a stronger individual.
Hey, spoken like a true Texan. We don't know if they they call it the science. We don't know if that. But yes, spoken like a Texan.
Maybe I'm maybe such a weirdo. I don't know. Maybe I'm a super weirdo. But I went through the smoke coming over me, and I'm still breathing fine. I've coughed up a lot of shit, and I'm still here.
Wow! Congratulations. Hey, Hank, do you live in Texas?
Hank lives in Dallas.
For now, I live in Texas.
You live in Texas?
I live in Texas. I do not live in Dallas.
Cool.
Hank.
Of course, Hank lives in Texas.
Hank, don't you live in like southern Dallas area?
No, I haven't lived in Dallas and Bot Springs since I was 4 or 5 years old.
So where
There
are
was a
you
tornado
living now?
in Texas like a day ago. There was a tornado in Texas.
Yeah, that was
big tornado.
down by Houston. My niece was in that. She was freaking out.
Huge tornado.
It was not huge. It was not huge. It was very minuscule. We've had way bigger. No, it was not huge. The news just likes to blah. The news loves to make things bigger than they are.
Oh, that means
Why
that the fire is not
tornadoes? You
that
know what
big.
I'm saying? Why not Kamehameha balls? Because gravity and spheres and whatnot.
Listen, the tornadoes that went through Texas today were nothing compared to what has been. But the
I think
news,
this
the
position that
news likes to bluster things up and make it newsworthy to make it huge when it's not.
I think Hank had a really great economical idea to keep the air inside your building like clean. So when you go to sleep, you'll the air is clean. You know.
I bet Hank would back me up on what I just said about this tornado, wouldn't you, Hank?
Yeah, we've seen some big ones, but I don't back you up on breathing carcinogens to make you stronger.
Okay, but the tornadoes that went through Texas today was nothing, right, brother?
Yeah, there was something because
Yeah.
nothing means nothing and something is something.
No,
A tornado is
no.
something.
According, I'm talking about what's been through here before. These were nothing.
How can something be nothing?
I'm saying they were minuscule upon
Oh,
what minuscule. It was minuscule.
Figure of speech there.
It wasn't nothing. It was something, but it was minuscule upon what kind of tornadoes have been through these areas
Well,
before.
Shanna, I think we're all concerned that you may be inhaling carcinogens 24/7. You may want to limit that to 18 hours a day or something.
Oh, I've been inhaling carcinogens since the 17th of March.
Smoke weed every day.
Me too, buddy.
And I don't smoke weed, but I do smoke cigars, so y'all gotta forgive
Wow.
me for that. I'm smoking a cigar right now, but the carcinogens that were coming over me, literally the planes, the pontoon planes were landing right next to me because I lived next to the reservoir, which is Lake Leon Reservoir, where they were coming and scooping out water, and the helicopters and the planes were all scooping out the water right next to me. They're flying over my house every day for 4 days, going and putting out those fires.
Wow.
It was nonstop. They never stopped. And I am very grateful, and I prayed for those pilots every day that they would just keep strong and going at it. I don't know what time they changed out pilots. They had to have changed out pilots because they went at it for 4 days fighting those fires. And literally, I live right by the lake that they were coming in, getting the water out. So and they would fly right over my house.
a bunch of houses got burned down, like really old houses, like hundreds of years old.
Oh yeah,
100-year-old houses.
We're talking in one community, 50 houses were gone overnight. 50 houses. And 60,000 acres. 60,000 acres at least. That's the last. That's the last schematics I heard.
Are they making way for the high-speed rail?
No,
Oh, okay.
not here in Texas. There's no high-speed rail.
Yeah, but it's gonna pass. It has to pass through Texas to make it from the east to the west coast.
Not necessarily. It might go through Nevada and Oklahoma.
You get no bitches. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. No bitches.
But you do. You get those that play you.
And when I was in here the other night, I was not here. I was in the live stream chat, and I talked about this, and none of y'all paid any attention. I was like, me
That's
and
a
my
lie.
I
That's
was
a
like,
lie.
no,
That's a
it's
lie.
not a lie. Nobody
It
said
is a lie
anything about
because
it.
I heard it, and many people in here replied to you, and even people was talking about it, about the fires. Yeah, I remember. I was here. I heard it.
I was in the live stream on YouTube, and I was posting stuff, and nobody said shit about it.
Nobody said anything. Nobody replied to you. Everybody was quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody talked to you. You spoke to yourself.
I didn't speak to myself, no. But nobody spoke back to me and say anything about it.
The day that the fires were going, and you said that family members of yours lost their houses, and multiple people that you know lose their houses. People did reply.
No, nobody did.
Yes, it's recorded.
No.
I mean, do you have like a faulty memory then? Did I just imagine things? I think I just
Possibly.
I just
I
imagine
remember
you saying.
I
I
remember
just
staying in
imagine
Livestream, and
listening.
then I came into the Discord and posted some stuff and talked about it, and nobody said shit. Nobody was like,
I wasn't
nobody
there,
recognized
but
what I was saying.
that's kind of funny. You ask her, she's got a faulty memory, but I wasn't there.
No, I didn't ask her. I said, "Do I have one?" Because I remember we talking about it, and even I have like a bunch of images downloaded from the situation. Like I was looking through it.
Well, I was there. I was there live, and I remember posting videos and stuff, and nobody responded to it.
Hey, let me tell you, she's breathing carcinogens 24/7, so give her a break. We've been trying to figure out how she can clean her air, dude.
No, people
Hey,
did
yeah,
reply.
I'm breathing carcinogens 24/7, but man, I'm still very coherent.
I'm kind of messing with you, okay?
I know. I'm just saying. When I posted this shit, nobody cared. Nobody gave a shit. They're like, but that's normy. That's normy for people. They're like, well, that's not my neck of the woods. I don't give a fuck. You know, that's how people are.
I live in Virginia where nothing bad ever happens here.
So you don't give a fuck what's happening in Texas, and that's how people are. And I don't blame you.
I kind of
Wait,
care because I'm in America.
Hank lives in Texas. He doesn't give a fuck.
Hank sells a lot of propane. He's making a lot of money.
Hank lives in the Metroplex, and he don't give a
Yeah,
fuck because
he lives in the high
it was
places.
very far away from the
He's not being
Metroplex, so he
affected.
don't give a fuck.
It doesn't affect him. It's just just whatever. Nobody
That's what I'm
cares.
saying. That's what I'm saying. It don't affect you.
If you said
It don't.
so, it must be true.
Well, I'm an American and I care about all of you.
Nigger.
Dude, shut. Dude, that dude, man.
He's talking about his dad.
I'm just saying. I came in here a couple nights ago talking about this to you guys. Nobody gave a
And
shit.
people replied. I replied, and
No,
yeah.
you didn't. No, you didn't. What was your reply? Because you didn't reply. I promise you, I didn't see your reply because I stayed
Yeah,
on
you
for a
were
while.
drinking that day too, so that's probably affected your memory.
Well, what was your reply?
We said, "Oh, there's fires in Texas. That's sad. That's bad. Fires." Yeah, we talked about it, and people replied, and it wasn't just me; it was multiple people in here, and there was only like a few people in here. There wasn't that many. Speaking, at least.
Sounds like you got caught there drinking. I'm drinking all the time, so it happens.
Yeah, and I even downloaded images from the research that I did at that moment. So yeah, I do give a fuck, but nobody gives a fuck except
It's
me.
okay, Janet.
I'm the only one that
drink all the time here.
I'm the only one that cares.
Hey, Janet, I drink all the time. I often forget half the shit I said here.
I forget what I did yesterday, and I forget why I walked. I forget why I walked into the room. You know.
Yeah, I do that all the time. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Who else remembers stupid fucking jingles from their childhood? Like walks into a room and can't remember why you walked into the damn room.
Yeah, I do that every day.
I do.
What is wrong with us?
Life is wrong with us.
Like seriously, this question needs to be answered. What is wrong with us when we think about? We are very intellectual people that think about very deep things, and then we go to a room like we're maybe going to get a drink or go pee or something, and we're like, what did we come into this room to do? Why are we so intellectual and we forget these simple fucking things?
Wait, you said you don't smoke weed and that happens to you?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I do not smoke weed. I do not smoke weed.
Yeah, I just wanted to say in the first grade, I got in trouble for singing "Oh Smokey, My Teacher."
Hank is I don't like to call many people my type of rock, but Hank is a rock that I lean on that taught me some things that brought me out of some understandings that I didn't know. So Hank, I love you, brother. You brought me out of some things, but I don't agree with everything you think about. You
Hey,
know?
we all love Hank. He knows a lot
I
about
would,
Dickie.
I would hate for you to agree with everything I say because it would mean that one of us is the only one doing the thinking. Like I don't agree with everything that a lot of people say. In fact, when people agree with everything that each other think, I got to figure out which one of these two people that agree on everything, which one of them's doing the thinking and which one's doing the following. So yeah,
Hank,
I would.
or you can think about who should marry
So
them. Did
so
you?
Hank,
Shanna, I
I
agree
just
with what you said about
I
Hank. He's a good guy. I
I
would
want
also agree that I would hate.
100%.
Yeah.
I want 100% say I love Hank Hill
Hey,
with
Matthew.
all of my heart.
Hey,
100%. I find him a fellow Yahuwah brother, and I love him with all of my heart. And I would die for Hank if he was. I would die for Hank if he was put in front of me.
He's
I
also
love you.
got the
I love
best
you
view
back, sis.
Hank, I thought what you said was really wise. Like, you said you would hate for somebody to agree with everything you say. I think that's smart. And I will say I agree with Hank. I would hate for anybody to 100% agree with what Hank says. No, I'm teasing.
Yeah, but it's
What I
hard
say.
because he makes it so easy to agree with him. Like that
That's true.
motherfucker.
That's
Like,
true.
Now, he does not make it so agreeable to agree with him. He does not, because Hank and me have butted heads 100%. But truthfully, Hank, I'm not putting that lightly. Is the fact that I would lay down my life for you, brother. I love you. I really do.
Yeah, I'd die for some of y'all too. I would
Hey,
to
but what
protect
about
you,
me, Hank? What about me?
but not just willy nilly. Yeah, I'd die for you too, Smurf, under the right
Hey,
circumstances.
I love you, bro.
listen,
You're a good
listen,
dude.
Hank. I'm not asking you to throw yourself under the bus for me or anybody
Nah,
other.
I wouldn't laugh
I'm
it
just
under the bus.
telling
I get
you. I'm
claustrophobic.
telling you, I'm so grateful. Literally, you guys, anybody listening, I want you to know this bro, this man, Hank Hill, he put me in an imposition that he knew I was going to be super uncomfortable with, threw me into this bullshit that
Wait, what?
I was like, he put me in
What
this
did I do?
imposition. When you told me the difference between Protestant, Catholic, this and that, and threw me under the bus to put myself into this imposition of questioning what I knew and what I didn't know and what I thought I might know, and it made me question everything. It brought me to this beautiful, beautiful world of where I question everything, and and I'm so grateful for that, Hank.
Was
You
that in
have no
2017?
yeah,
That was
yeah.
early 2017. Yeah, I was doing a study on Martin Luther and Protestant Reformation
You
and the
have
Jesuits at
no
the time because it
idea
was
how
a
that you
500
have
year
no
anniversary.
idea how that changed my life, period. And it It and everybody, you guys, this man is a life changer to me, and I'm very Hank. I'm sorry. I know you don't want this. I don't know. I know you don't want this parade for you, but dude, literally, you changed my life.
No, you did, sis, because you were the one that did the research.
But
You know,
you gave
Hank
me
also
the instinct to do the research. You put it in my head to do the research, and I did. And so I'm very grateful to you. And to be honest, Hank and me are still on two different sides of the fences. Because Hank is on one side and I'm on the other. Because I'm on Yahuwah's side and he's on the other. So
Who, who's trying to talk? There was somebody faintly in the background there. Who was that? All right, never mind.
I took it a step further than Hank. I took it a step further than you did, Hank. You know, I kept going. You've got to keep going, brother.
I just want to say that Hank has a great deal on propane.
Duff beer is the best.
Yeah, I was going to say we should change the subject because this subject, Hank, it makes me sick to my stomach.
Hank, Duff beer's the best, right?
We all love you, Hank.
And I love you too, good citizen.
That's really cool, man. That's cool. But you know, Shanna, we're all concerned for you. You're sounds like you're inhaling carcinogenic smoke, and we've got to filter the air in your house.
Well, I live in a house that doesn't have that capability right now, so
That's
you know.
okay. You can add that. You just need any sort of air filter. What? Add something. Anything.
It's just not happening. The house I live in was built pre 1900. It was rocked in, but
It's okay.
it's good sand rock. It was built.
No,
It
that's
was
really
rocked in
cool.
the 1930s. It's a
Check this out.
beautiful house.
That's cool. All you need is a fan, and in front of the fan, you put like some sort of filter material, like maybe even I don't know if a t-shirt is enough, but you just need like a fan and some kind of air filter. You can get it at the hardware store.
I don't have any fans blowing in my house right now.
Just to clean the air, you know, that's all.
I've got avocado trees sitting in front of the heater. and my English ivy is starving of light, and my other ivy is starving of light. But you know they're doing their best.
I can't remember which tribe, but avocados mean testicles in one of the Native American tribes from Mexico because they grow in pairs.
I know that avocados are not supposed to grow where I live, but I'm trying my best to grow an avocado tree, man.
You keep them warm by the heater. You got to keep them warm because if they get too cold, it's not good.
I figured they'd do okay in the Texas climate, but it didn't do very well this winter. But I'm trying. I'm trying to make it happy.
They should be okay unless they get cold, but yeah, if they get cold, they'll shrivel up.
Gotta keep those huevos warm.
That's right. Also, Moringa oleifera is a tree that you have to keep warm. Very nutritious. plant that they use to substitute nutrition in third world countries. Come to a town near you.
Oh, Hank.
So, Matthew.
I love you, but I love you guys. I'm gonna have to get off
How's
here
it
because
going?
I gotta go to bed.
Good night, Shannon. Nice to hear you.
Yeah. Sleep well.
I'm gonna
So,
sleep.
Matthew, did you
I'm
study?
gonna sleep in my smog room, with no filtration. It'll be okay.
Yeah, you'll be all right. So, Matthew, did you study math and become a math wizard because your name is Matthew?
No, but the name of my class was The Nature of Math, and so my students made a Facebook group back in the day called The Nature of Matthew Weathers.
Hey there, sorry, my phone died, and I just turned my phone back on.
Welcome back, Smurf.
Welcome back to the
Power
internet.
up.
Nigger.
Thank you.
Elijah's a nigger.
That was Taz somebody.
I didn't see him. So
Any mods in here?
I'm a mod, but how do I get them?
You might be able to look in the live stream and see Taz something. Tazz something.
Is Shanna? Is Shanna gone? Well, I hope she doesn't breathe all that smoke.
Tasman sounds right.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. We'll see if it works. I don't know if that worked. That's all I got. That was my best try. Now I got to get back to work.
Okay, so I'm sorry to jump back in here. I just I feel bad for that Shanna woman. She's breathing all that carcinogens, and somebody has to do something about that.
It's a personal choice.
Yeah, I guess. Like smoke is a rather large particulate matter. It's very easily filtered. You know. I'm sorry. What were y'all talking about when I jumped in here?
About you smoking the smoke.
I'm smoking that green smoke. Yeah.
Oh, we've been talking about it all night.
Oh yeah, I like that green smoke. Hey, don't forget, I live in a mushroom.
Don't forget, I don't live in Dallas.
That's where the best deal on propane is at.
Actually, that would be Arlington, also known as Arlen, Texas.
What about propane accessories? Can I get them too?
Those are usually a little more expensive than the propane, but you have to have them because you can't have gas pressure without a container, unless you believe in like mathematical wizardry models. If you believe in mathematical models, I guess you can have it in your imagination, but nowhere in reality. Nature abhors a vacuum. Did you know that, Matthew?
Can you see how this is the best propane salesman that there is Hank?
Yeah, I chose the name so I wouldn't get picked on about my Texas accent. It's like nonstop.
What about if I want to just buy the propane? I don't have enough money for the propane container. Can I get the propane without a container? Can I get gas without a container?
Yeah, your hands are going to be pretty cold for about 2 minutes because it comes out really cold. So yeah, but you can have as much as you want, I guess. Oh no, wait, there's certificate. Yeah, you got to have a certified container, and it has to be inspected and up to date. I just remember that.
Yeah, Hank is killing me over here, man.
Yeah, you can't just bring any old propane tank. It has to be certified, up to date. No rust around the nozzle or the tank.
So
Hank is
when
killing me.
people when people say the Earth is flat, and then others come along, like people who don't believe that the Earth is flat, they say, "Well, aren't there hills and valleys?" On a scale of 1 to 10, how dumb do you think that is? Or, well, matter of fact, on a scale of 1 to 10, how valid of a question do you think that is?
Well, it depends. If they're autistic, it's a valid question because autistic people take things literally. So when you say the Earth is flat, it's automatically going to contradict their literal experience of the Earth being topographical with hills and valleys. If they're not autistic, maybe they just haven't been diagnosed yet.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know because a lot of people do say that, but then, um, in many instances, people do refer to things as being flat, and it's obviously not that it's two-dimensionally flat. It's that the profile is flat.
Yeah, you're right. I think people are just sort of obfuscating if they bring that up. But to be fair, if a glober says, "I think the Earth is round," you know what they mean.
Right. True. True. You don't have to necessarily say, "You mean like a piece of paper?" I mean, you
No,
mean like
it is kind of
what do they
funny,
say?
but yeah,
You know,
yeah.
yeah, those cheap shots. We can leave those at Walmart.
We know that the Earth is flat like a pizza, but I think it may have four corners and four pillars. What do you guys think about that?
I think those four pillars could be metaphorical. They might not be literal.
Not sure. How literal is the Bible?
It depends on the context.
I don't know. There could be four pillars. Yeah, the four corners of the earth, right?
Right. That would be taking it literally. So yeah.
So we could put some.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna take it literally.
But there are some parts of the Bible you don't take literally, right?
Right. Is that so? Do you have an example?
Sure, Matthew 23:37.
Can you tell me that? I don't have the whole Bible memorized. So could you tell me what that is?
Posted it in Livestream for reference. Oh, Jerusalem,
let me read
Jerusalem,
it.
the city that kills the prophets and stones God's messengers. How often I have wanted to gather your children together as a hen protects her chicks beneath her wings, but you wouldn't let me. So obviously it doesn't mean that God has wings and that God's not a chicken.
What was a metaphor?
Yeah, it says right there as.
Well, it's a very obvious metaphor.
Yeah, so I'm saying sometimes there's obvious metaphors like that.
Well, it's a literal metaphor.
So what about the part where Jesus died for 3 days and rose from the dead? We know that's not possible.
Actually,
So that
that's
was a
my
metaphor
favorite
too.
example. When people complain about the Bible not matching science, I'm like, well, you know, all these other things. Sure, there's lots of ways where you think the Bible doesn't match science, but the biggest way that the Bible doesn't match science is science says people can't rise from the dead, and the Bible says you can.
After 3 days, rigor mortis is done set in and released, and the cells are breaking down. Stuff is decomposing, and at that point, the brain cells are just completely dead, been dead, and
Right.
it would be absolutely impossible for something like that to happen.
Oh,
So,
come on, dude. If you nailed me to a cross, I could still survive possibly for 3 days. Come on, man.
yeah, but he was beaten with a cat of nine tails 39 times before he went on the cross. So he was already dehydrated and already weakened and in shock. By the time he got on the cross, he was suffering from more than like 20 different diagnoses while he was on the cross. So it didn't take long for him to dehydrate and have a cardiac event.
Plus, when they took him off the cross, he was dead for sure.
Well, you both raised some great points, but it still happened.
I don't know. I think the
I
Roman
mean,
soldiers would know whether he was dead or not.
Yeah, they were experts.
Again, another good.
But my point is, how do you know that's not a metaphor, right? Because didn't Jonah, didn't he live in the belly of a large fish for 3 days? And we know the stomach acid inside the belly of the fish would have killed him, right? So we know that that's also impossible, or it's a metaphor, right?
That depends on the diet of the fish.
See, I make this argument with people who talk about abortion. I say, well, really we shouldn't wait 9 months. Really, we should wait, just get it done before the kid's 5 years old. That way we know, right, is this kid going to have like some serious problems? If he's a sociopath, we'll know by 5, right? Because he won't stop throwing them temper tantrums. He won't ever gain composure, right? He'll just be like gaslighting people and saying he didn't steal the cookie out of the cookie jar, and we should, just abort him by 5. Because really, all we're arguing about is, a stage of development, right?
Oh man, are you trying to say I'm a sociopath? Man, I've been stealing them cookies until I was a few years old, I tell you.
Story of the belly and the fish was possibly antediluvian, pre-flood times, and there is petrified evidence of an antediluvian submarine. So they say. I've seen pictures of it. Whether it's true or not, whether that's really what it is, who knows? But he very well could have been inside of something like that and transported to the island.
God rockin', great to hear from you again.
Thanks, you too.
I believe that's a possibility.
If you search up, you can find an image of a supposedly petrified submarine that's upside down, and they've tunneled into it, and it appears to have the appearance that it possibly could have been a submarine. Who knows whether or not it's real? I can't, but
I used to think the Bible is full of metaphors and analogies and symbolism, but then I learned that a lot of things I thought were symbolic actually were true. For example, in Genesis, they speak of Adam and Eve being the first of their kind to like agriculture and work in the field, but they didn't really specify that the first humans. And so you have to review everything, and take it extra literally. If you take the Bible like extra literally, then wow, it actually like the pieces kind of like fit. You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I tend to take it literal unless it says not to. If it says, you know, Nebuchadnezzar had a dream and it was symbolic, right? And then in other parts, I think John of Patmos was tripping on DMT and he had some visions. When it's symbolic or a metaphor or a parable, it tells you, right? And if it doesn't tell you that it's a parable, then it's no good. But so let me ask the question. So, like a hen gathers its babies or whatever it said, right? Like a hen gathers its chicks. So he wants to gather you up and bring you into his fold, right? That's a metaphor, but it doesn't take away from the meaning because like the earth is like a footstool, right? You ever try to prop your feet up on a ball?
Yeah.
No, they slide right off. They can't do it. Like
Yeah.
you move slightly to the left or to the right, and you can never get comfortable. But if you got an actual footstool and it's like a flat cushion on top, you can prop your feet up on that all day long. So it's like a footstool, just like he wants to gather you into his fold, right? To me, it doesn't detract. A metaphor and parables are easy way to explain complex ideas to people who may not otherwise be able to comprehend them, or a simple story to relate a truth. So the story doesn't have to be real, right? Like I can tell a story about a guy who says, "Excuse me, ma'am, your tire's flat," right? And before he gets the word out, she says, I got a boyfriend. And then he's like, "Oh, okay, your tire's flat." And she's like, "Can you fix it?" And he's like, "No, get your boyfriend to do it." Like that story doesn't have to be true for you to get, to get it. It's a joke.
I can give you a possibility or an example as to Saint John the Divine on the island of Patmos. They said he spent his time in a cave. Caves, rocks are made of silicon, and silicon is used to store information. We use it in computers and all kinds of things. It's used to transmit information in police crystals, in radios. They use them in telephones, cell phones, TVs. They all use silicon. He was surrounded by silicon in that cave for I don't know how long. Information could have been on the walls in that cave, and he could have been able to access it. And I'm postulating that rather than DMT.
It could also be the bat guano. It causes people to go batshit crazy. That's not a term for nothing. But yeah, I would like to point out that it says in the Bible when Jesus rose, some of the saints rose with him. So if you would have been alive during Jesus's day, like there would have been like zombies walking the streets of Jerusalem.
Why would they have to be zombies if they were risen by him?
Well, the definition of zombie, at least mine from the 80s, is the living dead. So the freshly dead saints, the ones that just recently died, were walking the streets.
So Christ was also a zombie then?
Well, was dead, but now he's alive. So yeah, I've heard that before. Zombie Jesus.
You honestly believe that?
Well, not in the term, not in the sense that he was looking for brains. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about what the scripture actually says. It actually says that when Christ rose from the dead, some of the saints rose along with him.
Right, I understand that.
And they were seen walking the streets of Jerusalem.
I read that myself. But I don't believe they were. I think they were probably raised to the same capacity that he was. That would be my opinion.
Yeah, the Bible still calls Jesus the firstborn among the risen of the dead because Jesus didn't die again, and all those other ones, everybody else who was raised from the dead did die again.
Where does it say that, Matthew? Could you direct me to that?
It doesn't say, but based on the fact that Jesus is called the firstborn from the dead, that's what most scholars think.
Well, I think most scholars are psychopathic out of their mind.
Fair enough, but the alternative would be that there would be people who've been walking around alive since for the past 2,000 years.
No, I don't think that's how it happened. I think they may have ascended with Christ.
Okay, I mean that's a fair idea. Also, I mean, I guess we don't. Really
Can I share my opinion? Over the several years, I'm a regular normal person. I don't know about that, but I mean, I haven't read the whole Bible and stuff. But the more I learn of the Bible, my impression is that it's the more literal I take it, the more realistic it is. Like I really think it's completely literal. I mean, in the past, I thought it was all symbolism and metaphorical analogies. As time goes on, I take a closer look at it, man. I'm like, wow, if you just look at this stuff like completely literally, it kind of makes sense. You know,
I have a good example of that. Can I tell a example or a metaphor?
Yeah.
So imagine like all these Jewish scholars sitting around 100 years before Jesus was born, arguing about how literal the Old Testament prophecies are about the Messiah. Some of them say, "Oh, he's going to be born in Bethlehem because he's from David," and other people say, "No, over here it says he's going to be called a Nazarene, and over here it says God will call him from Egypt." And so I could imagine them like sitting around saying, "Well, it can't be all literal because all three of those can't be true at the same time." And one dude might be saying, "Well, it's sort of metaphorical. Like when God says I'll call him from Egypt, it kind of means I'm calling him from a faraway land or calling him from some metaphorical thing." But then lo and behold, here comes the real Jesus and ends up fulfilling all three of those. He was born in Bethlehem, lived in Egypt, got called out of Egypt, ended up living in Nazareth. And so it turns out that all three of those prophecies were literally true.
Yeah,
but you could see why people would have a hard time thinking or hard time believing it would be literal. So in the end, I think God makes the prophecies end up being more literal than we actually think they could be.
Well, that's an interesting point.
Speculation, of course. I don't know if anybody actually argued those things, but in 2020 hindsight, we can see how all those come together.
I got a question, Matthew. You ever done any research on the mud flood?
I mean, I've read the Old Testament and many times and about Noah's flood, but not specifically about the mud flood stuff.
Well, the mud flood is named in a way where it's kind of cryptic. What do you need to make mud?
Water and earth.
Right. So I think it would be fair that I could just call it the flood. Would you agree?
Sure. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
I agree with that 100%. 100%.
Right, because what's left over at the end is mud, and then the mud is just kind of caked up in different places from where it started. So my point is that all over the world, we see these different type of architectures and different types of buildings, but we still have masons. There never was a break in the line of masons. They're the oldest and largest fraternity in the world. So they don't build like that anymore. Right, you might say why. Maybe they just got tired of building all these cathode cathedrals, right? Maybe they just decided not to do it anymore. But it appears that there was a flood within the past few hundred years, give or take, 50 years, and this flood, it's buried a lot of buildings. In fact, if I were to turn on my camera right now, I could show you one here in Podunk, Texas, where the windows are at my feet. And I don't know why they would do that, but yeah, if I were to kick like a soccer ball, I could literally bust one of these window panes, which I'm not going to do because then I would have to go back to this place.
Doors.
Yeah, underground windows and doors. But yeah, I would have to go back to this place and face trial for my mischievousness. So I'm not going to do it. But the point is that this thing looks like it's straight out of Super Mario Brothers. It's like a huge freaking castle, and it's definitely out of place. Made completely of stone. It's definitely out of time because we don't build buildings out of stone anymore. So I'm just curious, what timeline do you think we're on? Do you think the Jews got it right and it's like 57, less than 6,000 years because that's the biblical time? Or do you think we are not so far removed from Christ as they say that they are? And there's a theory that they added 1,000 years. When it said Isa or I 800, it was really that I turned into a 1 and became 1800. Or do you think that we're just right after the flood? Or do you think this is his short window of time, his being the adversary, to rule the earth? Because it seems like to me, it doesnme seem like we're under the reign of Christ. It seems like, we're under the reign of.
Me and Jason studied all these mud flood theories and all this history stuff. We came up with the exact scenario that you just stated was a highly possible scenario. You quoted exactly what Jason and I discussed, almost word for word, bro.
Yeah, so Hank, you bring up a bunch of interesting topics, eschatology, the reliability of history, all that type of stuff. I think I would generally say that the Jewish year timeline is accurate, and also 2022 AD is literally 2022 years after the year 0 or whatever. So I don't think it's too hard to find 800 or 1,000 missing years and still keep a coherent account of how history works. But that said, I'm not very.
What about the Dark Ages? What about the Dark Ages, bro?
Yeah, they were called the Dark Ages because in Europe they were fairly, backwards. But in India and the Arabs were still producing scholarship and doing things during those times. So, and same with the Chinese.
That's if the timeline is. I'm sorry. That's if the timeline is accurate,
right?
Which the timeline was constructed by.
How many times has the Vatican altered the calendar?
Well, yeah, altering the calendar changes the way that you count the years. I don't think it removes any of the years necessarily.
But I'm kind of feeling like Neo right now, and I feel like the year, is the height of civilization. But I look at the architecture and I'm like, nope, we ain't at the height. This ain't the height, because that building downtown is going to last for thousands of years into the future. And these wooden boxes, they're not gonna.
Yeah, I do think that we have created some really impressive structures, like Hoover Dam, like the 105 405 interchange, or 105 110 interchange, freeway interchange in Los Angeles, like this huge multi-acre 4-story freeway exchange. Now, whether it lasts 1,000 years or no, I don't know.
4 stories? Oh my God.
It's like 80 feet high. So, yeah.
Seems insignificant compared to the cathedrals and the buildings that have been left behind.
Good point.
Oh, I don't know. I think some of those interchanges are on the same scale, but the same amount of
not yet to be seen.
I don't think they're even close, dude. I think they are leaps and bounds behind the mark. In my opinion, I'm a builder. Been my whole life.
Yeah. Guide Rockin' is correct, man. We cannot fabricate something like the cathedral. Like, we can't do that anymore.
If we were to build, let's say, one of the smaller pyramids, like Chichen Itza, right? The one that's accurately lined up with the solstice, and on the solstice, it makes it look like a snake is going up or down the stairs, depending on sunrise or whatever. If we were to make one of those, like lined up with the stars and, like literally pitch perfect and perfect in every way, like it would cost like the amount of a country, right? But these people in the past, they were building them like, matchboxes.
Hey, don't forget, Hank, there's no parallax. There's no parallax, man. They say that the stars are moving in 5 different fluctuating speeds in different directions.
Right.
No parallax.
No, you bring up an interesting point. It would be interesting to see if we could build a pyramid and to actually calculate the cost of building a modern pyramid like that. I don't know.
Somebody did it already. Well, there's you might want to check out a YouTube channel called the Geopolymer Institute.
Dude, you
He
guys
actually he replicated trying to duplicate one of the blocks.
Matthew,
Yeah.
your guys' side says it's not even possible because of cost to fake the moon landing. Like, go ahead and fake a fucking pyramid. See how much that costs.
This dude trying to compare interchange on a highway to the Notre Dame.
Yeah, like I said, leaps and bounds behind.
You gotta be fucking joking.
What about the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world? Is that's pretty impressive, right?
You want to compare that to the Notre Dame, buddy?
Garbage compared.
No, obviously they're different. I'm just saying it's tall.
It's gonna be impressive till a hurricane hits it, but these pyramids have lasted for thousands, if not 10,000 years.
Yeah, no comparison, in my opinion, whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, it's cool that it's tall.
We cannot produce a Notre Dame. It's impossible. We do not have the craftsmanship. We don't have the technology these days.
And how did they do those beautiful marble statues?
Someone out there has the knowledge to do it, but they'll never do it again. They can't do it again because people will find out how they're built.
How can it be impossible if it's there? It's standing.
It's not.
How can it be impossible?
It's not impossible, but it's just not. We're not capable of it.
Can you guys hear me?
Not economically viable.
Yeah, my headphones died or something. So what I was going to say is it would take 19 industrial cranes today to move a pregnant woman's stone. So what does that mean? So if they moved it, which they did because they quarried it, cracked it, and left it there, that means that at some time they had the same capability to move that stone as we do today, but probably better because they probably wouldn't have had to use 19 of whatever they were using to move it.
Maybe they pour it in place.
Yeah, that's what I think. They fabricated all that stone to be identical to.
Yeah, that's what the Geopolymer Institute YouTube channel is about.
Yep,
Just saying.
I know. Yep, you're right, Jenny. I believe looked into all that, and I think all of those megalithic structures, at least most of them, were poured in place.
So isn't limestone like a
saying.
They were fabricated, those stones. They weren't quarried anywhere. How much easier would it be to take bucketfuls of mix and pour them into a form or a sandbag of some sort and stack them up and let them petrify, let them solidify naturally from the moisture? Take a bag of concrete, stack them, take 50 bags of concrete and stack them up in a big pile and leave them in your yard. Come back 2 years later, and what do you find?
However, God rocking, if it was done like a mold with like a geopolymer, then you would expect to find many duplicates over and over and over again. We don't find that.
I don't agree with that. You don't have to make duplicates. You just have to make it look like what you want to. Why would you have to build the form identical? They were doing it so it would be strong. They built those blocks in a manner that they would be earthquake and whatnot more viable. If they made them all identical. They'd be stacked up like bricks. I don't think they did that. They were smarter than that. In other words, they knew
So you guys,
they knew not to do something so foolish.
so you guys that are aware of the Mud Fossil University, that sort of thing, you know, and for those of you who aren't, limestone is a bunch of dead things, right? So wouldn't it be possible to get like a bunch of carcasses and just put them in, wrap them in mud, and eventually wouldn't they turn into stone if there was some sort of water going through that causes the process that causes things to petrify and turn into stone? I forget what it's called.
As a matter of fact, there's huge mountains that are exactly that. Dead carcasses petrified to stone.
That's crazy. I mean, I've watched the material. I know a little bit about that, and it's just, especially the elephant. I mean, you got to not be in reality if you can't see that there's, like, he listed them all. I forget the channel. Do you, Cod Rockin'?
Selenium 7.
Yeah, it was like 24 like points that he investigated in the
Yeah,
I think it's
anatomy.
more now. I think it's in the 30s now.
Yeah,
Dang.
he went into the caves on that elephant, went into the eyes, the ears, and the structure was identical to what an elephant's ears and eyes and the petrification that he found inside that elephant.
You're a major coincidence theorist if you refute that. I ain't
matched-
talking to you.
Yeah, the structure matched perfectly to the anatomy of an elephant. So,
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Jenny. If you can't like see those anomalies, like all stacked up in a row, and kind of scratch your head and go, okay, maybe we should look into this. But I tell the story all the time. After I discovered, well, so Stellium came in here, and he was talking to us. I went on vacation in Denver, Colorado, and we went to this really nice hotel, and it was surrounded by rocks, so they don't have to mow the lawn. And my wife is smoking Willie's Reserve like crazy. She smoked like a whole ounce in like 2 days by herself, and I had a little bit, but anyway, I'm looking at these rocks, and I'm like, holy shit, he was right. And I'm just sitting there looking at all these different. I'm like, that's a heart. Like you see the ventricles over here on the holes. I'm like, Cindy, yeah, look at this. And then we went inside and we watched like all of his videos. And then we went back outside and smoked some more. And I'm like, is that a kidney? Like what? Like, you know, I was like tripping out because I was seeing it with my own eyes. I'm
Okay,
like seeing it
so
for like what it was.
his I think is it the same person, Stellium, that talks about the heart rocks?
Yeah, that's him, Stellium 7.
Okay.
Yeah, that's him.
I have trouble with that one, you guys. Okay. Not that it happened, but that there's so many of them in one area and there's nothing else, no other body parts to go with it. That's my problem.
Oh no, you're wrong. There's a lot of other body parts. There's kidneys and there's livers and there's only certain ones that would petrify because, especially a heart, because it's a surrounded by a sac that protects it, and you'd have to listen to the way Stellium describes it, and there's reasons for why certain ones did not last long enough in form to petrify.
Okay, but get this though. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying that. It's just hard for me to accept it because not, kind of like how Globers do the why would they lie? What would they all be doing there in that fashion like that? That's my problem.
Wait, why would they lie?
I know,
Well, the
right?
thing of it is, you're talking about all types of animals and critters. You're not just talking about human beings. You're talking about deer, antelope, whatever animals that were alive during the time and whatnot, and possibly humans along with it. That's
God, okay, I get it. All right, I'm a little bit better now. So you're saying if they were larger humans, then there would be larger animals. So those heart rocks that are wherever they are, all of them together like that, it could have been a herd of animals. I mean,
Yeah, not only
I
that,
don't
they're
know.
not all large either. Some of them are the exact perfect size of a heart, like the size of your fist and whatnot. They're not like all these massive hearts, Jenny. He's found little.
Well,
tiny
no. I meant if they were human hearts, they would be way bigger than that. So they would have to be animals, like a herd of animals, maybe. I don't know. That's just my wild thoughts for me to kind of.
Could have been a herd.
Because when I watched it
could have been just
originally,
a
I'm like,
collection. Could have been just a collection of animals, of birds and critters, and marsupials and whatever, deer, antelope. It could be a collection of animals.
Okay, fine. I get that. But where shouldn't there be a lot of other petrified body parts to go along with it, or bones, or what have you? I mean, why just those?
Like I just said, certain parts are only susceptible to petrification. If you listen to Stellenium, he'll explain that to you. The heart is encased with a sac that is wrapped around it, and it preserved it.
And it's very fibrous. So think about the heart like a tree. Because it's so fibrous, it's real thick and dense, right? Because think about it, it's a pump that lasts for 120 years. You guys who've been in working in building houses, do you guys know of any pump that could last 120 years?
No.
Oh. I mean, I will admit those rocks are a little bit uncanny, for sure. I mean, I'm not throwing it out or anything. It's just a little out there,
Well, he does give explanation for why he thinks that there's so many hearts. It does make sense. So to me,
well, I watched one video. He must have several on the topic then.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had more time, but I don't. But
I've actually had.
Yeah, I saw a video the other day. A guy found a really big rock with ribs in it, and I could post that. It's from another channel, but I could find it if you guys are interested.
I've actually had 3 personal conversations with Stellenium, just me and him alone talking in the room.
Dude.
And he went over all this stuff with me, very extensively. And I think he knows what he's talking about. I really do.
That's
he's
incredible.
He's a chiropractor, so he knows anatomy, right? Those chiropractors know anatomy better than some specialists, because what they do is they're a nerve doctor, actually.
Right.
So they know what nerve goes to what part, where it connects to what bone, and subluxations, and
I
how
love
to fix them.
chiropractors.
So,
I'd go to a
in a lot of ways,
chiropractor than I would a medical doctor. Well, they're a medical doctor.
Definitely a chiropractor. That's a fact.
Chiropractors are not MDs, though, are they?
Well, they're not
MDs, but in a lot of ways, they're more highly trained. I think they have to go to school for longer because of what they're doing. I might be incorrect about that, but basically, the way I see a chiropractor is he's a nerve doctor, but he's not just like a gastroenterologist. He's not like the neurologist. He's like the neurologist. That's the way I see it.
Well, they don't. I
wrong.
don't know of any chiropractors that give medications. In fact, quite the opposite usually. They don't. They would be more inclined to focus on what your diet is or supplements, things like that. I would go to a chiropractor before I'd go to a medical doctor. I mean, not if I had a broken arm. Of course, I'd go to a medical doctor, but yeah, I have a pinched nerve in the my upper, like around my shoulder blade, and it usually doesn't bother me. About the only time it does if I have to have a desk job, and if I'm using a mouse, because it's like I'm right-handed, it's on my left side. But yeah, how did you guys get talking about chiropractors anyway?
I love chiropractors.
Me too.
My wife, she kind of has a messed up back. She had spinal meningitis when she was young, But every time I take it to a chiropractor, and I'm just like watching every little thing that he's doing, and I try to emulate it, and I'm actually pretty good. I can do I can do a few things. Let's just put it that way.
Wow, that's cool. Does he know you're doing it?
Hell no. I'm
Okay.
a maintainer, and he does like the full body thing. So
Oh,
I do a
yeah.
little maintenance on her.
I don't think there's any law against giving your wife a massage.
Right. You can, yeah, for sure. A massage, yeah. Oh, so you,
Ask Hank, isn't that
I mean, do
essentially
you
what you're
actually
talking about, Hank?
manipulate her spine? Oh, sorry, got rocking.
Isn't that essentially what you're talking about, Hank?
Yeah, after I
No.
get like the electric massager, and I like buff everything out, and then I'll do like a deep tissue massage where the blood is filling. Thank you, too. Where the blood is filling all the tissue. I'm actually pretty good. I can do the hips really good. I'm also really good at the bear hug, so I can do the upper and middle back. Um, I can also do the neck, not the side to side. I haven't figured that one out yet, but I'm really good at doing the what they call the ring dinger. So I can yoink your neck and pull it straight out with a towel
Oh,
and crack it
I
all
know
the way
what
down
that
to the hip.
is. That's cool, dude. Oh, the bear hug thing. That's incredible. I love that.
Oh yeah, it's fun to do too because you can like see the relief instantly when you give someone the bear hug.
You just like hugs.
Really?
You just like hugs, Jenny.
Yeah, I'll take a bear hug from somebody.
I just wanted to mention real quick. Yoga does similar things as well as inversion tables and hanging, just normal hanging.
Oh, yeah, hanging it's very, very beneficial because it pulls apart any pressure points and allows healing time. Yep, very, very beneficial.
Does it count if you like do a handstand against a wall? Probably not.
No,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
you need to hang from your feet, basically.
What?
You need to hang from your feet so stuff comes apart rather than the weight.
I got you. I was afraid you were going to say that.
Yeah, hang from my arms, and it takes maybe 20 seconds. So you got to have a little bit of
I
endurance
thought
there.
you said hang upside down, or did you just say hang?
Hanging upside down is better, but you can hang from your arms.
You know what the secret is?
You can hang
You
from
want to do a high. Sorry.
Go ahead.
You
I
want
just said
to do. You want to.
but go.
You want to do a high velocity, low torque pop, to where their body doesn't have time to react to it. And when you do it that way, you can separate and let that little bubble pop out because it's a little like gas bubble.
Really?
It's fluid.
I was going to say, yeah. Oh, gas bubble. Okay, so.
You hear your knuckle pop, it's the displacement of fluid.
Ooh, I never do that. Never, never, never. Is that that's supposed to be
I'm good
for
with
you, isn't
feet.
it?
No. The one doctor did it for like 20 years, popped his left hand only, and he was a chiropractor, and he was just as good with his left hand as he was with his right hand. But I'm really good with feet and hands and wrists
Oh, I
and
just
elbows.
asked you about reflexology. Oh, man. Your wife is probably a really happy lady. Sorry, who did I overtalk? Was that you, Jimsy? I'm sorry.
You guys were saying hanging from your hands and your feet. I was asking, what if I hang from my head? Will that help?
Short duration.
Man, Hank, your wife must be one super happy lady. I'm just gonna tell you.
I would, I would recommend laying on your back and having someone grab your head and pull on it rather than hang from your head. I think that's probably a little bit much, but that's just my opinion. You want to do your neck and relieve the pressure. Lay on your back, have someone pull on your head for a good 10 minutes or something.
That would be great.
Yeah, none of this is medical advice. Obviously, you should consult your
No.
doctor and ask if chiropractor is right for you.
Right. If a chiropractor is right for you.
I'm talking about massages. I'm talking about massaging my woman or, my partner or whatever. It's not medical treatment I'm giving when I do that. So just a massage and the relief of pressure. That's all. But you're right. I'm not giving medical advice whatsoever.
Oh man, now thinking about a massage. Fuck. I need to
Yeah,
go to a
massages
chiropractor.
are really
Go ahead.
good with olive oil. Olive oil is omega-3, so it reduces the inflammation in certain areas. So once you get like the blood to the surface and the olive oil to the tissue, like magic can really happen with massages at that point.
Really? Well, because the reason why I'm kind of on that is because I could probably do that for like my legs, lower legs. Because after you get 50, stuff starts to happen.
Hank, you try CBD oil?
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yes, I have.
CBD would work. Yep.
I haven't. Any good results?
There's a new CBD stuff out that's actually a water soluble type. One of my doctors recommended it, gave me a tube of it, and I took it to my parents' house and gave it to my mom and dad. They're in their 80s. They used it and they said, "Oh my goodness, that stuff works so well. It works so much better than the regular CBD oils." They went and bought two more tubes from me, and then found out where to buy it online. It's a water soluble CBD that absorbs much more readily into your system. And my mom and dad are in their 80s, and they used it. They literally told me like a couple days later, like, "Oh my God, that stuff works so good."
Well, okay, isn't it a glycol based? Glycol. So that would be, I don't know much about it. What is the base oil or whatever, the liquid? For CBD, the regular stuff.
They're oils.
Well, wait a minute. I thought it was CBD is supposed to be like a tincture.
Well, it is, but it's still an oil. It comes from the trichomes of a marijuana plant, which is where the THC is produced, and the CBDs and all those different compounds.
Right.
All the cannabinoids are produced within the trichomes, which are the oil resin glands. So
It's been a while since I've had some of that. I remember one time I took quite a bit of it, and it was pretty kind of not super strong, but definitely up there. And it's not like I got high from it, but I definitely, I don't know, it just seemed like it opened up my mind a little bit, if that makes sense. But I wasn't like, you know what I mean? There was no euphoria or anything really necessarily.
well, CBD is not supposed to have any psychoactive.
Yeah, no, it wasn't anything like that.
Right. They claim that CBDs do not have that, so only THC does.
Yeah, and I have a horrible tolerance. So I think some CBD, it has like a teeny tiny bit of THC in it, right?
Yeah, it's hard to get it all out. Yeah, you're right. It does have a very small quantity.
But yeah, that wouldn't do anything to me. Nope.
It says usually on any of the CBDs that you buy, it gives you the percentage of THC. It's usually like 0.01% or something. It's pretty small.
I need to get some of that one of these days soon, but it is kind of sort of pricey. Do you think so? I mean, I'm poor, so maybe I'm not one to put an opinion out there.
Yeah, it costs more than just buying real weed and actually having a good time and catching a buzz. So, like, don't waste your money on it. Just get the real shit.
Well, I would want it for like if bitches be at work be playing me and shit. I'll just do that for like anxiety because it's like motherfuck. They're like sometimes they're just out of control. I don't even want to go into it. Fuck. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm not expecting to get a buzz off of it. It would be for like anxiety.
Yeah, but the cool part
It's
is you
like,
can catch a buzz and it helps the anxiety. You can do both. You can kill two
I
birds
know,
with
but I
one
can't do
stone.
that when I'm at work. If I'm at work, I can just go in the bathroom and dump some of that CBD tincture down in my mouth, and then I'll be good. Well, for the most part, anyway. I'm telling you guys, I'm not saying this because I'm going to do it, just talk about it. I'm just going to tell you that it's like the Jerry Springer show, literally at my fucking workplace.
Well, if that's the case, look, dude, like get like one of them little vape pens or whatever. I'm not like advocating that
Okay.
like of
Okay.
the THC shit. You can take a toke of one of those anywhere. Nobody knows
I
shit.
know it. I know it, but I bought 2 things of it, like cartridges, and long story short, none of it, the shit didn't work, and it pissed me the motherfucker off, and I think I spent, I don't even want to say how much so I'm done with that shit for a while. It's just my regular dietary supplement or nothing, because, yeah, you can tell from the tone of my voice, I'm a little salty about it. But yeah, I used to have like a teeny tiny, like probably smaller than a fucking matchbook battery, and the cartridge actually went inside of it. Oh man, I use that thing all the time. But if I were to get something, I would maybe try something like that, maybe. But I just don't want to go to yeah, anyway, don't want to go into all of that. What does anybody remember before CBD chiropractor? I don't think we've been talking about flat earth for a long time, not that I want to, because
Blood flood,
it's probably
stellium,
there. Oh
the
yeah,
Bible.
mud fossil. You were talking mud fossil with Matthew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we kind of went on a tangent. Is Matthew still surviving all this conspiracy talk?
Oh my gosh. Hank, did you watch that video I posted of Jim Brewer?
Uh-oh. Where'd you
Oh my
post it?
God. Hopefully I can find it. Oh my God. The way he says conspiracy theorist. Oh my God. I love that dude so much.
Yeah, no
Oh,
services
Jim
any.
Brewer.
He says
Yes.
conspiracy
Let me
theorist. I
find
was lost.
he does a parrot routine. He's like, right? As I can't even try to. That was dumb, but hold on. Let me see. I think. Oh man, I was reading the comments. Poor fucking Jim Brewer. They're calling him a dollar store Jim Carrey. It's like, don't be hating on Jim Brewer, you fuckers.
Yeah, Jim Brewer's
People are
great.
so fucking mean. What?
Jim Brewer is great. I've always enjoyed his comedy after I figured
Yeah.
out who he was on Half Baked.
Yes, high five, bro. Me too. All right,
And
here's the
also,
video.
go ahead.
There you go. I didn't play it. I don't want to get a strike, but I posted it. What were you going to say a second ago?
Also, Mystery Men. There's a lot of good comedians in that one too.
Oh.
Eddie Izzard. So he's like a transvestite, and you wouldn't think that Hank Hill would be watching a man dressed in a kimono, wearing high heels, doing comedy. But that son of a bitch is funny. He talks about
All right, you got to
if they
post the
had.
link.
He talks about the 5th Transvestite Brigade. He said, I don't know about the Army's makeup. It's a bit slapdash. He said, but I think we could do it. You know, the parachute in, dressed fully to kill, dressed in bag. And then it's like, oh, what are these guys doing here? Oh, they got guns. Run, get your too late. And I just like laughing my ass off at Eddie Izzard. Hilarious, dude. He's
Eddie
hilarious.
Lazard. Okay.
Yeah, his old stuff. I don't know about his new stuff, but his old stuff. Because I was like, I'm not watching this. This is dumb. He's a transvestite, but I couldn't get
Right.
over how hilarious he was.
Wow. Okay. I got to check it out if you're saying it like that.
It was funny to me. I was smoking weed, laughing my ass off.
IZZ. Oh, I think I've seen this dude before.
Yeah, he's
Dressed to
funny, man.
Kill. Full special,
Yeah, that's the one.
$19.99. I'll share it for everybody. I'm definitely. I love comedians.
Jenny,
Huh?
how do transvestites work on a globe?
How do transvestites work on a globe? Yeah, not related at all. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, here. We'll close on that but yeah. No, but the thing is, comedians, you can't have enough comedy material, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know how you went from that with Jim Brewer, dude. You lost me.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to shout out Dale from Beyond Imaginary Curve. He interviewed some college students in Glasgow over in Scotland today. It's pretty good. I posted it in the chat.
Is it new?
Yeah, he posted it today.
Nice. I'll check it out.
It's pretty good discussions. He's just trying to get these college students to examine their reasoning for why they think they're on a globe. Or I think he asked them, like, if you were telling me, trying to convince me we live on a globe, what would you tell me? And they were kind of like, you know. Anyway.
It's been a while since he's done a video like that. Hasn't it? Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
I think
not.
so. I mean, he's been off and on active. He takes his breaks like we all do, I guess, whatever. But
Oh, absolutely.
he's still plugging away at it.
Okay, looks like another one was from 8 months ago. Reality basics plus 2 honest and open minds. I was just judging from the thumbnail, but oh, it looks like he's got one from 6 months ago.
If I interrupted anything y'all were talking about, go ahead. I was just giving him a
No. Hey, you know what? You're all good. You already know. No interruptions. This area is for everyone.
No new people in here right now.
Probably not. Let's see.
We got manware, but they've already been verified, and they got ladies not tagged. So I don't know if they want to talk. Hello? You don't have to talk. I was just saying hi.
Sorry. No, my mic is all shit. I'm pretty baked. I'm just like exploring all over. Just wanted. I haven't been in a long while. How you guys been?
Good.
Hey, good to have you. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you curious about this subject, or how do you feel about it?
I don't even know what subject you guys were on. I came in like near the end.
Oh, well, he was referring to the main topic at hand that we've been wafting off of for the last hour. And he wants to know about flat Earth. Like, what do you think about the topic?
Oh, it is flat Earth. I'm a flat
Yeah,
Earth
yeah.
warrior. Like, I just bully globers, to be honest. From Facebook to like on YouTube and mocking like bullies that are like, I hate globers who like think they know it all and like put down flirts, and so I just go fucking bug them. That's my
How
take.
long you been questioning the globe?
Oh, since like 2019. I've been like admin in like flat Earth groups and shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the server.
Yeah.
Got any questions? Feel free to shoot them out.
Yeah, I know. The last time I used to boast about this channel because you guys have like lady night and like karaoke
Well,
and
we still
shit.
do.
Yeah.
We still have ladies' night. Are you able to come this Friday?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Now that like
Well, if you
now the lockdowns are like off, and now we don't need to wear masks and shit. So I'm slowly going back into society. But if I'm free, I'll definitely come. Yeah.
well, if you do decide to come, it starts at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time or Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m.
Eastern.
Eastern. Yeah,
Oh,
Eastern.
okay. Okay. Well, that's good then. I could probably
Well,
yeah,
Eastern Daylight Time. But
like 5 Eastern. Yeah, that's a good time.
So you don't have to say your age, but I just want to ask you real quick: in your age group, are more people, the younger generation, are becoming more aware that the globe might be bullshit?
Yeah, that is true.
You're seeing more.
That shit is epic. Yeah, sorry I'm not that talkative. I got like a new vape pen that's like THC.
That's a little bit funny.
Yeah, it's like the first time I ever bought one. That shit's
Oh,
really good. Yeah.
that'll mess up your tolerance. Be careful.
Oh, I'm realizing this for sure. It's yeah, I know this.
I wouldn't smoke just that. I would use that like supplementally with flour if you want my professional opinion.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Well, I mean, I've been smoking for 3.5 decades.
Yeah.
So just smoke flower and do a couple puffs off your vape pen. Don't just smoke the vape pen and nothing else. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I
I
got my
mean,
bong.
unless you want to be smoking wax and all that. I don't know. I'm
No.
not up on.
Yeah, no. I got I always have like a bong and like flour, so I should mix. A good idea.
Yeah, just a little like extra.
I got it. I've been trying to like explore music and bumping around here and there, see what's up. But I just know like this server usually has fun times in it. I have to bump
Yeah,
this
it
channel up.
does.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know anybody in real life you can bring in here, like your age group?
I tried. I tried.
I tried
I
before,
tried.
like at least once, somebody I knew in real life, but she was kind of, and this is not meant to be unkind, but she was a little bit unstable and she ended up moving. And, well, yeah. Well, it happened. I caught her lying, and then I just didn't want to be friends with her anymore, and then she moved. So sad. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, but you don't need that like toxicity anyways.
I know, right?
Mhm.
It's sad. It's hard to make friends nowadays, it seems like. I mean, yeah. Guess it depends on how much you make yourself visible around your immediate area. I mean, I try not to be in here too long. On the internets, it'd be better to be with people in real life.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I'm in Canada, and I totally missed out on the convoy. There was one person that was
Oh, yeah,
living in
talk
my
about that.
yeah, there was one person in my building, and he drives this van, and all you could see is like these huge flags stick up, and I was like, at first I was like, man, that's so cringe that he's this patriotic about Canada. But when you walk closer, it says like fuck Trudeau, and in the back it has like the convoy shit. Now I'm like, who is this person in my building? So once in a while I'll just like sit outside and wait because I'm like, this person knows what's up. But yeah, I only found out after. Like I live in a weird town, so there's not too many like truckers that goes by. But I was like, man, that would have been
Okay.
fucking epic. I saw like all kinds of shit, and they party hard, and I'm like, the people who like talk shit about it, I'm like, yeah, that is supportive 101.
Okay, I can't get this out of my head. I just have to tell you. I don't know if you have to be familiar with the cartoon Bob's Burgers. You
Yeah.
sound exactly like the character Louise, and I don't remember the actress's name in real
Oh
life, but you sound
shit.
just like her. You
The
sound just like
mom?
No, not the mom. Louise, the girl
Oh,
with the
is
pink
that
bunny
it?
hair,
Oh, yeah, that's epic.
the
I wish
cool
I
one.
I wish I had that bunny. I have a cool bunny mask and shit, but I don't have that bunny hat. That would be fucking epic as shit.
You should get one, man, because you
I
sound just
looked.
like.
I looked. I looked. I swear to God, I have searched for it hands down. I found all kinds of bunny shit. I ordered a bunch of bunny shit, but I was like, yeah, and I that hat, yeah, no, I couldn't
You
find
should
it.
do some. You should do some Louise quotes and convert them into flat Earth kind of stuff because I'm really all about like getting
Oh, okay.
comedy
Wait, give
into
me one
flat
sec.
Earth.
Okay, one sec. I gotta write this down. Hold on. Fuck. This would be good. Okay, give me one sec.
Fun. Oh, hey, um, on April 1st, it's Glober Day, so make sure you change your picture to something Glober related in your name and stuff like that.
Like, what do you mean?
Ooh, that'll be ladies' night too. Fun. April Fools, flat Earth
Yeah,
style.
yeah. Well, April Fool's is funny because I'm the one that like started like because you know how FTFE and McToon did like the Flurf Derp Awards or some shit like that. So
Oh,
I
we've
went
done ours,
around.
yeah.
Yeah, so I went around. I was like, the Glober Derp around, vote your shit. So a lot of people voted, and so April Fool's, I'm gonna like just smash on like all these Globers and post it.
It's gonna be insane in here on April 1st, I'll just tell you, because we've
Yeah,
never done anything quite like this. I mean, we've done
yeah.
stuff similar, and maybe like on past April Fools, maybe a few people did stuff. I don't know, but
Okay.
yeah, it'll be insane.
So you just change your profile to like globe shit, like
Yeah, and your name. And we're all gonna pretend like we're Globers, so.
that is hard to do. I tried that and I
I
fucking
know,
failed.
right?
They're like, you're a flirt. I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm like, fuck,
Yeah. So
fuck.
make sure you come to Ladies' Night on
Oh, okay.
April Fool's Day. Yeah.
Okay, well, if anyone listens, we should do like hint other servers like and make pretend Glober type shit, and then start boasting about this April Fools and just mock them or something like that. I just like
Well,
I don't know, I like teasing and picking on Globers because they're so fucking easy.
well, I think we all need to practice kind of thinking in an unindoctrinated, or well, in a
Yeah.
indoctrinated way. I mean, once you see things, you see that differently.
Oh, yeah,
So
I
it's
get
kind of
that,
like,
yeah.
yeah, I call it like once you're unindoctrinated, you can't be reindoctrinated.
Yup, that's true.
You don't see the same way anymore.
It's true.
I mean, so yeah, there's that. So yeah, it'll be good practice for us all. I think it'll be super fun. It doesn't matter if real Globers come in here or not, I don't think.
No, I don't even think so, but it'd be just funny to poke on them, be like, yo, bitch, and then like boast about 24/7 like this Discord. Just to be
Hey, yeah,
funny.
drop that. You know our vanity link, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, wait, I gotta pay more attention.
That's okay. It's
I've been like,
GG. It's GG/flat Earth.
that's easy to fucking remember. Wait.
Right? Just drop that down around. Hey,
Letter.
yeah.
Hey, Jenny.
And I got some
So,
ladies' night pictures if you want them to promote ladies' night. What were you saying, Dave?
is my mic working now? I got dropped.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good.
So April 1st, we're all going to be Globers. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yep.
I'm not changing my icon.
Well, you'd have to take the red circle, the cross out from the middle.
And we're going to let Globers in here and act like we agree with them and say, yeah, it's a globe.
Maybe. I don't know what everybody's going to do. I have no idea. I
I
have
don't know
no
about
idea.
that. I
Who
might
knows?
get day off, but y'all have fun with that. I can't be a
It'll be
Glober.
chaos.
Yeah, I should make like a fun video about it and post it.
I don't know how it's going to go, you guys. We could just, I don't know, just name only, picture and name only. I don't know.
I could think of fucking something.
I've had my icon for 7 years now, and I haven't changed it. I have no reason to change it. There is no globe.
Man, I change mine like every other third day for some reason. And the name mostly.
Dave, you can call us all nuts on April 1st, okay? You can call us all insane. That we are not recognizing reality beyond the topography.
Oh man.
That's what you'll have to do, Dave. You're going to be the only one left.
All right. We've been joined by existentialists. You want to say anything, existentialist? Hello.
Repeat the last thing you said. Existentialist. Okay.
Last man standing, Dave. Are you gonna hold the hill?
Yep, I'm not
He's gonna
changing
have
the
to.
icon.
He's going to have to. That's all there is to it. That's how it goes.
I guess somebody
He's
will
gonna
have to.
feel like he's gonna feel like there's a Mandela effect for flat Earth. He's like, "What's wrong with all you guys?"
Start tripping out like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's gonna be great.
What if all the flat earthers across the whole plane did that on April 1st? That would be wild, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that would be epic.
I might turn into a Glover for the whole month of April.
Oh,
Start posting
challenge
them and
accepted.
You said it, man.
And just go
That'd
the
be
extra
funny.
mile.
That's too long. But if you're gonna do it, then fucking do it well. I would go in like
I mean,
other
I
fucking
wouldn't
Glover
recommend it because
groups.
thinking like that might cause brain damage, and that's
Absolutely.
but do it at your own risk.
It would be Dane Bramage. That's what it'd be.
Absolutely.
You know, I live in a spinning globe.
I gotta go.
No,
Oh, damn, that was quick.
her boyfriend showed up, and he's a glober.
Oof. Oof.
Jimsy, won't you say hi to existentialists, see if they'll talk to you?
Existential? Is it an X that was essential? It's not essential anymore. Let's see. Where is it?
It's right above you in my list.
He dropped out? Because I don't see.
I seen there with his mic, but he's not saying anything though. But it's all good.
Oh, yeah.
He has the right to remain silent and apparently the ability to do so also.
I
So
think he's been here for a few days, right?
I don't know.
Existentialist.
Yeah, he's been around for a little while. I haven't heard him talk yet, but
Same. Yeah. I've seen the name, but haven't heard the voice.
we've been joined by this young lady. What's your name? Malware.
Yeah, what about yes, hello?
Say hello to Jimsy. He's an OG around here. He'll show you the ropes. Y'all go ahead.
Oh, hello.
Hey, hi. How are you?
I'm high as fuck. No, I'm doing
Okay,
good. Sorry.
like on top of the hill.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry,
Hi.
I was writing in my server saying like I'm trying to poke fun at the Globers, saying that you guys are kind of epic and have an idea.
Ooh.
Hmm.
You gonna act like a flat earther in your server?
I am a flat earther. I don't need to act.
What?
All I'm saying is like if you guys doing like April Fools being a Glober and shit, I would just fucking like go in all these Glober servers and make them look dumb by being like them. I'll have like an ironic like picture and shit. It would be fucking funny.
Yeah, sounds like fun. Just that sometimes when you start like arguing against the Globers in many of these servers, they'll just ban you.
No, they like me.
Just yeah. How do you feel after you found out the outer space is fake?
I don't know how about I feel about it. I
You don't
just
feel
still
anything?
I just still say like boycott fucking space and any kind of space propaganda and shit. And don't be a fucking NASA cook. So I make fun of Globers for that shit. It's freeing if you really want to think about it. That you're not some fucking sheep. Just
Well, I
being
mean, you're
based, man.
definitely not a sheep because I haven't heard you say "bah."
I wouldn't.
Or a monkey. You mean a monkey?
Yeah, the Globers are fucking monkeys, and we just watch them for entertainment. Cause they just like swallow up any fucking media news and shit. No, fuck them.
It's not like they are monkeys. They believe they came from monkeys, and there's a difference to that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
They evolved from rocks, complicated rocks, and step by step they made it to where they are right now. Monster living on a globe.
That's for sure.
But it's all in the mind.
What's space criminal?
You know when someone steals space from you, space criminal, because he stole it.
Okay.
There's people out there that they have like this love relationship with outer space, and if you tell them that it's not a real thing, they start. No, I love space.
Space doesn't exist. All caps and don't even space that.
One day, Elon Musk is gonna take me to Mars. I'm gonna hold his hand on my way there.
Yep.
Elon is gonna take us to Mars. You'll see. It's gonna be live streamed through the YouTubes.
That ain't shit.
Matthew learns is gonna go to space with, right? Matthew, if they give you the ticket, you go to Mars.
No,
Matthew.
it's way too dangerous. I don't think I would go.
What? What if they make it safe? You know, safe and effective. They make it safe and effective. You go.
I'm pretty risk averse at this point in my life. I don't even want to go bungee jumping or skydiving, so I'm the wrong person to ask.
It's got to be super safe already. I mean, the people on the ISS don't even have to worry about space dust or rocks or debris.
Yeah. Yeah, they made it safe and effective. You can trust them. Just trust them. Does the space shuttle have some? How will you call it? Some evasive mechanism every time there's like a rock about to hit it. Oh, a space shield, no, energy field that protects it from debris, right? I mean, when we see meteor showers from here on Earth, you see all these rocks falling from space. How come none of these rocks hit the ISS?
They get lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, the first thing an astronaut should do once they come back from the ISS, they should play the lottery because they'll definitely win.
Can you hear me now? Jimsy, you're an asshole, bro. I know you can
Why?
hear me because I know you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you now, but not before you ask. Not before you
Okay,
ask.
thanks. It's funny. I was like, what happens if you get a hole in the ISS? Then there's a hole in the ISS.
Yeah, you get home.
Yeah, these Glovers, they
And,
are.
and what do you do? What do you do if that happens? I mean, we don't know, but there should be something that we can do, but I don't know. Oh,
Well,
okay.
the first thing you do is grab a bucket and you start shoveling the water out of the container, or we'll drown to death.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Jimsy and Hank, we've been joined by Gaindolf. Have y'all talked to them?
Don't tempt me, Frodo.
He
And
dropped out.
he bounced as soon as I said his name. I will.
Scaredy cat, what
Whoop.
scared you?
Got any direct measurements of Earth's curvature today, Matthew?
No, you can't directly measure the curvature of Earth. You have to use calculations instead.
That's a shitty answer, but I was just checking.
Well, it's true though. You can't measure it.
Yeah,
Even
and
if
there's
you
no
go outside.
direct. Yeah, similarly, there's no direct measurements of the height of Mount Everest. Doesn't mean it's not high.
Yeah, but we climb Mount Everest. We can't walk down the slope.
But even when you climb it, you can't directly measure how high it is.
Yeah, you don't directly measure it, but definitely do apply some trigonometric functions there to figure that out.
Right, logic, reason, calculations, trigonometry.
With the baseline being flat, of course.
If you go up to Mount Everest on a helicopter, doesn't the aircraft have some devices that will tell you the altitude that you're at?
Yeah, I'm sure they have barometers. I don't know if they go that high. They're typically not built. No, they do. Yeah, they go that high. There is actually a video of somebody actually going to the top of Mount Everest in a helicopter. I don't know if it's been done more than once, but barometers, GPS would tell you the altitude.
That would be a cool video to watch, going to the top on a helicopter or something. But does the aircraft has any equipment that will, tell you about
the curvature that you have to take into account while flying and the movement of the ground during flight? Does the aircraft has any equipment for that?
I believe they didn't need any of that. They just flew up there visually.
In general flight, does any aircraft takes into account, the curvature and the movement of the ground?
I posted a link for anybody interested in seeing a helicopter land on Mount Everest.
Oh, thanks for that.
Yeah, I'd like to see one land in a vacuum state of like 5% of the Earth's atmospheric pressure.
Well, so yeah, that was one of the challenges. With helicopters, they're designed to fly much lower, but they were able to get this one up that high. I'm not sure how.
Well, no, I meant the one on Mars.
Oh, you never
Oh yeah,
seen
you'd
the
have
one
to
on
design
Mars?
it. Yeah, if you're
Yeah,
going
the
to make
one
a
on Mars.
helicopter on Mars, you're going to have to make really big blades and make it spin really fast. But they can test them in vacuum chambers here, so we know that it could work.
So, Matthew, did you hear that really intelligent guy named Rumpus from the UK? He said that flat means curved. You
Yeah,
heard
that's generally accepted in the globe Earth community that flat means curved.
Right. Can I get you to say the Earth is flat since it means curved?
I would say the surface of the ocean is flat.
Well, I'm talking about the model of the Earth. Isn't the model of the Earth curved?
Yes, it is.
So can I get you to say the Earth is flat because flat means curved, right? It's synonymous, right?
When you use the words in that context, people would assume the wrong thing. So if I said the Earth is flat, they would think that I'm talking about the other definition of flat.
Other definition of flat. So what's the other definition of flat? What is that?
If I say the Earth is flat, most people would assume that the word flat means the common sense definition of a perfectly straight line.
Oh, that's the common sense definition. What about the one that QE gave earlier?
You know, it's hard to play the QE game of getting the exact right definition. If you're off by one word, he calls you a numpty. So,
well, I'm not QE, right? I'm not
enough.
QE, but I'm just curious. What do you what do you think about the definitions that he's posted? I just posted them again for you in case you wanted to review.
Can I ask him one question, Matthew?
Yeah, I like his definition. Go ahead, Dave.
Do you ever get weary of playing these mental gymnastics with yourself?
It seems perfectly reasonable to me. I don't feel it's like mental gymnastics. It makes sense to me. I know you guys don't believe it makes sense to me, but I'm telling you it does.
Well, then how come you can't say it? Because,
Hank.
To me, flat means like a topographical level Earth. So, yeah, it's not perfectly flat. That's not what I was claiming. But when I say the Earth is flat, I got no qualms with it because that's the definition that I believe in, right? So mostly the water is flat, and mostly the Earth is not perfectly flat. But neither is the water. But yeah, I don't have no problem saying it because that's the definition that I would use. So I'm just wondering, all these Globers who say that, flat is curved, if we could just get you guys on the record to say, the Earth is flat so that everybody can understand that flat means curved. And you guys are ballers, so you could say, I'm a baller, right? I grew up a baller. I'm a professor, right? I teach, math people, and the Earth is flat. Like if you guys would say that, I think that'd be helpful so that everybody can understand.
I like what you're saying there. It's interesting. Of course, if you use those three words together, everybody always assumes that word flat is a perfectly straight line. So that's why
then flat doesn't mean curved, then, does it?
Yeah, there's two different definitions. In the context of saying the Earth is flat, almost everybody would assume it's the definition where flat is a perfectly straight line.
One more question and I'll shut up. How come most people in the world don't even know about this other definition that you're talking about? It's just you guys on the internet, it seems like.
I think most people don't think too carefully about it and aren't that precise with their language. So, but that's what anybody who sort of is scientifically minded would come to the same conclusion.
I got nothing else. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Matthew, if I were to say to you, like, the Earth is curved, doesn't that mean flat?
Yes, when you say the Earth is, when you say the Earth is curved?
Yeah, because that means flat, right? Curved means flat. Flat means curved, right?
No, I know you're playing with words here, but
no, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's be fair here. I'm not the one playing with words. We all know what flat means.
Yeah. Okay.
It's only a very small minority on the internet that are calling themselves anti-flat earthers, right? It's even smaller than the flat earth group of people who actually believe this, right?
No, I would say all mainstream geographers, mainstream astrophysicists, mainstream scientists.
Yeah, but they're not anti-flat earthers. They're just global. There's a difference between a normie, right?
Yeah, the mainstream scientific normies would say the same thing.
I'm just wondering why I can't get you guys to say it, because if you say it, then everybody will understand it.
No, everybody will think we mean what you do.
Well, then the definition is what everybody thinks, not what a few, small counterculture on the internet thinks. Because think about the word atmosphere, right? I could say that gases have no inherent shape and, rest, right? Or I could say, well, that word has several different meanings. The atmosphere of the room was thick because of the previous conversation, right?
Yeah, that's a good example. I like that.
Right, but everybody knows what I mean when I put it in context. So can you put the word in a sentence with context so that everybody knows what you mean?
Yes.
The word "the Earth is flat." Is there any way you could give some context clues?
Sure. We Globers agree that the surface of the ocean is flat, as in it doesn't change elevation. But by the word flat, we mean that it curves to conform to the shape of the Earth. It's not literally flat as in a perfectly straight line. It's flat as in it doesn't change elevation.
Sorry, there's a little bit of fading facts at the end there. Can you repeat that last part?
We Globers agree that the surface of the ocean is flat. However, when we say flat, we mean that the surface of the ocean does not change elevation. In other words, flat means that it conforms to a consistent elevation, a consistent curve of the Earth, not flat in the sense that it's a perfectly straight line. No, I get that you disagree with that definition. I'm just telling you this is what we mean when we use that word in that context.
I think that's the best you're going to get, Hank. I don't know. Go ahead.
So how come it is that, a very small fringe group of counterculture people on the internet make up, the nomenclature and change the definition of words like this? Why is that?
I would disagree with your characterization of that. I would say that almost all mainstream scientists, if you ask them what flat means in the context of saying the ocean is flat, if you ask them, does that mean it's a perfectly straight line? They would almost universally say, no, it means it curves. So it's not just a fringe of us.
Let's say I went up to them with Dolph Lundgren's 1980-something haircut in the Rocky movie. It's called a flat top. And I said, could you describe the surface of his head? Right? Are they going to say, oh, it's flat curved?
No, they would just say it's flat.
Right, it's a flat top. So ever since I was about 5 years old, I knew what the word flat means. And now all of a sudden, I'm in this community where people are discussing cosmology, and all of a sudden the The 1984 book is becoming like a reality. Peace means war. Flat means curved. Ignorance is strength. Right? It's like literally 1984 right now.
Yeah, I've read 1984 twice, in fact, and I sympathize with what you're complaining against. That people say words lose meaning, and you can just say the opposite. But that's not what I'm saying here.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's my argument. That's why it came out of my mouth. So I really find it interesting that flat means curved to a group of people. And I think you guys have pretty much, you make me want to do a little bit of what we call street preaching. I kind of want to go like in the streets of Dallas and just randomly get people on video and say, hey, could you define flat for me? And we'll see how many people agree with you guys. And let's say this, if I do 20 people and not one person agrees with you, now Dallas, they're a pretty progressive city. You know, they got cheap colleges, so education's pretty cheap. So there's going to be a lot of educated people in and around Dallas area. So if the first 20 people don't mention anything about, like curved, like the definition of science, it's like curved. If nobody says that, can I get you guys to stop saying that? Or are you guys going to continue?
I would suggest asking them and making sure that they know the context. So say something like, you could ask them, stop the average person and say, hey, the ocean is flat. Could you define the word flat? Does it mean that it's a perfectly straight line? And see what they say.
So is it only in context of the ocean? Not the
So
surface?
if they don't know, if they don't know the definition that you actually mean, Matthew, does that mean that the educational system failed them?
If you just ask what's the definition of flat without any context, most people rightly assume that the context is a small local, just right here with what we can see, like a flat floor, something like that. But if you're talking about many, many hundreds of miles, then you would need to make sure that they know that that's what you're asking about. And that's why I give the example of the flat ocean.
You mean the curved ocean?
Right.
Because curved means flat. Right?
No.
Yeah, if flat means curved, then they're synonymous, and that automatically means that curved means flat.
They're not. Yeah. Okay. So do you get that we are using different definitions here, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure you're staying consistent.
Got it. Yes.
So curved means flat. So the Earth is curved, which means the Earth is flat. Well, at least we got some good rhetoric for April 1st.
You can smack people down with this sophistry about the different ways that words are used and see if it works.
I'm not the one deploying sophistry here. I'm trying to make sure that I'm getting it correct, because I want to stay up on my education. Education isn't something you do when you're young. Education is lifelong, and I'm learning that some people, a small fringe minority on the internet, even less than flat earthers, they believe that curved means flat. And flat
It's not a small fringe minority. It's the vast majority of mainstream scientists would say the same thing I'm saying.
So let me ask you this question, right? Because you're trying to say that this is the vast majority of people.
Right.
If I were to go and ask people to define flat, I'll give you $20. How many people you think would just agree with you if I said it just like that?
0%, because they wouldn't know the context you're asking.
Well, words don't really need context.
They absolutely do. Otherwise, there's two different contexts if there's two different usages. So you just need to be clear about what you're asking.
So what if I said that the water is perfectly level despite, waves and tides? So other than, perturbation caused by the so-called moon's gravity and or winds and earthquakes. So other than that, if I were to say the water is perfectly level and the land is topographically level, meaning valleys and whatnot. So basically this would this will be true, right? Because
Yeah, so that would be a good way to ask it because you're making clear the context. So here's what I would suggest asking. I would say, if we go to the ocean and look over the surface of the ocean for 1,000 miles, is the ocean, we describe the ocean as flat and level, and then ask people, now technically, what do you think is meant by flat and level? Does it mean a perfectly straight line or not? That would be the way to ask them.
So it's really interesting to me because I think that you guys are really good at debating against flat earthers. Some of you guys actually come up with a reasonable argument from time to time, based on what you believe, not based on tangible facts. But yeah, I would say that if I went out to a normie on the streets, they wouldn't be like the anti-flat earthers. We'd probably smear their asses in a debate, like your average person.
Yeah, probably so because you guys are practiced in the rhetoric that we're talking about here, and I think you would probably win the debate technically. Yeah.
You agree that words mean things, Matthew?
I agree that words mean things, and like Hank said, for example, the
why
word
does word-
atmosphere can mean different things based on different contexts. So you need to be clear and make it.
I understand that, but I just posted the definition from Merriam-Webster. Flat, level, even, without unevenness of surface, as land or tabletop. How come your definition isn't on here? Go ahead, Hank.
That was from Merriam-Webster. I'm impressed.
Yeah,
I think
I thought that was
we're stepping it up.
dictionary.com, but yeah, that specific definition in the context of oceans and geography isn't in this definition.
The first one is just horizontally level. That's the second one. I don't see the one.
I would. Sorry.
I was done, Elijah. Go ahead.
Well, I think when they say flat and level, it definitely applies to the oceanic basin model. Because any depictions that they give you are of a flat profile, like we discussed earlier.
Elijah, when you're done, I got another question for Matthew. That's just to make sure you're done. But
that was all.
So since level means curve, and curve means level, and level means flat, flat means curve, and level means flat, what word do you use to describe a perfectly smooth surface like a mirror?
Then you'd have to say a perfectly straight line. I think straight line would be the best way to describe what you're getting at.
Well, that's not a very good description of a surface, because a line could be like a line of string or a phone cord or something like that. The shortest distance between point A and point B. I don't think that'd be a very good description. So if you take all the words for flat, level, like if you take all those words away from us, then how are we going to even describe, with our language to someone that the Earth might be level, or sorry, unlevel, unflat?
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and that's a good question. I think maybe saying something like an unbent plane, a non-curving plane, might work.
So can you promise me that in 2 weeks you guys aren't going to change the definition again?
No. You can't say an unlevel plane. That's redundant because a plane is something that is level.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is
Horizontal-
we need a way to distinguish between the two different ways that we use.
Yeah, but you
level.
can't. I mean, but you're making something up that doesn't exist to say that. Like, how do you start off with something like that, as if a plane is curved, unless you say, well, a not curved plane. That's what a plane is.
Yeah. Okay. So you could say a plane.
So what word can we use that you guys won't steal from us? Because we know you guys control all of academia, and you guys can just can change the words at whim, at a whim. And us flat earthers, we don't have that kind of money. We don't have $62 million a day. And, we just don't have that kind of propaganda that you guys have. You guys have so much propaganda power that you can literally steal the word flat and make it curved. And what word would you guys be, willing to leave behind that we could use without you guys changing it in a couple weeks once we start our, new campaign with our new words, our 1984 compliant words?
Yeah, you bring up a good point that we need some way to distinguish in our language about these different ideas. And I don't have a good answer, but maybe the word plane.
Well, that's what people fly in. So can't do that.
There's a mathematical plane, plane, and then there's an airplane, and I think people can distinguish between those.
So the mathematical plane, that's just a concept. So we would only be talking about conceptual Earth when we're trying to describe the real Earth. Because just like a plane, a field, a dot, a line, these are all concepts in math, right? There's no point. You can't point me to a point, right? Even if you have a period on a page, that's not mathematically a point, right?
Right, yeah.
So can you give us something more tangible than just some, mathematical word that, is really not tangible?
I can't think of any. I mean, yeah, you bring up a good point. I can't think of something off the top of my head that would be a useful word to
Could you get with the Jesuit priest and the NASA high up guys and ask them, can we please have one word that you guys don't take from us so that we can at least, talk to people and not have to go, the earth is X. And when they say X, I'm sorry, there's no English word that I could use to describe what I'm trying to say. They've all been taken away from us by people with much more money than us for the propaganda campaign. So is there like any, could you, look out for us? It was just one word that you guys
Okay,
don't steal
so
from us.
that's an interesting idea. I think it's sufficient to be able to just explain it well. Like if you say a line that doesn't curve, or if you say a flat plane that doesn't curve at all, that's a phrase. It's not a word, but that might be sufficient.
Okay, so when I go to tell them like Earth is like a mirror, and they're going to say, well, there's topography, and I'm going to say, well, it's kind of like a mirror, but it's like a bumpy mirror, right? And then I say the water, it's also like a mirror, and they're going to say, yeah, sometimes, but it's also like waves, and well, it's a wavy mirror, and they're going to say, oh, so it distorts everything, and it makes people look fat and skinny and stuff. So, like, do you think that's fair that you guys could just take those words away from us next week too? Like, if you wanted to, you could say you can't use mirror because mirror means sphere.
I don't think anybody's intentionally trying to steal words. It's just
really
they mean things, and yeah.
Did you see? I forget whose video, Hank, but since you brought up mirrors, somebody posted something about the process of mirrors and how they obviously have to be perfectly flat.
Yeah, they pour silver on it, like liquid silver or something, I think.
Well, but yeah, flat is just I mean, it really is a descriptor. So if you can't use a word to describe an aspect of something, I don't know what. I mean, because you can, unless you're talking about the thing that's in question, the imaginary thing.
Yeah, and that's why you need to be
believes.
clear and clearly define the context of what in which sense of the word you're using. So
It's such a mind trap because when it comes to the globe, it's like, well, if you're looking at it as a whole, well, you have to look at it like this. Isn't that like kind of a mind trap that you would have to do something like that?
okay, so you understand that we think that the Earth is a sphere, roughly, right?
You mean flat?
And we're trying to, and when we try to say something has equal elevation, means it's about the same distance from the center of the sphere. And are just
You mean
using the word
flat.
flat and level to mean those things. That's what we mean. We're not trying to steal anything. We're just using those words.
Okay. So what word can we use? We can't use level. We can't use sphere. We can't use plane.
You can use plane, and you can use all those words. Just be clear with the context. I think both sides. If there's ambiguity, you just need to be clear with the context of
Right.
exactly
So
what you mean.
so we
That's all.
should start saying salt flares and tectonic bowls and abyssal bowls, so that we're clear, right? Because that's what we mean when we're talking about the flat Earth.
But look, when people use language, it's based on a shared conception of what the words mean, and if it's not a shared conception, then we need to kind of describe it. So yeah.
Okay, so let's be clear with our nomenclature. Curved means flat, right?
I would say it this way. Sometimes the word flat means that it conforms to the surface of the earth at a constant elevation. Sometimes the word flat in some contexts means that.
Now, are you just saying that because
No, this is just what everybody's. This is
flatter
the
than a
mainstream
pancake?
scientific model.
Hold on. Okay, so when they said Kansas is flatter than a pancake, what they really meant is that Kansas is less curved or more curved than a pancake.
Yeah, what they really meant is that the elevation change of Kansas, the change, how much it deviates from the sphere of the Earth, is very low. It's like it's very not much change.
So when they
But the curve of the Earth is literally an elevation change,
right,
from your position.
Well, so elevation.
So
I take it
isn't
back,
it a
not
bit
elevation.
confusing to have to pick one or the other? Because obviously you can't apply both. So in the case of a elevation profile, well, now we're talking about elevation in terms of how far we are away from the surface, even though the surface of the Earth isn't changing its elevation from your position. But it is. But you can't think of it that way.
Matthew, let me ask you a question. If you know how a transit works, if you shoot elevations, like you shoot a grade for, like on a manhole on a road, and then you go 300 feet away and shoot another grade, and let's say it's 6 inches higher or lower than your starting place, you can write that down, right? And then you can go another 300 feet and write the difference down between the very first elevation. You can always reference it back to the very first elevation you took, the starting point. You can always do the math. You can go 300 feet at a time all the way down the coastline, and you can always reference it back to how many inches plus or minus it is from your starting point. Do you agree with that?
I don't know much about surveying, but that sounds reasonable. Sure.
It is absolutely reasonable. It's absolutely correct. You can do that. Shoot a transit across the road down 100 yards, take it, shoot it, and that story pole that you're going to read is going to read plus or minus X amount of inches or feet from where you started from, because you can measure from the ground up to the lens, or you can stick the story pole right in front of the lens, right where you're standing, and get an exact inches above the road. Then you go down 300 feet, shoot the grade again, and you'll know exactly within a 16th of an inch or so, and how many inches above or below the starting point, right? You'll know that.
Again, that sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, it is. It is reasonable because it's correct. I shoot grades. I build buildings. I shoot grades for skyscrapers and roads and whatever else, and that's how you do it. Anyway, if you was to go down all the way down the coastline, start in New York City or in Oregon or Washington and go down the West Coast or down the East Coast, going 300 feet at a time, and you got all the way down to the tip of Florida, and you were shooting your grade on the shoreline, on the waterline, all the way along. And when you got down there and you referenced it back to your starting point every time, you did the math, calculate exactly how many inches or feet you were above or below your starting point. You could do that if you kept track of every single one along the way. That would be the absolute way to prove that the earth is flat, and there is no doubt about it. And I would love to be able to do that and take a transit, a theodolite, whatever it is, start somewhere on the northern part of either the east or the west coast. West would probably be the easiest because there's not nearly as many structures. You could go down Highway 1 or whatever, and you could shoot grades all the way down every 300 feet. And when you got to the end, you would know, because that would be literally 1,000 miles. And you'd know that there should be miles. You should be miles below if it was a ball. And so I would like to do that someday here soon, because it would absolutely prove that the earth is flat. And I know it's flat. And I know that water level does not change from Oregon to the Baja of California.
You know, I would urge you to be careful when talking about your job. Some of these so-called anti-flat earthers, they like to call people's bosses rather than address the argument head on.
I'm retired, my friend.
Oh, okay. Well, you're probably okay then. But yeah, I would hate to see a family man like leave his,
No, I'm retired,
degree.
bro. And
Because
I know
colleges can do that.
Huh?
Colleges can just whip up your degree and like snatch it up, and
Yeah,
they can
that's
just
okay.
take it away from you. So
It's okay.
yeah, I'd hate for something like that to happen.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna dox anybody. That's not my style.
Not you, Matthew. Yeah, you're in here arguing with us, so you do the opposite.
Plus, I'm fully
Hey,
doxed. Everybody knows
Hank
who I
Hill,
am.
Hank, thank you for the obfuscation from God Rockin's point. But God Rockin, how do you retire at such a young age, bro?
66.
Yeah, you're retired already.
Yeah. I get a retirement check.
I think God Rockin's point was he's had a long career, and he knows that his experience has showed him that the Earth's flat. And I think that was your point, right? I'm sorry for obfuscating.
Yeah, you're correct. I know that I could do it. I could do it accurately, and I know what the results would be. And I would like to be able to do that at some point in time and prove and put this controversy to bed. And it would put it to bed, because you could have people there with you witnessing it, double checking your measurements and verifying it, signing off on each one as you went along the way. Yep, definitely. I looked at the measurement myself. It's exactly 2 inches below the starting point. The next one's definitely 3 feet below. The next one's 3 feet above, blah, blah, blah. You could do the math all the way down, referencing it back to the very first starting point and go all the way down the coastline. It might take you a month to do it, but it would put this controversy to rest. Guaranteed.
Hey, don't lose your job over this.
Oh, I'm not going back to work. I'm done. I'm just fine. I have retirement pay that I get every month, and
I think that's a good one, God Rockin. I think that's a kind of viable. Probably it will take a long time to do it, but
it would definitely prove the point. Prove the point, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely. You cannot say that you can't reference it back to that. You would not get not one single surveyor arguing the fact that you couldn't keep track of it, plus or minus. You might be off in that many shots, maybe a 16th to a 32nd of an inch each time, plus or minus, which could add up to maybe a few feet of mistake or accuracy problem. You could argue that it would be maybe 5 feet inaccurate, but when you're talking about miles of curvature, 5 feet is absolutely nothing. anyway, I would love to be able to do that, and I think it needs to be done. Put this thing to rest.
Hey, if you decide to do it on the East Coast, let me know. I'll drive you the 1,000 miles.
Okay.
I just want to say we should really get in contact with the women that go and see plastic surgeons, because if we can convince them that flat means curve, we could save them like what, $5,000 a tip.
Yeah.
We should really get in contact with the anti-flat earthers and flat-chested women so that we could ensure them that they really have magnificently flat breasts.
Yeah,
Voluptuous flat breasts, right?
When the ladies pay thousands of dollars to get those, those extra boobies and butts, just when they're done, tell them, hey, it looks so flat.
Yeah, that's going to go great. Matthew, you think we can get some anti-flat earthers to go do that when the lady comes out of surgery? Just be like, hey, ma'am, your breasts are amazingly voluptuously flat. Do you think that would go well?
Yeah, also, do you think you could get a Glover to help me shoot these grades all the way down the coastline so that I'd have someone on the other side witnessing and correcting the math along with me?
Matthew can help. He's good at math.
Yeah, that'd be an excellent thing.
It would be an interesting thing.
And I think he lives near Hollywood.
Do you have time for that, Matthew?
I don't know hardly anything about surveying, so
I could teach you in about 1 hour. The
truth is, Matthew, it's really easy.
Very easy. That's a very easy thing to shoot a grade where you're standing. Put the story pole in front of the lens. Shoot how many feet off the ground you are, and then walk 300 feet down the road. Stick the story pole, which is a pole with measurements on it, called a story pole because it tells the story. And then you would read the number, and you would see that it's either plus or minus from where you just came from. Then you go then you level your theodolite at that same spot that you just took the grade from. You level it out there. You shoot the grade there. You do the math. You take the lens and do the math for that position, and then you do another 300 feet, reference it back to the very first starting point, do the math, and just continue on down the road until you get 1,000 miles down the road. And
so, Matthew, you seem like you're concerned that you don't think you could do it because you've never done it before.
He's
but
more
my grandfather. Yeah, I know. That's what I was trying to tell him. My grandfather did it. He didn't even finish the 3rd grade before he started picking cotton. So he didn't have but a 2nd or 3rd grade education, and he surveyed the lakes around here. So the lakes in Texas are man-made. I don't know if you knew that. But yeah, he actually surveyed the lakes with a 2nd or 3rd grade education after he was through picking cotton books.
Pretty easy to do, like from 3 foot to 6 foot difference. I mean, they're pretty easy numbers to deal with. It's not like it's complicated math or algebra or calculus, or it's simple addition and subtraction. Simple as that. That's all it is. Surveying is very, very easy. You have a data point, you shoot the grade on it, then you reference the footing on the building needs to be X amount of feet below sea level. The sea level grade is on the manhole in the road. We'll shoot the manhole, and you go out, dig a hole in the ground. You dig it down until it's the exact amount of feet below sea level where you're supposed to put the top of the footing. That's how you build buildings. I built several skyscrapers in Salt Lake City that exact way. It's very simple to do. And you're way more than capable, Matthew.
Yeah, nice. It sounds like an interesting project.
So are you in or out?
Yeah, my grandpa taught me how to do it in like 15 minutes. I mean, it was literally no time. He handed me the surveyor and explained that the new ones are a little more technologically advanced, but it's basically the same thing. And he explained to me that what you do is you line up your shot right against the other guy on the other side, and then bada bing, bada boom. You type in the numbers if there's any variance, and then you move to the next spot. Is that basically it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Very simple.
I could do it with 15 minutes of training. Very low mathematical skills. My grandpa did it. low education, barely above a second grader. He couldn't even read and write. So you can do it, Matthew.
So how much time do we need to set this up? You got a month you could take off and do this project with me, Matthew?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time for projects like that. I mean, I'm saying it'd be interesting for somebody to do it. I'm not going to do it, but somebody.
You got
could.
someone you could reference. You could like maybe suggest that would be on your side of the argument. Because I'd like to have both people there doing the math.
Yeah.
And I'd like to have also an independent person also verifying the math.
Wouldn't this be a strong for professors? What do you call that? History and experience. What's that called?
Oh, you mean like something to put on a CV or some publication? Or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Matthew Learns debunks the globe Earth. That would be cool.
It would actually be huge.
That would be huge.
Math professor debunks the globe.
Undeniably. There's no way you could deny that. There's just no way. It would be way too accurate. And you can always reference it back to the exact starting point you were at. You would know exactly how many feet above or below you were from the starting point. Did the math every 300 feet and double checked it, made no mistakes. You would be within feet of accuracy, within a couple feet, I would say. One time you might be a 16th or a 32nd of an inch off high. Next time maybe it's 16th or a 32nd of an inch low. I mean, maybe. I mean, when I shoot my grades on buildings, I make sure they're exact, but I don't doubt that doing that many of them, hundreds of them going down the road, you'd probably have a 16th of an inch here and a 16th of an inch there. It was probably plus or minus the exact measurement. But when you're talking 16th of an inch, and you could go one way one time and one way the next time, even if it went the beneficiary way of the globe way, even if it was inaccurate going that way, given the benefit of the doubt, saying, it was down, let's give it a 60th of an inch lower just to make sure that we're not over exaggerating the height. We could add a 16th of an inch to the drop if there was any, the whole way down, and you'd still probably only be 10 feet inaccurate if I gave them every single time a 16th of an inch in their favor. It wouldn't help at all. It wouldn't
So,
help.
Godrock, I just wanted to ask you a question because I just remembered the day that my grandpa taught me how to do this when I found his, what is it called, theodolite?
Yeah,
in the shed.
well, they have builders levels and theodolites. Theodolites are the ones that you can turn them down and aim them at the ground, so you can tip them down and whatnot. They're a little more complicated, and they have degrees. You can spin them 90 degrees, and you read the dial on top, so you can shoot a corner exactly square 90 degrees, perfect to another corner.
I'm not sure if it was a theodolite. It might have been just a surveyor.
It's probably a builder's level, is what they're called. Yeah.
Okay.
Either
So
one would work.
when he was teaching me this, he forgot to mention something that's really important. He forgot to mention refraction. Now, some of these lakes down here, they're actually quite long. They're not very wide, a lot of them. But some of them are quite long.
You're going to have no refraction in 300 feet. Not on a clear day. It's not going to happen. And it's not going to always be bending the light up.
But these things have a limit. You got a limit of like 300 feet. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. I mean, if you go much further than that, then you get, then you're only using like a scope on it, like for a gun or whatever to look through.
Right.
And you'd want to be able to line the crosshairs up on an exact 16th of an inch mark. And so I would say 300 feet would be probably more accurate.
Is that why you think the Grovers used one of those at like half a mile, because when you look at a half a mile away, isn't the angular size of the object going to change?
Yeah, but the elevation of it wouldn't. But the angular size, it would definitely get very small, and it would be harder to see. It would be harder
Right.
to
So
see the line.
that's one of their best proofs of curvature.
It would
They
be
said
harder
that they measured. Go ahead, bro.
exact.
Sorry.
Yeah, it would be harder to put the crosshairs on the exact 16th of an inch mark on the story pole, because it would be so far away and so small that those lines would begin to mesh together, and it would just make it more difficult to be within a 16th of an inch accurate. I would be willing to do it at 300 foot marks, because I know at that short of a distance, a football field, that you would be extremely accurate. And
All right, so at 300 feet, you're extremely accurate. What about half a mile? How accurate do you think that's going to be?
Well, depends on the lens and the story pole. I mean, half a mile, you'd have to have a story pole with some really fat lines. You'd have to have 1/4 inch lines, and you'd have to probably try to line the crosshair up on the center of the fat 1/4 inch thick line. So you'd have a mark every 1/4 of an inch instead of every 16th of an inch. So it would be a big fat red line. And then you could probably see it easier.
So what if there was like any stooping going on? If there's stooping, then that's going to make it look like something's curved, right? At a half a mile away?
I doubt it. You're shooting a straight across stooping. No, I can't imagine that happening. I just can't imagine. I can't imagine
half a mile.
I can't imagine any atmospheric condition other than fog interfering, or rain interfering with the project.
Right, because we're not talking about two media. We're talking about one media.
Right.
But the angular size, if a girl's standing right in front of you, right, and it's the year 1984, she's got really big hair. But if she walks half a mile away, her hair appears to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Right?
Right. You would probably be very hard to pick out a single strand of hair. But at 300 feet, you probably could.
Well, I was talking about half a mile. Yeah, half a mile away, the woman's hair is going to appear to be real small.
Yeah, you probably couldn't you couldn't find resolution good enough to pick out a single strand of hair at a half a mile. I wouldn't think. I've never done it, so I don't know for sure. But I think that's just a little bit too far for the theodolites and builders levels that I have used throughout my career. I've never shot a grade that far. The farthest I've ever shot, probably about 1,300 feet. I built a building, the largest cold storage unit in the western United States. It's in Corinne, Utah. It's for Sam's Club. It's all cold storage. And that building was a 1/4 of a mile from corner to corner. And I set the datum up in the middle of that building. So actually it was 1/8 of a mile is all we had to shoot. But anyway, yeah, I've never really shot anything quite that far. No sense in it, because you can set a datum up, or even a couple of them, in different locations on the job site. Which ones are easier to reference depending on where you're going to shoot your grade at. You find the closest datum point. And that's a grade that you know exactly how high it is, and you know exactly how high the footing or the top of the foundation or the next floor or whatever you're shooting, exactly, says right on the blueprint exactly how many feet above or below the datum it's supposed to be. So it's pretty simple stuff, really. I mean, it's not complicated at all. I just can't imagine even. It would be quicker and easier to keep them at a 300-foot distance. You could just shoot one, do the math in about 5 minutes. Off and run, jump in the truck, drive down 300 feet, jump out, set it up, shoot another one. You could probably do 50 of them in a day or more. Just tripping your way down, just doing the math and shooting them. Be very easy to set up, shoot a grade, be real accurate, be easy to see the story pole.
So if you could do 50 of these in a day, why do you think the Globers only provided one, and they measured curvature over half a mile, which is really weird because it should be 8 inches per mile. So the first half a mile, do you think they'd be able to measure 4 inches of curvature? Does anybody in here think of this?
Yeah, it makes no sense to me that you would try to shoot a half a mile distance with any type of a theodolite or a builder's level. That's just too far. And that's it. Inaccurate. And not only that, if it wasn't perfectly leveled, you get there's a leveling mechanism on these satellites and these builders levels, and you have to set them up, and you got to be very accurate in setting them up and making sure that it's level. And the way you can do that is you can set it up, and then you can spin it around and shoot the elevation behind you that you just took to know that you've hit that target accurately. And then you can go back and set it up on the other one, spin it around, shoot that other one, make sure you're shooting a straight line, and so you know how to level the device perfectly. They've usually got a little bubble that you center in the middle of it. It's like a water bubble. Of course, they use water because it always finds its level. It's a water level.
You mean it's curved? It always finds its curve.
Yes. No. 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 It always finds its level. Sorry. You misspoke there.
Oh, well, I read 1984, and I kind of like the idea of my neurons being buried in a coffin and not eaten by rats. So I'm going to go with a spirit level always finds its curve.
Well, you'd be wrong, my friend.
I'd be like, bring Matthew. Do it to Matthew. Get the rats on his brain.
Anyway, that, my friends, would be a way that we could put this argument to rest. There would be no way to argue with the results.
Okay,
there would
so
be absolutely no freaking way to argue with the results. It would be impossible.
So way back at the turn of the last century, they did these detailed surveys between mountains. So if you made a triangle between 3 mountaintops, do you think that the triangle should add up to be 180 degrees?
As long as you shot a perfectly straight line, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So why
As long as
do
you
they
got a straight line and a plumb line, yeah, you'd have to have two variables. The line would have to be straight, and the other one would have to be 90 degrees off the straight line.
No, I'm talking about between 3 mountaintops. It's just a triangle across the surface of the Earth. Why would they sometimes come up with more than 180 degrees?
Because of topography. That's easy.
Have you ever heard the term spherical excess?
If you're talking spherical excess, that sounds like a presupposition to me. And if you mention the word spherical, you are automatically assuming it's a sphere. Cannot prove that, and so you cannot use that.
No, yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm talking about measurements of a triangle between 3 mountains. Let me give you an example.
Why would I do that when I don't? That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just telling you that the thing I'm trying to do, whether you want to call it an experiment, call it a measurement, call it whatever you want, there would be no way, I guarantee you, there would be no way for any surveyor to argue with the results that were double and triple checked by people that were either reputable surveyors or reputable mathematicians and or reputable witnesses that would swear that they were telling the truth each and every time. There would be no way to argue with the results whatsoever. And they would either show a curve or they would either show it to be flat. And there would be no argument. It would either show to be a globe or it would show to not be a globe. And there would be no way to argue with the results, no matter what they turned out to be. because they would turn out to be extremely accurate. You would know exactly how many feet above or below you were from the starting point, as long as you were careful and took your time, did the math, double checked it, made no mistakes. There would be no argument about whether it was a globe or a flat plane. It would be impossible to argue it.
I disagree, because if you look at the average, let's say, master's degree, right? Not in your day, Matthew, because I know you were probably educated in the '80s and you probably paid less than $50,000 for your education, right, Matthew?
Actually, it was right about 50,000.
Yeah. So you got yours for 50,000. Now in the '80s, whew, that was like $60,000 worth of gas. I mean, 60,000 gallons worth of gas. So it's quite a bit, right? But when you take inflation into consideration, all that stuff, a lot of people are paying like $100,000 for their degrees nowadays. Now, Matthew, if someone said, "I want you to go on the internet and lie, or I'm going to take away your doctorate or master's degree or whatever you got," that would be like a temptation, even for an honest man. Wouldn't it be some sort of temptation there? Like, oh man, this dude's trying to take 60,000 gallons of gas from me worth of labor that I paid for, right? And then I had to work, right? Really hard for that. So it would be like, it'd be a temptation, right? Kind of like when a very attractive woman invites you into her apartment on delivery and you're like, well, no, I can't do it. I'm married. But the temptation would still be there.
Yeah, except
So-
that instead of $60,000 of gas or 60,000 gallons of gas, it'd be more like 30,000 gallons of gas with inflation.
Right. Yeah. If it was Trump president. But yeah, so my point is that temptation would be there to argue. So I think when you say there's no way that they would argue, there's no way an honest person would argue, right?
Right, you're right about that. There's no way an honest person would argue.
Right,
But
you'd have to be honest.
make sure that we could not allow for any dishonest people to be present. We would have to make sure they would have to take an oath, sign a document, and guarantee under perjury, court of law.
Maybe set them up with a couple of honey traps, and if they turn both of them down, the redhead and the blonde, then be like, okay, this guy's legit.
That's right.
Okay, so God Rockin', did you notice the measurement I put in at the live stream 26 past the hour?
No, I haven't looked at it. I will.
Okay. Okay. It just shows that when they did a survey between three mountains, the angles between those 3 points, the three tops of the mountains, ended up to be slightly bigger than 180 degrees.
Did you take into consideration refraction?
Way up high at that elevation, it's minimal effect due to refraction, but they did typically what they do is do lots of measurements over a period of time to kind of get the
Yeah, but we're talking
right
about
number.
global refraction. This stuff is like super refraction. It's like
Who were the
uber
people
refraction.
that did this survey?
Were they U.S. surveyors, like back in the 1900s when they first were surveying the country, like government surveyors.
Oh, government surveyors.
Government, huh? Those are
big
those are
red
trustworthy.
flag. Big red flag
Hey,
there.
can we send those guys a couple of? They have to be in Nevada, right?
Okay, so just to be clear, you're saying that in 1902 they faked some data so that 100 years later people would be fooled into thinking the Earth is.
They might have just fucked up the data, the equipment.
I don't know, Matthew.
Yeah.
All I know is
Yeah,
that
like
if
that.
you're going to have government people doing stuff like this, do you trust your government, Matthew?
To do surveys, sure.
When it needs,
Do you trust them to do the news? Because they said there was weapons of mass destruction and there wasn't. So they're not very good at doing the news.
That's a separate
I
topic.
would beg
I'm
to
just
differ.
asking about the
Independent-
government surveyors. They seem fairly reliable.
I would like to see it redone by flatties and globies alike.
Yeah, I would like to see this redone with two honest individuals on both sides of the argument. They're
Fair enough.
present at all times.
It's just that we see these kinds of measurements, 1906, 1920, like way back before this argument was even a thing. People weren't really talking about globe versus flat 100 years ago.
Wrong. Guess what, Matthew? I interviewed a couple of farmers in their 80s, right? And these are like out of the road farmers, like, the old fashioned type. And I actually made it a 15-minute interview and asked them what it was like in the early days so that everybody could be sure that this guy wasn't suffering from any kind of dementia.
Uh-huh.
Guess what I asked? I said, hey, do you and your wife remember the flat earth debate? And they said, oh, you betcha. Yeah, of course we do. And I said, well, a lot of people were arguing about it. They said, oh, yeah, we remember that. And the wife had something negative to say about the flat earthers, of course. And I went on to ask him more questions about, how was life in the early days. He said that he just, this is kind of irrelevant, but he would take the product, drop it off, go into town, buy everything he needed on credit, and the next day, or he would go back home and on the way back pick up his money, and the next day he'd do it again and pay it off. But anyway, I asked him all those questions about what life was like so that people could, see the interview for themselves. Now, unfortunately, this isn't on my channel anymore because I deleted all my stuff and started over. But the point is that, people were talking about this around that time. And books were being written about the earth being flat. And people were making, like, impossible shots with radio signals and all sorts of things. So that would be incorrect to say people weren't talking about the flat earth. In fact, I think, what's his name, did an interview with an elderly lady who said that it was taught to her in school. So if it was being taught in the schools in the early 1900s, then it was definitely still on the table. So I also want to point out there was a video made, I think it's called A Mountain of Evidence for the Flat Earth. I think that's what it was called. And basically he lined up 3 mountains and shot them all with a camera. And the Glober's debunked. Now get this. The camera was like slightly tilted to the left. So if you think about holding a camera straight up and down like you would like a TV screen, imagine it being like a few inches lower on the left. So that was debunked. The reason they saw the mountain that they shouldn't have been able to see at the same altitude as the other 2 mountains was because the camera was off kilter and wasn't perfectly level. But
there's always something funny.
Always something.
Yeah, that's something that we would eliminate on. If I was to be involved in this project, I would make sure there was no funny business whatsoever.
Now, Matthew, you know a lot about math, right? If the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, right? And let's say I have an injured shoulder and I can't quite hold my arm up as high as I can on the left as on the right, and the subsequent picture I took of the mountains, it wasn't perfectly level. Will that cause you to see around the curve?
No, that wouldn't change anything.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Because, there for a second, I thought I was crazy.
You're not crazy.
You're just a little off kilter. You're just a little off kilter, like you said a minute ago. That's all.
Kilter. Can we have that word? You were talking, you wanted a word. I was like in Vissel. Vissel was the word I came up with, Hank. They can't have it. We get it.
Now we're podcasting. That mic is exceptional.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Guys, could you imagine having so much power that you could just change the definition of a word?
Hey, Onassis had an island removed from the map.
What else is new? They've been doing that for a while.
I know,
Hey,
but
Matthew, remember the polar caps? Hey, Matthew, you remember the polar caps?
Yeah, the North Pole and South Pole. The ice
Yeah,
cap.
I'll give you $100 or $100 worth of Bitcoin if you can show me on Google Earth where the northern polar cap is.
Oh, it's at the North Pole. What do you mean?
Show me.
Show. Just
With Google Earth.
Google Earth. Grab a screenshot. Bring it on up. Bring it
Oh,
on.
Google Earth doesn't show clouds or weather or snow on the ground.
It doesn't show snow on.
Doesn't show the ground.
Show the ground. Right. Yeah. Google Earth, baby. Google Earth, man.
So Matthew, you remember when there used to be pole caps, plural, right?
Dude,
Yeah.
I got a
Remember
map. I
polar
got a
bears
map.
used to live up there.
I got a
I
map
remember seeing
from
I
the.
remember
I got a
seeing ice
map
cap.
from the 50s, man. Shows the polar cap there, North Pole.
Weird. That's weird, right, Matthew? It's almost like we live in 1984, and it seems like just yesterday Venezuela was like the bad guys, but now we need oil. So instead of going to the current president, which the United States has been announcing, we actually went down to Venezuela and we went to the wrong president because the United States has been telling us that this other guy, what's his name, Guaido, he's the real president. But when we needed gas, we didn't go to him. We went to the other guy, the guy who's not the president. But yeah, they were the enemy yesterday, and now we need gas. So now I guess things have changed.
Hey,
But it's always been like that, right, Matthew?
making deals, man. Making deals.
Right, Matthew? Hasn't Venezuela always been the good guys that you can buy oil from?
So your point being politics is messy? I agree.
No, that wasn't my point at all. My point is like we literally live in 1984, where you get up in the morning and your phone is like telling you what to do. My phone tells me what to do. Ever since I started the appreneur, I have trouble saying the word.
Appreneur.
Yeah, thank you. Ever since I started doing that, my phone is like telling me what to do. It's like you're not doing enough. It's like I've got another job. I don't care.
You got to do more. Come on, Hank.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, dude, we live in 1984 right now. I don't know why you guys think it's 2022. It's 1984 right now.
I heard an interview, I don't know, 12 years ago when Amazon was starting their warehouses and shit. Real big time. And this reporter went undercover and worked there, man. And if you were like 12 seconds behind getting the order, they were getting on your ass. 12 seconds. You're 12 seconds behind. You got to pick it up. Pick it up. Get moving.
Yeah, I went to work at a Lowe's distribution center. And at first they had me just like on the line, put a sticker, palletization, that sort of thing.
Right.
So I was unpalletizing or palletizing. So I started off unpalletizing and putting it on the belt and sending it on its way after I scanned it. And then the next week I came back and they had me palletizing. So they were stainless steel sinks made of marble and stainless steel. So if you know anything about stainless steel and marble, it was fucking heavy, right?
Fucking heavy.
So I unloaded a whole truck, just about, like maybe 85-90% of a truck. And then at the end of the day, they were like, yeah, you're off on your quota. I was like, oh yeah, but how much? And I'm thinking, not much, right? They said you should have done twice as that. You should have done two full trucks.
No. Piss off.
And I was like laughing my ass off because they kept coming up to me like, you all right, bro? Like, you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. What do you keep asking me that for? They're like, man, you soaked through. You're like completely soaked through. And the boss came up to me. They're like, you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, man. Why do you keep asking me that? They're like, well, you're still sweating, so keep going. Apparently I looked pretty rough.
Bastards. It's a mean world out there, man. Mean flat world. I'm telling you.
Yeah, did you hear that flat means curved, right?
No. It's a vessel. It's viscally fucking Earth. Vissel Earth.
Can we say it's fiscally flat?
Viscally? I like it. Viscally. Flat. Viscally. Oh, fuck it. I don't know.
Hey, I'll tell you, Matthew, why don't you guys coin the word?
You wanted a word that we could use that would,
yeah.
And I was like, Vissel just came to mind. That was it. It's like,
I think they would steal that.
I think they would mooch that for sure, man. Bastards.
They'd be like, yeah, Vissel means flat, didn't you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, in what context?
I'm a Vissel Earther, bitches. Get over it.
Got a question.
Yeah. Anyway, it's
Wait a minute, Matthew, hold on. If flat means curved, when they said flatten the curve, what the fuck are they talking about? Are they on crack? You can't curve with a curve. You can't
Hey,
curve
that
with
was
a
a
curve.
big thing a couple years ago. It was 2 years ago. We
Yeah.
got 2 weeks flatten the curve.
Yeah,
Flatten the
2
curve.
years ago.
God.
What happened, Matt?
What the hell happened, Matthew?
They
Did
were
we-
talking about a mathematical curve, statistical curve of cases.
Hey, I got a question. Is 8 inches per mile square? Is that a mathematical curve?
It's a parabola, so yeah.
Yeah, bet your ass it is.
Looks like we caught Matthew double speaking.
Double speaking. Yeah, double.
I got a question for you guys, and if I was to take on the project I just mentioned and made it somewhat publicly known that I was out to do this and go
Yeah.
down the coast, would you anticipate me having any kind of problems legally? Someone would try to stop me.
No,
I don't think so. As long as you're on public property, public property. So you can do this on the side of the road, and they can't do anything about it. And you'd be extra protected if you had like a shirt that said "fuck the police" or some kind of political free speech.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure it's an orange vest or yellow vest. Yellow vest.
Oh yeah. You'd have to be dressed properly for sure.
And you gotta have your helmet on. You got a hard hat. Your boots. Make sure you got some boots on.
Yeah.
Gloves. Bring some gloves just in case. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot the statute number, but you guys in California, you actually have some really nice laws for not getting your rights violated.
Yeah. Which ones are those?
Well, it's the ones that they always quote when they're in California and the cops are violating their rights.
Yeah.
There's so many states I can't remember them.
Dude. You can walk on any beach in California. I know that.
But you can't drive there, not since like
You
the
can't drive
60s, right?
But it has to be where either the high tide was, or it has to be what they call wet sand. It was wet sand within the last 24 hours. Doesn't matter. You can walk right in front of Tom Cruise's house and stand on the beach and go, there ain't fucking shit he can do about it. He can't kick you off. He don't own the beach. Fuck off. I love
Hey,
that.
Tom, did you know the left tooth is in the center of your face? Just thought you should know that, bro.
So anyway, just a little law I learned many years ago. Went to the Supreme Court, man. Went all the way to the Supreme Court. Bitches. Anyway.
Which means the local court trampled on somebody's rights, and then the
Oh.
Supreme Court said, bro, you can't do that.
No, you can't do it. But anyway, yeah. Here we are. 7 years later? A lot of the arguments today was, I'm like, oh man, we're still trying to figure out what the word level or flat means. Fuck off. I'm like, really? Come on.
I spent a lot of time on it tonight because I was trying to get Matthew to say that the Earth is flat.
It wasn't
because
him. It wasn't your conversation with him. It was you weren't even here, I don't think. It was there was a few other people in here talking today.
Well, I think they just want us arguing over what the words mean instead of making our normal arguments.
It's like they're distracting us from the actual fact. Somebody was saying, "Is a mirror flat?" And I'm like, well, most of them look flat to me. I don't know, man. I didn't whip out a fucking laser and check it, but yeah. If you hold the mirror at a 45-degree angle, is the mirror still flat? Well, yeah. Fuck.
Unless you're going to the fun house to make yourself look extra tall or extra small. I've seen
the fun house.
Yeah. You never been to a fun house?
I was in one not too long ago, I think. Somewhere.
Yeah.
Had some of those funny mirrors and shit. You make you look all weird and stupid.
Yep.
Like you got a really big head, you're like, damn, my head's huge. What's up with that?
Refraction.
And Yep, definitely refraction. Well, I'll give it to Matthew. He did come out with some interesting little survey thing here with the oblique arc. I mean, that's a new one, man. I ain't not have heard the oblique arc, and
I find it a very moot point when you can go right down the coastline, do grades every 300 feet, be extremely accurate, and put this argument to rest.
yeah, we've tried to do this. We've tried to put these arguments to rest, and then we could just have a big party and have a good time. But it's been a little bit more work than we thought. Like every project I've ever set out to do in my life was always harder than I thought it would be. It's like, damn, this is hard. Fuck.
So earlier when Matthew first got here, I kind of referred to math magicians, right? And I want to point out that lawyers are also magicians, right?
Oh yeah.
So basically, if you get charged with distilling wine with an artificial heat source, all you have to do to beat the charge is get one word wrong. Right? So what if I was using mirrors and sunlight? That would be a natural heat source, right? So what Matthew and them are doing right now is they're acting like lawyers.
No, dude, the mirrors are totally artificial. Can't do it. Nope.
Yeah, but the mirrors aren't heating it up. The sunlight is.
Their argument would say, no, can't use those. They're artificial.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what Matthew is doing is he's turning these, colloquial words like flat, right? Like the Russian flat top, the haircut, Dolph Lundgren had in like the Rocky movies, right? Remember?
Mm-hmm.
I scared the fuck out of her. Sorry about that. I do that to people. I don't mean to. So yeah, like they're taking these words and they're trying to make them like legalese or Latin. Like I remember one time I got diagnosed with sinusitis, and I'm like, sinusitis? That sounds serious. Yeah, it sounds really serious, man. And then you look up sinusitis and it means swollen sinuses. You're like, you Latin fucking assholes. If I'd have known I had swollen sinuses, I would have fucking snorted some salt water.
Exactly.
But, they're trying to get your money.
Ice is good. You could ice it up.
Yeah. But yeah, the salt water flushes everything out so it can unswell. That's what I've been told.
Salt water is really good for infections. People don't realize it's a simple. If you got like a little gum infection or tooth swelling, just rinse yourself some salt water, man, and it helps if it's warm, I guess. It's a good idea.
Right, but what do doctors call it? They don't call it salt water. They call it saline, right? Because salt water would just be too simple. And then you have Bubba treating himself, and we can't let Bubba treat him.
We have to complicate the shit out of everything. Hey, I went out today and looked at the ocean, and guess what, man? That shit's level. I checked it. Good. It's still level, everybody, if anybody was curious.
And Matthew's like, I concur. Level means curved.
Exactly. It means oblique curve. Oblique curve. It's an oblique curve, I think.
You're old enough to remember this one. You remember when people used to say, who died made you king?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what's going on. These secret kings around here, they think that they can just change the definition of words. They can do whatever they want, right? They can just tell everybody, you don't understand.
You just don't understand. You don't understand the math. And your eyes are tricking you and your senses are tricking you, and you don't realize that you're totally flying through space at millions of miles an hour. Okay.
And did you take into consideration Uber refraction?
I forgot about that. Okay, that explains everything. Uber refraction. I'm on a globe. That's it. I'm on a globe.
No, you're on a flat.
Shut the server down, everybody. We're done here. It was fun. Maybe we can get, like, if anybody's interested, I'm going to start a Hot Wheel server.
Oh yeah, I got lots of those. Dude, I'm gonna be modding no time.
Talk about Hot Wheels for the next 10 years. What do you guys think? Does that sound
Well,
good?
if people start questioning the temperature of the thermosphere, those Hot Wheels are going to turn into cold wheels before too long.
Do Hot Wheels need air pressure in the tires to have a container?
Hey, Matthew, what's it like working for the government, specifically the Department of the Mandela Effect, where you get to go back and like change everybody's Hot Wheel packages and, you know, Bernstein Bears, you just like mark out the old shit and like Bernstein Bears, and you get to change the definition. What's it like working for the Mandela Department of Defense?
So the Mandela effect is merely a psychological thing. Nothing actually changes.
Nothing actually changes. So what does flat mean?
Oh, that's a separate question about the definition of context.
No, it's in the same ballpark, Matt. Come on.
Mandela effect means that people think that history has changed somehow magically. Like the past has somehow changed.
On a serious note, Matthew, I'm pretty sure it is some. You know, I'm dyslexic, so that I've messed up so many words and numbers in my life, man. You have no idea. It's ridiculous. But and I know I just misread something, man. I no doubt about it in my own head, because I know I'm dyslexic. I know how I screw shit up. I've got a hell of a lot of experience at it. And for some reason, my eyes do a little trick, and the way I read it, and I think there's more dyslexic people out there than we realize. And they just flip letters and words, and it's letters and numbers. You can flip them so easy, and it, you know, like Looney Tunes, man. I'm pretty sure it was TOONS, but I saw the double O in the Looney, and I just moved it over in my head, man. Looney Tunes. But it is TUNES.
Those useless monkey given senses. You got to give those up.
You got to give them up. So yeah, there's just a little bit of a, you know, just as far as that Mandela thing goes, I know I screwed up letters, man. And
yeah, but even people without dyslexia experience the Mandela effect. I think it has more to do with memory. Like you remember things one way, and then many years later, you sort of conflate it with a different spelling. So
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where the government like literally rewrites the history books. Like after the Chinese built the railroads, it says they went home. No, bro. Those Chinese didn't go home. They were killed. What about the Native Americans? Oh, we gave them all reservations. Really? All like 100 million of them, huh?
Yeah, the American Indian thing, man, is just taking it as a face value narrative. It's one of the most,
you gave them reservations, huh? Which restaurant?
just if you took it all in like face value and say, okay, all that shit happened, everything happened, that they just fucking decimated this fucking people.
Whatever restaurant you got them reservations at, they started drinking pretty good.
If the mainstream narrative says they decimated a fucking entire group of people, man, it's fucking genocide, man. Fuck.
Well, anyway, only on a flat Earth.
A lot of lighter note, only on a flat Earth.
Curved.
It's flurved. It's called flurved now. It's the new word.
It's the new fucking word.
Dude, Matthew's writing that down and he's sending it to Webster right now.
It's the new hotness. I'll bet your ass he is, dude. This is gold. These are gold flakes for Matthew. Okay.
Gold flakes, bro. Solid.
Somehow Matthew's turning this into a positive in his life.
Yep.
And I don't know how, because if someone's listening to this, they're just constantly listening to him say that we win, but still believing a globe, right? So I don't know what's happening, but
it's a fascinating dichotomy, and I appreciate it. And I would, you know, thank you for the.
I guess. I mean,
thank you,
overall, he's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Keeps
super frustrating.
Don't let that get to you, man. You gotta just take it in through the nose, out through the mouth. I just go, like, you're good. Hey, I drink a glass of water, man.
With the good, out with the filth.
Like when people are getting under my skin, man, I'll just like, hold on a second.
Little detox, little
It's a
electrolyte
flush,
detox there.
quick flush. Just drink a whole bottle of water. Just down it.
Just down it. Yeah, it actually does help. It helps everything
it'll
out.
help. It's amazing how it helps, man.
I usually don't get frustrated, but when Matthew started accusing me of being the sophist, when they're the ones that are changing definition of words to
Hold
fit
on a
their...
sec. Matthew, did you fucking say that any of us are sophists compared to you? Did you say that?
I did use the word sophist. I'm trying to remember the exact context.
Yeah, that's rough. The audience understands how backwards that is. Do you?
I understand why you would say that. Yes, I disagree, but I understand.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm not doing any kind of sophistry. To me, flat means the same thing that it meant in 1980, right? I asked my uncle, I said, "Uncle, coming." I said, "Uncle, what kind of haircut does that Russian man have?"
Flat
And
haircut.
he said a flat top.
Flat top.
Right? And now it's like 2022 and flat means curved, but that Russian man couldn't grow a fro as if life depended on it, bro.
I know a guy named Flat Top. I'll tell you that. I know a guy. Hey, I know a guy that says the earth is flat and he can prove it. He went to the beach and just took a quick peek out on the ocean and everything looked completely flat, man. But people want to flurb it up, man. I get it. It's the new thing, man. Fuck. I'm gonna make that straight line bend. I'm gonna bend the flat. What's the opposite of flatten the curve? I'm gonna flatten the
Hey, Matthew, what's a synonym, anonym? What's an anonym for flat?
Curved.
Did you say curved?
Yes, antonym for flat means if you're talking
What's
about
synonym?
flat, it's perfectly straight line.
Synonym?
And curved is not a perfectly straight line.
No, synonym is curved. Yeah, I said antonym. So what's the opposite of curved?
Flat.
The opposite
Yeah,
of curve is a perfectly straight line.
Hey, Matthew, this young lady that I just asked, she just said the answer of the opposite to the question, what is the opposite of curve? She said flat. Is she a sophist too? Is she practicing sophistry?
No, she's right. The opposite of curved is flat.
Hear that one.
That's it.
I was wearing one of that bra.
So what's the shape of the Earth?
And I was
Earth is curved.
She was like, "Yeah, big."
At 8 inches per mile squared?
No, not.
Roughly, that's only accurate for about 100 miles.
100 miles?
Maybe 1,000. I don't know. It depends on how close you want it to be.
Yeah, I would say it's accurate and within the viewing distance.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, sure, that's good.
So we're never going to be able to see the distance to where you guys can honestly say it's a parabola, moron, unless it's like years in the future where we got like crazy technology where you guys are going to have to invent a new super hyper redacted refraction.
We could use the real formula. The 8 inches per mile is a convenient simplification, and it's good enough.
Yeah, so Matthew, are you like a descendant of like Charlemagne or any great historical king? Because I'm just wondering, like, don't you have to be king to make these kind of decrees?
I understand what you're saying. What you're trying to say. Yes, you'd have to be king to make certain royal statements. Separately, it's likely that many of us are descendants from people 1,000 years ago, just because of the way that populations mix. So
Yeah, I know what fuck means. Fornication under consent of the king.
Oh no, it doesn't come from that. That's just a convenient backronym.
I went to get a beverage, and the last thing I heard right before I got up and walked away was Matthew said the Earth is flat, and I kind of laughed. And anyway, I'm back. It was just you were explaining something, and that was funny. I heard it one way. You might have heard it some other way. I'm not sure. Anyway, I got my beverage, and I'm looking at my beverage, and the top of it, man, it's pretty flat, but I get a couple of ice cubes in there, man. It's kind of disturbing the flatness. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of. Oh wow! If a surface was curved like water, it would have like a hot spot. You know what I'm saying? If the sun was hitting it, you'd have like this little. Yeah, I don't know, man. The angles on bendy surfaces, man, especially shiny bendy surfaces, you can see any deviation so easily, man. Every finished pianos, man, they have to be absolutely flat and perfect. There's no fucking, you don't get to have any what we call orange peel or nothing. You got to sand all that shit out and make it exactly flat, man. Otherwise, the piano is going to look like shit. So, go look at a fucking grand piano, Yamaha, Steinway, I don't know. Look at that lid, man. That thing is dead balls flat. There ain't no bumpity bump, fucking nothing on it. Nothing. If there was, man, you'd see it. Any kind of bumps, man, you can see them so easily on surfaces. Get your eyeballs out and find your little bumps on surfaces. You can see them all over the place, man. You go out and look at a brand new fucking, I don't know, Honda Accord. And the paint on it is, you get down and really look at it. You can see these little bumps in it. It's called orange peel. And they don't rub it out like we do in the piano business. We rub that shit out and make it flat. Now, there are some car guys that do the restoration properly, and they sand all those orange peels out of the finish because they show any deviation of anything but flat is going to show, period. And you guys can do this yourself. I don't have to believe me. You can go look at furniture.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen people that sell certain products for cars that take that rough paint surface and they coat it again because it's clear coat, but they coat it again. And when they do that, it makes it like you're talking about, like the perfect piano finish.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's tough to do, man. And it takes a lot of sanding, a lot of polishing to get it right. And that's Matthew put the picture of the globe with the hot spot on it. And that's it. It's hot. That's it. I'm totally a glober again. Thank you, Matthew. Rock. That was out of the park fucking CGI, man. That shit is tight. All right. I hope I don't. Hey, offense is taken. It's not given. You know, I'm not.
Hey, Matthew, you ever been at the beach and saw the moon setting or the sun setting or rising?
I've seen the sunset from the ocean, yes. Yeah,
so you can see like that perfect strip of light all the way to your feet.
Right, goes right to your tippy toes.
Yeah, if you're in the water,
I was up high, so I didn't see that.
Oh, if you're on the water, you'll see that little strip of straight light. It comes right to your feet, man. It's an amazing phenomenon.
You ain't never went swimming, bro, and seen the sunset?
I bet you see that regardless of elevation.
Well, you need the reflection of the water to see. You actually would see it at a higher elevation if you were on a cliff, you know, a couple 100 feet up. Yeah, you could see it. Or on a boat. If you're on a boat, big tall boat, cruise ship or something. Yeah, you see that same strip go right to your retina. Actually, is where it's going. Last time I checked, Anyway, Matthew put a longitude, latitude picture of the sun being set over horizon at the beach
Yeah, it wasn't reflecting off the water enough to see
of
a hot spot at
San
that point.
Pedro. Yeah, well, it's too low at that point, and it's not going
Not only
to.
that, the water's really rough and wavy.
That's Pacific Ocean, man. That's where I live, man. That's
Yeah,
right.
so how come I can't see the bottom of the sun even though it's closer than the top of the sun? You can see the top of the sun.
Hey, man, I've taken that same picture, so I'm gonna say I've actually seen the same phenomenon.
What do you mean by the bottom of the sun is closer than the top
Exactly.
of
I
the
was
sun?
going to expand on your question because.
Well, okay, I guess I would ask then: is the top of the sun farther because it's higher than the bottom of the sun?
No, just hypothetically, if it was a physical object, like how would the bottom be further than the top?
Because if a balloon is floating above you, let's just say a hot air balloon, the top of the balloon is always farther than the bottom of the balloon, no matter how far away it is.
The top of the balloon is further than the bottom of the balloon?
Right. If you're standing on the ground and the balloon's in the air.
Right. If you 90 degrees from it, it's going to, of course, the top is the top, man.
Hey, Matthew, you remember that Skunk Bay time lapse that I like to show people?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Have you seen it before and studied it really well, or do I need to post it again?
No, I know what you're talking about, where the glare gets smaller and smaller, goes down to a dot.
Hey, Captain Caveman just showed up in the chat. Got to say hi to Captain Caveman.
Go for it.
If it's really him, man, who knows? It could be a sock account. I don't know, but I hope not. Can't verify that. Anyway.
Go ahead and say hi.
Captain Caveman and I go back a minute.
You said you're going to say hi to him.
I did, didn't I say hi, Captain Caveman? I'm shouting him out, but I don't know if it's really him, man. If it is, man, he can jump on his ass on here and say hi in person.
Yeah, we'd love to see you, Caveman. I remember
that would be great, man. Dude,
we
respect. I respect many respects for his work, man. Thank you. Music, all kinds of cool stuff, man. Thank you.
So yeah, back to the Skunk Bay. It's the one where the bay disappears from the bottom up due to what you would call atmospheric refraction, right?
Oh yeah, Skunk Bay. I'm familiar with that.
Okay, so I don't need to post the GIF because I'm really tired and I really just want to sit here and breathe for a minute.
Cool.
Okay, so do you think maybe that this could, not only affect bays, maybe it could affect the boat or maybe the sun, the same condition?
Yeah, I think it shows how unreliable it is to look at the horizon and try to measure anything useful off the horizon.
Especially if you're a globe earther, because what you guys say is that boats disappear over the globe.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
The Skunk Bay observation with
about not doing things with the horizon.
Yeah, I think it's unreliable to measure anything useful off the horizon.
Because
we're talking about when it comes to the atmosphere, we're talking about like what Hank is talking about. It has nothing to do with the horizon, right?
That's right. The real horizon's in the background in that image or GIF.
Well, I'm
like
not
where the horizon would be geometrically would have nothing to do with this conversation.
Oh yeah, the geometric horizon doesn't change; just what you see changes.
Any horizon, because you're talking about the air, and you're like, well, that's why it doesn't make sense to have arguments about the horizon, but the geometric horizon, if you're 1 foot off the ground for whatever reason, above sea level, then I mean that geometric blockage should be 1 mile away. Meaning, like you know how short of a distance 1 mile away is.
Yeah, it's very short.
Right. So I would expect to see that obstruction if it was there.
Yeah, and that
it just makes sense.
if there were no atmosphere, then we would be able to see the geometric horizon. But because of the atmosphere, we never see the geometric horizon. We always see the apparent horizon, and that can change.
I don't know. It's just a problem because the thing that's supposed to be the geometric horizon would be the reason that I couldn't see any further, the land any further. So the fact that the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be dictating that, I don't understand how light is supposed to change the fact that something is 1 mile away from you, visibly. In any circumstance, I mean, do people take pictures of things 2 miles away?
I do.
Is there a problem with that? Yeah.
Nope.
So
I
what's
just want to
the?
point out. Sorry, go ahead and continue.
All right.
Sorry.
Forgive me, Elijah. Please continue.
No. I'm sorry. I just interrupted.
Dude, I need to smoke
It
on
didn't
that.
have anything to do with one. Didn't have anything to do with the others. Or
Yeah, I'm lost, man. I fucking got lost, man.
Yeah, I just want to ask. I just want to point out that he asked about the sun disappearing over the horizon.
Right.
And then when I asked him about Skunk Bay, he said you can't really trust anything in comparison to the horizon.
Right.
So why would you post a picture of a sun over horizon if you can't trust the horizon, man? What's
yeah, you
going
can't
on?
measure it. It's just an interesting thing that
It is interesting, man. I'll give you that. 100%. Yeah, it's one of those phenomenons that a lot of us can witness with our own eyes, man.
Yeah, you said you've seen it yourself, right?
Yeah,
So,
I've seen the same fucking picture with my own eyes standing there.
so
with
what's your guess as to why you can't see the bottom of the sun?
It's just too far away, man. Just
Is
like the
the
clouds. I
top
can't see all the clouds going all the way to fucking Kansas.
Right.
They're
So
just
is
too
the top
fucking
of the
far
sun
away, man.
farther away?
They're just farther away, man. Period. That's all.
So the bottom of the sun is too far away, but is the top of the sun too far away also? Because
No.
it's farther.
No.
Is the top closer or farther?
Nope. It's okay.
Matthew,
Well,
can you see that are higher enough
you
to be
got to think
farther?
about the horizon, though, man. The horizon has to be part of the equation here, man. And you're, what is the horizon, man? It's the where you can't see so far line, right? It starts to, it's going to disappear at some point, whether it's fucking round or flat. You'll agree with me on that, man.
Right. I would expect things that are farther to disappear first. That's all.
What if they're farther and higher? Will they still
It's
disappear?
higher. Now we're talking. Yeah, exactly, Hank. It's higher. That's all. Because, it's, dude, we got to do this experiment, man, with a flashlight. Anybody, Matthew, I don't know. I think you live near me, man. We can do it together.
Yeah. So the ocean is blocking the bottom of the sun.
Well, let's see if the street does it.
Because that's what it looks like. It looks like the bottom of the sun is blocked.
I'll post something for you, Matthew.
It is the bottom of the horizon appears to be blocking the sun, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Nobody
It's a
can.
simple observation.
If anybody wants,
that's because the horizon is part of a visual phenomenon in which
exactly
you can no longer resolve details. Duh.
Hey, I was a sailor, man.
I mean, that's what would happen with that kind of visual phenomenon, right? As things get closer to it, it would be hard to discern one from the other. In fact, like if something was tall enough, like it was made up of many bricks, the angle might be too small to resolve the bricks at the bottom, while you can still see some at the top. But they're there. You just can't see
that
them.
would be odd because the ones at the top would be farther away than the ones at the bottom, right?
Isn't that a red herring to the point, though? Are you going to concede it or not?
So you're saying that if a faraway wall, you can't see the bottom, but you can see the top somehow?
Here's an example. Hank Hill has dropped a picture of an experiment, and I think it's Rob Skiba might have done this. Am I wrong, Hank, on that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so if you use a strong lens, you can get that effect. Yep.
So yeah, we do have to consider,
So I got a question. When you go to the optometrist, he uses a lens, right, to get what desired effect?
To curve the light so that it focuses on your eye.
What would that colloquially be called?
Lensing?
Lensing.
Refraction.
Refraction, sure.
Really? Refraction?
That's what that's what glasses and contacts are, yes, refraction.
Okay. Wow, okay, let me smoke on that for a second. Hold on. Lensing is actually refraction. Fuck.
Yes.
Bastards.
Atmospheric lensing is atmospheric refraction is atmospheric turbulence. All these three terms mean the same thing.
So that's what's happening in the sunset. Like it's sort of bending, so you can't see the bottom of the sun.
It could be. Now I don't know that for sure, but if the Earth is flat and things disappear from the bottom up, just like the Skunk Bay video demonstrates, then this could be happening if the atmosphere acts like a lens and it causes atmospheric turbulence or refraction. See, I think what's going on is the sunlight is traveling from however far the sun is to your
93 million miles.
In reality. In reality, bro. Leave your poetry on the table just for a
Captain
second.
Caveman, give me 1 second, Hank. Captain Caveman, dude, no perms. Go to VC check-in.
Oh yeah, I'll give you perms right away.
Man. We'll set you up, man, straight away. Go to VC check-in, and we'll check you in, brother. Thank you. All right, move on. Back to refraction.
Back to diffraction. So the sunlight, as it hits the atmosphere, not only is it, doing all the atmospheric turbulence thing, but it's also diffracting out. So think about it like you shoot a shotgun, and right in front of the barrel, like 3 feet, there's going to be like, a 2-inch diameter. But if you shoot a side of a barn at 100 yards away, it might be up to 6 feet, right? So this is kind of what I'm claiming is happening. And I think it's obvious to think about it like this, because what do photons do when they hit matter? They react slightly, right? Diffraction, refraction. Refraction is when the light slows down. Diffraction is when it spreads out. So if it's diffracting in all areas, the image of the sun is going to appear to be spreading out, right? And it's going up, it's going to the left, to the right, and also down. And if it's going down, some of that light is going to hit the water before it ever hits your eye. And because it reflected off of the water, it never hits your eye and causes the sun to disappear from the bottom up. Now, if we didn't have an atmosphere, it might be different, right? But this is how it works with an atmosphere, because photons affect matter and matter affects photons.
That's too simple of an explanation, Hank. Come on.
What do you have to say about that, Matthew?
So I actually agree that diffraction can change what we're looking at on the horizon like that. So that sounds reasonable to me. Of course, it kind of wrecks the black swan, but
dude,
Wait, how does it wreck the black swan?
Because in order for the black swan to work on a globe Earth, all you need is 0.07 degree change curve in light per mile.
And what causes this consistency of change per mile?
Difference in humidity and temperature, especially right
so you're
above
saying
the
the black swan would work as some kind of illusion if the sun has an atmosphere that makes it disappear bottom up?
No, I'm saying Hank's explanation, very well said explanation of how diffraction and atmosphere can act as a lens and all this type of stuff is true. And I think the same kind of thing is happening in the black swan.
Well, you could say you could correlate it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same thing, because you're looking over water at a different angle completely than the distance of the local sun compared to the horizon that we're looking through. You're not looking at the same angle, so that makes all the difference in the world right there.
Yeah, it's going to be different from different elevations, different temperatures. All those things will affect what you see, sure.
Yeah, and the horizon that he's talking about is totally not, as far as the atmospheric effects go, that's not what we're seeing with the black swan. I'm not a big fan of that argument anyway. But
yeah, so in the black swan, the light travels in a perfectly straight line somehow, but in these other cases it doesn't. How do you know when it's traveling in a perfectly straight line?
Yeah, anytime we're arguing over optics, it's useless, because there's possibilities of it working in different ways. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't think it's useful to try and do measurements while squinting at the horizon through all this refraction and diffraction and lensing.
Yeah, it's too bad academia told us that boats go over the horizon for the past 100 years, Matthew. You know, because
Matthew, you're not denying angular resolution, right? You think there is such a thing as angular resolution, and that boats can disappear. They can disappear from the bottom up, right?
Yeah,
without it being So why is it that so many ballers hang on to the idea that everything always has to vanish uniformly?
Because it's different distances and that type of stuff. So the light bending makes that happen at different distances depending on the temperature and stuff. But the phenomenon still eventually happens.
Because a lot of ballers are just set on the idea that things definitely disappear uniformly, and that has to happen. If it's bottom up, that means it's Earth curve no matter what. And I wish we could just get rid of that on your side, argument, because it just shows they don't know how perspective works.
No, so what we're saying is that does happen, but we shouldn't try to measure when it's going to happen or exactly the numbers, just because it's complicated based on temperature and humidity and all that stuff. So,
and angle of attack, right? That matters, right?
Right.
So for me, it's not really, right? I know that if you look at something in such a long distance, it's going to be, a little wonky, right?
Right.
It gets very humid here in East Texas, right? So, and also, if you guys know anything about the weather in Texas, one day it's snowing, the next day it's glowing. I mean, it's just crazy ass fucking.
Hey, I heard you guys were like shorts and t-shirts last weekend. Today you're like freezing your ass off. Is that
Dude,
true?
it was shorts and t-shirt today and freezing our ass off tonight. Like Texas
shit.
weather is literally like the Wheel of Fortune. Like you just don't know what the fuck. Anyway,
wow. Yeah, my brother lives there. I know.
So anyway, I've seen all sorts of weather conditions except for frozen lakes. I had to go up to Ohio and the Rock and Roll Museum to see a frozen lake. So anyway, I've seen just about everything except for tundra. And I've seen the wonkiest of weather conditions, like where'd the fucking road go? Right? So I've seen, these sort of things, but it's never to the point to where the road looks like it's bent when it's not. It's never to the point to where like things are disappearing because of, things aren't like, okay, let's say I'm on one side of the road and I'm seeing all sorts of miraging and everything. I'm not going to see a car pop up because of refraction and then pop back down. Like that doesn't happen.
No.
Like if I see a car, there's a fucking car there.
There's a fucking car there. There's a fucking car there.
Right. So it's I never see stuff that isn't there.
I never see shit that really isn't there.
Right.
Yeah,
Except for when you're like spearfishing. Now I've been spearfishing. I caught zero.
There you go. Spearfishing.
I caught zero fish.
Now we're talking two different mediums here, man. We got to talk about.
Right. That's different. That's different.
When you see things that aren't really there, don't they have a medical condition for that?
Psychosis. Yeah, I keep talking about mass formation psychosis.
What about hearing things that aren't there?
That's also psychosis.
Okay.
It might be even diagnosed as schizophrenia, depending on how bad it is.
I'm in trouble. Anyway, carry on.
Sorry, I'm not a doctor, so. Ask your doctor if hearing things is
Hey, ask your doctor if it's okay to think for yourself.
Matthew, please, Matthew.
I dare you, anyone out there,
please, Matthew.
Ask your doctor if it's okay to think for yourself. Oh my goodness.
He'll say yes, it is.
Yes,
cool.
Thank you. All right.
So
I come on here for laughs and giggles and shit. I'll be gone soon. Just hang
No,
with
bro. You can stay as long as you like.
But ridiculous has to be called ridiculousness, and there's so much ridiculousness with the two arguments. It's so ridiculous. It's at times, not all the time. I love that we're looking at sunsets and determining whether the horizon is really there or not, and why do we see the top and not the bottom? It's a great place to talk about where we live, man, because we live in the most amazing place, and to talk about the amazing place we live on or in is so cool, man. Thank you guys. Anyway, keep talking about where we live. Guess what? We live there, so you might as well keep talking about where we live. There's no end to this discussion, period. Have a nice day. Thanks for tuning in to my piff, and you guys carry on. I'll be in the backup singer section for a while. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I just want to say this, and I'll be passing the mic because I've been hogging the mic for a little bit. So in Texas, I've experienced weather as 7 degrees Fahrenheit to 115 degrees Fahrenheit, and I got to tell you, when it's 115, that's when shit gets wonky, right? That's when you start seeing some weird shit. And I think it's because the temperature of
it's called radiation.
Road,
it's called radiation, man. Is what
right.
you're saying.
The roads radiate, right? And that's when you see some wonky shit. And it's because the black tar roads here in Texas, they absorb all the heat and just get hotter and hotter and hotter. And it's actually hotter than the gas.
Think about this. They also are exfoliating some gases, because that is a carbon-based asphalt, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It does. It does exfoliate gases, and gases can distort things, as you guys know, right?
Yeah, and it'll literally melt the roads because it gets so hot. Now, that's not melting at 115 degrees. That's the sun heating up not the gas as hot as the roads. The roads are getting actually hot.
Yeah.
And I've actually ripped roads apart with my bicycle by slamming on the back brake.
Wow.
And locking it up and ripped the road to smooth the fuck off.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, so when we're talking about like sunny California where it's like 70 degrees and you guys are claiming refraction, like I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Hey, man, I've also seen this phenomenon. Well, I've certainly seen it on water, where it's going to exfoliate heat and gases of air and gases of, who knows what, all kinds of organic matter. Organic matter exfoliates the fucking gases, man. Anybody got a problem with that one? Isn't that what we're breathing?
Yeah.
Gases from the plants, right? Is that a discussion we need to go into? Because we're definitely breathing oxygen, apparently. I heard we breathed electricity at one time. I was like, damn, that's an interesting thought. I mean, I didn't kick it to the curb right away, but I was like, maybe we are breathing electricity. I don't know.
Well, think about it. What makes clouds? What's the water evaporate?
Dude, that is a fucking question for the ages right there. What the
static, right?
What makes clouds float in the sky if they're full of fucking millions of tons of fucking water?
Well, when water evaporates and it phase changes into a gas, it's actually much more buoyant than the gases down here at this level.
So
gas
cloud.
is dense when it's in liquid form.
So
but it's
cloud.
very yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
So clouds, this vapor gas shit we can see, right?
We can see it when it starts to condense.
Dude, I've been out on, horseback riding in the middle of the desert, and all of a sudden one cloud will just like appear out of nowhere, dude. One.
Yep.
Not, there's not a fucking cloud in the sky, but I swear to God, I was like with my friend, I'm like, dude, check this out, man. There's a cloud right there, and it's coming and going. And sure as shit, man, that thing came and went like 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, she looked at me and I looked at her. I was like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. If you got
so let me go over this. I talked about wonky stuff. So what I'm talking about is when I'm heading west on a highway and it looks like the road is fucking shaved smooth the fuck off. And I'm like, there's not supposed to be sky there. That's supposed to be a hill. Right. So what's happening is the light is bending up into the sky and not down around the curve. So every time I see refraction, it's doing the opposite of what they say. And I didn't mean to say refraction, I'm saying atmospheric turbulence. So whenever I see the light doing what it does, it's always the opposite of what they say that it's doing. So I'm sure you guys have seen the mirage, and it looks like the top of the hill gets cut off, right?
The word you used there that caught my attention was turbulence. And that is kind of a crust of what we're dealing with here, man. What turbulence are disturbing what we're seeing?
So the temperature is causing turbulence in the atmosphere, which is causing the light to change angles of attack. And in this case, the light bent up. Right? And I was seeing sky where there should have been ground. Right?
Yep.
We've all seen that. If you've ever seen a mirage on the road, you've seen that. Right. Okay, so it didn't show me a car on the other side of the hill. Never. Not once. And I've been driving probably 1,000,000 miles by now. Literally. I've been delivering pizza for like 20 years.
Yeah.
I've done Lyft and I've done Uber and I've done other side jobs.
You're a appreneur.
Yeah.
I always had a problem with the word entrepreneur. I'm like, the word manure is in there, man. What's up with that?
That's funny as shit that you just said. I never heard. Is that like a Dennis Leary joke?
No, it's totally bro. I just came up with it, man.
You do remind me of Dennis Leary. I've told you that like what, 200-300 times now?
I got to shout out to the chat on YouTube, man. There was a guy, Captain K, man, trying to get in here or something, man.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's too bad, man. Anyway, never mind.
All you got to do is join the Discord. If one account is banned, it's very easy to create another email address and another account and try again. Or, I mean, just be nice, find a way back in somehow. I don't know. I mean, it's literally not impossible. Just because, we chased you off one time doesn't mean it's impossible for you to come back, I guess. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I'm trying to be.
Hey, Captain Caveman's cool as fuck. He's got a great.
Trying to be the peacemaker here, man. I'm trying.
He's the reason that I don't think he got chased off. I think that someone hacked his account and did some weird shit with it, and now he's trying to get back with the Flat Earth channels. And I know the guy. He's totally cool. He's got awesome YouTube videos
Great,
and
man.
everything.
Dude, it's so easy.
It sucks
man.
that horse shit happened to him. It's no good.
Yeah.
Hey, I hope. Well, we've all had some horse shit happen.
Yeah, I got a link from him, and I was like, and it was free nitro, and I was like, well, free nitro, huh? And I went back later to look for it, maybe to get some free nitro he was trying to give me, and it was gone. I'm like, what happened to the free nitro you sent me? He's like, that wasn't me. My account got hacked, and now I'm trying to get back in all the places, but everyone thinks that I'm that whoever hacked me. And there was also a Nitro gift left on another server that I told him about. He went and had it erased.
All right. Well, he's always welcome here, man. Everybody's welcome back, as long as they behave.
He's not the dude. He got hacked for sure. I totally.
Yeah, I just want to say, guys, be careful out there. You know, some of these globe earthers will call your boss and try to get your job instead of attacking the argument directly.
Dude, I talked to at least 4 people that had that happen. The flat earthers. I was like, oh shit, man. Those guys are cocks, man.
You guys
Technically, you can get the phone records, right?
You guys, man.
You guys ever
Technically, you
seen
can get them
Captain
phone
Caveman
records,
videos?
and if they're stupid, they didn't use a spoof phone number. You can get their phone number that they used to make that call. You feel me?
Yeah.
You guys you ever seen any Captain Caveman videos? Anybody?
Hey, Captain Caveman cartoons?
No, the Flat Earther, Captain Caveman. He's got a great.
Oh,
YouTube
no,
channel.
I haven't. But
he's an OG.
Yeah.
He's OG, man. Totally, Sean, man. 100%.
Okay. Yeah. Bring him in. Get him back.
The real Captain Caveman was back in the day. Fucking
Captain Caveman.
Dropping bombs, flat earth bombs.
Yeah. I grew up with the Captain Caveman cartoons, but I never got in. I never heard of the Flat Earther Captain Caveman.
Hey, is there anybody that can give him permissions again in here? Like a mod? Is there anybody?
Yeah, Hank can. Fuck, Hank's mod.
Hank,
Yeah,
you hook him
I
up.
sure can. Yeah, I sure can. Is he?
Look it up, Hank.
Hank can do it. I can't do fuck all, man. Don't ever give me permissions to do shit around
He's
here.
not in VC check.
Ditto.
Keep that shit fucking right at the fucking I'm crossing the line point or something.
I think he messaged me.
Yeah, he just messaged me too. All right. A while back.
You don't want me there, dude. I'll be like a bulldog at a dog show.
I'm trying to help figure this out, Sean. I'm not like I just Captain Caveman, Hank, refraction. We were working on refraction from the there. I don't know what happened, man. We got distracted. Damn. Flatter-day Saints in the chat, man, in Discord, man.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Yeah,
there's some very interesting.
Flatter-day Saints is a tank. He's a trooper. He's a workhorse. Welcome, sir.
What up? How you
Dude,
doing?
man, I watched. I don't know if you guys know Dal, the Scottish guy, a big fucker.
Oh, big guy.
Dal is awesome.
Dal,
OG.
right? I watched a video today. Dal was out on the street, man, talking to some college students, man.
He's decent at that. Like, if you can get
really
past
good.
His
He's like, dude, I just want to show you
castle,
the
then you can talk to him.
objective reality of what you're seeing, man. I'm like,
I'll bet he's so intimidating, though. In person, it's like, Jesus Christ. Do I have to?
Dude, one of the guys got.
I can't even look at him. He's terrible. I'm just kidding.
One of the guys got.
Dell's awesome. Dell's one of the premier OGs, putting in so much diligent, genuine work on the subject.
Genuine, dude. Yeah. Sean, that guy, and we are following in this in Dell's footsteps.
He's a giant. Whose shoulders are upon which we stand. I don't. Man, fuck English, you know.
Hey, but
Dell's ace in the hole. Definitely.
Dude, one of the first Flat Earth videos I ever saw was Dell on a patio with a deflated soccer ball, right? And he's pouring the water into the soccer ball. It's fucking level. It's fucking level. Fucking level.
He was out with his mates. They were doing a little soccer. They ruined the ball.
I don't know if you guys ever saw that video.
No, I didn't see it.
Legendary. It was like a meme for Flat Earth before memes were memes. It was epic, man.
Yeah, his passion for the subject's incredible.
But he's just like you and me, man. We just stick to the basics, bro.
Kind of. He works really hard at this. Compared to me, man, I'm just sitting on a fucking live stream. He's got content. He goes out and talks to people all the time.
Yeah, but you're here every day talking to people, man, bro.
Yeah, so what though?
It's the same thing, bro. We're doing our part, man.
No, this is dope. I'm actually honored to be in this part of it. Yeah.
I don't know. I love doing my part, man. Say, hey, man.
I love talking right over you.
Dude, I got a better microphone than you, man.
Yeah, clearly. Somebody else was chipping in. Who was that?
Just new perspective. Dave.
Yeah, I was chipping in, but I think somebody else said, "Hey kids, fight AI." What's up, AI?
Yeah. What's that?
What's that? What's AI? What do you got?
He's the shit. He's talk about old school. Talk about OG. AI's OG. Even though I'm just kind of learning about him, but I can tell he's an OG.
Well, I need to shut up. Y'all need to talk to them. Shit.
Who was it that said, "Hey kids"? Was it existentialist maybe or somebody else?
Hey, I'm gonna
Sounded, or maybe it was Smurf. It sounded like Smurf, maybe, huh?
I gotta fix another drink, man. I'll be back. You guys figure this fucking
Do you though?
Earth
I'm
shit
just fucking
out.
with you.
You got like 2 minutes to figure out globe versus flat Earth, please. Thank you.
It doesn't take 2 minutes, that's for sure.
Doesn't so might as well just like please show me the measurement of what of curvature. Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
Yep.
Simple thing.
Spend some time doing it, right? That won't be lickety split, but what will be lickety split is if you do get that information. Internet's pretty fast. Just come show it to us real quick. We'll see what's up.
Charlotte Rambo, VC verified. You got a mic? If not. Yeah, I was talking earlier about atmospheric conditions. I was curious if AI heard what I said and if it was correct sounding to him, because the way I understand it, he's more of an expert than I am. Because I learned something recently, not to be dogmatic when it comes to light. Because who the fuck am I anyway? What the fuck?
You're a light being.
Right? That's true. I don't always let my light shine, but I try. Damn, I just realized I'm laying on my gun and I can't feel it. Your signal pressure is in a container. Thanks, AI.
All right, I'm back. What's up? What happened?
I was informed by AI on March 18th that my signal pressure is in a container.
What?
My signal pressure is in a container. I guess I was roboting at the time.
Signal pressure's in a container, people.
Yeah.
Got it. Signal pressure. Dude, we got to break down signal pressure. Dude.
Why do we got a mod-only locker room that hasn't been used since the 18th? I guess there must be a mod meeting room somewhere else. I haven't been to one mod meeting yet, so I don't know if I'm doing good or doing bad or what.
You know what? We're doing just fine, Hank. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing, brother. Because 100% I can guarantee we are just rolling. I got Flatter Day Saints here. And respect.
What
up? What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Good, man. Boy, the world's It's not spinning. I know that.
Unless you drink some cognac.
Cognac, man. I heard that goes really well with cigars, man. Cognac
You know
and
about that?
cigars. Do you know about this combination of
Yep.
a combination of indulgence?
Yep, I know
Cognac.
about them cigars and cognac. Actually, I was just reading about it yesterday. It's weird that you mentioned that.
Interesting. Yeah, man. A cognac and cigars are a thing. That's a thing.
Right.
Some people love it, man. I tried it. Went no. I don't like cognac, man. I like cigars. Don't get me wrong, man. I love a good cigar. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You can get totally wasted on a cigar. I don't know. People don't know this. But yeah, a cigar can send you to another place.
I love a good Marlboro NXT cracked.
What's that?
I'm not sure what that
good
is.
Marlboro menthols that you crack them and they turn into menthol.
Oh, don't do that. Don't smoke Marlboro, nothing, man. Fuck that. No.
I know it's so bad, dude. It's just like, that's
So
the only kind
bad.
of cigarette I can smoke.
No. Dude, it's like drinking fucking Boone's Farm. I'm like, what are you doing, man? No.
I don't know.
Don't drink Boone's Farms, people. Do not do that.
Boone's Farm.
You
Isn't that like Mad Dog?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, dude. They used to call it gut rot liquor, man. That's
I know what that is. That was back during the Prohibition when you couldn't get like the normal stuff that was made all good.
Gut rot
So
shit.
they were making like alcohol, like rubbing alcohol, like whoa.
Yeah, gut rot. Oh, nasty. Oh.
I heard they used tobacco. They would use tobacco to make the gut rot.
What?
Yeah, they used a bunch of weird shit to make it because they couldn't fucking make it.
That's dude, I gotta look into that. That's wicked. Fuck, that's a mind twister, wicked. They put tobacco in the alcohol. I like this. First of all, I like the idea. I think it's genius, man.
Hey, Captain Kingman's here.
Tobacco, put nicotine and alcohol together. They make these coffee beers. I don't know if you guys have ever had a coffee beer.
That sounds so gross, dude.
It sounds gross, right?
Yeah,
But if you need a cup of coffee, it's not bad, man. Not bad. It'll work.
It's got caffeine in it.
Yeah, it does.
Interesting.
So, don't kick it till you tried it, man.
I can't drink any carbonated drinks. They make my throat hurt. If I ever drink a soda, which is like almost never, it'll have to be left out for like a couple days. That's the only way I can drink anything carbonated.
Hey, man, guess what? You like it flat, Flatter Day Saints.
Yeah.
I like it flat, like my beer.
Yeah.
I get it, man. Dude, I drank a beer that was sitting out for like 3 days, man. It's like, I'm like, I did do it, man. I'm not saying that I'm proud of it. I actually did do it, man, because I was like, dude, I need a beer. And fuck this. I'll drink it. Fuck it. Let's do. And it tasted like shit, but that's not the point of the exercise, man. The experiment said, hey, man, I need to calm my nerves down, right? And it worked.
I'm surprised that most of the alcohol didn't evaporate out of it after 3 days.
It's just a beer, man. That shit'll sit for weeks or months.
Alcohol vapes off.
Evaporate that. It's only like 6% alcohol. It's not like if it was like 90 proof, 100 proof. Yeah, it might evaporate, but 6%. 6 proof or 3 proof. 3 proof. I think beer is like 3 proof. It's
3.2 Utah beer.
Not much, man.
Yeah, beer in Utah used to be 3.2 until about 3 or 4 years ago. We raised it to 6%.
6%, man. Hey, the Mormons raised it to 6%.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They did.
Hey, I know for...
If I was a Mormon, dude, somebody was like, how could a flat earther be a Mormon? trying to tell me that. I'm like, man, what the hell?
Yeah. No, we don't judge. I mean, Matthew comes in here and says, "Hey, man, I'm a professor at a college, and I teach math, and I want to tell you all that you live on a mathematical equation." Okay, and he's good at it. Damn, he's good.
And he's a Christian.
And he's a Christian and believes that everything in the Bible is true. So
especially the part about the globe Earth, huh?
But I want you guys to give Matthew a little slack here, man. I think he's really a flat earther, but he's only playing a part in the. Dude, he keeps coming back, man. Keeps coming back here. I can't believe it. But he's playing a part of the globe to help us understand their misrepresentation.
God has him on a mission.
Yeah,
to make the globe sound completely ridiculous. So he's doing his job.
So if you see where he's going. I do too, man. I just want to say that. Thank you for sharing your input, because yeah, man, it's ridiculous where they tell us where we live. Come on, it's ridiculous.
Hey, everybody is a recipient of presents from their parents, and they still believe in Santa Claus until they don't. You know.
Yep. And he's here to just kind of help us beefing up our arguments, boys and girls. Really. And don't kick Matthew out, please, because he'll add the most perfect explanation of the spinning globe that,
I mean,
defies
people listening today.
Defies all of physics.
How many of the people listening today think that flat means curved? I doubt anyone.
Dude, I'm listening to this shit today. I'm working, I'm drilling, I'm cutting. I'm like, they're fucking arguing over the word flat and level. And I'm like, this went on for like a couple of hours, man. I'm like, oh shit. I mean, really? A couple of hours of flat and level. Over.
Yeah, I just want to like go and make some videos, just like random people in Dallas. Like, hey man, could you tell me what flat means? And then, did you know that there's like anti-flat earthers on the internet and they're saying that flat means curved? What do you think about that? Is this 1984? And then that right there is going to make them globetrotters look dumb as fucking bricks.
I was on here last night with Matthew. Yeah, I'm like, yes, the Earth measures exact circumference all the way around from the oceans down to the bottom of the sea. It's perfectly aligned. Dude, your circle is flat. Your curve is flat. There's the radius is flat. I mean, like, where the fuck does this shit end, bro? Come on. Everything is curved, it's flat. Fuck off, man. It's either flat or it's fucking curved. There's no two arguments here, man. That's it, man. That's all you get. Pick one. Is it flat or is it curved? Fuck off if you want to deny my reality, man. Piss off. Because the reality is, curves are curves and flat is flat. I mean, come on. Do we really need to beat this fucking dead horse?
Unless you're a 1984 line-toting religitard.
What? Why do we gotta beat this dead horse? Fuck, man. I mean, I know I had this argument back in 2016. Guaranteed. Same shit we're talking about today. I'm like, what? Which one is it, man? Is it curved, flat, or straight, or fucking is flat, curved? What the fuck is it, man? Come on. Somebody step up to the plate and admit your fucking reality. or fuck off, man.
Maybe we should hold a class for the ballers, right? We'll do anonym versus synonym.
Fuck off, man.
We'll teach them. Apparently, they don't understand. I mean, it's obvious to anybody who hears them. They don't understand what flat means.
It's disappointing
that they would reach to those insane levels. It's scary.
I'm calling it psychosis levels, man.
Mass formation psychosis.
Psychosis levels. Did I pronounce that correct? Psychosis levels. Yes. Hey, I got a big word. I said it 42 times. I must be smart. Come on, Hank.
No, I mean, psychosis.
Yo, Captain Caveman. What's up, Captain Caveman? He's in here. What's up?
Did he make it in here? Oh, fuck off. There he is.
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank you for your help.
Dude, man, I threw my 2 cents in, and I'm like, Captain Caveman needs to get his ass in here. There we go.
Hey, drop a link to your channel. Actually, I'll put some of my favorite videos of yours in the live stream.
You guys could tag him up with whatever tags you think he deserves. I didn't know Captain Caveman. I thought I did.
You know what? If Captain Caveman's at least a silver straight away, man. At
Oh
least.
yeah, he's got fucking some badass videos actually.
Dude,
Captain
I was gonna say
is crushed
OG.
the fucking globe. Crush the globe.
OG.
Well,
why don't we ask him? Hey, Captain Caveman, tell us what's up with flat Earth, your flat Earth realization a little bit, if you want. How long ago was it?
How did it start out, man? Tell us.
I guess you'd say it started out early when I was young with Joe, the Twilight Zone, any documentary, any mysteries. And then it just keeps going. Then you experience life and you find out more and more stuff. And here lately in the last couple of years, there's been such an increase in knowledge with all the knowledge at our fingertips.
Yeah.
You learn so much more. But you get into the flat Earth debate and you think back on all your life experiences with all the building and stuff you've done, and everything is square, level, plumb, and square.
Dude, hey, I'm a builder. Level, plumb, and square is a beautiful thing, man. And any one of you anybody out there, man, can verify level, plumb, and square for themselves, man. With the most simplest of tools, right, Caveman?
Yes, a simple string and a weight.
A string and a weight. Oh my God, this is too complicated. A string and a weight is plumb.
Yes,
and
Bob.
Square.
Plumb Bob.
Oh.
Guys, you just don't understand.
You
plumb bob means curved.
I love you, Hank. I hope you guys laughed. Plumb means curved. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's hilarious. All right. You guys.
They did the Tamarack mine thing where they dropped some plumb bob 4,000 feet into a mine shaft, and they come up diverging at the bottom outwards, which would indicate a concave Earth.
Right.
But I have never seen that experiment duplicated or even done a second time. So there could be some extra influences that we don't understand.
Yeah, there's a bunch of concavers now going around excited about that model again. And I think there has to be some type of happy marriage, possibly with some of the concave sky projection type stuff, like the way that they are saying the sky works with the flat Earth, because you can't have people standing upside down relative to each other. That just, there's no force there. You would feel more than just the weight of your leg. That you would feel a force pulling your leg down, if that were true. You would think.
You could take a simple slinky, hold it out, let it extend itself, and when you let go of the top drops to the bottom. The bottom don't move. There is no
Hey,
force.
caveman.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It is a good one. I did it with my nieces and nephews years ago. Anyway, but if you take the slinky and lay it on a table, right? Lay the slinky on a table and then hit it on one end and make it. It does the same effect. I mean, I saw this presented to me years ago, man. It's like, it's an interesting. If you take the slinky, spring that thing out, and hit it on one end, it has the same effect. It's interesting, man. I'm not saying that proves anything, but if you do the same experiment sideways, man, it does the same effect. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I also know if I jump off a cliff into the water, I fall until I hit the water, and then I float. No more gravity. It's all buoyancy intensity.
Ooh, totally, man. I'm 100% on that program. But
That's also called specific gravity.
Exactly. Specific gravity. Hank, that is one of the nails in the coffin. I ain't no doubt about it, man. Damn. If you put some ice in the water and it levels and it sinks to the bottom and the ice is still there. In fact, hear that? Oh shit! I got no ice at the end of my drink. Damn. Specific.
Oh, you're having a real drink? Are you having a real drink?
Yeah, she was, Dave. How you doing, bro?
You must be drinking with the wife if you're having a real drink.
No, I made it on my own, man.
Gotcha. Nice. What kind of alcohol?
Vodka.
Nice.
Vodka. Yeah. Hey, I saw a bunch of people pouring their vodka out because it was made in Russia. Have you guys seen any of these videos or anything to that?
Yeah, we're not purchasing gas from Russia either. So I don't know what people have done. Lost their mind. More mass formation psychosis.
Mass formation psychosis. Can I say that again? Hold on. Everybody needs to write this one down, man. Mass formation psychosis. That has been.
And to give the easiest example, the witch hunt.
Greatest.
Before they knew it, there was no women left in their village, and they're like, "What the hell are we going to do now?" They killed all the witches, but they weren't witches; they were just women.
Yep. So, history tells us these most amazing tales of things, man. And a mass psychosis thing, man, is so easy to do, man. They figured this shit out a long time ago.
Yeah, imagine if we could go back like 500 years, right, and show Aboriginal and Native people like a television or a computer. We could make them believe anything they wanted. You know what? Humans haven't changed that much the past 500 years.
They haven't changed at all, as a matter of fact. I'm in that camp. Humans haven't changed at all. And I've got the mud flood evidence to prove it. Anyway, that's another day. Mass psychosis, man, 100% explains everything to me. I mean, I hope you guys figured it out. I hope you guys.
We're dealing with the cult of chaos. That's basically what we're dealing with.
Mass psychosis, chaos. Yeah, they've got everybody in a tailspin so hard. Yeah, we're gonna have a good chance of getting 10% of these motherfuckers, man. Yeah, I mean they're psychosisly fucking manipulated beyond repair.
But you have to be somewhat of a psychopath to run the world. You have to admit that.
You gotta
be.
be.
Kind of goes hand in hand. Yeah.
So when you're that manipulated mentally, man, it's hard to break out of that shit, man. We've done a great job, man. Damn.
Well, it could be worse. They're not completely. I wouldn't say they're all evil or I mean, maybe more evil than good at times, and maybe more good than evil at times. It could be a lot worse for us. That's all I'm saying. If they were really that evil.
Dave, you know all about the Hegelian dialectic, man.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's the same as a sound wave, man. Think about it. It goes like,
yeah, sure,
we're
yeah,
gonna
that's fine.
hey, man, you don't have to mask up today. You can mask up tomorrow. Yeah, it's up and down like a sound wave. Same thing.
They were basically just letting us know that they can
Problem,
manipulate us.
reaction, solution. Right?
Well, I've heard people argue that
Isn't that's the
there's
fucking
Wait, hold
crux.
on, Kenny. Someone else is trying to say something.
Go
Who
ahead.
is it?
Yeah, I've heard people argue that things nowadays are super easy and super comfortable, like going to get fast food and things like that.
Yeah. Oh, Taco Bell, McDonald's. Oh my
So
God.
without
It's
the
amazing.
powers that should not be, would life even be this comfortable for some?
Right. That's the trade-off. Yeah.
That is the trade-off.
I think at this point, we probably most of us here would take the trade.
So
Well, we'd have to really know what it would be without it. We'd have to actually have the society develop without that kind of control and see what that would have been like. But yeah, it's we're all a product of our environment for sure.
I just want to point out that we are served that which we deserve, according to Ariel. Very smart lady. And what it boils down to is
it's too
the
obvious.
least amount of self-governance, the most amount of governance we're going to get. But the most amount of self-governance is the least amount of governance we're going to receive. So if everybody would just govern themselves at all times and everybody would just tell the truth, they wouldn't be able to get away with the stuff they did, like in the Gulag Archipelago, right? So what they were doing is they were not supposed to torture people, but they would torture people to get them to lie on their confession. And if the people would have not lied on their confession, they wouldn't have been able to send them to the concentration camps that they had in Siberia, right? Yeah. So it basically boils down to tell the truth all the time, no matter what, like without ceasing. And then they can't do what they're trying to do. They want people to lie. They want you to believe that flat is curved, even though
so heavy.
2 years ago,
Deep shit, man. Yeah.
2 years ago, it was flat in the curve. Well, what does that mean? That means something totally different than curving the curve, right? But that's what they want you to. They want you to just accept it and move on.
Damn, Hank. Fuck this. No, dude, that was epic. Epic.
Well, thank Alexander Solzhenitsyn because he's the one that said it first.
Well, you brought it to us today, man. And that's what counts today, man. Thank you, Alexander, though. Thank you, brother. Cheers to Alexander. Hey, man. Discovering.
Actually, Hank, there was a guy you mentioned the other day, and I meant to take a note of, and I didn't. Said that the guy responsible for writing our history, that was the son of Caesar, Sturgis, or something like that.
I don't remember. If you talk to God Rockin', he's the one that's done more extensive research than I have on this subject. But one guy is responsible for our timeline that everybody kind of agrees that this is the year 2022, the year of our Lord, right? It was one guy responsible for that. And apparently there's another guy who's tried to make a separate timeline. So I think that kind of stuff deserves attention. We at least need to look at it and check it out. Because how do you know it's the year 1999, Neo? Are you really at the height of mankind civilization?
You don't remember? What was the name again?
I don't know, bro. I'm not good with names. I barely can remember my own. Yeah, ask God Rockin' his name. He knows.
I just messaged him, yeah. Who it was. Sturgeon or something. Anyway, it was son of Caesar. Supposedly was that someone was saying basically is responsible for rewriting our history at one point. You remember that conversation?
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember Caesar. I remember it was one guy, and I think he was connected to the dinosaur thing. So this whole timeline, we don't really have one in my opinion. Just like we don't have a model for the Earth. There is no globe Earth model. There is no agreed upon timeline. It's just the one that's accepted by academia and brainwashed into everybody.
Yeah. So at some point, we talk about people ruling, like having desires to rule the world. Someone ruled the world because they defined the world at one point, and not just one person necessarily, but yeah, that's all it takes is redefine the world, and then from this point on, you will rule the world because you've defined it.
So if you look at the term New World Order, another way to translate that is New Earth Directive. You know what a directive is, right? It's an order, right? It's an order, soldier.
Yep.
New Earth.
Exactly.
Come on, Hank, man. You're such a fucking conspiratard. Come on.
Yeah, I clearly don't understand synonyms. Synonyms are really antonyms.
You're completely off in left field. How dare you, like, bring such logic? How dare you?
The Interparliamentary Union was the first step of the New World Order.
Please elaborate. I've never heard of it.
It's the contract between 176 and 146 countries before they even come up with a New World Order and the Trilateral Commission and all that. It's the first step of it. I wish I could bring up the link right now. I'd have to go look. Maybe I still have it.
Hey, look for that link. Yeah, man. There's been some people that have manipulated the complete paradigm of Earth from every aspect, man. Whether it's the building of the pyramids to whatever, man. The building of Los Angeles. Somebody's been laying out the narrative for a bit of time, man. A bit of time. Somebody figured out the narrative and went ahead and just went full on. We got this. We're going to the moon. What? Oh yeah, we're going to the fucking moon, bitches. We're going to the moon.